Hello, everyone, and welcome to another day of the Triton Super High Roller Series, where Rasty is panicking to start the day, but I promise you all is well. Rast, we sorted? Button right down there toward the bottom of the box, my friend. Yes, he's back, everyone.
Dude,
Rasty
I
is
hit
with
the button
us.
like 10 times.
You hit the button above, Rasty, but that's okay. To be expected. We're halfway through this festival. These sorts of things will happen, but at least it's not as devastating.
Many times.
Okay, Rasty for sure.
It's all good, though.
We believe in Rasty. Okay, listen, let's get our teeth sunk into this thing right now. Halfway through this festival, we've got 6 champs already crowned. I don't know about you, but I was a little bit surprised that 4 of them are Triton first-timers, or maybe you feel differently about it because there's that, not beginner's luck so much, but the fields don't know who these players are or are less familiar with them, but that goes both ways.
Yeah, no, I have remarked as well, there's quite a few guys who have won their first Triton title, too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of the, oh, wow, this guy, he's had a lot of deep runs. Oh, here's his first Triton title, right? I mean, like BK, Brian Kim, Artur Martirosyan, 2 guys who that's the case for sure. Yeah, no doubt, Ali.
I think other standouts for me personally, Alex Theologius, who's really making a play for player of the festival. He's got 2 final table bubbles and 2 final tables, not playing in the Invitational, which is what we're going to be bringing you here today. But, I mean, he has taken this festival by the throat.
Yes, multiple runs for Alex Theologius. Let me also shout out Mueller, just as, you know, a German player who I was completely unfamiliar with when I did his final table. I really liked a lot of his play for such a young guy. Really think he's coming up. You know, as I said, Artur Martirosyan, obviously very well known, but he's had a great series, got his first title. But earlier, you know, he made a huge fold with a full house versus a royal flush, in many bluffs in tournaments. He's playing great. And the last person, other than Brian Kim, who I wanted to shout out, multiple runs, first title, would be Zhu Liang.
The Sleeping Dragon.
Been building stacks and making a lot of deep runs and showing up close to final tables. So, yeah, a lot of those players have stood out to me, Ali.
And given people fits while he builds those stacks as he takes some lines that are a little bit less than orthodox. So, yesterday brought us day 1 of this Triton Invitational. Those that are unfamiliar with the format, we'll get down to it. It's the flagship event here in Monte-Carlo. Segregated field on day 1. We keep all of the invitees, or VIPs as we like to call them, on one side, and we keep them completely devoid of the circling sharks that are our Triton regs, our pros. They have to play completely incestuously on one other side of the bracket, but now here today, we begin to trickle the fields together. One frame of what is an attempt to balance every table at 50-50, but obviously we have fewer invitees remaining in the field now than we do pros, so not every table will be perfectly balanced. But then we release the hounds with a full redraw, and it is however it stacks up. You know what I mean? You could end up running bad with, you know, an all-pro draw potentially, unlikely, but this is how the cookie's going to crumble. The only thing that we do, though, is we keep the pairs, because invitees and pros are paired up with one another apart for as long as possible, down to the final 2 tables at a minimum is what we're hoping. And of course, as I talk about pros needing to be with invitees, Rast, it's an opportunity to discuss the fact that many Triton regs who are fantastic, who have great resumes, that we would expect to be here, don't necessarily get the invitation, and things can be a little bit political in that way?
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, you're an invitee, you're allowed to play the tournament, and you got to find a pro to be your partner.
Right.
Right. I mean, I think there are some guys who, whether or not they make relationships, are just going to get an invite. Let me say someone like Jason Kuhn, Steven Chidwick, Mikita Badziakowski, Adrian Mateos. That list goes on, but it's less than 40 people. Out of the remaining players, right, the people that are going to get the invite to go along and play this tournament, which, you know, it's a pretty good tournament, they're going to be people that have forged relationships, and that's just the way, I mean, you could say the poker world works, but that's the way the world in general works, isn't it?
Yeah. You know, what's interesting for me, though, and I asked Randy about this question, if you have the option to choose a pro who is top caliber, like the ones that you mentioned that you're suggesting, whether or not you have a relationship, you're going to get your name called, or choose someone who maybe you feel like isn't the absolute upper crust. Now, granted, any of the pros that you're going to invite are going to be very solid players here at Triton, but when you invite the upper crust pro, that makes the road to victory that much harder for you. Whereas if you invite somebody that maybe you perceive is like, not exactly the absolute top shelf, maybe that's another way to approach it. But I don't know. What would you do if you were on the invitee side? How would you approach it?
Well, it just also begs the question, I hear what you're saying. The flip side is, is the person you invite, do you end up taking a piece of them? Is that part of it? And then you do want somebody that's even better. So there's a lot of ways that you can shave that. And obviously, deals are getting worked out whenever there's business arrangements with limited spots. It begs the question, what will precede it is some sort of negotiation. And, we're just not privy to that. So who knows? But you can speculate on all that kind of stuff, and it's part of the fun of being outside and looking into the fishbowl.
Well, I'll tell you what. You talk about business. Bryn Kenny is all business when it comes to these invitationals. Although he doesn't find himself up the leaderboard here today, he has made it down to day 2 and is always a threat, as he, a former champ, not in the Triton Million as many confuse it because he did win the lion's share of the prize pool. Aaron Zhang actually won that. He's coming into day 2. Also, Ramin Hajiev here, who won the Lux on Cyprus event. I mean, these are guys who have demonstrated just when it comes to this particular format, when it comes to the way that these fields work out, there's something in their sauce that appears to lend to, deep runs.
Certainly. I mean, listen, Bryn Kenny needs no introduction. The guy has been playing the biggest tournaments forever.
Sensei.
I don't know if he's number 1 on the money all time anymore, but I think if not, I think he's like number 2, or he's up in the top 3.
Him and Bonomo jockeying quite a bit.
And I think actually Chidwick is hot on their tails at this point. Very hard worker. I think he's probably going to catch him. But moving on. Listen, Aaron Zhang, isn't he on the invitee side of the list?
Relax, Rusty. Don't
I
make
mean,
it weird.
listen, this guy is a great poker player. Like, sure, he won one of these before. He's been playing poker for a long time. He was on the cash game stream for a little bit. We got a taste. Listen, Aaron Zhang, he doesn't play tournaments, really. He's mostly a cash game player. But this guy can play some cards. And, hope he makes a deep run because it's always fun to cover him. And, by the way, he's a super friendly, nice guy at the table, away from the table. So
yeah, I had a chance to rumble with him in some mixed games when he popped up out of nowhere in Vegas not long ago. Now let's get to the business of the fact that here on day 2, there are no re-entries, which means it is what it is. Only 73 uniques made it through to day 2. We did end up with a total of 102 entries, courtesy of the fact that 22 players ponied up an additional $200K second bullet. $20.4 million prize pool, Rasty. That's up there in the 8 figures, which of course lends to the fact that up top, we are offering $5 million plus to the eventual champion. Min cash is going to be worth $320,000. So if you do end up in that spot and you did spend a couple of bullets, you're still in the red. Not a given that you're going to be profiting. Now, all the pros made it through to day 1. The 7 exits all came from the invitee side. Did that surprise you, or that's to be expected?
No, listen, I think in this tournament, it's kind of interesting the way the chips flow. So I think on day 1, when they're separated, you kind of get more variance on the invitee side, right? They're going to be playing bigger pots, and you see the pros kind of playing a weird like ICM hybrid, most of them, but not all, to keep the variance down and survive. But then the flip side is, now that we've thrown everyone together, you almost see the opposite take place, especially as you start playing down to the money, where initially, pros are going to be upping the variance, trying to play with these invitees, build stacks to really make a deep run in the tournament, and more of them will move up to the chip lead or either move out of the tournament.
Yeah, it's interesting, though, that none of them found themselves out, and not everybody was proceeding with caution. As you talked about, there were some exchanges, including one that caught our attention, which you can flash back to from yesterday's coverage, involving Igor Yaroshevsky and Alex Ponikov's ace-9 suited, pocket eights, 5 bets pre. That one was spicy. Now, let's dive into the Triton Poker Plus app for the first time. We're going to get a look at the current chip counts. Leader, Linus Love, the Swiss man, 1.3 million up top. Anson Yu in second, but arguably the most captivating player on day 1, Vladimir Korzinin. First-timer to Triton under the Estonian banner, 1.1 million, and he marched to the beat of his own drum out there yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get to witness too much, but it seems like he is quite the action player.
Oh, yeah.
And he's in it, Mikita Badziakowski is actually directly in position to him, and, for 2 levels at least. So let's see how he decides to navigate this spot and whether or not he tries to build a big stack given such a favorable position on the table.
All right, going to be a long day ahead for the players as we've got to get ourselves down from 73 to 9. A 3-day event, this one. We dive right in to the arena in the interests of getting the show on the road. A peek around the room. You will spy some of those VIPs trickling in with some of the pros. Luck of the draw, of course, comes in frame 2 when we do have a full redraw. Looks like David, Jan, Brewer, Chidwick, Mateos, Murderer's Row here. Brewer, 89 big blinds, good for 7th in the overall field right now. We will start at 4K, 8K with an 8K big blind ante, 20K in orbit, the price of poker. There is El Conquistador. Mateos, 348K in front of him. He doesn't look nervous.
Oh, look, him and Chidwick just sitting side by side. Who's the best No Limit Hold'em tournament player in the world right now, guys? Which one of them?
Tell you what, who's the worst seat draw player in the world? That's a brutal little pull. By the way, all of these tables are available in the Triton Poker Plus app to sink your teeth into. What have we here? Punat Punsri, 427,000 in front of him. He's got Ibinger, 2 over to the right. He might have gone clubbing last night and can't get the bracelet off. What's going on? Punat's on the struggle bus. Ibinger a little bit on the struggle bus as well. Rasty, 17 big blinds, work to do.
Look, there's Phil Sternheimer.
Yeah.
Showed up for the Invitational.
Glossed over it. Anson Yu, second in chips right there. Phil Nagy taking a seat. Morton Klein in the foreground there. Phil's another one of those guys that can just hit the frappe button on the blender and really make mincemeat out of things. There's a guy who picked up a title already here at this festival. BK having it his way. Brian Kim, 667,000. Looks like a little over double. Starting stack. Soiza, heartbreaking second place finish to Peter Ertz in the 100K. Got back-to-back-to-back doubles. Did Peter through Soiza to win that one.
BK is on a new level of dialedness. Like he's going in on breaks, like and doing 5-minute pumps in the gym. Like I see him stop by, like
swole.
I think just get the blood flowing. It's like a higher level equivalent of push-ups. Oh look, Ivy looks a little tired.
Oh, I don't know. Did we get enough sleep last night? Is a little
Get
bit of
that
jet
man
lag?
a cappuccino.
I'll tell you what, I don't care how tired Phil Ivey is. You're still going to have your hands full trying to play cards against that man. Kaihan Mokri also took down a title. He's to the right of Webster Lim, who slid in on the invitee side. Oh, there's Waikin Yang. Unzipping and limitless. Victor Malinowski.
He was not taking low variance lines yesterday. He was 3-betting Queen 6 suited, 6-5 off. I mean,
you know, it's interesting because this particular invitational for me feels like the first one where I've seen so many players willing not to take that super cautious, cagey, conservative approach to day one. There was quite a few guys that broke from that logic.
Yeah. Which makes sense. Like if the crowd is going one way, you actually want to be the guy deviating and going the other way to a certain extent, because then you take advantage of that, right? So it makes sense that would be an adjustment guys make, especially you have a rebuy. So, you know,
listen, it's a pricey rebuy. You're not trying to lean on it if you can avoid it, but you're right. Better than having a freeze-out situation on your hands.
Listen, we saw Limitless in that cash game. I feel like he can afford it.
Limitless, the way he got buried in that game for a little while, definitely seems like he's got reserves in the armory. There's Bob Vulgaris, 313,000, 39 bigs, punching his ticket into day two. He's got Sinan Unlu to his right. There's Danny Tang, Ramin Hajiev. Tang, the reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year. Just 20 bigs in front of him.
Is that Aussie Katola he's talking to? It's hard
I'm
to
not
see.
sure. Aussie.
Oh, Hajiev right there. In the
Yeah,
foreground.
there's Vogelsang, by the way, also rounding things out. Taking a look at the seating chart here to find out if indeed that was Katola, who was sitting there. No, that was, what was that?
That would be Alex Kulev. Not sitting on a lot of chips currently. Igor.
That was your
Ike.
stat, by the way, in the 2-hole at that table. Forgive me. How's Haxton looking? 274,000.
Remember, guys, 300K is a starting stack, so.
Yep.
Oh, we're going to do a drive-by of the trophy.
Well, listen,
What they're playing for.
fair to call it among the most coveted things in all of poker right now to stick on the mantle, dare I say. As we look at the chip counts across our 3 feature tables here, brought to you by WPT Global, sporting Monte-Carlo. The most stunning salon in which to play the great game. Vladimir Korzinin, we touched on him, the Estonian first ever Triton Super High Roller Series. Absolutely insane lines that he's taken. Don't sleep on him. 147 bigs deep as he spun it up. Laliger, of course, overall chip leader. 166 bigs in front of him. Aces versus kings. Played a big one against Leon Sturm, who's at this table in 7th. Still with starting chips. Sturm got away from it on the river on a very relatively innocent looking all low card board that was paired. I'm sure he's woken up to learn the good news that it was the correct laydown.
I believe it was 5-bet pre by the aces in position. Then there was a check call on the flop. Turn went check, check. River check, bet, fold.
It was a big bet, 300 and some
Yeah.
odd thousand,
But I
as I
mean,
recall.
pretty strong. I mean, I guess one of your considerations is, I think there was a 1-card straight low and the pair low, is that some of those suited ace-x combos might have made either trips or a straight along with aces. So therefore, you're actually not just losing to aces, you're losing to a few of his pre-flop bluff combos potentially.
Yeah.
But great laydown. Some of these young players have really started to stand out to me, like Leon Sturm, obviously in that hand, but I mentioned a lot of them are German, interestingly enough. But Mueller, I was mentioning, you know, man, in that final table, now he didn't win, he got second, but he played great, like really impressed. Oh, look, there's Nicky P.
Yeah, Petrangelo.
Yeah.
In the 2-hole here, Martirosian, who picked up the title in the 30K Bounty Quattro, mowing down the entire FT, by the way. 9 bounties all collected as he took matters into his own hands. At one point, by the way, as that 100K was going super deep, this final table that Artur was at was going deep. He had so many chips. It was 3-handed. The guys were just laughing about he was not even going to look at his cards and raise. That's how good it was. And I was standing there and I was like, Artur, can I move all in this one? And he looked at his cards and he motioned to me, and I stepped up to the realm. I said, guys, he's all in. Orpin Kisachikoglu settling in.
Yeah, you get to see it so often here in the booth. Now you got to like partially take part in one of those moments, you know?
I think it's about as close as I'm comfortable getting to rumbling with these killers, by the way. Ding Biao in the 1-hole, Petrangelo in the 2-hole. Not to overlook Gilles Morihan. First ever Triton Super High Roller Series for him. He's in the 3-hole. There is Martirosian, aforementioned, rocking his Triton jersey and 60 bigs. 481K. Oh, Linus looking swaggy, Rast. Is that what is that, velvet?
Oh yeah. His style's changed. It used to be just very colorful, and now he's still repping style, but it's.
Listen, you know, he's making the gold chain pop.
Yeah.
Gold watch pop.
No, listen, I'm actually like slightly impressed. I like this. To me, actually, it's a little more elegant.
Understated. Well,
Yeah,
we're in
my-
Monte-Carlo, Rast. You got to give it your full
True.
007 look,
True.
you know? So fold it around now to the Frenchman here in his backyard. Gilles will try to limp in against Sturm. Let's see if Leon will allow it. By the way, it looks like Leon is signed on with the GTO Lab crew. That's a solid pickup for them. Check back. Swing and a miss for Sturm. Second pair and a gutty for Moynihan. $8K. Take it down. Gilles' festival thus far includes efforts in the 50K, 100K, and that 30K Bounty Quattro. Has not yet found the cash. What's Ding Biao grinding there? Shouldn't it be the Triton Poker Plus app? What's he doing? Get off Insta, Ding. Okay, don't zoom in now. It's your favorite hat in all of Triton, Rest.
Yeah, the Savage hat.
Well, savagery has certainly been something that Linus has shown us over the years. Pocket fours. Click it up.
Orpin wore that for a reason. He's ready to go today.
Not with 9-5 offsuit, he's not.
No.
Kind of a tough assignment for him to be directly right of Linus, of course.
Complete redraw.
So we
this
just
is 50-50.
Oh, and then it's no longer.
completely random.
Oh, okay.
I think what they said is it can't be perfect 50-50, but they're
No, it's 50
driving
VIPs,
towards it,
50 pros now
doing
for
the
two
next
levels.
2 levels or something.
And then it's complete redraw.
Oh, so before it used to be.
Level
four
30.
levels.
It's not completely even
Two
anymore,
levels.
right, with the
levels?
distribution.
Yeah, I think so.
2 levels and redraw. I think 4.
Yeah, before it used to be
I think
Two.
4 levels of 50-50.
2 levels.
8 levels.
And you
Separate.
can also sit with your
By the way,
partner.
Orpin and Nikki P
No, they
also
still keep the partner away until they
on
cannot.
board with Team GTO Lab.
Oh, and I think they're talking about maybe even with the redraw, our partner's not allowed to be at the
Correct.
same table
Correct.
until
That makes sense.
final table. But yeah.
Final 2 tables is
rough.
when it's possible,
Okay.
if needed. We will do our best to balance things.
when
that
there's 2
point.
tables left, they'll still allow partners to be at the same table.
I guess it will be just random draw at that point, and if they do
Yeah.
end up at the same table, it's fine.
Welcome.
Good
I think
problem.
you know
good
that
problem to
deep.
have.
That deep, I think it would be an unfair advantage. You know what I mean? Let's say if you're an invitee, you have a really, really solid pro, you get to avoid playing at that person all the way down to potentially the FT. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? I think it's a little bit unfair, as these holdings are unfair. 7 high versus 2 jacks. I'm sure Orpin expects plenty of this, even without the pair that we can see. Linus making it 28.
Bet at cat game?
This is a
Who told you this?
kind of dicey spot for Orpin here, but he's gonna
Why don't you
stick
give him the
around.
invite? Invite him.
Oh, and he's going to flop top 2 here against an overpair. Texture
You can
that
check this.
I'm not sure Lolliger is going to comfortably be able to give Orpin, given the limp and then call of the 28K, Rast.
Yeah, I
Supposed to take some of this range out, right?
definitely the offsuit combos, right? I mean, maybe 7-6 off as we can see, but stuff like 7-4 off, 6-4 off, 5-3 off, 5-8 off, all those are more likely to fold, having gaps. So
Very good cash game, very bad tournament. Sometimes.
Linus definitely has the overpair advantage, and is it is that a disadvantage in some 2-pair plus combos? But it's not as pronounced as Orpin shouldn't have too many of the offsuit combos you would think. This being maybe one of the only ones. He's going to fast play it immediately, which should perform very well against 2 jacks. Linus here with the decision, and it's not. I really don't expect fold to be part of it. It's whether you call or just play for stacks now, and he decides to do that.
So the check 3x took 20 to 60. Linus says, let's get it in. Orpin says, let's. 580K collision. You see Linus pursing his lips. This one rates to be a poor start to his day. Quite the opposite for Orpin if he can hang on. Doesn't want to see a 4 or a jack out there. Nor a 10. Can he fade the 8 outer? Yes. That's a board pairing card that Kisachikoglu can get down with. 7's full as he showers the jacks and takes a bite out of Linus.
Yeah, what a flop. That is a great start for Orpin.
That 7-6 offsuit combo for you fall into the limp and call 28K range? It's another 20,000.
I think it's reasonable. I don't have a strong opinion, but it's definitely right on like the fringe of just getting weak enough where you're starting to limp fold.
No.
Well, we're going to head over to
It's like a mix, but it's not like
Good
hard,
Vibes
it's like
Only. Shows out
kind of.
Hisu.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
Dan Smith
I know
under
how
the
you call
Triton
it.
bucket.
The,
I also
And of
know
course,
what you
Korzinen.
yeah, I've seen it before. They used to
The
put
wise
it
one.
Yeah.
Third in chips coming into the day. There's Maharnoida.
Oh yeah, and also so many. Like, I think in my city it's like 50.
fucking.
I'm jealous, man.
Yeah.
Play is so much fun.
There we go. Elton. Hizu with the Good Vibes hat from yesterday. Dan Smith with a sharp looking. Oh, that's a Triton bucket hat.
Yep.
I think for your game, hardcore is better though, right? Yeah.
Mosbach.
Hardcore
there
just
as
hard on
well.
your body,
Oh, that's true.
Like my legs just all
There's
out,
Makita.
like my ankles and
Facing the
Yeah.
ace-jack suited open
yeah, it's definitely.
from
Why isn't
Hisu.
in the
He
US
defends his big.
Play more present.
I think it's expensive to maintain,
Okay, that makes sense.
or
I-
at least
I
requires.
think he defended
like
his
a
big.
Oh, he
yeah.
hasn't acted yet, I
Oh,
think.
okay.
Are they parks that you play at?
Oh, he's going
And
for the
clubs. Are they
sunglasses.
good?
Okay.
And if they're clubs, then people take care of it. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I would say quite little. Like not, but also in the US everything is more.
Feels like he
keeping it up
forgot,
is expensive, I believe. So
because he usually actually has them and puts them on during a hand.
Well, on the
Just
topic of
realized.
has him,
Like there's
yeah.
no one's.
this ace-10 was dominated pre. Flops the joint with a club dangler for good measure. Hisu, bottom pair, no heart out there. Does have a Broadway gutty, but he's got big problems.
City has 10
Yeah, it's a
public
board where he has a pretty distinct range advantage, but his hand in particular likes checking.
moved nearby and never left.
Yeah, that's.
So Herzu takes the option that plays his hand a bit more than his range,
Well,
checking
he's-
back.
Yeah, he started off nicely.
And my guess is Makita, knowing that, probably won't try anything fancy here and count on his opponent to bet. I think Makita will end up determining the best way to get money in this pot is to bet myself.
65 into 44. The overbet,
Like these 100%.
Yeah, really? Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
150% pot.
Quality is super high.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. And just like the setting is.
I think
Yeah, that's it.
Makita here is hoping that Sir Hizu checked back something slightly better. Wow, Hizu still calls the overbet with this. Maybe off of the double flush draw, hoping Makita really wants a brick here. Ooh, that's nice and bricky. Neither a club or a diamond came in, or a card that makes a one-card straight.
Hisu made a pretty big call here, recognizing the polarity of Makita's bet. He doesn't expect a lone king or a lone queen to act this way, and as you pointed out, Rast, no diamond, no club. You could see this ace-jack getting curious. 150. So again, we're toward the bigger side of the spectrum. Not an overbet, but a big one. Hisu immediately reaching for the white chips.
Wow, if Hisu calls this, Makita really will have won about the maximum that you could win in this spot with ace-10 versus ace-jack, right, on king-queen-jack. I mean, he'll have gotten in 215,000 post-flop, which is, goes to show, I was making this point yesterday, that sometimes if you, it's not always best to bet. Let's say you were in this situation, Makita, you even knew what Hisu had, and so you made small bets that were getting called 100% of the time, right? Like, let's say, I'll use an example. You bet 10K, it gets called 100% of the time. If you bet 40K on the end and it gets called 50% of the time, your EV is actually plus 20K there, even though sometimes you get 0 and sometimes you get 40. So you're making twice as much as the 10K bet getting called 100% of the time.
Yeah, simple math.
Yes, which goes to show that Makita has chosen very big bets now. If he actually gets called here,
Be one of the best like proxies.
it helps illustrate that point.
Don't forget future game factor of a larger pot, courtesy of the occasions on which you get called by that 40K, parlays into a bigger bet sizings available on the river.
As well as the fact that you get to bluff more when you bet big as well. So
Yeah.
all of that is wrapped up in that, which is part of the theory and why you see people doing more overbetting, trying to incorporate that into their game, balance it out. It's hard to balance out overbets. Wow. Here
You
we
know,
are.
credit to Makita Badzikowski, and to an extent to Hisu as well, as he found the courage to make the call, understands and respects the fact that Makita's line here doesn't always have to be the nuts on the flop.
It's basically just like
But this bluff-catching effort ends up being an expensive one, as Hisu slips to 22 bigs and Bads vaulting up to almost $1 million in chips.
Yeah, now almost coming close to Korzinen's stack there.
where you're at. See how you're doing, yeah. Okay.
Those two,
Always get kind of better at it.
especially given, I haven't really been able to watch Korzinen, but based on everything you were saying,
Fitness stuff right now, yeah.
very aggressive player, unorthodox lines, potentially big pots. I mean,
Like when you just start,
we could see them clash in a huge pot
I bet you'll see like a
with Makita in position, you know, kind of playing behind,
always good to see.
and in the next two levels. And
Yeah.
I did this oxygen
big-time
chamber
chip
thing
leader
one
could
time.
come out of that.
Like
And
the recovery one.
no, it's just suck in like oxygen for like an hour.
You know, another name that would qualify in terms of some of the adjectives that you were throwing around over there, unfortunately not in this invitational, surprisingly, JNT, Jean-Noel Torel, but perhaps Vladimir carrying the torch in that respect. As you get a look at the chip counts here, Bads narrowing the gap considerably. And in spite of the damages, Shirzad is not the shortest of stacks here at this table. That belongs to Davies, sub 20 bigs. Most of these guys are certainly deep enough to settle in and play some cards for these first two levels before the full redraw.
Yeah, definitely.
Smith, Sang, Noida, Mosbach, chill in midfield.
I mean, I'm trying to estimate, but it looks like the average stack of this table is probably like 70 blinds at least. So,
Those chip counts brought to you by BetACR, as we've seen plenty of action here in the early goings of day 2 of this $200,000 Triton Super High Roller Series Invitational. Maybe a sign of things to come. Do you feel as though the invitee side of the bracket, Rast, tightens up once the borders come down and the pros kind of percolate?
Yeah.
Aussie's good.
Yeah, I think something that ends up happening in some of these is you
It's always
find
delicate, isn't it?
the pros open up their.
Aussie's
It's more the
worked at
pros
least
opening
3,
up
4
their
guys.
game more
Times
than the
solid.
invitees tighten up,
He did.
which
solid.
then makes, relatively speaking, it appears that they're tightening up.
Yeah,
I also think there's an
wild
element
day
of
He was on my table. It came to 1.2
because
million
you find the
chips.
stack distributions will
I
start
had a
shifting, and you
cappuccino,
have more and more
looked around,
pros
he had no chip.
who get short and or bust,
One
or
cappuccino,
either
one
vault up to the top of the
cappuccino
chip
worth a
standing.
million
And then
chips.
once you're getting towards the bubble and ICM pressure, those big stacks can continue
is
to
like
pressure.
1,000 big
And
blinds.
naturally,
Yeah,
a lot of these invitees who have like slightly below average stacks, they end up, you know, what you'll see, I've seen this in previous invitationals where as
Pretty solid last night.
with like, let's say, how many people make the money? Just so I can give a, it looks like it's 17. With like 25, 30 people left, you know, it's like 2/3 of the
be like
field
this
will
whole
be
thing.
invitees. And then going into the money, like 80% plus of the
so
busts
liquid.
will be invitees,
like it's-
who are the short stacks who are getting pressured and waiting. And so, you know, it evens out once we make the money. But that's just, but prior to the
been to
money,
Lisbon, but I heard
there are
some
actually
nice things
a lot
about
more
it.
invitees in the field, although maybe not who have most of the chips, because most of the
Have you
chip
been to the
leaders
casino?
generally
That's
tend
Yeah.
to be the pros.
Yeah.
I've seen it, but not from
So,
inside.
I mean, let's see if that holds true, but I've seen
But
that in
I
like the
heard
last 2 of
good
these
things
that we've
about
done.
it.
Well, this is an awkward way to make 2 pair for Rob Young in a limp pot pre, blind versus blind. It was Martirosian who fired 8K with bottom pair when check 2, post flop. Rob made the call.
Yeah. Am I invited to the cash game?
Turn went check, check, and Rob
Keep
did bet
playing bad.
16K, despite the 4-liner and 3 spades on board. So he snacks on last night's 30K
Why do I not
Bounty
get invited
Quattro
anyway?
winners chips.
No, you play cash game.
Listen, I know some of you
never
fellow
seen you play
math
cash
nerds
game
out
online.
there
I
are
don't know how to
going,
play them, but
2.
I would play
Small
for fun.
sample size, Brian, doesn't
Yeah,
prove
good.
anything.
Right.
But let me tell you something.
I
I
never
think there's a
played them,
very
so
strong
how can I be good?
explanatory factor for that,
Yeah,
which
I've
is
never
why I
seen you play
was
cash game.
No.
online.
trying to explain why I think it happened.
I used to
and
play 1-2.
why it's
Long time ago.
not guaranteed to happen again, but I think likely.
Like 1-2, not K. 1-2. Just 1-2.
Have you never, you just always want to play tournaments?
Yeah. But lately, maybe I'm thinking like maybe I could play.
Cash game is a bit more relaxed, and obviously you can just get up. It's nice. Like I've lost my bag and I can't get up now and go and try and find it because I'm stuck. Tournament's hard. Tournament's like prison.
I live in prison.
I mean,
This is my prison.
I don't know how you guys do it. And then the feeling when you get knocked out, it's like someone's died. It's like, it's tough.
I would love to play cash all the time. Where am I supposed to play?
You just do what you put. You have, if you're a top player and you want to play cash games, you have to put the hard work in, right? So you have to organise the game. You have to guarantee the money.
You can bring the
have-
businessman.
You have to employ an assistant to chase the players up, make sure they turn up. You
Or I
can't.
can dress like a VIP. He gets in the game sometimes.
Rob Young giving Nikki P the
Rich guy.
Maybe if someone
top
puts in
caliber
play
pros
10%,
blueprint to getting into the cash games as Petrangelo shares perhaps some of the sentiments that Rob provided regarding tournament poker, likening it to being in prison,
That's why I'm trying to turn him into a
and
cash
definitely a profitable prison. You're not
Rebel did it, right? Rebel
stamping
did it.
license plates for 5 cents a day.
He has Luke working for him, chasing the players up. I mean, VIP's very
Could be
lazy.
expensive as well, as
It's hard
anybody
work.
who's in for a couple of bullets in this one can tell you.
Take the hit when
Pot was raised by the Queen-9 suited of
whereas
young Leon Sturm.
pro players who say, I want to play
18K was flatted by Martirosian, who was speculating with the 10-9 suited. It went check, check, and he's got himself this open-ender here. Nobody with the spade.
Artur has one of the worst hands he can have right here and has draw equity, which are both good reasons to bet at this pot. I mean, it's sort of hard for him to have worse than 10 high, flatting out of position. They're not that deep anymore,
a good player.
less than 40 blinds effective. So yeah, with the open-ender, Artur does
VIPs who feel safe.
semi-bluff the turn and it gets through.
Sometimes
So-
the VIP's just like,
Nice little pickup.
not gonna play it.
Normally you get paid eventually, but normally some slow playing happens.
Well, we've got ourselves a brand new title sponsor here at the Triton Poker Series, and it's none other than WPT Global. They're the best place to qualify for our Triton Super High Roller Series events. You could find yourself playing in the new WPT Global Slam at future Triton stops by winning your way in online. Just download the WPT Global app, use code Triton for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now, and maybe
Yeah, what
we'll
also
see
happens
you
is, let's say
at
a
our
VIP
next
who's losing a
festival.
lot, he's sometimes allowed to.
By the way, that next
stake
festival,
a super
Rusty,
pro
you're
in the game
going to be down there
balance
in the
his
Caribbean,
losses out. That's
Bahamas.
sometimes the way that pros can
I
get.
did. You guys wrote me in.
Yeah, we got Rusty in. It's going to be a abbreviated 2-event ordeal,
opens up
but
for
it's
collusion as
the
well,
top
right?
shelf stuff. 100K main and a 500 invitational. Total of 1 million per pairing.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty fire. So basically same idea as this. Same, but
Same exact idea, except
2.5x.
2.5x the monies. Ace-7 suited, as Lolliger makes it 2x the monies. Petrangelo, very defendable, Queen-9 of diamonds.
It was a little bit different. 10, 15
In he
years
How much
slides.
did you start with?
The difference between VIP and
500.
pro was less. But now with all the studying, the pros full time, some time to study.
Queen-5 deuce, advantage Petrangelo in a major way, top pair.
He has 0 time. So that's made the
not a
game
lot
better.
here
That's probably why the
for
game
Linus
has gone
on this
private.
board. The Ace-7 of hearts. He will see
Right,
bet,
you
it
don't-
looks
you
like.
Don't study, like me, I don't study. Or you study and the gap
And
is wide.
Bet being pretty small.
But I mean, you guys have more tricks and experience as well.
Would expect Nicky,
Maybe, yeah, but I
Nick
mean, I'm not
Petrangelo
great.
to generally take a low variance line and just call at this point.
A lot of them are underground, right, and dangerous.
Might get cheated.
Yeah, I'm not sure how.
Now let's see if Linus has any tricks up his sleeve.
Playing an open game with pros, no problem.
Almost anything in this is going to end up being no equity bluff
Yeah, so all
type
the stuff
situation.
going on underground,
Maybe just the ace over card.
a lot of chips, so, some of the devices that I
But feels like the normal play is to kind of just give up. But let's see.
Took a 14K swing on the flop.
high stakes open cash games in the world now, isn't it? Weird, right?
Will he take another? It looks that way. He's reaching for White's Rast. 4 of them in total. 100K over betting
You don't want a table with
into this 72,000 as he really tries to apply muscle to Petrangelo.
Yeah, and we caught a little gulp there from Nick.
I mean, he didn't have
Because-
designs on having to face this bet sizing with top pair on the turn.
It's not, but
no time to improve
top.
the game like me.
I don't think Nick,
Anyway, to improve it.
especially with the 9 unblocking any draws, is getting away from top pair here. But you're uncomfortable because his hand went from quite strong to now not really beating value.
Yeah, we're a bit nervous.
But top pair is just too good in this spot, and Linus is way too capable. And now here is an interesting river card where Linus to follow through.
Let me ask you this. Given that Linus got called that 100K on the turn, can he more safely remove a lot of those spade combos that Nicky P would have stuck around with, even though he unblocks them, and as such kind of come hard at this river? Which he doesn't, by the way. He just shut her down.
You can remove some of them. However, Nick can still have the nut flush draw,
Guys, we're able- FaceTime me.
5x of spades and 10x of spades, which are pairs. So, yes, there's a decent number of spade combos that would fold, and also maybe a hand like Jack 9 of spades or King Jack of spades. So there's still also a decent number of them that are still in the pot.
Is that a big reason why Linus checks back on the river?
I think so. Yeah.
I think it's a bit harder for people to watch.
It's also kind
I
of
think Linus there is going to have some turn barrels for his 130% pot size that have a spade in them. In particular, the ace of spades.
Now it's kind of like
And those
a bit of a circus.
a lot more likely to bluff.
agree.
Sure.
Two
Almost
are
man.
catering
Ace
to
of
it.
spades
I'm
is a
not saying
mandatory
one's
bluff in
worse,
that
but all
spot,
the
but
streams
even
now are just
another
like-
spade being better
It's almost
combo.
like tuning into golf to watch the worst
You know, the
players in
problem
the
is, mate,
world.
But they say people like that part too, right?
No, the problem is people would on all the polls that I've done, people would rather watch the best players in the world play, but people don't want to watch them because the best players in the world up now have got no personality. You haven't got devil fishers, you haven't got Negreanus.
I mean, that's the perception.
This is the issue. So the way the best players in the world play, people want to watch. Well, they want to watch.
You mean it's not entertaining?
But they want to watch. But they want these players to be entertaining. You know, like Negreanu. Do you remember the time when he's just got his million and just put it in the middle and went like that, and he's talking and whatever. And the best players in the world now are young guys who don't talk, right?
I think that's the perception. I think it's obviously not that simple, right?
I don't know. I mean, how many super pros do you know who would talk on a stream, chat away, talk shit? I mean, how many?
Well, I mean,
if you tell them to, they would.
It's got to be natural, right? It's got to be natural.
I mean, if you tell them to shit talk, that's the only way to get into the game. They will be like the best shit talkers in the world.
I think watching a bunch of VIPs playing badly is actually not what the viewers want. Yeah.
Laying out, by the way, for this interesting topic of conversation brought forward by Rob Young.
It's like pulling teeth when they're taking like 30 seconds every decision and staring people down and all that shit, you know. It's tough. Or doing this.
Pietrangelo activating on the button with Queen 10 offsuit, and in turn, Gilles Ace Jack pushes back.
Watching it and we switched it off.
Sturm raised and took it down last pot with an ace-king. Out of here.
He's going slightly under 4x, and it's going to be too much for Nick to want to defend Queen 10 off, it looks like.
Yeah, the tourney streams are rough when they're deep.
That's like poker players. That's me, JRB, Albert, all of us in Dubai. We want to watch the final table. It was so tedious, to watch. We actually switched off and put the election on. And we're poker fans, right? It's ridiculous.
But the election is the election.
There was a hand the guys play, and both of them were playing the hand like this.
But like, if you just said, "Hey, we'll have a game, and you guys have to play super fast and not do that," 100% we would.
Can you say that to them though?
You can.
I mean, at Onyx, I'm going to say no sunglasses, no tanking, gentleman's etiquette, and no rules. I'm just going to kick you off if I don't like the way you if I don't like you.
If you play too good, you're out.
No, people want to watch people playing good.
No, I mean, of course, yeah.
They just don't want to have the drama.
Everybody's making pretty good
How much
points
should I
here,
raise here?
from my
4-8.
opinion.
Let's make it 18.
3 times 8.
But
24.
I actually think Rob's making a great
2.5.
point, and I'm just going to
That's
back
my
it up
advice.
and then let it go. But I think people going too far with covering their face
Yeah, 2.5
is
times,
not
yeah?
shouldn't be allowed.
Well, I think if
Face
you could do
masks.
streams with the best players in the
I mean,
world,
unless you're
with
sick, unless you have like a
personalities, it'd be
doctor's
amazing
note that
for
says,
poker.
"Hey, I'm sick,"
I think
so that's why I'm
worst
wearing a
players in the
face
world,
mask.
like me
Face
playing on
mask,
stream, talking,
sunglasses.
is bad for poker.
Yeah, I just think
Hoodies.
maybe the most is like a hat. That's it.
All indie?
But
You're 4?
anything that covers the face,
Let me
like
just tank.
maybe a scarf is okay as
holding
long
that
as it
anyway.
stays below your face. But that should be about it.
Well, Ding Biao has decided King Queen is okay, and it's better than okay when you're up against Queen Jack. All smiles heading
I mean, I have to
into
say,
the
if
flop.
you're- The table we were at last night, it was like Ben, Tollerine, Ike, me. Everyone was talking and fucking around the entire time.
I mean,
And
that,
like,
your version of talking and fucking around might be different to mine.
But
I mean,
you're- but
you
you're-
just
but
stop-
you're-
I mean,
you're
with all
making it
respect,
up.
Ben Tollerine, Ike,
Oh, no. Jack high flop. And Ding's hopes
You welcome in cash games. He actually plays in that.
are waning.
I think Nick's making a good point as well.
Give him a king. he's
If
a
you get the
customer.
right lineups in here, sometimes we do see a bunch of guys talking, even though they're good players, right? Everything is
But you get it.
situational.
I can,
Well,
I
Ding
can know
Biao
by
didn't get the
talking to
right
you,
run
you get
out.
it, But I promise
As
you,
his
what I
king,
had to
queen
Ben Tollerine on and Makita
dominated
on one table.
and
They
gets
don't want to give
showered.
away an edge to each other. They don't want to talk. They're worried about giving away tails. Michael Adomaz.
Second
I had a big
casualty of the
argument with
day.
him. He got 7 deuce once, and he takes the full 30 seconds on the time clock. And I flicked his hand over. And he 7 deuce off suit. I'm like, what?
By the way, first man to hit the locker room on the day,
tournament.
Bryn Kenny. Sad to see him go, Rast.
Yeah.
No, but it would be great. I would love at Onyx if I could do streams with the best players in the world,
Maybe he was like,
and they just relaxed and had a personality.
maybe he was thinking about opening it.
So you should give it a shot then, and not just like, because you know, no one really gets a chance anymore.
I would like to give it a shot, but you know, what
I mean, tell them the rules and see how it is, you know.
because you know, off the table, Nikita, Jason Kuhn, all you guys, I get on with it. You know, I go for beers and cappuccinos with these guys, and they're great fun. But on the table, they turn into statues. I bet Linus, I bet you're fun, aren't you? By the way,
Rob asked Linus if he was fun, and Linus said no.
But yeah, I think I would like to.
I don't know what he's talking about.
He's telling you to stop being a statue, and you'll get invited to the cash game.
I don't speak Russian. I get Google Translate.
But Nick also made a good point, which is that you could always try it out, right? You give someone one chance, and if they, you know, are a statue or not chatty, you're just
like with high stakes poker,
you know, give them the hook.
If you just had a good mix instead of having it be all terrible players, right? Like if you throw in the Adamos and the Ikes and stuff, then they actually play interesting hands instead of just it turning into like everyone
call and hit and
just calling 10-8 offsuit and then just checking down, and because that's like what the game is when you watch it, right? It's brutal, where you actually have somebody that's willing to put like 1,000 big blinds in the pot, like Ike. It's interesting, and I'm not saying that there's
Well, another time things get interesting is when we play the mystery hand. Leon Sturm raising the button with ace-8. Lolliger's cards blocked out from the big he defended. 18,000 a man, bringing us to the 10-6 tray board. Sturm has it checked over.
Yeah, we got to keep in mind Sturm has about 30 blinds in this pot, so Linus's flatting range versus a 30 blind stack. Gonna have a lot of suited combos, but it's very wide range, so it's hard to pin it down. And check flop doesn't help us pin anything down because Linus still has all the hands he defended pre-flop.
Yeah, but it does help Sturm hit second pair. Two-tone board texture now.
Yeah, very wet board, a lot of draws. Sturm's range is definitely a bit capped. Can make some hands with two pair on the 8, can potentially have a straight, but mostly he's got a lot of high card hands and one pair hands at this point, maybe a few draws. So this is a range that Linus can attack. We might see check raises here. I think for value, you're definitely going to see two pair plus, maybe even a good 10. Some draws. Check call. A little bit different. Wow.
So 36K a man, bringing the pot to 120,000. Queen of clubs on the river, backdoor flush shows up, ace of clubs becomes relevant. Linus checking one last time.
Leon has a really interesting hand. I mean, technically ace-8 is a pretty comfortable hand to show down here, but he does have the ace of clubs. So could he potentially try to bluff? If you do bluff here, I think you have to go very big because you're bluffing off the ace of clubs being a blocker and you're trying to get better to fold.
No, 90. Representing 3/4 pot.
It is possible worse could call you, but you would expect it to be a worse pair with a club. Something like King 8 with the king of clubs.
Raise to 500,000 from Lolliger, and now things get interesting. Maybe not so much for Sturm. And remember, Rast, these are the two boys that tussled aces versus kings, where Sturm made the right lay down, being asked to make one here. Unclear by what?
So I think if Linus has value, it could be a flush. Could easily be a hand like that made queens up on the river. I'd say queens up would be the most likely value hand. If he's bluffing, I would expect it to be a hand that had some showdown, but decided it is never beating the 90K and has a good blocker. So I would look for something like King 6 with the King of Clubs. Or, you know, 6-7 with the 7 of Clubs, something like that. Maybe even like 8-9 with the 9 of Clubs. Those would be the bluffs. And Linus is a tough customer, so you can really have either. I mean, just in general in a spot like this, given that Leon's getting such a good price from the pot as well, he should have more value as a ratio than bluffs, right? Because Leon is getting a very good price to call.
Yeah, I mean, it says 500 out there, but obviously Leon just has 112 back. He does make the call. What's being shown here? Was it a Jack 6? Yes. I don't think any of us had that on there. And credit to Leon Sturmrast. That was for his tournament life in a 200K Invitational with just a pair of 8s, but something about the line was odious.
Yeah, Leon with a very interesting river bet. It was a very interesting river decision by everybody.
I mean, he could have
hands like
instantly
that would be more fun
regretted.
if there's talk involved, but it's just not how it works.
But yeah, I mean, Linus literally had basically the exact hands I was. I mean, I said King 6 with the King of Clubs. It was Jack 6.
Big yapper. Do you know what yapping is?
Yapping, yeah, of course I do. I think if somebody's shy anyway, you can't say to them on a stream, don't be yourself, right?
Yeah, change your personality. Yeah, I don't think we're going for that.
Well, that is one of those statements.
I also think, like, it's not players' responsibility to be entertaining for a poker stream either, is it?
Maybe what you're saying...
They're risking their own money. It's very hard to say to someone, risk your own money and be entertaining. I mean, players aren't puppets, right?
You can say some of the stuff you're saying that, like, don't be annoying with the, like, this cover and slow and play fast. You know, like, when Rick comes and plays the big tournaments, we all just play fast so he doesn't get annoyed.
Yeah, Rick super hates pros. I mean, I couldn't believe last year when he refused to have a pro. 32?
Linus.
Well, he came and played the million.
With an opportunity to cauterize the wounds.
Yeah, he's playing the one in the Bahamas, I think, but he doesn't want to have a pro. And we're like...
Pocket aces.
He doesn't want to associate.
Rob with a playable one in the big blind.
Associate himself. How much is that?
Being asked for another 22.
Yeah. Okay. I'll play a pot with you. Patrick Lennon told me don't play any hands with Linus, it's too good. Check your hand again, you forgot?
Queen Jack 4. Young with air. Unfortunately for Linus. By the way,
wow, Rob just floated with absolutely nothing here.
I was just going to say, this is a liberal path forward being taken.
I think Rob was kind of setting him up with that. Someone told me don't play any pots with Linus, he's too good. Then proceeds to float him on the flop with, I mean, 8-7 on Queen Jack 4 is pretty strong. Look, yeah, he's going to try to bluff. Unfortunately for Rob, he's run into pocket aces. But there are runouts where he might be able to win here. I mean, you know, what if the next card's like the 9 of diamonds and Rob decides to bluff? That's a pretty tough call for Linus. I'm not... Please put a 9 of diamonds. I just want to see what happens.
Linus check calls the 40,000. Rob now has showdown in the form of a 7.
Yeah, it's full check here, I would expect.
Linus does his part.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, this is very unexpected, and it comes in brisk. 115K, Rast.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be big enough to get aces to fold.
And you hear Rob immediately say, "You win." Shows it.
I have a queen.
Not folding the ace.
No, you're not folding that.
Wasn't happy about it. But you had it, you had it.
I should bet more, right?
Yeah, I think, Rob, you need to bet a lot more than that on the river. Especially once you hit a 7. Kind of think at that point, if you're going to try to turn that into a bluff, you're trying to go pot or bigger because you're trying to get a jack to fold, for example, or an overpair.
Pattern not coming.
Just fold water. Just fold water.
He doesn't really speak to me that much nowadays.
and,
I think he's busy.
one more
A
table.
couple of times on Telegram, he's not replied to me.
Oh.
Probably check would have just been fine.
I think he's doing
You know?
some coin poker thing, isn't he?
Showdown, beat ace high. There's no problem with that.
Didn't know.
I mean, beat ace high, bottom pair.
But he's got his football team as well.
Right.
Like a YouTube football team. He's doing.
Like esports or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. He got like promoted like 8 times from like the bottom league in the UK.
Heads up. King 9 deuce board. All Rob here. This one was limp blind versus blind pre-flop. Artur with a quick check back. Rob, by the way, brought a very healthy stack forward today. That health has been compromised, although this is a robust holding here. Unfortunately for him, he's up against 5 high. And
I had it that
that'll
time.
do it.
That time.
If you showed up to today's action, Rast, and you were wearing the exact same T-shirt as the dude directly next to you, would you like throw on a hoodie? Would you go upstairs and change?
No.
Would you just be like, we're going to deal with this
Yeah.
twinsies? Yeah.
I'm going to go, well, you walk back here to the hotel,
in Japan, like something that you
take 15 minutes out of my time to
No.
deal with that. No.
You know what would be
If
the
I
boss
had a
move?
hoodie with me, maybe I would put it on.
No,
but
no,
I'm
no.
not going
But
to.
let's say you don't have a hoodie, you don't have any way to change
Yeah.
it, right?
At least
But you look
we
at the
can
other
make
dude and you're like, hey, man, I'm going to need you to put your hoodie on.
Thank you so much.
You're like, I'm an invitee, and I'm telling you,
Gonna be,
pro, I need you to fix this.
I have no doubt that you would probably try that.
I wish that I could
would
say I
not.
was proud of that assessment. Ace Jack,
Yeah.
Ada Smith.
I got dug out once. There's some front.
Really?
I would probably just make like
on
a
that,
friendly joke about it.
The strawberry fields.
Oh.
I got stuck. I didn't know whether I should try to climb up or get down, and some Australian guy found me, pulled a shovel out of his bag, and he was like, I got stuck here yesterday. It sucked.
I wonder what Dan's talking about. Being stuck in a strawberry field? And he's stuck
Sounds
in
like a
this one.
Beatles song.
Yeah, exactly. Alton ready to stick it to him with needles. In comes a 3-bet.
See what Dan thinks about this.
So no answer. How perfect
Ace Jack
can be
off
good?
doesn't perform well
good
against
can be good?
No,
Elton's
how perfect can
good
be
hands.
How
That's
perfect
for
can be
sure.
good?
But
I have no answer.
if Elton's messing
Very
around,
good,
he's doing
very
fine.
bad,
And Dan
but
is going to stick around thinking
it doesn't have.
maybe Elton's messing around, but we can see Elton has the goods. So hopefully for Dan, he whiffs, and that's exactly what he does.
Queen 9-4. Should keep Dan out of trouble, although he did plunk in the extra 47. Potted 140K. Rainbow texture. Cozy for Elton.
It even can be perfectly bad.
Elton makes a pretty small bet here.
That could steal perfect. Yeah.
Ace Jack off is not enjoying this situation, however. Yeah, and Dan just lets it go, which I like that play. He's going to have a lot of hands to fight back on that board.
That's not one of them. 42,000 C-bet. Takes it for Elton. Saying, of course, was part of that Jeju Cash Game Festival, which if you guys missed out on, was a glimpse at the future of cash game high-stakes poker, dare I say. The Super Squid Progressive.
I don't know.
Yeah, it was a really fun format.
Yeah, Luke was from the same. Might have to pick one of those up.
Festival thus far
Pick
has
up one of those hats. It's sick.
been a 1-for-3 affair for Elton. 25K in the 9th in the 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam, the kickoff event, and then whiffed in the 50K and 100K. Here he is looking for the money in this one.
Yeah, Dan's wearing Jesus hat. I tend to agree with him. I feel like you're just like on vacation, walking down to the beach in Hawaii. I want to have my good vibes, like baby blue hat on.
Thank you, thank you.
Like you're just announcing to the world, like I'm happy today, man.
I hear you. Well, you're always happy when we got a mystery hand, Rast, because it gives the world a chance to soak up all of your insights. You got a good batting average in this spot as Noida. Button open to 16,000 with the mystery hand. Awaits Shirzal Jesus' response from the big.
Players, upon the completion of the 5 hands, we need to bag the chips for the redraw. Please stay at your table to bag your chips. We do need you to write your name and your chip count and the ID number on the back, please.
Second pair for Shirzat after defending.
And our mystery hand is Noira, button open. First in the pot.
Yeah, so far, just given the fact that it is a button open, this could be really a whole host of holdings. No insights for the time being. We do get one data point there in the form of the check back. Diamond 4. Doesn't threaten.
So a check back, we're not sure, but we have to think, let's take out the over pairs other than perhaps aces. Let's take out strong draws. Let's take out probably a 10 with a good kicker. Let's get in some like ace highs, maybe some 9x, 6x, potentially a hand, king 8, stuff like that.
They like changed the formula because it was like getting people way too fucked up. They like nerfed it at one point. He was shocking. Never had one.
Hisu checking a second time, and now Maher deciding to speak up. 28K.
Once again, please, we need you to kindly bag up your chips upon the completion.
A lot of those hands still make sense to play like this. Maybe not some of the ace highs, so it's a little bit less likely to have those, I would say.
Hisu making the call down to 100K back, roughly.
Were Noira to bet the river again, I'd say something like probably like ace 9, king 9, or like a 10 that checked back. Maybe some, oh my goodness, all in.
This is unexpected. It is for 103 effective, not the 448 being reflected on the screen, but we really don't anticipate this run out to be the one that will lend itself to this line from Maha. To remember, open, min raise on the button. Hisu defends. It goes check, check on the 10-9-6 board. Check call 28K. Now check and get asked for it all, Rast.
It's a pot size bet, so 9x goes out the window. I would say maybe a decent 10, 2 pair, backdoored into the 5-7 straight. Bluffs would be stuff like king 8, king 7, spades that check the flop, queen jack, you know, queen 7.
Needs the call. Really matter that the river was a second pair for Noida, as 2 failed bluff catching attempts for the German bring his invitational run to an end, and do so quickly.
Yeah, two pair makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure if Noira feels comfortable potting the river with 10-3 without the 3. It would have still been good, actually, but...
I mean, you saw him check back flop, so obviously
You can have a great time on the
that
fly.
lent itself to Jesus' suspicions about whether or not king 9 was no good. He was willing to put his chips
You never got
It's
all in.
That's a
to find
pretty
out.
reasonable bluff catching call.
How did you work out?
He has a pretty decent hand to do it with, actually.
Yachts could have gyms in them, man. They're like bigger than houses.
I mean, you can just do, how do you say, calisthenics, just use your own body weight. I'm aware, but it seems stale at some point.
Of course, I've been on land, but I slept on it.
Yeah, I guess I'm misinterpreting how that life actually looks like.
It's not like 4 months of ocean cruising.
Yeah.
What's the longest period of time where you like actually can't see any land? That really freaks me out.
What, not see, like you're just in the ocean?
Like you're just in the middle of, like, you might as well be like a tanker ship.
I mean,
Race
that's
and
not
take
very
for
common
Linus.
in the Mediterranean.
It doesn't happen, right? Yeah, because you don't.
But the longest stretch I had was probably like maybe 15 hours or something.
Well, you couldn't see any land at all?
Nothing.
From Sicily to Spain.
That freaks me out.
How long? You said?
15 hours? Like, I mean, during the day.
Did you ever get caught in any kind of like Wolf of Wall Street storm that freaked you out?
Wolf of Wall Street storm?
You never seen that movie?
No, I have, and now I'm replicating it. Yeah, I guess.
You know, they make some crossing and then it's like
Yeah, a
terrible.
few times I thought I was gonna die.
Jesus.
Like maybe twice. Maybe 3 times actually. Not die, but like, you know.
Shit
I'll end
just
up in the
turns,
sea
right?
somehow.
Like,
How big were the waves, roughly?
I mean, I don't know, like.
Because Mediterranean Sea sounds kind of capped to me. But
No, it can get nasty.
Okay.
Yeah.
But like,
you can get
above 10 meters?
No, like 6-7 meters and like super strong wind. Things can go wrong.
How deep's that sea?
Mediterranean?
When you get out in the middle.
there's like no worse feeling than nature turning
No, like
on you.
2,000
You have
meters or
zero,
something?
like if you're in the mountains or something.
Maybe more.
Yeah, but it's tough to comprehend. I haven't heard that many horror stories. I think if you...
You never been hiking or something when the weather changes and then you're just fucked?
Sort of, but not that I was in actual danger, maybe. 16?
Ace-9 now for Gilles. Makes it 17,000. This conversation centering around dicey sea voyages that Orpin has experienced. He said he came close to death 3 different times. You might want to pick a bigger boat, Orpin. You don't want to be out there in a dinghy. Actually, if I had to guess,
Atlantic, isn't it?
Orpin's on a proper
Right,
yacht
Atlantic,
when he's in the bed, you know?
I would guess it was more like he was out there in severe storms, a little bit less than close to death, near-death experience.
Yeah, under on near death. He said he thought he might get wet. You know what I mean? Like we end up in the sea somehow. All right, 17K ahead. Party starter was the button. Both blinds coming along. King Jack 5. Leon hops in front with the pair.
The button, the initial aggressor,
Mm-hmm.
is going to take a stab. He does have the ace of hearts. Leon, pair of jacks, seems too good to fold here to, looks like 1/3 pot. 8's a pretty clean out. Doesn't complete any straights.
Right.
Already?
Down to heads up as Gilles C-bet, predictably called by Sturm. 20 ahead, adding 40 to the pot which now grows to 99,000. Sturm checking once more. Proceeding with caution. Check back this time from Gilles, who decides ace high is not worth another barrel, and he's got exactly what he started with after the 4 rolls off. Sturm thinking things over.
It's going to just come with a block, try to get value. Perhaps with the idea that Morahan will play pretty straight up versus this as well.
16K. You know, this is a nice size to potentially retain ace high here. But holding that ace of hearts a bad card for Gilles to go bluff catching versus what he hopes is a busted flush or maybe a busted straight draw. So Sturm will take that one down relatively uneventfully. Getting word that a table has broken elsewhere in the room. We're going to give you a glimpse at the chip counts here at the feature, but we're also going to step aside for about 3 minutes as we deal with some admin duties. We'll be back in a few. Stay close.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention? The first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
And welcome back as we pick things up where we left off in the $200,000 Invitational here at Sporting Monte-Carlo. Ali Najad, Brian Rast.
We just told David, no tanking, no covering your neck. And he's got
And the Rob Young Show.
I play fastish.
I mean, people put their money in, they can do what they want.
I could be the fastest if I want.
David Yan of New Zealand, given us a first peek at his procedures. Pardon me, 18,000.
A few people watching it, I think.
Oh, that one's great. I watch the whole thing every year.
Which one? The main event?
The main event,
Okay.
yeah. But it's usually because somebody's going to make the biggest mistake that they've ever made in their life. They
Just wanted to watch.
That's what gets you off? You love it? You love it?
No. I like watching it. It's very entertaining.
I think the last
Slightly
one-
morbid is
the
Petrangelo's
final table I
explanation.
watched Was the one drop when Sam Tricky finished second.
Laliger
Watched the tournament final table.
flops
Those are
tens
probably
after
pretty
defending
fun
the
to
big.
watch. I mean, the super high roller ball is always fun to watch because there's chips. Like the super high roller ball, like
so
up,
deep as well, right?
like the bubble is like 100 big blinds deep. So you play real hands. Some of the most legendary TV hands ever were on that tournament.
Jan following through for 33,000. Ras, this is healthy.
In general, they should do like
Yeah, I get it. I'm just captivated by the conversation. What Petrangelo's talking about.
get longer all the way through, so you are deeper. And
This hand is very unlikely to be better than the conversation.
Yeah.
Of course, Linus making the call. 66 more into the middle. Jan turns a pair. Not sure he's going to be particularly proud of it.
First 8 levels, 40 minutes, next 8 levels. Then you could end up with a really deep, interesting final table, right?
Orban had an idea where you basically all buy in and you just flip to the first, like, see who makes the final table.
Check back on this street. Fourth heart on board. Neither player with a heart. 114,000 in the middle.
But there will always be another tournament running. Okay.
So then the operator just hammer and rake. It doesn't have to
So
be all
it's like a shortcut to a final table where you get like random stuff.
I wonder what would happen though if you did something like this, half an hour clock, the first.
Does get shut down.
Yeah, I don't know what would happen with like stack depth and stuff. I never thought about
Stack
it.
depth would go up. And then you increase the clock 40, 50, 60, whatever. That's how you would end up with like a 70 big blind average on the final table.
Like firing a bunch of bullets and gambling early and then getting like banded at having the...
And also like, I feel like more people will be exposed to playing like final tables that way. So it will be fun for the simulation.
Thank you.
Because you know, some people make very little final
Sorry.
tables in their careers.
I've always
But
thought
that way they'll always be there somehow. And it's like gambling anyway.
I've always thought it's kind of weird
I'm
poker.
not sure if I
poker.
enjoy FPs a lot more.
I mean, you're playing for the big money. Also,
Yeah, that's no, it's very true.
it's the same layout structure as whatever.
Yeah. You have less big. It's more of a crapshoot when you're nearer the money, and more of a, like a long thing when there's no money at stake. I always find that weird about tournaments.
Ace Jack for Leon. Up we go.
But no one in the history of the world has ever reversed it. A 20-minute clock.
Pocket threes for Orpin.
Why not?
Yeah, probably just flats here. Nope, or lets it go. He is deep enough, I think, to call behind and set mine.
But that changes the game mechanics a lot, right?
Yeah.
Linus with the suited connector. Steps in where Orpin stepped out.
Takes the lower variance route here, not 3-betting Sturm.
And takes the lead with second pair on a monotone board.
And people are playing longer when it matters.
Durham with an interesting decision here, whether he c-bets or not. Decides to c-bet, and it's just under quarter pot.
17,000 without a heart in hand, but he does have the Broadway draw.
I feel like the World Series should be like maximum 5 days. Like EPT should be maximum like 3 days.
The main one?
Yeah.
The World Series is crazy.
I mean 9 days.
The 30K was like 900 final tables.
Flat from Linus. Turns not troublesome.
I mean, I think high rollers. You go 1 day high rollers 50K, it's 20 minute clock. You get good entries. I've always got good entries when I've done 1 day. Why can't 2 day every 20 minute clock with 12 levels?
No action. Now the fourth heart. The one that Linus didn't want to see. He dealt with this moments ago with the pair of tens.
You don't get it on table very often.
That's why the lottery idea. My lottery idea is this one.
Yeah, but I just don't see people doing that. I mean, you can try it.
You can do it to the bubble spot. You can lottery people into the bubble system. It doesn't need to be final. So if like
Full shutdown
lottery, you can say
after the
15%,
position bet on the flop.
Like 17 winners.
I mean, the only way to make the WSOP main event 5 days would basically be to cut the level time in half, right? Because be cutting the tournament time in half.
Yeah.
That would just change it. I think it's fun the way it is, you know?
I tend to agree. It's my favorite
Yeah.
time of year outside of the borders of Triton, of course. Getting in there for the night shift with Nick Schulman. As we see Bats getting in there at other feature table with the Queen Jack. It did all right for Linus moments ago in suited variant. Doing so from under the gun, though. This is kind of on the lower part of the totem pole, I would imagine. He's run into the two kings of Elton, which have 3-bet to 60K. Vladimir's got a secret, as Elton will collect it. Like this guy, Rast. He's going to be the pot stirrer. Absent KCG, absent JNT in this one.
Man, check out this beard.
Oh, this is, you know.
That's a long beard.
Yeah.
You don't put that one together in your 20s, in your 30s. That's... The last person to rock that one was Father Time.
Yeah.
He should go full ZZ Top. You know what I'm talking about?
No. What's that?
ZZ Top, the band, the rock band, the dudes that have them that, like, they're all the way down below the waistline. I mean, that's the move.
And you would fold on 3-bet as was feeding. Maybe. Okay, so that means that perfect fold. That means perfect fold. Perfect fold. That's a perfect fold.
Maher, King 9 suited under the gun. He too showing a little bit of openness in terms of range, much like Bads did with the Queen Jack offsuit moments ago. Makita, Ace-5, defends.
This has potential to be an interesting pot, with Noira having a big range advantage on this board, being the under-the-gun opener, and having a hand with actual semi-bluff equity, yet really no showdown versus a call once you've started to bet. And this is a big size. He's opening with 45 into 55. But Makita might feel compelled to call with top pair. Let's see. Instantly a little bit uncomfortable.
$45K is chunky. into 55. Obviously, top pair's top pair. He's not thinking about a fold, but just trying to think ahead.
I think he is considering.
Just check muck?
Wow.
Rast. I'm shocked. Obviously, you read the tea leaves right.
Yeah.
Help us understand if we're willing to defend the big blind.
It's the size.
With the ace, so
he just started with basically
80%.
Yeah, I mean more, but yeah, just over. And he's kind of repping value hands that are already beating ace-5. And I think Mikita just figured, I'm just going to bow out of this one and not play a guessing game. I think the standard play still would have been to call, but maybe he's assuming that Noira doesn't have enough kind of the... He's just doing this with pocket 5s or 4-5 suited or, you know, 10-9 suited. Just doesn't have enough of those hands.
Yeah, I guess you make that call. Now all of a sudden the pot grows to 150 some odd K, half of a starting stack, and you're left questioning, what do I like? I mean, even the driest of turn cards, Mahar comes at you again with something sizable, and you're just adrift. So
yeah, I mean,
so
I think he probably ends up folding turn to another, like, near pot size bet. It's okay to call flop and then fold turn again to continued aggression.
Right.
But I just think, so I'm not saying he's doing it because he would fold the turn to another pot size type bet. I just think he probably instantly decided this spot is bad enough right now. Now, we could see that Noira actually did have a kind of airballish type hand.
Yeah.
But we're just trying to present. I mean, Mikita is a world-class player, so what is Mikita thinking about and why is he making this play as opposed to we can see the cards and judging it being right or wrong?
Yeah. So onwards we march. Ace-8 brings Mario forward, and pocket 3s bring Seth Davies. Remaining short stack in sub-10 big blinds. Terrific posture, by the way, out of Davies. Behaving.
Yeah, and this probably gets through here. Ace-8 off, just, I spoke too soon.
Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, we'll see. The big blind has a tough decision.
Ace-Jack.
Big blind has to worry about Mazbach, though, so might end up folding this.
If he gets involved, he's not trying to flat this thing, right?
I do think you flat it, yeah. If Mazbach has a bad hand, he probably still folds. And probably lets you know if you're beat.
Too risky, too high variance, even though obviously you would rather book a date heads up with Davies for the 93. And as you said, perhaps the sizing was adequate.
And Davies expressing his pleasure that he actually is a small favorite in this spot because he's not doing very good against Noira's range.
That's how I play.
On their backs, 222 in the middle, and oh boy. Davies doesn't have much sweat here. Mahad empathetically shrugging his shoulders, having flop top pair in the Broadway gutty. Turn is breezy.
Almost felt like you won the hand already, right?
I did.
Davies needs a 2-ball in the corner pocket, meaning 2 outer.
All right. Good luck, guys.
Instead, Mahad ends up with the nuts, and it's GG's for the mighty Seth Davies. Rast, who's been on a tear, as we talked about, maybe a little bit of a cooling effect. Getting showered here in this invitational. Flipping back over where we find Ace-King and Ace-Queen colliding. Advantage Rob Young got it all in against Gilles Morihan, and Gilles finds the queen. Cruel world in a 681K altercation, but hang on, perhaps a respite. Perhaps sweet relief if Rob Young can find the club or the king. And instead, it's the 4. Palms to the sky.
Rob probably.
I'll play.
Oh, you got that.
GG, Rob.
That was a big pot.
GG.
They arrived there with Linus having opened to 20,000, Young making it 65, 4-bet from Gilles out of the big with the ace-queen suited. Rob then jammed for 321. Gilles made the call. Heaps going the Frenchman's way.
Well, 300K is a starting stack, so they each put in just over a starting stack, but that is only 30 big blinds now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So blinds have been moving up.
Yeah, given the update. To the rail is Rob.
You're not getting invited to any cash games.
No. Neither is Arthur, though. After those kings.
Arthur might get invited. Sounds like Rob really thinks
I'm terrible at cash games. They need to.
As long as he thinks you are, you are.
22.
22 declared by Martirosian with ace-king. It didn't go so well for Rob. Petrangelo starts out nicely by flatting. Gilles newly minted 831K. King, queen off in the small. Squeezability.
And he is not afraid.
No, he isn't, and you can get behind this in spite of the fact that the timing is poor, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a cutoff open button flat. So he's not that worried about the button, and it is just a cutoff open range, so he's keeping the heat on. But Artur has a real hand, and I think he's pretty likely to 4-bet this.
Mulling it over, of course, after the 95K came in.
He could 4-bet light here. Probably would some of the time. So ace-king, just a very nice hand to do it with. Can't even find some crazy pots where you get it all in here good with ace-king. You 4-bet, and then the guy with king-queen or ace-5 suited or whatever just decides, I don't believe you, and 5-bet piles. So, wow. That was slightly unexpected, I would say.
Especially considering how deep Gilles is, you could all of a sudden have a real hand in the small as Gilles and ace-king. I know
not really that he's willing to get it all in. More that I'm surprised that he just ripped it for like 80 blinds there instead of coming with the re-raise. Like the 200.
Yeah, that's what I'm surprised by.
So give a chance to the guy's bluffs to do something silly. Because like king, queen, or ace-5 isn't just going to call another 70 blinds there. But if you 4-bet to like 220, they might call or rip. Both those options are still on the table.
And the other thing is, you're going to play that one in position in the event that he flats. And, you know.
Take your chances against a flatting range for sure. In position.
So, slightly unexpected, but fruitful, ultimately, is Artur's decision. Maybe he's riding high off of that title last night, Rast. He's just thinking, let's go. Ace-10, raise and flat, both players with the same hand. Orpin defending, flopping the same top pair that Artur does here.
We're about to start. We're just going to draw for the button on table number 6.
They both have the same hand.
45.
45K, the follow-through on the open.
big c-bet here. It's off the nut advantage that Artur has. The aces, kings, ace, king.
Orpin, happy to call. Pot grows to 149,000. 7. Puts a third diamond out there. Front door flush possibilities.
Yeah, a card that's going to make both these guys put less money into the pot than they might have otherwise over the turn and river combined. Orpin can still have a bunch of flushes, probably does have more flushes than Artur. That said, Artur still has the best hand a decent amount of the time. And it looks like he's going for bet turn, check back river, I would imagine. Kind of setting the price in position. He's now betting, what is that, 80 into 150, so he's going just north of half pot, which is designed to get some of these worse ace-x hands to just call, still charge any hand that has draw equity, and it ends up getting the same hand to fold.
Nice outcome there from Arturosian as he picks up back-to-back infusions of capital here, propelling him into the chip lead at this table in front of Linus Lolliger, but not in the overall field. He is second in chips overall, however, with this almost 1.3.
I would say even though that worked out great for him, given their two hands, it does display some of the problems with the bet. If ace-10 was folded, then you're not, you're not getting any value out of worse ace-x hands. But
it's interesting because that wasn't the first time that we saw an ace-x simply bow out. Granted, it was Makita versus that chunky sizing from Mahut on the flop, who just looked into the crystal ball and said, I don't like what I see out there potentially, especially if Mahut is one of those guys that isn't one and done. It's going to continue to lean on you. Ace-5, where are we going? And then Orpin in turn, on the turn, just deciding, okay, you're going to tell this story and tell it what seems like fairly credibly. I'm just out here playing the guessing game, and that's not where even the best of the VIPs or the pros want to find themselves.
No, not at all. I mean, both very interesting hands that show the willingness of some of these guys to make big laydowns in spots and avoid tricky situations where they're just ultimately guessing if their opponent has it or not.
Well, we're going to take a little break, and I do stress little, while we handle some admin duties. They've been dropping like flies. We're down to just 53. We'll talk about some of the dearly departed, and then we'll sink our teeth back into this 200K Invitational in just a few. Stay close.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
We got a little wire problem there. Welcome back to the desk. Ali Najad alongside Brian Rast, continuing coverage of the $200,000 Invitational. Where, Rast, we started with 73, and we are down to just 53. 20 players in total have been showered. I want to dive right into the Triton Poker Plus app and scroll down to the bottom of that leaderboard. You do see several people still remain with the average stack at 577,000, 58 big blinds. That's what that's good for. Some very illustrious names there. It's going to take me a second to get down to where we can feast our eyes on those that were busted. You saw Rob Young take that savage beat. He was on the recent side of things. Stephen Chidwick, the most recent elimination. Ilkin Garibli, Ben Heath. Rob, obviously, ace-king against ace-queen. That's the savagery that I'm referring to. Seth Davies took a stand with pocket threes. Triton co-founder Paul Pua, 59th place finish for him. Not looking great. Peter Wong, Danny Tang. I mean, it happens in a hurry, and when we looked at those chip counts to start the day, Rast, I'm not sure that we would have expected things to take shape this quickly, right?
Yeah, Ivy, Mateos, a lot of guys are out. Yeah, and you know what? We're still a long way to go. And, you know, the chip counts, they started so deep yesterday, right? We're getting to the place where, right, last level's starting stack was only 30 bigs. So the rate of bust outs is increasing, which makes sense.
Yeah, no question about it. Looking down to who was on the front end of things, it was Bryn Kenny, the first man out the door. We saw Ding Biao, El Conquistador, Adrian Mateos, no longer going to be a part of the process. Now, obviously, we always dive into the Triton Poker Plus app. You guys think that it's something that's exclusive to us. It isn't. It's free to download in the iOS store, in the Google Play Store. Get yourself that app, because if you're watching any of these Triton events at any of our given festivals, doing it without the app in tow is just doing it wrong. Plain to see. And you've actually gone on record, Rast, as calling it what? The greatest
Remind me.
app ever made?
That sounds about right. That sounds like something I would say when I'm going on one of my rants. But yeah, no, it's an amazing app. And everything you see when we cut and they show you on the screen is all stuff that you can see just using the app. This isn't some kind of special technology that we're previewing that you don't get. No, it's the best assistant at home to follow this tournament.
And the best stack in the room is Artur Martirosyan's. Officially, I thought it was second, but Anson Yu lost a blind or two right before we stepped away, and so he is your second place stack overall. Artur trying to make a bid for back-to-back pickups, maybe. See if he can draw ever closer. You did touch on the fact that only 17 places are paid in this one. Min cash, $320,000. Up top, 5.1 milli for the eventual champ.
Like 2 years ago, you didn't have it.
Correct. Earlier this year.
Yeah.
I like how you pay attention.
I pay attention to every detail.
Every detail.
I'm a poker player.
You definitely always have the best hats.
I have something about like man arms. Like I just can't stop looking at them.
They turn you on.
My secret.
I can put my hoodie on if you want me to. This is distracting you too much.
Queen 10 suited, opening for Pietrangelo. Stern passes on the ace.
For a moment, I thought you said Nazi. I'm like,
No, nope, nope. I wouldn't, no.
Not on stream.
Not on stream. Did you get it from like an artist or something? I mean,
it was a very sensitive artist, yes.
Okay.
You start with like
550.
There was a bit of tension between the artistic vision he had and what I wanted, and there's only so much you can input you're allowed to give. Otherwise, they feel offended.
Yeah, I mean, surely that varies. I'm not big into tattoos, but did you just go into a studio or did you look that guy up specifically?
No, I looked him up. I found a guy who I liked who had a 7-year wait list, and so.
Oh, and that's him. No, that's another one.
No, and then he recommended kind of another guy.
7-year wait list.
Not one, but two flush draws and trip sixes. Brace yourselves in a 76K pot. This flop coming out of nowhere.
They recognize what they could be doing.
Not flush draw. Starts off with the check. Lolliger does the same. As the blinds await Pietrangelo's orders.
But who knows? I'm new to the game. I thought about it
your
for
first
10
tattoo?
years. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Took me 10 years to decide. So.
If you're comfortable talking about what it's about?
There's like some personal stuff, like birth dates from my
19,000 declared.
Family business and other stuff. I try not to put too much stuff on there because that kind of gets busy.
And you gave him the ideas and then he kind of went with it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Cool.
If you ever want to
Orpin.
get a tattoo, I would go to a traveling artist.
Content to flat.
They travel to
Now with bet and call in front of us, do we activate immediately out of the big blind? Because coming along might look, I don't know, trappy if we activate later?
I think he's a big favorite to raise here. Yeah. It makes sense. You know, you have the most 6x, and so you don't have to have a 6.
People just get the first one and they're like, oh, that's kind of nice, and then you get the second one and you don't think about it that much anymore.
And this is an interesting. Wow, Nick comes along. Nick's dream would be Orpin folding, but
keep dreaming.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get that. Orpin gets to what? Put in 56,000 here. So he's getting like 4 to 1. Just a little better than 4 to 1. It's a little uncomfortable. You could be dead, although not likely. And if someone has a 6, it corrupts one of your outs.
I mean, he has the benefit of being able to close the action. Of course, he's going to be out of position against two players. Pietrangelo coming along, where do we begin to range him, given that we hold the nut club combo here more toward overpairs?
Yeah, more toward overpairs. But flush draws are definitely less likely because we have the ace and 9 of clubs.
Wow, Pietrangelo finding trouble on the turn in the unlikely form.
Well, Linus will very likely bet again here. Orpin has less than a pot size bet left, so I think you just kind of consign yourself to the idea that if Orpin has us beat, we're going to be losing that 249,000. But can't give two guys a free card in this spot. And Nick probably would have folded most turns, but now that he picked up a 10, I think that gives him some staying power here. And I think Nick is probably going to continue in position. And it puts Orpin in a really bad spot. And it probably goes Nick call, Orpin fold.
110 into 301. Pietrangelo does call once more. Orpin again could close the action, but as you touched on, is wary of Maybe some frequency with which we're drawing dead against 4s full or 6s full, or of course at a minimum we perceive to have that corrupted club.
At this point, it's very likely that one of our opponents has at least a 6. It is possible we're drawing dead. It's still not likely, but the probability's gone up at this point after bet and call on the turn. The other problem is we're getting less than 5-1 immediately. It's unclear how much implied odds there are, because 3 ways going to the river, you know, a third club becomes pretty obvious that probably a flush or better needs to be good if Orpen were to overcall. And he might just value preserving this stack. It's still 25 blinds. Let's see. If he calls, I mean, assuming he needs a club to win this pot, that only happens at a very small frequency. We can see he has 14% equity here.
Another 330,000 into the middle. Pacro into 631. Laliga vulnerable to a 10 or a club. And a safe, cozy 7 of diamonds presenting itself. You don't need to worry much about 3-5, 5-8 unless somehow in club form it was present.
Yeah, and I'm not sure Nick is opening that or Orpen is flatting either of those hands.
8-9 of clubs?
Potentially, yes. What I wonder is whether Linus is going to value bet here or not. It's pretty close in my opinion. I mean, yes, you see if you value bet, I mean, Nick might call you with an overpair, but he could be beat now and either spot could have a 6 with a better kicker and 6-8 plus plays. So, but yeah, Linus looks like he's going for it.
$500,000, covering both of his opponents, asking for it all. And if we're Pietrangelo, you know, standard size raise open here to 22. Once Orpen calls, the price being laid to Linus, he can have all sorts of hands that put Queen 10 in an awful way here.
Yeah, I mean, if Linus is value betting, Nick is no good. He has at least 3 6s. In fact, I was even speculating if he would value bet 6 deuce, right? I wasn't sure. So Nick is only beating bluffs, and he doesn't just have to worry about Linus. I mean, Orpen could have him beat as well. Yeah, it's a pretty dicey spot, and Linus is a player who could show up with bluffs here. My guess is Nick is going to think about this and piece together a fold. I feel like it's probably a losing call, but I'm not certain. But understandably, he's going to take his time. Try to piece together what bluffs can Linus have at this point.
How concerned are we about Orpen behind us? Not very once we call, right?
I mean, listen, Orpen only has 139K. And if he had a big hand, he probably just puts it in on the turn. So we probably have him beat unless the river helped Orpen somehow. But again, it's definitely not impossible that Orpen has 3 6s somehow and played it this way. Or potentially even like a full house.
This is a call for our tournament life.
I think if Orpen just had 3 6s without a full house, he probably jams turn. So I think if Orpen has Nick beat, makes thinking he probably already had at least a boat on the turn, which isn't that likely. So ultimately, I would agree with your kind of what your question is suggesting, that you're not that worried about Orpen here as Nick, but it's non-zero. I like this laydown.
Well, it spares Nick Pietrangelo's tournament life. The laydown is far easier for Orpen, of course. Maybe not. Well, reluctantly, but eventually he does find the bin. And a whopping pot goes to Laliger as he vaults back up to the top of the overall leaderboard.
Just ace-6.
Hmm?
Just ace-6. Generate the most pace.
Yeah. You're angry.
Now let's flip back over to where Vladimir Krosinin is showing off his architectural and engineering prowess.
Last one?
Ace 10 for Elton. 62 bigs.
Wow, that was right into the mic.
22,000.
Right into your ear canal. As Elton hops right into the pot, 22,000 the open.
Oh, okay.
Vladimir says no thanks.
Good.
Ah, some pressure, yeah. Some
Yeah,
pressure.
good.
Yes, thank you. Master.
Always learning something new at the poker
I
table.
want to hang out with this guy badly, Rast. Because I think I would learn many things.
Elton, is it 22 whites in this deck?
I don't know if they'd be poker related, but you know.
Yeah, probably
21.
not. But that's okay.
Bads defending. Here come the shades. Standard protocol for him whenever he enters a pot. Checks it over with second pair versus the Broadway gut shot.
Good. 18,000.
$18,000. The follow through sizing. Into 59. Bads flatting. Pot up to 95,000. Dry turn. Second check out of Bads.
Elton has a range advantage still. And some showdown, but not very much. If he has the best hand and checks back, Nikita will bluff some of the time at least. Tricky decision. He decides to check.
Jackson nines. Now for Bads. You can feel better about it.
Yeah, some of the time at least, King 10 and 10-8 barrel on the turn, so slightly discount our opponent having a straight, and after checking back, they probably don't have better two pairs. They'll keep betting or sets, so Nikita can feel pretty good about jacks up being good, and in fact his bet indicates as much as he went for a healthy overbet here.
130,000.
I don't really see how Elton can call this, but
Yeah.
Elton always likes taking some time in these spots.
I mean, in spots in general, Elton a thoughtful player. He's come a long, long way since we first feast our eyes on him.
Yeah,
At Triton.
I think he's doing just timing balancing to just not give anything away more than being too thoughtful, because there are some spots where I think the decision's pretty obvious, but my guess is Elton balances his timing a little bit because he doesn't want to give away his hand.
Sure.
Just a guess.
Cash game legend, has played some of the biggest pots in the history of the Triton Super High Roller Series cash games. Truly loves the game. Really enjoys himself out there.
Practice.
Good.
Nice, nice.
Vladimir's having fun.
Make sure to keep your thumb loose. In between hands, make sure to keep the thumb
I
loose.
didn't get used to fold. You know, that for me is difficult.
Yeah, day one you didn't use it that much.
Fold wasn't my...
Bads has picked a bad time to 4x as Noida looks down at ace king. Trouble on the horizon. Three bet comes into 135. Easy release there for the 8-6. Ferdinand Putra to the left of Elton. Getting a look at Ferdy, late arrival here to Monte-Carlo, 30K Turbo Bounty Quattro.
Because it's a
Did
reshuffle.
get played.
Complete reshuffle.
Complete reshuffle after this?
Didn't cash in that one.
So fast.
Yeah, I think they made it 50-50 until now, like VIP and Pro, and now it's random.
Dan Smith.
Oh,
Jack 10 offsuit hijack open.
They only did it for like 2 levels.
Yeah. I think it's hard to keep the balance,
I will do that
otherwise you
final
have to
table.
move so much all the time.
They might as well just mix
Bads
it.
again with 8-6. This time suited
Yeah,
decides he
like
wants to
2
flat the
levels.
button here. Obviously, he's got the chips with which to get engaged. Holding
Kind of nice to get away from you guys though.
subprime kit.
You could do the format where like it's only pros and only VIPs till the final table, and then they meet.
That's how it should be. That's the better idea.
I keep that to myself.
Jack 6-5 board.
Maybe not the
Nikita,
final table, but maybe like
second
for
pair
the
and some problems.
money
Does
level?
interact with the 5 of hearts nicely. Smith
You know,
with top pair.
past 24 or something. That's when
Well ahead.
merges.
Yeah, that could both be possible, yeah.
Always wait, huh?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
Now I'm
that.
practicing fold. I've learned how to make fold.
Good.
Because I didn't have practice. I did. Okay.
Dan starts it off with a check, and that lures Mikita's chips forward 18,000 into 69 as he just wants to gain clarity. Nicely balanced Smith here. Obviously mindful of the fact that Mikita has him covered and eager to get to the full redraw part of the program, which isn't long from now. Seven on the turn, the product of Smith's flat, and it's a heart 7. What a card for Bads. Certainly gives him plenty of excuses to carry on here.
Just waiting for Roland's video break as we need to balance.
65,000.
65,000.
65K.
Yeah, Makita's going to keep the pressure on here. Off the strength of his combo draw, open-ended straight flush draw. Just has a ton of equity, even if the 6 is behind. Trying to target perhaps even hands like Dan's to potentially fold. Wonder what rivers he's going to bluff.
130 more. Enter the pot. Stan's really been tidy in this one. Still has the best hand. Bads with fake showdown value here?
He has some, but not a lot. That said, at this point, if you're betting, you're kind of like trying to get a jack to fold, which seems ambitious.
Mm-hmm.
So I would think you'd take the showdown, even though it's not entirely fake. Actually, the one thing I'm curious about is Makita made a pretty big bet on the turn, but it was under the pot. It was like 75%. I would have been curious to see him go with an overbet on the turn there, if you really want to target Jack X to fold, which is something like, instead of 65, if he bet like 100 on the turn, maybe he gets Jack 10 out.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that Dan's somehow a pushover and isn't capable of digging in the face of the overbet, but has to ask himself, not unlike Makita did with the ace-5, I call this big bet. Do I really expect Bads to come off it on the river, right?
That's part of it, but it's also just like, as the bet size goes up in that spot, Dan should be defending less, right? I mean, if you want to make an extreme example, it'd be like, okay, versus the 65K bet, let's call that 3/4 pot. Dan should defend more hands than if, you know, Makita goes all in, right? If we're being extreme.
Mm-hmm.
Just the price that he's getting from the pot, etc. So that scales as you go. So while I'm not suggesting that he goes all in, I do think an overbet would have been, on the turn, there would have been an interesting play by Makita that I think I probably like more than the bet size he chose, personally.
In the end, Smith was not left to contend with that, and as such, hauled in the spoils, and here he is with Queen 9 suited, potentially booking another date with Makita.
Practice 8 hours.
Bads declares 65,000, 3-betting this time as opposed to flatting. Ooh, and Maher Noida has activated Rasty. Ace-9 of clubs on the button. He decides to step out. Easy fold for Dan, and for Makita, an easy one in turn as well. And credit to Maher, who was pipped there. Coming together nicely for him.
4 bets are really strong.
Thank you. I just gave you the information. Yeah, good.
How often
How
have
you
you
know
called
20?
bluff?
Huh? How often have I called?
21.
Hot.
4 bet as a bluff.
So with that, Maher ascends to over 100 big, 7-figure stack ahead of Bads. They swap spots. Mosbach, 28 big blinds deep. Chip counts there brought to you by Bet ACR as we play 5 and 10K with a 10K big blind ante. King queen suited, pretty one for Vladimir.
25.
25,000.
Declares 25,000.
Here we go. Feel like we haven't gotten to see quite as much of Vladimir actually playing poker as I would have thought coming into the day, but we're going to get a chance in this spot.
He's all over it. 2.5x, very standard. Elton on the button with pocket sixes, happy to flat, goes set mining.
And Mosbach is going to come along. Full three-way pot.
$82.
Oh my goodness.
Ace 9, this time in offsuit form, activating, much like Noida before it, out of the big. Mario, who isn't sitting deep, puts a healthy portion of his stack out there. This has to be tethered to perhaps perceptions that Vladimir is dancing a little bit and Elton can be squeezed?
Yes, and I think Mosbach's also leveraging his stack a little here. Like he has a shorter stack, so it's going to look a bit strong, and taking like a solid hand, ace blocker. His opponents don't have very good implied odds, do they? Right? He only has 187K back, so.
Right. It's not so tempting to tussle.
Mosbach really finds some spots, doesn't he? Now, Elton is really considering this.
Never did in my life.
If he continues, I'm not sure whether he would call or go all in. You would think fold is the most likely choice, but we'll find out what Elton comes up with.
Does end up laying it down. So nicely done there by Mosbach as he tries to fight his way back into a healthier depth.
Never fold before. No,
Then we go on a break.
Okay. Almost like a cold four bet. Almost like a cold four bet. Big blind squeeze.
That's weird. Called an all-in.
Vladimir
Ace check.
with a precariously placed tower.
He's like trying to say he folded a big hand, and Mikita keeps guessing like bad hands. He's like ace 9, 8 7. He's like, no, I actually had a good hand.
Yeah. Give me a little credit here, Bads. Well, flipping away from Vladimir and company. Back over to the Linus Love show. Overall chip leader. Ahead of Anson Yu.
Are you sure that you are VIP?
Me? I'm a VIP in many different settings. In life, I don't know. I guess I'm a VIP.
VIP cannot say mix race or and shove.
VIP can say random things, you know, to confuse.
And VIP cannot sit.
Ace queen suited. Trangelo.
It's a broken word.
Takes us up. Min raise.
And pros cannot play that bad. So you have to switch sides then.
Oh, we're going to get a little collision here. Let's see how Nick decides to play. My guess is 70 blinds deep. He's going to call as opposed to 4 betting.
Yeah, the pocket 10s, 3 betting to 60,000 for Gilles.
Yeah, let's keep in the hands we're dominating. Play post flop against one of the invitees. Not potentially overplay our hand. And pretty good flop for Nick.
Yeah, ace king 4. Top pair.
Oh wow. Break 30 minutes.
Slips it back over to Gilles. This is not what he wanted to see. And This was a cutoff open from Pietrangelo. It doesn't have to have an ace or a king in it. So Gilles tries to tell the story.
Maybe until the table.
Yeah, also, you know, he was the 3-better in position. He's going to go ahead and c-bet. Pick the small sizing, perhaps implying that he's just doing it with every handy 3-bet.
As long as they can keep it separated, they
some point it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Nick decides just to call.
Makes trip aces
I guess it's
on the
always
turn.
works until final table.
Two-tone texture, 205 in the middle.
Until two table. I guess,
Yeah, welcome card for Nick.
You need to redraw every
Really enjoying this situation now.
be a very random hit.
Especially with the check back.
Yeah, the tens. Recognizing there's trouble afoot.
Obviously, that's going to be a mystery
what
hand,
Nick-
right? With three-way.
Nick will probably value bet here. What he doesn't want to see is a raise, because that would imply something like kings or ace-king, which would all make sense with the pre-flop value bet, and perhaps just check back because they're crushing the board, especially ace-king, much more than kings. Kings probably bets. But he's very unlikely to see raise here. That would be a very creative play by Morahan with tens. Morahan at this point is kind of deciding whether or not to bluff catch, and he kind of has a bad hand to do it because he's blocking some of Nick's most likely bluffs, hands like Jack 10 suited or Queen 10 suited that didn't make a heart flush. So I think he has a very clear fold, in my opinion.
$51,000 quarter pot. Unconcerned about the presence of the hearts. And this doesn't look like a flat that's being measured out here, Rast.
Wow.
Oh, this is a punishing situation. And yet Pietrangelo snapped it, Rast. He didn't even give it a second thought.
Yeah, I mean, he has a big hand there. He's beating any other 3 aces, and I think that, you know,
I mean, but let's be fair. With the hearts coming in there, we need to take a second to consider whether or not the flush draw is afoot.
He had a second while he was thinking, and I guess he decided, I'm just not laying this down.
I mean, makes you question and wonder a little bit whether or not there's history or maybe some suspect showdowns that have been on Gilles' resume.
It was an adventurous bluff that I was not expecting him to find, but
Yeah,
I think this shows that he's a creative player who's willing to mix it up and take some chances. So hopefully we'll get to keep seeing more of him as this goes on, because I love it when guys throw curveballs, right? Because during that pot, I'm like not expecting him to raise here, right? But there it is, curveball. Wow, and Sternheimer is on fumes. Didn't realize it. But 14K, he's all in.
I know it's a long break, but we can manage.
Things not going well for him.
14.
Orpin dominated, unbeknownst, in the small. Mulling over whether or not he can give a spin. Decides no.
Well, I actually kind of think 9-8 off is a call there to less than half a blind raise. It's almost like interesting. But now
That was
Philip
your hand from last time, right?
is in pretty good shape all in.
Big blind special.
Almost 2-1 favorite.
Not anymore. 5 tray. Linus could well afford to give the spin. You see a sheepish look down there. Now Philip could counterfeit with a 7, in addition to a jack or a 9 for clean winners to keep his seat. And instead, it's the 4. So the GGs are issued. The massage pause button is pressed. And another member
open table 6.
of this invitational from the invitee side of the bracket falls by the wayside. 49 left. Most recent eliminations: Vulgaris, Derek Haney, Aaron Zhang, Dan DeVoris, and now Philip Sternheimer.
Love to see that Philip flew out here for this invitational.
Sure.
Played a lot of poker with Phil.
Really solid player, by the way, is Sternheimer.
Yeah, he plays, I mean, he plays all the games. Plays mix. Plays tournaments, plays cash. Just an all-around poker player. Wouldn't say no limit hold'em tournaments are his forte, but he's mixing it up. Likes doing a little bit of everything.
$22.
He even plays the Bobby's Room game.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's in there playing the 50K PPC every year.
Yeah, I mean, his talents go beyond simply No Limit 2 card. Had the privilege of spending some time with Philip, away from the felt.
Yeah, likewise.
Super intelligent, thoughtful guy, successful. Takes the game seriously.
Lives in England with his beautiful family.
Yeah. Leon made it 22,000 from the cutoff with this ace-8. Lolliger choosing to flat the ace-jack suited Rast. That allows a deep stack Martirosian with smothered diamonds to hop into the fray.
Yeah, interesting decision, Linus, not to 3-bet. Second time he hasn't 3-bet Leon here, I think, versus a Leon late position open.
Jack 10 deuce.
This is a great flop for Linus here. And my guess, I'm curious to see if he check raises versus a Leon c-bet. I tend to think yes, but I'm not certain, and I'm fascinated to find out. I do think Leon might end up c-betting this with the ace of hearts. So I want to see how Linus responds.
All right, well, it's going to be a 25K c-bet by Sturm. It's going to make quick work of Martirosian behind Lolliger. But first, Linus. What will he do?
I do like fast playing here. It's probably what I would have picked. But I wanted to see what one of the best thought as well. You're in good shape against like ace king, ace queen, other jack X. Let's not give our opponent, and even the better or the caller from the big blind, the chance to see a turn so cheaply with all the draws out there.
Check 4X from Linus makes quick work of that one, as it looks like Sergio Ido is on his feet. Rast, this one was a raise by Alex Kulev to 20. Ido jammed his last 87,000 out there, held ace-king versus ace-jack, but unfortunately for him, the jack-high flop left him behind, and he was never able to catch up. The Bulgarian claiming a pelt as Ido, the most recent elimination.
Wow, since Chidwick gone out, some other interesting eliminations. My man Haralabob, Aaron Zhang, who we were talking about in the pregame.
Yeah.
Great player. Daniel DeVoris, another great player. So a lot of busts. They just keep kind of flying out.
That they do, and Lolliger keeps flying up. Most recent pot there, managed to check raise and take it 169 big blinds deep. As we bring you back to the desk, Ali Najad joined by Brian Rast in an ever-thinning field here in this $200,000 invitational. We talked about the dearly departed a lot during that frame, but how about those that continue to maintain their presence up top? Anson Yu, haven't had a chance to watch him get involved yet, but he has continued to maintain top 3 status, currently in second, ahead of Martirosian, who had a wonderful frame, Wai Kin Yong in fourth, Chris Brewer out in 5th. Now, as we get closer and closer to the 17, the most important thing in terms of things on the docket is the moment that's on us right now. This is a full redraw. You could end up at a table full of invitees/VIPs. You could end up at a table full of pros. The only caveat is you cannot be at a table with your partner, whomever it is that you entered into this event with. That doesn't happen until the final 2. So when we come back from this break, Ras, there's going to be a lot to unpack for yourself and Henry Kilbane, who's going to be replacing me. And you're going to have a third person in the booth in Dylan Weissman, who you can bounce some ideas off of.
Certainly, yeah. When we get back, I'm sure the main thing we're going to dive into is, hey, let's analyze these new redraws, see what's going on, what tables might be a little softer, a little weaker, chip positions, and where do we think this is going. So stick around, and we'll get into that after this break.
Sounds good. All right, with that, we send you to the break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with more coverage of this 200K Invitational.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Attention MTT players. We're excited to announce the most significant advancement in ICM solving history. Now, with GTO Wizard AI, you can study post-flop ICM strategies with unparalleled speed and precision. Whether you're competing in classic MTTs, satellites, PKOs, or mystery bounties, this upgrade lets you simulate any payout structure, bounty format, and stack sizes.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Welcome back to the Sporting here in Monte-Carlo for continuing coverage of the $200,000 Triton Invitational. Brian Rass alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, stepping in for Arlene Najad. And I'm looking over at the scoreboard, and it is the end of day one. Chip leader Linus Love still ruling the roost. Brian, he's got 141 bigs, and this man's looking to take down this $5 million top prize.
Oh, yes, he is. And he's been playing some pots. He's been active. So definitely gunning for it, and why not with the chip lead?
I got a funny feeling against this lineup, specifically Korzanen, who we saw yesterday, started playing poker allegedly earlier on this year, 2024, sold a stock exchange company, done very well for himself in the business world, now venturing and dabbling into the high-stakes poker realm. and not afraid to play big pots. I mean, we saw him just rip it in against Winfried Yu with Jack 10-0 on an Ace A6 board for like 60 bigs. Like, this guy, if he feels like you're up to no good, he will play big pots against you.
He did just fold king queen suited to a 3-bet, so he definitely, you know, has gears and doesn't always just stick it in. But you know who else I'm excited to see at that table?
Tell me.
Is Perez.
Yeah.
I mean,
Davy Jones, man.
Yeah, I mean, I've just heard so much, and then he sat down in an earlier Triton tournament, and people were like, the cash game GOAT. And I was like, okay, great. And then, you know, I got pulled off the commentary and haven't seen too much. He ended up final tabling, and I didn't do that final table. But I'm ready to see, you know, they're a little deeper now. Perez maybe a little bit more in his element, having a bit more blinds to work with. Let's see some post-flop moves.
And he's battled against Linus so much over the years. I mean, Perez is the guy that is allegedly holding down the lobby in some of the highest stakes cash game environments. And, you know, in order to hold down a lobby, you have to beat the end boss. And the end boss for quite some time was Linus. So, yeah, Perez sitting on the left of Linus.
Didn't know that. See, dropping that good knowledge, aren't you?
There's a lot of fun going on here. We've got Punsri, Hrabets, Yaroshevsky, Kisichogoglu, and, of course, the Bulgarian Kulev, who is also incredibly aggressive. Let's not take our attention away from the red feature table, by the way. I mean, we've got some absolute weapons over there. Tan Xuan, who can just play 100 big blind pot out of nowhere as well.
Love seeing him at the feature.
Klein, Vaska Boynikau, Ponakov, Lundlund, Greenwood. So we really do have just an eclectic mix of talent and people willing to play big pots. 47 left.
I think that red table, I think 6 of the 8 players are from the invitee.
It looks like it, yeah.
So it's an invitee-loaded table.
We'll see if the likes of Greenwood and Ponakovs can navigate that one well, as they have. I mean, we say the invitee, you side of the bracket, you have VIPs, but these VIPs know a thing or two about poker.
Of course, yes. That's part of the reason why I use the word invitee. I don't like using the word VIP, right, because of the implication. But I do think if you want to contrast the two tables, I believe the blue table has 6 of the pros, along with Orpin with his Savage hat and, you know, status as quite the accomplished tournament player, actually, whereas the red table has 6 invitees. So, you know, as we're going back and forth on this frame, maybe we can contrast and see if there's differences in play between the two, or maybe there won't be.
Let's throw it down. 5.1 million for the champion. We're playing down to the final table today here in Monaco. Still a long old ways to go, of course, given that there are still 47 people in the mix. Only 17 places paid. Min cash of 320,000. So we really do have it all today. I mean,
we have even more than that, because my understanding is that we're about to get a special guest. The third, I love it when we get another pro coming in here to help with the commentary. It's none other than Dylan Wiseman, who just got in town today and is going to join us.
He is indeed. He flew out to the Triton Series for the very first time, this time last year. Joined us in Monte-Carlo. And, I mean, Dylan's made a splash on the Triton Tour, Brian. Montenegro played the 100K PLO main event, came second for $1,666,000. What a way to kind of burst onto the Triton PLO scene. Welcome to the booth.
Very, very
Dylan
happy
Wiseman.
to be here.
How you doing, man?
I'm stoked.
You getting in town for the back end? You're going to flick in the main?
Most likely.
And then just do your thing in the PLO streets.
100%. I'm actually here for the booth run good. That's what I was promised last year. I showed up to Triton.
I respect it.
Bricked all the 2 card.
Okay.
Got in the booth. Chopped the main.
There we go.
Yeah, no, you don't go against science, right? Like, once something happens once, it has to happen again.
So you hear, that's what we're here for. All right? Give some of that run goods. You get in there, maybe even right off the bat on the main this time. Got to do it. See, you really figured it out, because this time you're in the booth right off the bat upon landing. I love it.
Yeah, iteration is the key to success, right? Brick everything. Don't do the same thing you did last time, right? Like, that's how poker works. We're all about small sample sizes, big adjustments here.
It's like when you're all in, you got 15%, 2 cars to come, they start unmicing, putting the backpack on, and and then they get there.
It's sharp.
It really is.
coming from an online background and then showing up to these live streets, I really didn't understand all the voodoo that existed. But as I've been on the tour for a longer period of time, it's just, you can see the people that have it down, and they don't share it publicly. Like, they kind of do it and then it gets called out, but the voodoo is real, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, you hang out with the likes of Shaman O'Dwyer long enough, and even if he doesn't share exactly what he's doing, you learn a thing or two. You pick it up. I've started seeing some of the newcomers to Triton even trying to implement some of his magic. The likes of Korzanen, who's ventured out to a Triton series for the first time.
He's been fantastic to watch.
Man.
Absolutely. I love people who show up with spice. They're like newer players who have the inclination to be aggressive versus being passive. Those are the ones that we want to keep our eyes on for the years to come.
Certainly. So you've been watching some of the coverage before you came?
Oh yeah, I've watched almost all the coverage so far.
Let's go.
Yeah, no, I'm stoked. I love Triton. These are the best tournaments. They're the best fields. They're put on with the highest production. Like, it's a poker player's dream to be able to watch these and really learn from all the top professionals in these fields.
My question, Dylan, is whilst you were watching the streams, did you click the like button on
Of course,
YouTube?
and
Of course you did.
and subscribe.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Liked and subscribed as we throw it down to what I personally think is going to be the most entertaining of the two tables. I don't want to take anything away, but you know, you've got Perez, Lolliger, Kulev, Korzanen, that row of death, if you will, all willing to play monster pots.
I love playing poker with Kulev specifically, not in that I think he's a bad player, because he's just such a beast, and the way that he can find aggression in situations that are maybe not intuitive to a lot of poker players, you can really tell how studied he is, how composed he is. Like, even just sitting at the table, you know, he's getting a massage, looks really casual, but there's an absolute crusher there.
100%. Joined us for the first time in Vietnam last year, about a year and a half ago. Has already earned 6.2 million on the tour, picked up 1 title, 15 cashes.
Really interesting decision there from Linus. Kulev opens off of about 30 UTG, and Linus just pitches the 2 6s. Immediately you can see the well-studiedness in that situation. Oh, of course, and then it's got some spice possibly, though.
Gambledore is the name that has been given by Aussie, I believe. Gambledore.
Yeah, listen, because Kulev is short.
Yeah.
And he flats behind. You don't have as much implied odds, and other stacks can attack the short stack with light 3-bets that you don't really want to face as the caller in position. So, nice decision, I agree.
Oh, there we go. Case in point, Yaroshevsky just proving both you gentlemen right straight off the bat. 3-betting on the button to 70k.
Interesting choice choosing the suited combination of Queen Jack. I think that this gets into a flat at a frequency at 30 bigs versus UTG. So electing to go with 3-bet. There's not sure if there's mixing happening, but always fun to see people finding aggressive lines when there's a possibility to be passive as well.
And do you think that's going to be more relevant against someone like Kulev, who's perhaps a few pips wider than other players under the gun off 30?
I think Kulev's just going to find all the opens. So not that he's quote-unquote too wide. He just is opening the appropriate amount of combinations.
Right.
And so he's going to have the King 8 suited, he's going to have the Ace 6 suited of the world, and all of those are going to be folding a 3-bet, right? Your min-raise range under the gun is pretty polar in that you just have immediate folds and then a lot of continues, and Queen Jack does block some of your best continues.
So for those of you just joining us, we played 2 levels already. That was where everything was 50-50. So the pools were merged and evenly split, and then we had that 30-minute break. A complete random seat draw has been made, and on this table, it's 6 players from the pro side of the bracket, 2 from the VIP side of the bracket. Then on the red feature table, there's 6 VIPs and 2 pros. So just talking about different forms of variance in poker, especially with this format.
Hey, so Dylan, I'm curious, what have you heard about Roberto Perez? I'm trying to find out more.
I played with him in the 100K at WSOP for about 4 hours, and I just had a homie tell me that he was an end boss. And that's about all the data that I have. And he played like an end boss. Played very aggressively. you could definitely tell that he was well studied. In terms of tournaments, I don't think he has a ton of results from what I could tell. And it does take time to transition from being a cash game M-boss to a tournament M-boss. They're different skill sets, but someone who's that well studied to be able to get to the top of cash, even if there's a little bit of lag time, I think will eventually get there in the tournament streets as well.
100%. I mean, they were saying quite openly on the table the other day that he just plays these for fun, just to mix it up. Like,
that's fun.
Which is insane, because they're always saying the cash game guys have all the money, and he's just like, yeah, I'll rock up to Triton and just, you know, fire a few comps, battle against the boys, have some fun.
I do think that the transition for those of you that weren't in poker 10, 15 years ago, the general idea was that tournament players were less well studied, less theoretical, and that the cash game players were more mechanically sound. And over time, that's actually just changed, where I think there's now a perception that the most well-studied players are tournament players because it is just more complicated. So to have one of these top cash game players transition into tournaments is definitely an old-school throwback. By the way, great shove here by Punat, finding the 4-bet shove.
Fantastic pickup there for number one on Thailand's all-time money. Let's just wagging the finger in the face of the two-time Triton champ, Roman Hrabets, who picked up his second title earlier this series in the 40K mystery bounty.
I would say 15 years ago, just to like adjust your vocabulary.
Please.
I don't know if studied is the right word. I feel like once you got to the top in poker more than 10 years ago, you generally weren't there because of studying. Because there just wasn't, wasn't the same. It's not like you could study solvers. So it was some mix of, I don't want to say you weren't working hard, thinking about the game, perhaps talking with people, some amount of studying, your own creative thinking, your own way of formulating your ranges, talent, whatever you want to call it, but not as much of an emphasis on studying, getting to the top. I don't know. I mean, I felt 10 plus years ago that, or not even felt, just a very small part of my week-to-week regime was actually studying poker. But I would think very deeply, like, about hands that I played and talk about with people, you know? So, I don't know. And I felt that was probably true about a lot of, like, Michael Thuretz, a lot of the guys, if you go back, the old cash game GOAT type players.
That makes sense. The technology wasn't there.
No.
Maybe a better way of saying it was those who were perceived as the best poker players, maybe not the most well-studied.
Yeah, play cash.
Yeah, were the cash game players. Whereas now I think that, especially with Triton and all the other high-stakes series, you have this perception that generally the best players are now tournament players, which also makes sense because the largest cash games in the world are primarily private. So you actually don't get the best poker players in high-stakes cash anymore. It's not a meritocracy in the same way that tournaments are.
Yeah, and you can, you know, I mean, you can make a lot of money in tournaments now, way more than you could 10 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Like, think about how much guys, it's pretty easy to do 5 million in buy-ins in a year. Like, just coming to Triton, the WSOP, and, like, you're already pretty much there. Yeah. So you throw in some other stops online, and you're way clearing 5 million just in buy-ins. So
that's if you're firing one bullet.
Yeah.
Yeah, Triton gets expensive. Bricking at Triton is not a fun experience at all.
Yeah, we calculated this stop, and I believe it's $1,035,000 to one bullet everything.
Oh man! And the majority of these players.
There's only 3 PLO tournaments, so it's almost all no limit.
Yeah. Love the flat here by Tanchuan.
Yeah, playing a mystery hand with Ponakovs, who's opened off of around, what's that, 55 bigs from +1.
This hand could have found 3-bet as deep as we are, king-queen suited. Very, very good combination. Do not fault him for finding a flat. Very interesting board. I'd say that Ponakovs is going to find check with a majority of his range here. Maybe even like range check this board.
Yeah, because Tan can have a lot of offsuit combos that smash this board, flatting the button this deep. So even though Ponakovs was the opener, it's not like he really has a range advantage.
I'd say that Ponakovs is winning. He's winning in overpairs, but in polarity, they're relatively equivalent. They're both going to have 9s and 10s. Ponakovs is going to have more queens, but queens would play check anyways as a trap. So And then they're probably also equivalent in like the king jacks of the world and the jack 8 suiteds of the world. I think Tan's one specifically is going to have more jack 8 suited than others might, flatting the button here.
I agree, but then because Tan's range is narrower, it composes a larger portion of it, I think.
Yep. Yeah, he has more density of interacting with this board.
Oh, wow, check raise. Ponikovs looks all business today. I mean, he's deep in that hoodie.
Yeah.
Like, that's not standard procedure for him. Look, giving away nothing. Like, normally he's, especially this early in a tournament, kind of more boisterous and talky, chatty.
Sometimes you just show up and it's your day to battle.
Yeah.
Like, it is what it is.
200K is a pretty good pick for that.
It is. I agree. Really tough spot here for Tan, actually, because Ponikovs is going to find all of his bluff check raises in this node. He'll find like the ace jack of hearts at a frequency. He'll find obviously like ace jack suited, things like that. So king queen doesn't perform amazingly against that range. Obviously, Ponikovs will also still have like the suited aces of the world, but a lot of those just check call. They don't play check raise. 10 of hearts is a very, very interesting turn card. It's usually going to be better for Tan than it is for Ponikovs.
I agree. I also think Ponikovs is a guy, if I'm Tan, I'm never folding king queen. Ponikovs is a guy who finds flop aggression.
Mm-hmm.
So I just, especially with the gutter, you know, top pair, good kicker, overside of the gut shot. Now is when I think real questions start getting asked with king queen as opposed to the flop. It feels like Tan can have more 10x. Ponikovs is still betting. And it just seems like Ponikovs is never really, for value, betting a weaker hand than king queen here.
I completely agree.
So, tough spot. I don't expect Tan to fold, but I won't be shocked if he does.
King and queen of diamonds are an interesting choice because it does unblock all of the backdoor heart combinations that Ponikovs will have to put into his check raise here. And those are the combos that he's finding turn aggression with as well. So these specific suits I think are better for continuing with as Tan. Not a pretty river card.
How about this for a run out? Backdoor hearts getting their 4-liner on board. Ponikovs with just less than pot back after check raising, flop and barreling turn.
Yeah, I think if, assuming Ponikovs ends up betting here, I feel like if he's bluffing, it's going to come from kind of like king, potentially ace x of spade combos, although I agree he check calls those a lot. Maybe even a hand like ace king off with a heart.
Ace king off with ace of hearts or king of hearts I think makes sense. It just, we're getting very sparse in the bluffing range here.
I agree.
I'm very interested in his sizing choice. My assumption is that he'd probably have two sizings on this river. He'd have a small sizing and a big sizing. Goes a check.
I mean, if we're Tan, I think we're just pretty happy to check and hope Ponikovs was giving up.
This man wants to turn king queen into a bluff and try to get pocket aces to fold. Not going to. That body language feels very check backy.
But Tan definitely takes his time to think through spots. I've noticed that. I mean, he was in that cash game I did, and when they
380.
Oh my goodness, what an animal.
That's what I'm, yeah, bad read on the body language, but he did want to turn king queen into a bluff here. That's wild.
Wow, Ponikovs snap calling with the backdoor nut flush. How about it? 1.2 million chip pot going Ponikovs' way, and Dylan, you were dialed in on that one when it came to the hands like ace jack, ace x of hearts that could be check raising, and yeah, precisely that. Ponikovs finding it through the back door.
Really lovely check on the river too. I think he kind of knew his man well there to know that Tan's going to be someone who will find, like, I think the majority of players are just checking back king queen trying to win against like the bricked spade draws and things like that. Tan, I think, recognized he didn't have the best hand, but when you have the king and queen of diamonds, it does unblock all of those like backdoor flush draw combinations as you alluded to. It's very interesting. Like, and also Monaco's is just going to find all of those. The flop check raise is a real thing, so being able to find it, very, very cool.
I think one thing is if King Queen of Diamonds is better to call turn, it might be worse to bluff river because you'd rather have the spades so he doesn't have spades because you're trying to bluff him off of like aces, right, or kings or ace queen.
You also make him have hearts more often.
Yeah, so it's better to have a heart. One heart or a spade, I think, right? It's interesting.
Pre-flop collision here. Orpen just re-jamming for 9 bigs against Kulev. Looking for an ace or a queen to stay alive. Can he find it? No. The Bulgarian's going to hold. Orpen Kishagoglu out in 47th. Tell you what, you don't want to give Kulev a stack.
Scary person to have a stack. Henry, you took a year off from this, right?
I did, yeah.
How's it feel coming back? Have you been enjoying getting back into the booth, getting back into the action?
Yeah, so me and Ali have actually been out in Riga filming, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say this, Triton TV series. And it's just been incredible, man. I think the content that Triton are putting together, trying to just extend their reach to the masses around the world is some of the best poker content out there, and to just be a part of it as a poker fan,
Yeah.
And this is, for me, I mean, it's kind of like a bit of a dream come true. It's like a 15-year-old that used to watch these crushers just boss around on TV to now call the action is so fun, man. Such a privilege.
That's awesome. Yeah, these tournaments themselves, we're so fortunate to have all these aired and to get to watch them. It just, as a poker fan myself, like I'm here on my day off. Just like I would be watching this anyways. That's why I'm in the booth, because it's so cool.
I couldn't agree more, man. I think we're really spoiled nowadays, actually, compared to, let's say, 15 years ago, to just be able to log into YouTube and you just have this free of charge.
100%.
I think especially from the perspective of, we want to watch some of the best players in the world. Throwing a little bit of shade to programs like High Stakes Poker or whatever, but it's just, you weren't really watching the best players in the world like 10, 15, 20 years ago at any kind of high frequency. Like maybe when Phil Ivey got on there or something, but for the most part, I mean, that was the no limit game. Like I was salivating to get to play, I didn't get to, but for like $1,200 an hour.
Yeah.
Like I'd pay $1,200 an hour to play that game, much less get paid, right? So back in the day even. So I'm just saying, like, we're actually watching a lot of the best, probably most of the very best No Limit Hold'em players, tournament players in the world are here. And as Dylan said, they're the ones who are the most studied right now, right? That's why they're doing 5-10 million plus in buy-ins a year, which wasn't ever available in the past. And it's just attracted the best of the best who are here in a meritocracy where they don't have to fight, to get a spot in some kind of private cash game and can just come compete at their leisure. And now we get to watch them.
Yeah, speaking of well-studied, this was a flop that Ponikov, I think, used a 2/3 sizing on, which makes sense under the gun versus big blind defend. Big blind is going to have like the 2 pairs in some of the sets, but Ponikov's is winning in all the over pairs, and so he immediately wants to put pressure on the big blind range on these like low connected boards. That's a general theme that you'll see is kind of a larger flop sizing, especially at the 30-ish big blind stack depth, because we're trying to get all the money in by the river. Turn, this is a very, very clean value bet by Ponikov's because his king interacts really well to unblock all of the like one pair, like pair plus straight draw combinations that Lone Loon will have in the big blind. This is a kind of a check shove combination, especially blocking pocket kings. Be very interested to see if he goes with call or with shove here.
Yeah, I like shove as well. You really put a lot of pressure on one pair hands like this that are kind of value betting, but don't, now behind any hand that's check shoving, which is probably mostly 2 pair plus other than combo draws. So
one thing that I think a lot of poker players, he's going to find it.
He's
Great
found it.
shove. Snap asking for a count too. That's really cool. One thing that I think a lot of poker players new on their journeys haven't quite learned yet is that the way that you gate aggression, like an aggressive player like Ponikov's, is with more aggression. You do not try to trap them. You fight their aggression with more aggression because that means that they cannot be as aggressive into you. So even if he gets snapped off here, just finding this shove in a Triton environment means that in the future, people aren't going to be able to find these kind of thinner turn value bets at as high of a frequency because they know that they're going to get played back at with these combinations. So it's a fantastic shove, not just for this individual hand, but in his overall poker strategy because it's going to make it so that players like Ponakov's, ooh, he finds a bet call. What a sicko. But yeah, can't exploit him as much.
Talking of the best in the world, Ponakov's name seems to always be thrown in the mix. He's got 66% equity against Lunlun. One card to come. Club 7 or a deuce needed. Doesn't find it. And Ponakov's goes from 600k up to 1.7 in the space of an orbit.
Yeah, what an orbit for him.
What
He's
a
up
bet
there with
call.
Linus now.
We have ourselves a new tournament chip leader, ladies and gentlemen.
I'd be interested to look at that one in the computer. King 5 suited might even be like too good to shove, theoretically. I'm not sure on this one, but either way, finding the shove is really cool, whether or not it was optimal from a theoretical perspective.
Which one?
But sick call by Ponikov. Bet and call by Ponikov. It's just knowing the strength of his hand on that board texture and being able to execute correctly.
Well. There you go, Dylan. We can check it out on GTO Wizard later on, the #1 training app for poker players with more MTTs with precise ICM solutions. You can head on over to GTO Wizard's socials, X and Instagram, to be in for a chance to win a 1-year subscription. You want to make optimal decisions in high-pressure spots. GTO Wizard AI has you covered. You can study any situation using any bet size, making it the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. Check it out, gtowizard.com.
It's a great tool. Outside of running my own solutions for Hold'em, GTO Wizard's what I use primarily, and their sims are good. Their software is really efficient. I think that they made a fantastic product, especially their practice tool for those players that want to treat it like a video game. I think I heard you talking about that as well. But they really did a good job building their product and putting good solutions into it, because there's a lot of dusty sims out there. I don't know if people know that the public market's got some dusty sims, and GTO Wizard has done a good job of making sure their sims are nice and polished.
My biggest takeaway from what you just said is that you've been listening to the streams without muting us, Dylan. I really appreciate that, man. You've actually been paying attention.
Yeah. It was a travel day. Y'all have soothing voices. Nice to sleep on a plane.
Glad you've been enjoying the show. I'm looking forward to seeing you battle later on in
the
this
Wi-Fi
series.
on planes is getting better and better.
Yeah.
You can actually stream stuff
I've
now.
heard
It's
some
great.
insane stories from some of these guys playing like 501k whilst on flights, bro, on like the apps and stuff. I'm like, you boys are crazy.
I ain't got that in me. My Jewish neuroticism would just go crazy. I can't play that big on a plane.
Yeah. I mean, Tan not getting any action.
It's always sad when a man like Tan Chuan doesn't get action when he has kings, because he gives so much action. So I think it extra tilts him relative to other, tighter player, 3-bets with kings. Like, well, I haven't been playing that many hands. Tan's like, I've played more hands than anyone else at this table, publicly, as a wild man. And it's just, you can see it.
Definitely talking, I don't know anymore, but something about Ponakov's and that, because I feel like after he said it, give the shake and looked over where Ponakov's would have been at the table from his.
I don't know. Maybe. You can watch TV.
Ponakov started the day with a little over starting stack. I believe he bagged 360,000.
I also wanted to see the flop.
It's the dream. You
So I
just
played poker,
survived
yeah.
day one and then just insta spin up now, and a good time to do it because listen, fam, there's only 45 people left. We aren't really there yet, but we're starting to slowly drift into the part where people will think about ICM and making the money.
I think that's something that the best players in the world are very aware of, and it makes sense that you're alluding to it, Brian, because you have your pulse on this very strongly as well as a tournament player, is that ICM starts when the tournament starts. It's just a gradient, right? Like, you're in a poker tournament, you're not in a cash game. So like, yes, you can play for chips at any point early on, but the best players are really tuned into pacing and understanding where the inflection points are in different tournaments, depending on the field, depending on the distribution of chips, if there's like a big chip leader or if everyone is equal. And I think that the general poker player thinks about that from the perspective of like on the bubble or at the final table. But the better players are really in tune with the idea that it's actually more of like a continuous gradient over time instead of a step function. So Ponikov's is for sure thinking about the fact that even though we only cash at less than half the field that's left, that he can start to apply a little bit more pressure just because it makes sense for him to do so to set himself up even better for being on the bubble in a good situation.
Well, it's interesting that you two bring this up because I'm just scrolling through his Triton track record now, and this isn't a guy that has min cashes. This is a guy that you look at his results: 4th place, 6th place, 5th place, 5th place, final table bubble of the 100K main 10th, 6th place, 6th place, 4th place, 5th place. These are his cashes in a row: 5th, 7th, 1 min cash for 19K, another min cash for 17K. But it just seems like he's either in there, you know, reaching the FT with a healthy stack, or he's out the door early, just playing super aggressively as we work our way down to the money.
That's actually something that Alim Sirovic, I know that he has a black hat over his name at this point, but something that he did incredibly well in No Limit Hold'em tournaments is that he went incredibly aggressive for future game, for trying to make himself win the tournament. Not min cash, not like have an average stack, but he played super aggressively leading up to the bubble so that he could get to the place where he'd have a stack to contest the bubble and then eventually contest the final table. I think that Ponikov's does a great job of that as well.
I'm sure we'll be seeing more of Ponikov's as Klein now looks to extract some value after rivering 2 pair, unfortunately for him. The Frenchman's got just ace high.
How do I pronounce this person's name?
I'm going with Morihane. That's what I've been going with.
Morihane? He's got some spice.
He has.
I love the spice.
Yeah, he's been in the mix.
Yeah.
In a very, you know, out of line way in some spots.
Did you see his tens bluff? There was a pot versus Petrangelo where he cut off, Petrangelo opens, he 3-bets button, call, ace, king, little, flush draw, check, small bet, call, pair the ace, double flush draw, check, check. River is, I think, a total brick. I don't know, the heart flush, the flush on the flop got there. Petrangelo bets kind of small. He just 2 tens, no heart, just raises. Petrangelo snap called. It was 50K, 250K, insta call. Shows the tens, ace queen wins.
Nikki P is not a great person to bluff. Like, I have gotten snapped off by that man multiple times in large buy-in poker tournaments. He just has a sense of sniff on him, as Ollie would say, that most poker, like, one, he's so studied in game theory, so when people are getting out of line, he really knows where, like, how they're getting out of line and where they have too many combos and things like that. But that's not only it. He just has an amazing sense of sniff, Nikki P does.
Yeah, he can. I mean, I wouldn't call him a wild man, but he's also a guy who, when you're watching these streams, can just like show up with an animal bluff in spots that like probably other players don't find.
I agree. Interested to see Greenward's decision here. The king tens of the world tend to be a choice for 3-bets, usually the offsuited variant at this stock depth, so it makes sense that we're seeing the flat from the king 10 suited.
Yeah?
Vasco Barnicow has both players dominated. Confidence has to be at an all-time high after he took down the 200K. Sorry, the 125K main in Montenegro. The last stop for 4.7 million.
He was hyped. He showed up to the PLOs the next day. Absolutely. Like, he was beaming. He came, I think they had like the yacht party the day afterwards. He came directly from the yacht party to play the PLOs. He was so stoked.
He came second in the 25K PLO for 371,000.
What are we talking about?
Vascaboyne account?
Yes.
Yeah, he couldn't overcome the Finnish bulldozer that was Samuli Sapia.
Yes.
In that little stretch, Sammy had maybe the most wild stretch of PLO tournament wins ever this
It's
year.
pretty impressive.
Literally, like 2 Tritons, 3 PGTs, all within like a 2-week period or something ridiculous. Or I guess within like a 6 tournament period. It was absolutely insane. And then he had a kid. It was great month for him.
Look at this.
我怎么发
Flop that kind of hits all 3 players.
Interesting choice to bet here from Tan. I don't know what the computer would choose. I don't think it would choose this big of a sizing into 2 ranges. Like 10-9x is a very good flop for like a flatting range, like Sam Greenwood's range here. So getting bet into for a big sizing is a little bit uncomfortable, even though you have top pair, good kicker.
Sam is considering raising right here. See if that's what he does. I mean, Town doesn't have that many chips.
Which sizing would you choose?
Well, there's your answer.
Something like that, yeah. I like it. It still gives you an option to get away versus like all in, basically back to you. Kind of committed yourself to playing the pot with 10.
I honestly was thinking smaller. Like I was thinking 120. It's like kind of a polar spot. You just do not need to raise very large. And even having the king covered is really clean, because if you make it too small and you don't have a king in your hand, you like make ace king be able to continue really cleanly against you. But you even have that blocked.
Yeah, no, I like that. 120 is good. Yeah, I would definitely go under 3x.
Tan's not going anywhere. SPR around 0.5 going to the turn.
There's a couple death cards here. King of diamonds, King of hearts. That's going in.
Deuce of hearts on the turn now, giving Tan a flush draw to go along with his open ender and 2 overs. Still has 45% of the equity with 1 card to come.
Yeah, if you made it a little smaller, like 120, the pot's 333, right, with 210 back, which is still great.
Yeah.
I like 120. It's a good pick.
All you can eat. Snap call from Tan. Greenwood.
A lot of outs.
Getting it in good, but has a lot to fade.
Picture.
King, queen, jack, 8 hearts needed. As he tries to call it in.
Okay.
Greenwood's calling for a deuce.
No, 2. 2. Okay.
He's called it in.
Very good. 2 times.
753k pot. Going Tan's way.
That adds a lot of spice to this tournament.
It really does.
Yeah.
I reckon Ponakov's heart rate went up a little bit there as he sees Tan chip up to 750k. Is that okay?
By the way, don't we see like Tan and Sam couldn't be like from just like a personal standpoint more different? Tan is sitting there like half the time like looking over and like trying to stare him down, like are we gonna like throw down right here? And Sam just like not once looking over, like one person talking very forcefully as if he's about to fight. Sam like a lot more understated. No, a 2. Like someone didn't even hear him. He's like, no, I'm calling for a 2.
That is some of the voodoo that I learned from Nachito recently.
Oh yeah?
Is you don't call for cards that you don't want to come. You call for cards that you do want to come. That was I made that mistake for a long time. I was always calling for what I didn't want to see.
Okay.
And then in the last year, my wife was like, "Yo, you need to switch this up." Like, Nacho does it, and I don't know how I'm just kidding, Nacho, but Nacho does it where he just calls for the cards and he keeps getting them. So you need to call for cards that you want. And since then, huge upswing. So that was another really big piece of voodoo that I learned.
I need to switch that up then. I call for cards I don't want.
I just don't think that's it.
Yeah,
I think you got to ask for what you want.
I'm the same as you, Brian. I'm maybe we need to mix it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I call for cards I don't want, but
yeah, you can't live in fear.
I call for my opponent's cards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I do sometimes.
Yeah.
When I'm like a huge favorite. It's like he has like 2 outs. I just call for his pair to hit or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't seem to come very often, but
you're a sicko.
Normally in like flip spots, I just don't call for a card. But yeah, in flip spots, I'm gonna call for cards I want. I like it.
I've been getting a bit cocky. I've just been like saying I haven't lost a flip in a long time, and I'll say it out loud, like ace king against queens, and I'll just hold, man.
How much volume are you? Don't you play PLO?
I haven't been playing much PLO. I was playing earlier this year, but I've been dabbling in no limit hold'em tournaments.
You don't want to play PLO tournaments are where it's at. I'm actually going to preach the good word here now that I have a big audience. PLO tournaments are where it's at right now, and they're only getting bigger.
I've seen it, man. I mean, the numbers keep increasing. We've now got 100K on this trip.
There's like 600K PLOs this year. There'd been one before this ever. It was last year. There was the first 100K PLO. I think we have 6 this year. And
That's right,
next year there's going to be even more. It's coming up. And what's nice about them is that there's a lot of equalization that happens earlier in the tournament just because the variance is so much higher. But then later in the tournament, the skill expression is still there.
Maybe even there to a greater extent. I think a lot of people seem to believe that there's less very well studied PLO tournament players than there are in No Limit Hold'em. Seems like a reasonable thesis.
I would just say that that's objectively true. Just because it's so much harder to study PLO tournaments than it is like in Hold'em, we have the GTO Wizards of the world where all the solutions are really good, easy to find. In PLO tournaments, there are solutions out publicly, but a little bit dusty, not necessarily great. Speaking of dusty, this is going to be a confrontation.
Gambled or flopping top pair out of the big blind. Linus has middle set. A single raise pot on the 9-6-4.
What I love about this man is that this is like a 0% lead spot. Like you just never lead this spot ever in GTO, and he is betting almost full pot. Which is it's interesting to play against because I've seen him do this not with just value, right? Like he'd find the 5-7 of hearts, he'd find the 7-8 of hearts, he'd find maybe even 7-8 offsuit. I don't know if he's getting that out of line, but doing this into a player like Linus who will just find so much aggression in position, it's even scarier to me.
Roman needs to be careful with how he marks. I mean, I saw his king of hearts then.
That's not an important card on this board.
Linus with a pretty big decision here
as to
whether to raise or call.
I think you have to. I personally would play raise in this spot.
I would too.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that because I want to say 100% it's correct, but I think I would as well, especially if my opponent's going to have a lot of draws. I definitely want to charge them when I have a set.
Well, this is second against third in chips, battling it out in an inflated pot, 490K in the middle with 2 cards to come.
This is one of the reasons why being very good at game theory allows you to be a phenomenal exploitative player, right? Linus knows that this is a spot where the big blind should not be leading. And so when he is leading, that means that he's looked at his cards, looked at the board, and knows that there's a lot of interaction. And so when you have 2 6s specifically, as Brian was saying, you unblock all of the combinations that can bet and then call a raise. And so it's not just like I have set, I raise, it's more so this is a spot where my opponent shouldn't be betting, therefore he has to have a good hand. And I also have a very good hand, so I'm going to find raise because that's the optimal exploitation, quote unquote, from the deviation that the big blind made.
Yeah, and like maybe not raise 9s.
Yeah, I would call 9s, raise 6s and 4s.
Yeah.
I'd also raise all my overpairs. It's a hefty turn sizing.
It really is. I mean, Linus just signaling to Vladimir that, hey pal, I want to play for all of it.
I kind of see Vladimir getting away from this one.
Yeah.
Linus was trying to get value from like the 5-7 of hearts, the 7-8 hearts of the world, the 6-4, the 6-4s of the world, or the 9-4 suiteds that could show up.
Put in enough money.
Yeah.
200K is enough.
Yeah.
375 more would have been dubious.
Linus retaking the chip lead. Korzalin dropping down to 5th in chips, but still very healthy with 100 bigs.
This is why I love seeing very well-studied players play against wildcards, is because I think that there's a misconception that the well-studied players are just going to only play like the computer would play, like they're not going to deviate. But I think the most studied players know exactly how to deviate. And so you kind of give them more opportunities to do so against these players who are playing such unique play styles or kind of finding themselves in the non-standard parts of the game tree.
Back on over to table 1. Ponokov's is laying down the law. This table captain and tournament chip leader.
I love how deep we are in this tournament.
Yeah, certainly one of the better structures out of the entire series. 17 paid is interesting though. I think this is going to be spicy from like 30 left.
Yeah. It's like a 1.6x min cash also, so not trivial. You studying to get into some of these 2-card tournaments, Henry? You gonna fire some of like the 25K Tritons at the beginning of the series?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I played the 25K in Jeju just for shits and giggles and got Steve O'Dwyer. You know, he kind of just welcomed me to the scene. It's like, hey pal, this is a rite of passage in these streets. And I really enjoyed it. I mean, I loved the experience to play against these guys. I think for me personally, I'll probably end up out in Macau quite a bit next year. It's just 3 hours flight from my home in Phuket, and yeah, cash games seem to be picking up over there. Mainly 2-card. There is some 4-card magic going on, but
do they play Squid there now? Isn't that like the main game?
I'm not sure in public games. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Private for sure, but in public games, I still don't know if it's been introduced. What about stateside? Is that being introduced into public games?
Not in the public games. We're just, for those of you who don't know, we're talking about Squid Game, which is the progressive stand-up game. And what's been happening a lot in the Asian poker scene is that short deck is kind of going away in private cash specifically, and then it's being replaced by the progressive stand-up game. Because that was kind of the intention of short deck, was to have 2 cards and be able to play a lot of hands. And so the progressive stand-up game gives you that opportunity to just kind of get after it. You're supposed to. You're incentivized.
Well, Greenwood's going to get after it here.
Ooh.
Andy
What's
won.
this? 7.5 bigs? 8 bigs?
How would you
play a
approach
lot
this
of hands and do something that isn't very well studied, and the studied part also changed with short deck as well as time went on. So,
yeah, there's definitely a dream machine for short deck. How would you play this, Brian?
+1 dealer. Wow. Yeah, I'm using a time bank now. Also, I mean, my gut is saying there's 8 people at this table. 7.
7, yeah, 7 people.
I don't think call is an option. I think we either click or we fold, just because it's giving Vasco Boinacao too good of a price to come in.
I don't think call is real. I think that Ace-10 suited. Yeah, this is a. I would have probably made it even smaller than 225. I think Ace-10 suited, Ace-Jack off are probably my bottoms here to make this, and then fold to raise.
Tell you what, you two are absolutely locked in today. Sanson comes with the raise over the flat. Gets rid of Vasco Boinacao. Greenwood in great shape to double up and then some. Get back in this fight.
Sam always looks so perplexed. He's like he's such a smart guy, but
very expressive.
Very expressive, yeah. One of my favorite things was last year at this festival. He made the final table of the PLO, and was calling for cards as if he'd never played poker before. He was literally just out there, just like yelling for cards. I think he was stuck on the series or something, but
that's fun.
It was great.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think I'm playing this,
My pressure.
and I'm making it smaller than 220. It's only like 8 blinds. So unless I had reason to believe that one of those 2 players was very tight, because it could even be the opener and then the shover would be adjusting, then I might muck it. But I think standard, I agree. I think it's the weakest hand. I think Ace-10 off I'm mucking.
Yeah, I think Ace-10 suited you have to play, but Ace-10-0 gets in the bin for me.
Not super happy about it though.
No, this to me, I'm not. This is one of those spots where you have to be, you know, the Nicky P's or the Ikes of the world, to actually have studied them so much, because there's just so much to study. So this is not one that I've personally spent time looking at, but that would be my intuition. It's so fun getting to be a fan of poker, you know?
It really is.
It's like we have all these fantastic executors out here. Just like being in the booth and just watching, it's just such a blast.
Especially when you know how many hundreds, if not thousands of hours some of these guys have dedicated to studying the game.
Ponakov's opening wide here into 2 invitees blinds, and with basically the tournament chip lead.
What's your hand?
I like it. Morton,
I do too.
Morton doesn't like to get pushed around though. He's not the softest of big blinds, at least pre-flop.
I would say he's liable to find some 3-bets, but he also overfolds. So actually,
okay,
yeah, based on just what I saw, and I mean, I think it's at the final there was some spot where he folded 9-7 suited. I don't know. I just think I'm opening his blind and just accepting it if I get pushed off my hand. It's okay.
Fun flop. I mean, both players connecting on the ace-6-4. Ponakov's with bottom pair, Morton with middle pair, and some backdoor potential.
I think
deep enough.
Yeah, I think we see a small sizing from Ponakov's here. Could be 33.
Yeah,
even smaller, B25. These high-low, like ace-low-low boards just got very high betting frequency as the imposition raiser.
Client understandably going nowhere. Deuce of Hearts completes the rainbow.
Ponakov's with a kind of interesting decision here about whether or not to barrel this hand.
Yeah,
there's a lot of incentive to get a 6 to fold.
I could definitely see check. Also, Morton called very quickly, and you have the 5 in your hands here blocking like the 5-7, and even if you're getting like 7-8 offsuit to fold is a big win. I would see a big bet here from Ponakov's if he does make it.
Yeah, I'd probably like 2/3 to 80% range. I think you're trying to target 6x if you bet.
Finds check back.
I think check is also perfectly fine.
It does check through. Morton with the 100% check mark next to his name. He's going to pick this one up. Back up to north of 50 bigs. Ponakov's happy to take his showdown.
This is an interesting hand for me because I think that Ponakov's maybe is expecting more like king high, queen high floats from Morton. And so on the low card run out there, I guess the queen is like a pretty bad card for him to bluff river. But on the turn specifically, I think he's expecting more king high, queen high floats to be in Morton's range. So 4x just has enough showdown value in that context. So you don't necessarily have to target 6x if there's enough combinations that you're beating.
The flip side is he still has a decent range advantage, and that's oftentimes expressed by a decent percent of aggression with hands, and his hand picking up the gut shot equity. It makes sense, but I don't know. I'm not trying to say I think he definitely needed to barrel. I just am speculating. It's a pretty interesting spot, and I also wonder how much king and queen high especially, that Morton has. I'm not sure either. It's a small enough bet that he should definitely have a lot of king high. But again, this is a spot where I think sort of the difference between the invitees and the top pros gets expressed in sometimes overfolding those hands that versus what was technically smaller than B25, like almost all king highs are like a forced continue, but like you'll just see plenty of non-super top pros just muck a bunch of those hands and essentially overfold versus a small C bet.
I agree. That's why I think I would have continued the turn against maybe the players who are going to have more of the 6x's and continue it less against the players that have more of the king x, queen x's.
Yeah. It's funny how these just like seemingly simple hands actually have a lot going on to think about. It's also part of the difference, I feel like, when someone's really dialed in, or I'll just be personal, when I'm really dialed in versus not, is being able to, like, in the moment, because you don't have a lot of time to figure all this out when you're playing, but when you're really dialed in and playing your A game, it's like your brain just funnels all this together and you kind of figure out the right decision and execute it, versus times when maybe you're not totally on your A game and, you know, you kind of know what's going on in the spot, but you haven't pieced all this together, including maybe some of the deviations my opponent's doing and how I should proceed.
102. Kulev's going to find 100K sizing here, I think. 102. Close.
That's going to get rid of Linus. Question is, will Gambledore click the fold button and peel one off in position?
This man has 40% of a royal flush.
He folded king queen of spades versus a 3-bet previously.
He's a fill player, Brian, you know? It's
Yeah.
just like depends where the mojo's at the time.
The other time, who was it? Mosbach found a squeeze with ace-9 off a short stack. He was the opener, someone flatted. Mosbach squeezed ace-9 off. He ended up folding king queen of spades.
Top set for Kulev on the ace-king 6. Middle pair.
Oh, yeah, this is a great check spot for Kulev.
Just hoping your opponent makes something.
You just have to check pocket queens, pocket jacks, pocket tens if you chose to squeeze them. They just have to play check. So checking with pocket aces is a great hand to elect to go with.
See if Korsinen takes the bait that's been extended to him twice.
This man also has very intense facial expressions.
Wow, it's kind of a large bet.
It kind of feels like a see where I'm at kind of bet.
Music to the ears of Kulev, especially on a rainbow completing turn card. Not much to be scared about.
I'd be very surprised if he jams here. I think that this is a pretty clear call spot once you go check, check.
Yeah. I think he's also just trying to piece together what exactly Korsinen has.
Yeah,
it's kind of hard to figure out what that is, and I think you come to the conclusion that maybe it's some air, which really lends you to want to just call also.
I agree. Feels like it'll be a check, check over here.
Yeah.
Kulev's on the climb.
Nice, nice, nice.
I love this guy. I mean, this guy just gets an open invite to every Triton. Need to get a petition for the fans to sign that he gets put at every feature table. Some big name bust outs on the outer tables. Dan Smith, Juan Pardo, Sir Watts.
Oh, wow.
Sergio Ido, Daniel Dvoris, Aaron Zhang, just to name a few. Obviously, a few of these were before the break. Stephen Chidwick, Ben Heath, Seth Davies, Bossman Paul Poor, Rob Young, Danny Tang, Ben Tollerine. A lot of big names busting over the last level or so. Artur Martirosyan has taken the chip lead after eliminating Dan Smith. His kings holding up against Dan Smith's pocket jacks, followed by him eliminating Michael Watson, his ace jack, holding against Sir Watts' ace 8. Down to 42. 17 paid.
Players in the Invitational, we have over 2 minutes remaining.
Seems like a flat from Kulev at this stack depth with 8-jack offsuit.
sure he's not excited about letting Linus in the pot a bunch, though. But yeah.
You just want to have some of these good, strong offsuit aces at this stack depth in your small blind flatting range.
I've noticed how Linus doesn't look at his cards. He like he's always asking people how much they're playing, and then he looks. I don't know if there's anything to look into with that, but where he's just calculating stuff before seeing what he's got.
Someone like Linus is going to, once you get that data, he kind of knows what his strategy is going to be. And so I think that he wants to know what his general strategy will be before looking at his cards. Yeah, it might also just be a live read thing. I know a lot of players that started online are a little more self-conscious about giving things away physically at the table. And so getting the data before looking at your cards maybe is like a way to normalize that. 9-high board actually not amazing for the button opener into a small blind flatting range and a big blind over defend. But this is a very good hand, so I probably expect to see a small bet here. B50.
I think some of these 9-high boards, because they're not great, but you have a kind of big overpair advantage in strong hands like that, end up getting pretty large bet sizings when you do bet.
That makes sense.
I think half pot makes a lot of sense here 3 ways.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's like you're immediately polarizing a little bit with your bet, as opposed to a lot of smaller bet sizings can oftentimes be range betty or just like large portions of your range.
Yeah, no, this definitely doesn't feel like a board we're allowed to range bet, so I can see a larger sizing, like a B50. B50 is about the biggest that we see multi-way also.
Yeah. I think some of the highest bet sizings by heads up in position are on like 9-high boards in like, say like hijack versus big blind defend spots.
There's definitely a board that Kulev will have leads on at a frequency, and I think that's what he's thinking about right now. Or a turn, excuse me. No diamond in hand is not good.
This has to be one of Kulev's weakest kind of flop continues there.
I think he was looking to see if he had the ace of diamonds, and that's right now. That was what that check was.
Right, ace jack off, and he had Linus behind him. I probably would have let it go. So I'm curious.
I mean, he has heart and club, so ace of heart, jack of club, which are not bad cards to have if in your 2 overcards. B50 is polar, and so he's not expecting like ace king-ish to use that sizing.
Linus would have got there had he stuck around. As it stands, Roman will win this pot at showdown unless Kulev bluffs him off. You definitely know he's capable of finding these out-of-line bluffs.
This might be one of the worst hands that Kulev shows up to the river with.
He can have like jack 10, I guess.
He can have, he can have the jack 10 suited, but those might have led turn also. Like the 10 block combos will play turn lead at a frequency.
He could probably also have some weaker overcard hands, but that are suited with backdoor flush draw. Like if he didn't 3-bet like king jack suited, king jack of hearts maybe. I don't know. But yeah, it's an interesting bluff here. He doesn't have a diamond.
What would you like to call it, Dylan? Spicy.
Confirm spice.
Spicy plays.
This entire hand from Kulev, in my opinion, is confirmed spice.
Let's go.
The flop call and this river bluff.
Trying to understand his sizing, because this is not a spot that I've looked at. He's using slightly over B50, which means that he's trying to represent polarity. That's like going to be his larger size. I actually don't know if he has a small sizing in this spot either. Just really interesting all around from Kulev. I do like the bluff with this specific combination. just never winning at Showdown.
No, it's never winning at Showdown.
Really?
I think a lot of the hands, if Ace-Jack happen to be good, Roman ends up bluffing.
Mm-hmm.
So
really, really, really tough spot for Roman here because he has to deconstruct Kulev's small blind flatting range, which has a lot of just like suited king. Like he can, is Kulev floating the flop here with like king 8 of clubs, king 8 of hearts? Like those are the combinations that show up in the small blind flatting range. They shouldn't be because he b50'd flop, and so a lot of the like one card with 8 high card combinations that are suited should have just been out of there on the flop. And so it kind of corrals him more into having these overcard heavy combinations. The Jack of Spades, probably not a great card to have.
I wouldn't completely rule out the 8 combos. I mean, to me, I might rather have king 8 of hearts than Ace-Jack off there. It's close. I mean, like, I would have folded Ace-Jack off.
Oh.
Nice fold. A nice call, excuse me.
The one chip flicking. Roman Kravets clicking the call button and scooping a 455k pot. After correctly reverse engineering that one. Took his time with it. He was pained by it. Ultimately falling on the right decision. So we head to outer table, an all-in collision. It went Nikki P open from under the gun. Ramin Hajiev just flat from the hijack off of 40 bigs. Sorry, for 30 bigs. Kyan Mokri jammed for 16 bigs with ace-king. That got rid of Nikki P. Ramin Hajiev called it off with ace-queen of spades. Kyan Mokri at ace-king and held. So Mokri with the double up to 543k. Ramin Hajiev, who I believe finished the day second or third in chips, is down to around 17 big blinds now.
I'm not sure if I've ever played against Alex Kulev, but he seems like a very tough guy.
He's very tiring to
handle.
Against. Yeah,
he sucks to play against.
Yeah,
I played against him a decent amount over the summer. We played EPT. We also played a couple events at WSOP. He's very, very like overly aggressive. He finds there's equilibrium and then there's 2 deviations to the right in terms of aggression. That's where Kulev tends to find himself. Just lots of pressure.
He was invited by Tan Chuen, Brian. That should say enough. Yeah, you know, it's like, okay, if you're Tan's choice, then you're probably a bit aggro.
Yeah, Tan's like, this guy's good. Who's he picking?
Oh man, fantastic call there from Roman.
This format is so unique, the invitee format, just because it creates so many sub-dynamics within a tournament. Like you were talking about the variance, but also just in terms of like who is coaching who, right? Because you know that if you invited someone, you're going to be talking hands with them on break and things like that, right? So you have to not only know who, like, it's not just about the variance of the table draw, but being able to kind of project how each of these invitees are adjusting their play given who is coaching them as well. There's just so many dynamics and layers to this sort of a format.
Couldn't agree more.
I'm not going to say that happens all the time, but I think in general, if you're inviting a professional, you're going to want to chat with them on breaks and things like
there's
that.
And there's also you're going to want to sell a piece, you're going to want to buy a piece, all of that kind of stuff that goes on.
Yeah, wasn't saying that out loud. I was just talking about the general. But yeah, that happens all the time too. We should get one of these 4-card. It'd be great. 4-card invitational.
That would be really fun, actually.
I actually think it would be fantastic.
Speak with them, man. I mean, they're very open-minded to feedback and taking on board what the players say.
It's mostly I think about the invitees and what they want for the invitationals, but I do think that a 4-card, especially because 4-card has become the primary cash game as well. I think it would do pretty well. But
GG's Morihane.
Wow,
this man, Queens, just going broke, surely.
Yeah, I mean, they're not that deep. This is like 40 blinds. I think
Oh, yeah.
queens is just...
Yeah, 36.
It's not... I think even if it wasn't 10, you're still just...
I was thinking if he's supposed to have like a 200K sizing here. Like not just a like if he has a shove and a 200K, or if he just plays. Like I would think that he maybe like a 210 sizing, because you're going to want to have some bluffs that aren't
But I
all in.
think queens probably shoves.
Yeah.
Maybe the smaller sizing would be like aces, kings, and then some like random
Gamble.
aces,
Oh,
kings,
gives him-
ace, king
gives him a
suited,
fist
and then
bump.
maybe like a
Yeah.
some kind of bluff.
Yeah.
Ace 5 suited or something.
Not gamble.
Probably even smaller than 200 though. It's probably like 180.
Yeah, that also might be more of a like a pure ICM dynamic. We're still in soft ICM right now, so I don't know if you need to have that super small sizing.
Tan said gamble pre. Morihane immediately said, "You're not really gambling with kings, are you, pal?" Ace 9-4.
I gamble. I had ace too. Gamble.
Mamacita needed for the Frenchman to stay alive. Doesn't find it. With that,
One time. Only one time.
It's close. You might have.
Tan
Yeah.
bouncing back after that big bluff against Ponokov's early on. Back up to 1.2 million. Did have the Frenchman just covered by a fraction. He had one big blind more.
We have a lot of very fun players with big stacks in this tournament right now.
We really do.
It's going to create some super unique dynamics down the line.
Oh wow, a couple new additions to the top. I mean, top 3 are guys that have been up there: Artur, Planikovs, and Linus. But number 4 is now Nick Petrangelo, and number 5 is Patrick Antonius, who we haven't seen at all in the top 10. He won, looks like this was probably a double. Oh, aces to ace king of Leon Sturm.
Leon's been having a pretty rough run of it here at kings against Linus's aces yesterday.
Yeah, ended up folding.
He did.
It was 5 aces, 5 bet in position. Check call flop, check check turn, and then check bet fold river for like 300 something K.
I thought turn was small sizing, but it could be. Yeah, could have gone check
No,
check.
turn went check check.
Check check. Okay.
I think it was all small cards.
5
with a
4 deuce 2 spades, turn offsuit 5 river 6 of spades.
Yeah.
Completing the flush.
By the way, Roman opening king deuce suited hijack here is what this looks like.
Certainly looks like it. Raised to 30K on the ace queen 9. He continued for 25K. On the 4, he barreled for 75K, and there's now 300K in the middle. And he's rivered a deuce.
It's funny whenever you have the. No, I'm surprised that king deuce suited gets into the opening range here. But when you do have the deuce in your hand and the king specifically on an ace-high board, it's a really good combination to find bets with because it unblocks all of the calling combinations that your opponent can have, like the middling cards that your opponent can have. The deuce makes it the most likely that your opponent has like the middle of the deck, and the king blocks king queen, and then his like ace king flats that are low frequency, even if they exist. Also blocks like king 9 suited, which I think gets in there at their stack depth.
Kulev's been checked to.
It's a spot where after bet and decent sized turn bet, feels like a decent amount of give ups, but if I'm Kulev, I'm still value betting, I think. Our hand's just too good.
I don't know if there's any worse ace-x that goes
bet, check, right?
check, yeah. Legitimately. Kind of just feels like a you're dead or not spot. Like his ace 10. Ace 10 was probably not even using this line either. I'm really unclear. Oh, I guess he's still finding it though.
Yeah, I like this play by Kulev. I don't know. I sort of agree with you, but sometimes in these spots, I just go with my feel that like
Yeah.
I have the best hand.
Roman does have a pair of 2s here. Technically beats Jack 10 suited, King Jack suited.
You can get called by not an ace. I mean, it's not as likely, but
I guess what I'm questioning is how much not ace value combinations are in hijack open, bet flop, bet turn. That just seems like a very sparse range generally, but well played by Kulev just to find call shove.
Clawing some back off of.
I also think when
rabbits.
you're a guy, especially like him, who is just we're already, we've been talking about how aggressive he is, and he can find himself in spots, and you have bluffs. It's like when you have a hand that's probably good, you just might as well value bet it too because you get called more.
I agree.
Yeah, Prince of Darkness, Ike Caxton.
I think in those spots, if you're a tighter player, it's sometimes good to find the checkbacks because you don't get called more, and then you're actually kind of getting trapped more than somebody just heroes you. But it's the opposite is true, I think, when you're an aggressive player in those spots.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Ike joining the table with a very healthy 55 big blinds, just north of average, currently 15th in chips.
What is Igor's background? I know that he's been playing Tritons for a little bit. Was he an online player? I wasn't aware of him.
I personally wasn't too familiar with him. I saw him out in Merit in Cyprus before joining the Triton series. He was playing some of like the 5Ks and 10Ks out there. And I think he was doing pretty well. And then, then ended up joining us over here. And he's kind of been coming to these ever since.
Yeah, I think he won. I think he won something in Montenegro, if I remember correctly.
He did. Picked up his first title in the 50K Bounty Quattro for $1 million and change. He's had some impressive results. Came 5th in the 125K main there as well for 1.4 million.
He had a great stop in Montenegro. He had 3 final tables and a win. Picked up, almost 3 million in total winnings. Not too shabby.
Playing a mystery hand with Ike as the mystery is fun because we get to see how good we are against the solver. Like there's not someone I know in poker that obviously he has exploits and things, but he tries to find the optimal answer at a higher frequency than almost anyone else that I know, both in 2-card and 4-card. He's just so well studied.
How about the check back on the flop from Yaroshevsky?
I can see it. He's trying to gate aggression. Low paired boards are pretty good for the big blind defender because Ike is going to have all the suited 4x variants, whereas Yaroshevsky only has the ace-4 suiteds of the world.
Second check from Ike. Surely now on a 2-tone turn texture. Yaroshevsky wants to put some money in the middle.
Yeah, and I think he needs to go bigger. I think he needs to use like a B75 here.
That big?
I do think so. He's interesting. He's going with smaller. He's going with half pot. I think I would have.
No, less than half.
I would have picked larger personally. Ike will still when Ike check raises here, he's going to make it like 250K. He's going to use a very large sizing because he's going polar. But I do think that there's enough combinations now in the calling range of Ike. But I also could be wrong about how this spot operates. I would have used a larger sizing.
Let's see how Ike responds with his mystery hand. 185.
Yeah, big sizing when you check raise. I chose slightly bigger, but the check raise just feels like it has to be big.
Well, yeah, you're also trying to get the pot big enough to have like a nice river. I mean, you put another 150 in here, and we're basically talking pot size river jam. There's double flush draw, so a large check raise here makes a lot of sense.
Like making it so that SPR will be exactly 1, by the way.
I mean, this seems
on
like
the river.
Only call. It calls the only option.
Just for those unaware, literally, if you call here, SPR will be 455, and Yaroshevsky will have 456 in his stack.
Yeah.
It's things like that where it just is so subtle, but Ike is literally just picking the exact sizing for SPR1 as his turn raise sizing. That is not an accident.
Well, we know Yaroshevsky won't be going anywhere on the turn. Big river incoming. Especially if it's like a brick.
I mean, I think Ike's value hands are kind of 4x, and he can have a bunch of super high equity draws and some like kind of bluffs. Maybe even a hand like 10 jack with a spade and a diamond that would like now bluff this.
I don't know if you pick 10 jack with 1 spade, 1 diamond. I think, he'll also have pocket 3s. He'll also have pocket 9s. Both of those combinations will check, and they don't have to 3-bet pre-flop. King of spades becomes a highly relevant card here. Although Yaroshevsky used a very small turn sizing, which disincentivizes Ike from needing to check raise like king 5 suited, king 6 suited, king 7 suited, excuse me. So the king of spades isn't actually as relevant as it would normally be due to the fact that Igor used the small turn sizing, because those combos just don't need a check raise. They have enough immediate value to just click check call, and could even be beating some like random jack 10 diamond combinations that exist. So I think this is kind of like one of those, you see the king of spades so it looks like you're blocking flushes, but in reality, if you were to think of the combinations that Ike will have that have spades in them, I think the king of spades doesn't show up that often. And so it's kind of like a fake blocker to flushes specifically. Although you do unblock diamonds, right? When you have the king of hearts and the king of spades, you make it the most likely that Ike has a diamond flush draw.
So the question, I mean, Ike's still shoving 4x for value, right?
Yeah.
If he hit obviously a full house, or if he made a flush. But I think is going to try, well, Ike is a person who does this better than almost anyone, but tried to get to the river with hands with 1 spade in them, and those are always bluffing. So that's why I postulated a hand like that. Another one that makes more sense might be something like ace 5 with the ace of spades, or 5 of spades, ace of diamonds. Like both of those would bluff now.
Yep, I agree.
At 1-1, Ike should be setting it up so he has value. What, like, is it 2/3 of the time, right?
This is Ike's favorite thing to do. When all in, he literally just sits back, puts his hands in. I saw him rip the nastiest bluff on the bubble of the 50K PLO recently. This last WSOP did the exact same thing, got 4 time banked and called and lost. Not to say that he's bluffing here, but more so that this is a very common occurrence where Ike has just check raised you and now sat back and has his hands by his side.
Oh, easy there, Yaroshevsky.
If the chip flew into the middle, I don't think it would be considered
What
a call,
flush
would it?
combos do you think he takes this line with if he has spades? Like, what are the flush combos?
Ace 5 suit.
Yeah.
No, I don't even think so, right? Because it was small turn sizing. I guess.
I think it's more likely to be ace 5 suited than like ace jack, right? Because he has the additional gutter equity, and ace 5 suited might not be good.
Yeah, ace 5 suited check call.
No, I mean it's more likely to check raise than say ace 10 of spades.
Excuse me, ace jack suited. Excuse me, check call.
Yeah.
Ace 10 suited check call. King queen suited blocked, but also wouldn't have to check raise turn. Like king queen suit, king jack suit.
He's trying to get a read from Ike, man. I mean, how about it?
5 of diamonds.
How about it? Ike Haxton, you sick human being. Check raise in turn and just follow him through on the 6 of spades river. Putting Yaroshevsky in the absolute blender. King's hitting the muck. Ike up to $1 million. Welcome to the table, sir.
He just finds all the bluffs that are real. Like jack 5 diamond is a great combination to find big check raise bluffs with shove river. Like it's just super clean.
Oh, stop it, Morton. So jumping back into this, Morton raced to 31K from the from the hijack. Sorry, Greenwood defended. Him jack 7-5, check, bet 27K call, turn Greenwood leading for 40K, and now Morton is raised up to 105,000.
I think Sam just wants to shove here because he wants to stack everything. I don't like. Queen specifically, like this bluff is very. I don't want to say out of line from Morton, but I don't think I would have picked this combo.
All in.
Yeah. I like the shove here from Sam. You just want to stack all the value combinations that Morton has. You don't want like a flush to come in on the river, or like an 8, 9, 10 to come in on the river, and have him check back some like king jack combination.
80%. All right.
Some big bust outs on the outer tables. Fedor Holtz, Ramin Hajiev, Santosh Savana, and Limitless. Victor Malinowski.
Are there 2x twice, or do you need to get it?
On the outside looking in.
No, I was gonna say
37 remain, just 20 off the money now.
Could take quite a while though.
Oh, it's going to be a long day, bro.
Because, no, I just, even to make the money, because no one has less than 20 blinds. So, I mean, not only are we not that close to the money, but there aren't really short stacks, and that means the closer we get, the more waiting.
Do you want a chance to win some of your money back?
I don't know.
Do you want to try and like guess what level do you think we'll reach the money on?
I have no idea. I would have to think about that.
Have a think, mate. I'm happy to. You know, you've only got 7 days left. 6 days left. I watched that hand with Espen this morning. We went for a walk, and he said you got scammed in that spot for $1,000 because he should never fold the aces. And he also said there's no way you should eat your shirt.
Yeah. No, I replaced the shirt eating with the bet for money, didn't I? Or do I have to do both?
I mean, let the viewers decide, man. I'm sat over here, upper bag.
You'd so much rather pay $1,000 than eat your shirt as well.
Of course.
So easy.
Eating a shirt, I can't even imagine. I guess maybe if it's cotton, it's possible. I'm not eating that plastic stuff, I'll die. Like some polyester Raytheon or whatever combo. Shoot, man, I might not make it.
Get you some merino wool, some like 100% merino wool. Greenwood flatting queen 9 diamonds from small blind off of 30. Good find. Probably the bottom would be my guess versus +1. Still feels a little. I guess we're playing with ante.
Someone from Stina said to me that you're testing new structures.
Yeah, I also wonder if he chose to do this. I think Anson is one of the invitees, like maybe kind of taking real fringe hands and choosing to VPip them here versus somebody who you're assuming maybe you have a post-flop edge against.
That's a good strategy.
Man, sorry, I just can't get over that Ike Haxton bluff. What's this guy, mate?
He finds them.
I mean, it's amazing.
He finds them all.
Such a sicko.
He is a sicko.
Great turn for Anson, part of that ever-growing Malaysian contingent. 210K out there.
Love to see him find a small bet here. Like an 80,000, 75,000. $90 seems good too.
He's done that just to spite you.
I'm okay with it. I'm happy to be wrong, as long as I'm just slightly wrong. Actually, I'm just happy to be wrong generally.
I think that's a winning mindset.
So explain why you
poker.
like a smaller, like a bet of 80K.
I think that we still have the overpair advantage, so we want to be able to get value. I think that the smaller turn bet sets up a very nice river shove as well. I think that Sam's going to have 10x in a small blind flatting range, and so a big sizing doesn't feel good for us to use. It kind of just allows him to continue very cleanly, like easy. He just folds his hands that are indifferent, and then continues with his hands that are easy continues. there's not a ton to protect against on a paired board. Like, yes, he can still have flush draws, but they don't have a ton of equity. You want Queen 9 suited to continue to that sizing. Like, you want Queen 8 suited or Queen Jack suited to continue and have, like, the 9 of diamonds be available as well, right? It just feels like when we want to find aggression, betting big makes it too easy. It makes it too hard for our opponent to continue. Wow, this is some spice.
Wow, Greenwood with the rare shake of the head, look of disgust. Lets it go. Anson up to 1.5 million.
Maybe 2,500 is not really big enough.
10,000, 20,000, leaders please continue.
But then when you add the yellow.
This 50k behind us, this Hold'em, this does not look like a soft 50k to me.
I was wondering if I would be playing those.
It's like one of the tougher.
Well, seeing as you jumped in the booth, if you do decide to jump in and you're going to get all of the run good,
I want to save it.
If you're selling a piece. Okay, fair enough.
I want to save it.
Alright.
I might be able to find you a piece for something else, but probably not for the 50.
How about a piece over on Club WPT Gold? If you haven't already heard, they're going to Vegas in December for that $5 million invitational. It's free to enter, and the winner's going to get $1 million cash. You can sign up at clubwptgold.com with the promo code TRITON to win your seat today. No purchase necessary as they look to bring online sweepstakes poker back to the US and Canada. $5 million free roll, Dylan.
That's
poker
wild.
is alive and well, my friend.
I mean, they're bringing back poker to the good old US of A. That's what the people want to see.
That means you guys are going to stop coming to all of these amazing places in Europe, though.
Not unless they put 100k PLOs on. Like, no, you couldn't make me not. If you put large PLO tournaments somewhere on the planet, you will probably find me there. They're just the most fun. They don't show up very much. And Triton, you can't beat Triton, right? You can't beat this experience.
It's a great experience. What are you doing in between stops at the moment? Are you still just like fully focused on poker, or would you say you're becoming? I say becoming as if you weren't before, but you know, balanced outside of life.
That's a good question. I probably play poker 5 months a year, and then I have a coaching business that I do primarily, coaching and like consulting business that I run outside of that. So it's a fantastic balance. I'm a princess in terms of how my life is structured. I pretty much just go to either play poker at like PGT in Vegas or fly to Tritons or play WSOP. And outside of that, I'll play like some mixed cash in Vegas or do coaching, and it's A+.
The coaching makes a ton of sense as well, because not only do you make money from it, but you also get to study the spots yourself.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It is the biggest hack that I've been able to, like, I'm constantly studying, running new spots, communicating those to students, working with poker players that I respect as well that are my students. They're not like, I work with so many incredibly talented poker players. And so just to be able to have that as my study mechanism, because once you can communicate what you know, that means that you actually understand it. And so coaching forces you to truly understand what you're studying, which is fantastic for like a highly technical game such as PLO.
It certainly comes across that way. I mean, you've been getting a lot of love over on YouTube. Got 8,000 people watching on the Triton Poker YouTube channel.
Thanks to YouTube. Thank you, YouTube chat.
That's rare, bro. That's rare. I mean, YouTube chat's a very polarizing place, but you know,
oh, at a high frequency, I am on the negative side of polarizing for YouTube chat.
No.
I'm not saying today. I'm just saying in general.
Been enjoying your expert analysis alongside Brian Rast and myself. This 200K Invitational.
Y'all are spoiled, by the way, with commentary. Both Henry and Brian are A+ commentators. Like, truly the best in the business here. Y'all do not remember what it was like to have commentators of different skill levels, both from like the play-by-play and from the color commentary. We have grown so much as an industry. And I think that truly the YouTube chat takes for granted just how good we have it nowadays.
I appreciate the kind words, my man, as we see these three go to war.
Yeah, thank you, Dylan.
Well, a little something for everyone. I mean, ace, queen, 3, gut shot to the will for Anson. Greenwood with a broad wager on that all-important king of hearts. And Tan with top pair.
I like checking here as Tan. I think we need to find some ace-x in our checking range here, multi-way. This feels like a really good combination to do it with.
Yeah, I agree. Also, getting flatted in position, it turns out that
How do you get so many?
ace high boards like this aren't necessary. You don't
Nope.
really have a big advantage, and a lot of checking happens.
Yeah, I mean, Greenwood's going to have all of the ace 10s, ace jacks, ace 9 suiteds, all of the suited better ace X combos, right? And so betting ace plus low kicker here feels kind of bad. With that being said, he has the best hand in this situation, so I'm not going to take away from that. It's very much I think see where he's at kind of a bet as well. Possibly clear out some equity, like getting Anson to fold the gutter here would feel good. I don't know if he's actually going to get the fold. Does not.
I love seeing him flicking the call here.
Probably would have heads up, but closing the action three-way,
Yeah.
he was getting like nearly 6-1.
Totally. I'm not saying it was a bad call. It's more saying he'd want a combination like this to fold. It's like here, now that you've bet the flop, feels bad to bet again. Getting called in 2 spots.
A bet here would be pretty ambitious, but having watched Tan Xuan, I feel like you can never rule out ambition.
He also is hyper aware of his own image.
Yeah.
Hyper aware of his own image. So kind of what you were saying earlier, Brian, when you're a player who is on the aggressive side and you find yourself with a middling value combination, you're going to want to be betting it at a higher frequency than other players are, because Tan might get called by a queen-jack suited, a king-queen suited at a higher frequency than other players. And he also could clear out flush draws, things of that nature, so well played by Tan. Just because the solver says to not do it doesn't mean that it's not a profitable play, especially if you have a specific dynamic or a specific game plan that you're building for yourself.
Got a question directed at you, Dylan, regarding some PLO action. People asking which format do you think is better currently, 5-card or 4-card?
I think 4-card in and of itself is a better poker game. I think for tournaments, 4-card is also by far a better poker game. 5-card tournaments are broken because of how close equities run. So like if you're on the bubble in a 5-card tournament and you have chips, you can play 100% of hands. You can almost do that in 4-card. 5-card's a very poor PLO tournament game. I think for cash, 5-card makes a lot of sense. I think 4-card with ante, like deep 4-card ante in cash games is my favorite.
Deep 4-card ante, okay.
It's a great cash game variant for 4-card. Excuse me, it's just a great cash game variant. But I used to be more of a 5-card hater. I've come around to it a little bit more from a cash game perspective, especially in more splashy game types. What ends up happening in 5-card is if everyone's very good, it becomes super nitty. Because the key cards are worth so much in multi-way pots. Like if you just have like any sort of a one nut blocker, it kind of breaks the game. So once people are good, 5-card is a very kind of boring game. But in more splashy environments, I think 5-card is a better game because it really generates a lot of action.
There's your answer, chat.
I'm a purist. 4-card is like, they don't call it the great game for nothing. You know what I'm saying? It truly is. It's a phenomenal poker game.
Seems to be getting more and more players in the mix. Case in point, these Triton events continuing to grow.
I'm optimistic to get a 4-card invitational next year, 2025. I'll ask around about it, but I think that a 200K buy-in, 4-card invitational, just this format, I think like it would just be so fun.
I think what would need to happen is you would need to come to Triton with a list of invitees that were willing to play and say, okay, here's 20 guys that would be willing to play on the invitee side of the bracket if you guys host it, and then the invitees invite the pros. We could talk, man. I reckon we could pull it off.
I'm into it. I can put together, off the top of my head, I can think of like 10 to 15 invitees that I could get here for sure.
I think we could pull it off.
Yeah, I think so too.
Love to see it.
I will not be in the booth for that one.
We wouldn't blame you, my man.
I've actually been semi-vetoed from doing commentary for PLO tournaments right now. My wife has said that we are not rich enough for me to coach those tournaments publicly, but for the 2-card, all these players are so much better than me that it doesn't even matter.
There is always that fine line, right? When you're stepping into the booth in terms of how much you actually want to reveal.
I just can't not talk about it. I'll just reveal everything. I don't have it in me to hold information back. I'm not good at it. This is an interesting one for Tan Xuan. specifically. We've seen that he loves to find bets on these board textures that are contested. This is a good bluffing candidate.
Yeah, he has the betting lead and probably the range advantage on this board. It's
Feels like
close.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
This is scary, right? King Jack 9 rainbow into a +2 caller. Like the big blind defense I'm not as worried about, but the +2 caller on King Jack 9 feels very corralled into this board texture.
The good news for Ton in this spot is Greenwood probably doesn't have Queen 10 off, and Ton might, whether or not he should.
Spicy raise by Sam here. He's just trying to get it in. 30 bigs effective to start the hand.
Yeah.
Or I guess, no, 20. I can't do math. 20 bigs effective to start the hand.
Yeah, and it puts hands like Ace-Queen immediately in a very difficult position. And getting that hand to fold with 27% equity is nice. And getting them to call isn't bad either. So I like this find by Sam. And now he has like a super comfy turn shove for, looks like about 60% of the pot. So, I mean, he doesn't want to get snapped, but beyond that,
Sam's been playing really well against Tan.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a couple of like close spots where he's found the aggressive line, and yeah, it just seems to know where he's at against him.
It's a great value raise on the flop, getting value from Ace-Queen specifically. That's an extra 55k I wouldn't have found myself. So very, very well played by Sam.
Crucial pickup there for Greenwood, who is on the lower end of the chip counts. 30 bigs, average stack is 57. Short stack duties belong to Phil Nagy on 18 bigs. But as Brian alluded to earlier on, this one might take a while. I mean, the fact that the short stack is 18 big blinds and we're 19 away from the money, average stack of 57 bigs is, yeah, I guess get the Red Bulls in, maybe order some food. We're going to be here for I want to say
but see, and this is, we were talking
hours.
about the awareness, right? Dylan mentioned this, and it was referenced something I had even said before. Like, this is the part of the tournament where I think the pros, these are the top pros, right? They know that there's a ways to go.
No
like, it's not time to ICM net it up because we're on, near the money bubble, 30-something odd players left.
35.
There's a lot of play left, and we're still at a point where if you take some risks and build a big stack, when there is 25 people left, you get to punish. Whereas I think some of the not as experienced invitees, at some point, maybe not now, maybe it's at 31, maybe now, but they'll tighten up too soon. And one of the consequences of this, I brought up way at the beginning of the program before either of you were here, but one of the consequences end up at a lot of these invitationals, you end up seeing, actually with, let's say, 30 or 25 people left, there'll be more invitees than pros left, even though more pros will generally have a big stack. But right up to the money bubble, it'll be like mostly invitees that end up going out because they've kind of tightened up a little bit too soon, not realizing how long it was going to be, and don't navigate kind of that approaching the bubble, on the bubble spot quite as well, and more of them bust.
That's the hardest part of tournaments, what you just described. Like, tournament poker is, this is going to sound like a tautology, but it's not a cash game, right?
Yeah.
You really have to understand pacing. You have to understand timing. You have to understand your space in the tournament and how you need to navigate it. This is a pretty high frequency betting flop from Sam. Having the ace of hearts in your hand just means that you're going to, I think, bet a lot on this board texture.
Agreed.
Tan's so sneaky, right? Like he plays c-bets with ace-queen off on king jack 9, and then he check calls pair flush draw on king 9-6 for the big blind.
Try to find...
Wow, that is the spiciest of the spicy turn cards.
Yeah, I mean, Sam is going to be betting this I guess it's not guaranteed that Tan's checking, though.
It's not.
Probably will.
He should be checked. Like, in theory land, he's checking. Sam's sizing, I believe, is about half pot in this spot, if I remember correctly. But we might not even get to see it. Tam might just be leading right into him. Wow.
What did you say? 100? 88.
Having the 10 of spades and the ace of hearts here is so fascinating for Sam because he makes it as likely as possible for Tan to have a 2-pair combination. Like, you block Jack 10, you block nut flush. I don't know if you'd... I mean, I wouldn't be leading any flushes here, but one of the coolest things about poker is that your 2 cards make your opponent more likely to have specific hands, right? And so his 2 cards make it as likely as it can be that Tan has like a 2-pair combination, like a queen 9 or a king queen off or a queen 6 suited that spike 2-pair on the turn that he feels like Tan will be leading. So all in all, very interesting. And then it'd be interesting if Tan checked river here. I think Sam has his maybe nutted bluffing combination. I don't see Tan checking this river, but once he leads turn, it'd be very spicy if he did.
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said. So I don't think he's going to check either, but if he did, I think Sam has a pretty clear bluff that will obviously not work out well.
See if Tan can slide it on over to Greenwood.
Azul. Azul. Check.
Yeah, Tan instantly figured out exactly what we were talking about after Sam showed him his hand.
Yeah. I feel like Sam gets a bad rap for being one of the more quote-unquote robotic regs sometimes, but he's so expressive and he's a funny dude.
He's got jokes, man.
He really does.
Yeah, he does.
No, he's definitely not one of the guys who'd put at the very top of like the quiet, doesn't say anything. Plenty of picks that are more shelled up than Sam.
Yeah, he's always like calling for cards and like even when he's not in the hand sometimes just like having some fun about, you know, what was folded and stuff. Fun guy.
These poker tables are just very fun to be at. These humans are so, like the invitees, the professionals, they're all very unique human beings. So just getting to sit and play poker at these poker tables, you get a lot of fun conversations, interesting dynamics, lots of trolling. It's a great place to play poker.
We go to speak?
Yep. Yeah, something that's great about Triton or other super high stakes cash games is you even like the non-pros are very interesting people who have been like super successful, know a lot about a lot of different things, and awesome conversation, always a lot of things to learn and pick up, you know, if not necessarily how to play poker better, but just about a lot of other things. You know, life has a lot more going on than poker, obviously.
It's one of my favorite parts about getting to play these, is just meeting all the interesting people.
Wait, there's more to life than poker?
I know it. You can't say you took a year off, dog. that would have worked in the past, but like you were officially a human who saw that there are things that aren't poker, and then saw that you were wrong and came back.
That's also true.
A little bit of A, a little bit of B.
A 25-year-old super grinder turbo autist probably doesn't think so, but one day he'll find it out. You know, there is more going on than poker. I was that guy once upon a time.
Yeah.
But, you know, like, it is what it is.
A few friends just came to mind. I'm just going to send them a clip of what you just said.
No, I'm grateful for I took like 6 years off from poker from the time I was like 21 to 27, and it was fantastic, and it made coming back to poker even more special.
Yeah.
Like, you get so much salty reg syndrome from the people that take it for granted, but leaving and coming back, you just see the beauty of the community of the game. It's like, it gives you such a fresh perspective on it.
I couldn't agree more. That is exactly how I felt over the last 2 months since coming back. I'm just enjoying every moment of it. It's, yeah, I really do love this game. As Nagy finds the double barrel, gets the 8-high spade draw.
Fire twice.
Got it. Fold.
I had queen jack.
Nagy loves to barrel. That's what I've seen from this man. He loves to find aggression.
Wow, 36 players remain. As we head to break, it's Artur Martirosyan leading the field after picking up his first title earlier on here in the series. Would love to go for title number 2, especially when there's 5.1 million and change for first. Has some stiff competition though. I mean, Alex Ponakov's in 3rd overall, Linus Love in 4th, Nikki P in 7th, Mike Haxton in 8th. I mean, some super crushers in the top 10 as we welcome you back to the break desk. Myself alongside Dylan Wiseman and Brian Rass. Guys, a real fun kind of frame there, some epic hero calls, some really well-timed bluffs, and I think we expect to see the same when we return.
Yeah, no, I mean, the play is picked up. I feel like this frame had a more exciting poker than the first, if I'm being honest, and you know, we're starting to get down. I think the next frame, the topic that's probably going to come up is play approaching the bubble, which should be fun because, I mean, listen, guys, this is a, what, over 300K bubble, so it's just making the money is worth a lot of real-world dough right there, isn't it?
100%. And what I love about this specific format is that you get the juxtaposition, as we've been talking about, between the invitees and the professionals and how they're going to be navigating as we approach the bubble. And I think that that's why this last frame has been so much more interesting and dynamic, is that you're seeing patterns emerge. You're seeing some of the professionals exploiting the invitees at a higher frequency. You're seeing them try to put themselves in pole position. And I think that that juxtaposition is only going to continue as we approach the bubble and get further in this tournament.
Well, from a viewing pleasure, I think it's been an absolute pleasure having your two brains kind of running us through some of these more intricate spots. Brian's going to be stepping out. Randy Lou's going to be joining myself and Dylan. Do not go too far. In about 8 minutes' time, we'll be back with continuing coverage of the 200K Triton Invitational.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention? The first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Like just coming to Triton, the WSOP, and like you're already pretty much there.
Yeah.
So you throw in some other stops online and you're way clearing 5 million just in buy-ins. So
that's if you're firing one bullet.
Yeah.
Yeah, Triton gets expensive. Bricking at Triton is not a fun experience at all.
Yeah, we calculated this stop, and I believe it's $1,035,000 to one bullet everything.
Oh man. And the majority of these players.
There's only 3 PLO tournaments, so it's almost all no limit.
Yeah. Love the flat here by Tanchuan.
They're playing a mystery hand with Ponakovs, who's opened off of around, what's that, 55 bigs from +1.
This hand could have found 3-bet as deep as we are, king-queen suited. Very, very good combination. Do not fault him for finding a flat. Very interesting board. I'd say that Ponakovs is going to find check with a majority of his range here. Maybe even like range check this board.
Yeah, because Tan can have a lot of offsuit combos that smash this board, flatting the button this deep. So even though Ponakovs was the opener, it's not like he really has a range advantage.
I'd say that Ponakovs is winning. He's winning in overpairs, but in polarity, they're relatively equivalent. They're both going to have 9s and 10s. Ponakovs is going to have more queens, but queens would play check anyways as a trap. So, and then they're probably also equivalent in like the king jacks of the world, and the jack 8 suiteds of the world. I think Tanchuan specifically is going to have more jack 8 suited than others might, flatting the button here.
I agree, but then because Tan's range is narrower, it composes a larger portion of it, I think.
Yep. Yeah, he has more density of interacting with this board.
Oh, wow, check raise. Ponakovs looks all business today. I mean, he's deep in that hoodie. Yeah. Like, that's not standard procedure for him. Look, giving away nothing. Like, normally he's, especially this early in a tournament, kind of more boisterous and talky, chatty.
Sometimes you just show up and it's your day to battle.
Yeah.
Like, it is what it is.
200K is a pretty good pick for that.
It is. I agree. Really tough spot here for Tan, actually, because Ponakovs is going to find all of his bluff check raises. In this node, he'll find, like, the ace-jack of hearts at a frequency. He'll find, obviously, like, ace-jack suited, things like that. So king-queen doesn't perform amazingly against that range. Obviously, Ponakovs will also still have, like, the suited aces of the world, but a lot of those just check call. They don't play check raise. 10 of hearts is a very, very interesting turn card. It's usually going to be better for Tan than it is for Ponakovs.
I agree. I also think Ponakovs is a guy, if I'm Tan, I'm never folding king-queen. Ponakovs is a guy who finds flop aggression.
Mm-hmm.
So I just, especially with the gutter, you know, top pair, good kicker, overside of the gut shot. Now is when I think real questions start getting asked with king-queen as opposed to the flop. It feels like Tan can have more 10x. Ponakovs is still betting. And it just seems like Ponakovs is never really, for value, betting a weaker hand than king-queen here.
I completely agree.
So, tough spot. I don't expect Tan to fold, but I won't be shocked if he does.
King and queen of diamonds are an interesting choice because it does unblock all of the backdoor heart combinations that Ponakovs will have to put into his check raise here. And those are the combos that he's finding turn aggression with as well. So these specific suits I think are better for continuing with as Tan. Not a pretty river card.
Well, how about this for a run out? Backdoor hearts getting their 4-liner on board. Ponakovs with just less than pot back after check raising, flop and barreling turn.
Yeah, I think assuming Ponakovs ends up betting here, I feel like if he's bluffing, it's going to come from kind of like king, potentially ace x of spade combos, although I agree he check calls those a lot. Maybe even a hand like ace king off with a heart.
Ace king off with ace of hearts or king of hearts I think makes sense. It just, we're getting very sparse in the bluffing range here.
I agree.
I'm very interested in his sizing choice. My assumption is that he'd probably have 2 sizings on this river. He'd have a small sizing and a big sizing. Goes a check.
I mean, if we're Tan, I think we're just pretty happy to check and hope Ponakovs was giving up.
man wants to turn king queen into a bluff and try to get pocket aces to fold. Not going to. That body language feels very check backy.
But Tan definitely takes his time to think through spots. I've noticed that. I mean, he was in that cash game I did, and when they
380.
Oh my goodness! What an animal!
That's what I'm. Yeah, bad read on the body language, but he did want to turn king queen into a bluff here. That's wild.
Polakov snap calling with the backdoor nut flush. How about it? 1.2 million chip pot going Polakov's way, and Dylan, you were dialed in on that one when it came to the hands like ace jack, ace x of hearts that could be check raising, and yeah, precisely that. Polakov's. Well, very warm welcome back to the Sporting here in Monte Carlo. Continuing coverage of the $200,000 Triton Invitational. Randy Liu stepping in for Brian Rass alongside myself and Dylan Weissman for some continuing expert analysis. And I mean, Dylan, you've been needed because we've had some of the best players in the world really playing some intricate pots, and we saw that Polakov's pot against Tan Xuan's King Queen just there on the highlight reel. And I think that's what we were kind of building to prior to going on break, is that we're expecting to see these pros really lean into the VIPs now.
I think so. I think that what professional players, especially at this level, do really well is they understand their incentives. Like, what am I supposed to be doing at this stage of the tournament? What makes the most sense for me to do given my stack depth, given where I am in the tournament, given what my table dynamic looks like? And that kind of meta understanding, the understanding of the game outside of the game, is a huge advantage in a tournament like this, because some of the invitees, even if they are very talented poker players or cash game players, they're not going to understand their incentives quite as well. And so that creates this dynamic where people can apply a lot of pressure, be abused, things of that nature.
That makes a ton of sense. Randy, looking at this leaderboard, Artur Martirosyan with a chip lead. Tell me, my man, I mean, you've seen people like Tan run deep in tournaments like this. Anson, you're more familiar with some of the Asian contingent. Who stands out here for you, mate?
Well, it really is just that chip leader right there. Martirosyan, he already won a trophy here in Monte Carlo. He's feeling great. I think for him, this is his moment to really capture a big score.
He picked up that title. My money, though, Polakov's still no title, over 11 million in Triton earnings, and we were talking about it before you joined, Randy. When you look through Polakov's track record, there aren't many min cashes, my man. It's like top 6 finish or no cash whatsoever. He came second in the 50k to Alex Foxen earlier on this trip for 922k, and it just feels like it's his time to finally pick up some gold. I know we're a ways out. There's still, 36 players left, but it just feels so right. Polakov's winning the title here in Monte Carlo.
I think that there's a lot to be said about vibing in a tournament series like this, because everyone who's showing up, or the majority of the professionals showing up, are incredibly talented from a game theory perspective, but that doesn't mean that you're making the best in-game decisions. You're not making the best in-game exploits. And so someone like Polakov's or like Martirosyan, who are inherently aggressive players, when they're vibing, when they're playing well, they're super hard to beat. I also think that you have some, I'm not going to say dark horses, but people who aren't quite at the top, like Haxton, who are showing up and are just going to execute really, really well. So that, Nikki P, it's literally a murderer's row of phenomenal players that we're going to get to see really show their stuff down the line here.
Yeah, as expected in a $200,000 buy-in, it really is just the best in the world. I mean, seeing quite a few American flags in there as well. Nikki P, Ike Haxton, Chris Brewer, Brian Kim, Jonathan Jaffe, all in the top 13 with more than average, as we throw it down to the main stage with some fresh faces. Got Kyan Mockery, Boss, Richard Young, David Yan, Ferdinand Putra, Brian Kim, Nikki P, as we just mentioned, Maslak. And then over on table 5, the red feature table, we have Leon Sturm, Sven Jorstad, Punat Punsri, Chan, Badziakuski, Unlu, and Saya Onu. As we look to play 2 more levels before going on to the next break. Blinds 10k, 20k. So 19 off the money. What do we think, boys? Bit of caginess perhaps from some of the people that are kind of,
It doesn't seem like we're quite at that caginess part there just yet. Right now it's still playing the best you can. But we're definitely going to get there when we get to about, say, 10 from the money. That seemed about right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. You see 36 out of 102 players, 20,400,000 in the prize pool. The champion of this one will be going home with 5,130,000. Still long old ways to go before we can start talking about $5 million payouts.
I'll say one thing though, Henry. Just looking at the top 10, 3 of them are VIPs, 7 pros. So very pro heavy at the top of the chip counts.
Which, if I recall correctly, going back to London, Cyprus, that wasn't necessarily the case.
It wasn't, no. I wonder if it has to do with when the segregation and the splits kind of happen. It seems like it occurred a lot earlier, and whether when everyone got to pool and get a full random draw might be a case. Could just be a random factor as well.
Well, let's talk again when we get down to, let's say, 25 or so. Keep an eye on that top 10. This is a brutal table. I mean,
I was just
pick
thinking
the soft spot, you know?
Yeah.
Good luck.
This is aggressive.
10-5 was a choice that you get to make. It's such a bad hand that, and it also blocks all the straights on later streets, so it has good, it's not just a bad hand right now, but it has good future blocking properties. So even if your opponent plays call, you get to find post-flop aggression at a frequency. That's what I love about players like Nicky P. You can just tell that he calls it a solver dungeon. Like he'll show up sometimes like with a beard and like looking a little bit disheveled, and the man has just been in his basement. Now I guess he just moved, but like, you know, you can just tell that there is an immense amount of work that's been done to all these little nuancy things, right? And that's why it's so fun to watch them operate.
But they're not literally in the basement, right?
Depends. You never know. I think he did call it. I'm trying to remember from his training, but I think at one point he was like in a basement in his training videos. I'm not 100% sure. But he's such a funny dude. Like he just, like the nonchalance and the degaffing that he, like air that he shows up with sometimes, it's just, it cracks me up.
He's very much one of those guys. It kind of reminds me of Brian a bit, actually, where you always know where you stand with Nicky. Like he'll just he speaks his mind, bro. Very openly, very honestly, very candid.
Yeah.
And at least you know where you stand.
I think it's kind of like when you talk to Phil Ivey a little bit as well, like over the summer, and I was playing a tournament with him and Martin Cabral, and which was not a great experience on the Cabral side, but Cabral was doing his normal thing. And then Phil just looks at him and is like, you need to stop talking right now. You just need to like back away, because he was on his direct left, getting in his face. And it's like, I think there's this kind of swag that happens for these elite players, and they're just like comfortable with themselves as human beings, where they're just going to look at you in the eyes and be like, bro, you're derping in this moment. You need to take a step back.
That's a good story.
Dude, it was so funny. It was actually hilarious to watch.
I've learned 2 new things today: derping and turbo autists.
Turbo what?
Turbo autist. That was Brian's term.
That's what happens when you get 2 neurodivergent people on the desk with you, me and Brian.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
All right.
I love it. I'm definitely going to clip that and send that to a couple of my online buddies. Bossman Richard making a relatively deep run here. He's going to wag the finger in the face.
Oh, there we go.
Of mockery.
Interesting choice. That's a very FU wag of the finger. Queen 5 suited or Queen 4 suited, great hand to just check back with, right? Suited combo, see some flops. He's just saying no. I want to take it down.
Yeah, he must be thinking that Cayenne's just trying to get free flops.
Yeah.
And was like, nah, taking this down pre.
Oh, Richard Young, 19 cashes, 2 Triton titles, 9.6 million in Triton earnings. He's 3rd on Malaysia's all-time money list. It's been a bit of a rough series for him so far. I say that, I mean, he only fired the 50k, but in Montenegro, 0 for 3 there. In Cyprus of last year that he picked up his second title in the 25k short deck. He then went on for a 4th place run in the 50k short deck main. Short deck has been replaced by PLO here in Monte-Carlo. Case in point, Dylan Weissman in the booth alongside myself and Randy as we head on over to the outer table. It's Igor Yarashevsky all in against Roman Hrabets. So it went Vladimir open from the cutoff, Ike flat the button, 40k, Igor jammed from the small with ace 10-0 for 16 bigs, and Roman's woken up with kings in the big blind, as Ike does eventually get out of the way. We've got ourselves an 800k pot. 800k and change. Yarashevsky probably in rough shape given that there was an open and call in front of him, perhaps an ace folded by either Ike or Korzinin. No help on that flop. Some potential turnouts on the turn. Not presenting themselves. Now an ace and an ace only needed for the Ukrainian. Doesn't find it. Roman Hrabets finds the hold with the kings. He's up to 1.2 million. Good for 60 big blinds. And we're down to 35
open,
players.
table 2.
Zero mistake. Zero mistake.
Let's go.
About
600k in front of him.
Yeah. That's why 0 mistake.
Well, Ike just saying to Roman that had Ike called, Roman would be out.
Do we know what Ike's combination was there? Flatted button would have stacked him, so it's like a... I don't know.
Pocket eights?
Yeah.
Pocket 5s?
Feels like... I don't think... 5s wouldn't have been a tank. 8s feels like a little bit more of a tank. Because he... I mean, Ike always takes his time, but I think he's just pitching 5s without really thinking about it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
8s feel...
8s feels close, yeah.
It does.
It really does. What was that for? 40 bigs. 39 bigs was Roman's rejam. So yeah, 8s feels cuspy.
I think you even fold 9s there to the rejam. I think it's probably like 10s plus would be my guess.
Thoughts on rejamming or calling here, Dylan?
From the big off of 20 with the offsuited variant. This feels very close. I also probably do shove it as well.
Is it like an always shove spot, or is it maybe there's merit to calling though?
Off of 20, King Queen O is probably, I don't know if it's pure, but you're just gonna get called by worse at a frequency. Like you're gonna get called in chips for by Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited combos like that, and then you're gonna get like all the offsuited aces to fold. So it just operates and especially the non-suited variant's just gonna operate well, not playing post flop. But I mean, 20 bigs is really when you start to see a lot of these, like, low pocket pairs end up shoving, like, the 3s through 5s and 6s or whatever just start to play shove as well. 20 bigs, it just has weird SPRs post.
There.
I do appreciate these questions because they're quizzes in my brain. Because if I don't know the answer, that means I have to go look it up afterwards. So it's like...
Well, it's good because you're thinking about hopping into the main, aren't you?
Yeah, that's the intention. I'm going to wake up and see how I feel tomorrow.
Based on results of your quizzing?
That is going to be... Like, I think I do have to go back and check everything that I said on this stream to see if I was right or not. But yeah, we'll see. I definitely feel dialed. And that's... I think that for... Oh, got an all-in here.
Ooh, all-in, ace-queen versus ace-king.
Leon in need of a jack or a queen.
Backdoor clubs.
Clubs would work for him.
Oh?
Well, you're saying there's a chance.
It's a wry smile.
Not today. Espen finds the hold, and now Espen crossing the million chip mark.
Would you prefer it to win it easy way or hard?
60 bigs.
Max, you get the peak sweat and you get to win the pot.
Bad's asking if he'd prefer to win it the easy way or the hard way. Espen, being the sicko that he is, prefers the sweat. I'm the other side of that one, guys. Just give me the ace king king board, you know, or the king king king.
Yeah, well, when you live like...
I don't know. I'm more indifferent. I don't really have a lot of gamble in me. Like I've never played the pits in my life or sports bet or anything like that.
So that's why when you
But at
get
the
a
poker
big
table, I
space,
kind
you
of,
do it
it's
like
like, you just
Yeah,
see
everyone
every
knows.
different permutation of runouts so often. You kind of just have to sit there and take it. I don't know. Maybe that's a PLO player in me. I'm just dead inside at this point because I've just seen so many of the most ridiculous runouts.
I know what you mean, yeah.
just like it just happens.
You're numb to it.
Yeah, it's funny. In Hold'em, I'm less numb to it because it feels like it should never happen. It's like if I get 4-outed in Hold'em, I'm like, this is crazy. But if I get 4-outed in PLO, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. He's just gonna happen sometimes. Like,
Yeah, it's kind of like the happens in short deck as well, where
Yes.
players are like, oh, I'm expected to lose every time to that gut shot.
Yeah, exactly. It's like he has no pair, but he has 37% equity. How did this happen? Like,
That's been with the downgrade.
Still out pipping. Oh, sorry, I misread that. King Jack suited.
very pretty hand to just call the button with here, 50 big blinds deep, especially against UTG Open.
Cool, he does open the door. Decide to defend Jack 7-0 though.
Yeah.
17 off the money.
This would have been a fold for me, but we're getting a very good price. The Jack and the 7 have pretty bad interactive properties. You're going to be dominated a lot. Your Jack specifically, with the offsuit.
Well, fortunately for her, it doesn't come Jack high. She was dominated by Sinan with the ace-4 tray. That's all your stat. 150k out there.
We had a hand earlier in the night where it was like an ace-queen X board where I was saying to check back ace-6, but I think on the ace-3-4 board, when you have ace-queen, you should be betting at a little bit higher of a frequency just because you can get called by all the worse ace-X combos. My guess is that Espen's mixing here, and then he mixes into check.
Sinan and Salle dead on this 3 of spades turn. I'm struggling to think of ways in which more money goes in other than Espen trying to get value.
I can see if anyone was going to attack this card, Salle attacking it, just having the random suited 3x combos like the king 3, queen 3, jack 3 suited combos. But that being said, I think Salle is sharp enough to know that Espen is checking a lot of his aces on this board. So betting into it feels very sketchy. She'd have to just like immediately use a big sizing on the turn, like full pot turn, all in river kind of a thing. And that's not the most tantalizing of ideas against someone like Espen, who's just going to play very well.
Delayed C-bet. We'll get 2 folds. Back-to-back hands for your stat. He's managed to sneak his way into the top 10. To 1.3, now sitting in 8th. He still rushes Artur Martirosyan in pole position here in Monaco by a considerable margin, by the way. I mean, Artur now playing 2.4 million. Second in chips is Anson with 1.6.
If you want a poker player who has the capacity to take a chip lead and absolutely run over the field with it, Artur Martirosyan is one of those guys. He started playing PLO recently and was kind of trying to figure it out, but the second he got a chip lead in one tournament, he was just raising every single hand without ever having looked at a PLO tournament solve in his life. He just like, oh, well, I have 4 cards and I have a lot of chips, so I'm going to raise every single hand. It's like, it's his intuition.
It helps to have that tournament background, right? Like,
really does.
How,
yeah.
You know, we have so much equity. No one wants to get in there with me, just steal chips over and over again. So
Yeah.
hope to see him play some PLO.
I think we might, to be honest. He played almost every PLO during WSOP. Him and I had never chatted before, but we played like 5 tournaments together and ended up becoming friendly. He's a sweet person. You ever get FOMO for these, Randy? You like watching these? I know you played a couple of Tritons.
I get FOMO every time I come. And then I'm like, I respect my bankroll.
I should have done that more when it came to the Triton 2 cards, but you know, it is what it is. Sometimes
You'll get it back in the 4 card.
Thankfully, yeah, that's I shouldn't have to give it away to get it back. So
you like to start from under, makes you play harder.
I hate that so much. I'm not one of the people. It's like I play better when I'm stuck, and I think that's a lot of poker players. Maybe when I was younger that was the case, but nowadays I don't want that to be the thing that is making me play better, like the being stuck to get unstuck kind of a thing. It's like I'd rather just show up and be, you know, Steve and Chibwich sharp from the day that I set foot on a poker table.
Wait, turn card.
There are people that play better when they're stuck.
That's actually a real thing that happens to a lot of like very talented poker players with worse bankroll management. It's like when they have money, they don't feel dialed, they don't feel stressed, like they everything is kind of just lackadaisical. But the second that like their case money's on the table, it's so important to them that every decision becomes incredibly important. And it's like, I think it's more of like an ADHD thing. Like the more stimulus you have, the easier it is to focus. So if your whole roll's on the table, that's a lot of stimulus.
I don't know. I don't think anyone plays great when it's their case money on the table, but
I know a couple people. I have a couple friends that come to mind that have shown up in those spots, but case money a little bit different.
I was going to say, I could probably think of a sicko or two.
Oh, yeah, there's a couple.
Yeah, I feel like there's probably times in Ivy's career earlier on where he just had case money on the table. He was just like, let's go, boys.
Yeah.
I've heard the D-Neg stories from back in the day when he won his first, like, 100K. I mean, it's pretty sick, man.
Yeah.
With the check mark.
I can see him playing like a one big blind block here. Just decides to take a showdown value. I guess the 9's not a great card to get called on.
Three in a row. This is the tournament to do it in. If there's ever a time. It's got some tough competition at this table though. Punat Punsri, #1 on Thailand's all-time money list, 2 titles, 19 cashes and almost 13 million in Triton earnings. Nikita Badziakowski, 5 titles, 32 cashes and 21.6 million in Triton earnings. This is a stacked field here.
What is your over-under for runners in the main, given that we had the 200K just the day before?
I'm seeing a lot of new faces, man.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of new faces. I feel like some people have shown up just for the main. I'm gonna go with 130.
It's a good number.
My guess, Randy.
I think it's a good guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did Monaco
I don't know what it was prior in the previous festival.
You should probably know that. That's your job.
It's actually your job.
No, I'm fairly sure that's your job, Randy.
No, it's your
You're going to see David Nian use a small 3-bet sizing here.
Looking to induce.
Yeah. Pretty standard 2.5x. We've seen some people start to even go a little smaller, like 2.4x, but that's more an ICM. We're not quite there yet. So pretty standard. Really tough spot for Richard here because this is a very polarized sizing that David's using. Like ace-10 is either way ahead or way behind kind of a thing. It's a really tough spot for 17. I can see folding here being completely okay. It's kind of hard against a player like David who you know is going to show up with the bluffs.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't fault him. There it is.
Goes with the shove, yeah. Unlucky.
Moving it all in, especially in these positions.
Yeah, cutoff button, it's kind of hard to fold ace-10 for 17.
Richard needs help from the deck. 730,000 out there. Jan with a 72% lock on the hand. 5 cards to come. Make that 85 on the Jack 6-4.
Not a lot of hope there.
3 outs once for the Triton co-founder. Can he find it? No. King of Spades seals his fate. Title #3 will have to wait for Richard Young. just couldn't get away from the ace-10 against David Yan's 3-bet. We're down to 33, couple of quick eliminations since returning from break. Yan now playing around 45 bigs or so.
That's about average stack. Average stack right now is 46 big blinds, 927,000.
We're at the point of the tournament with half the field remaining will cash. So you can. This is in solver land where you start to see a little bit of change, but.
Well, we've been speaking about it all week. If you wanted to bet on the Triton Poker Series, you can head over to Bet ACR. I mean, Brian and I would have lost a decent amount of money if we had bet on Sleeping Dragon and Fatal Holst in this one. But do let us know, as always, if you have put some bets down on your favorites in this tournament. If you managed to cash in on a decent ROI, it is the sportsbook to bet on the Triton Poker Series. You get 15% free play, up to $250 on your first deposit. It's the live betting destination to wager on players in Triton events.
Do they give you extra points if you bet on a Chito? Like, if you bet on Nacho, do you get do they have better lines on him?
I'm not sure, man. I mean, that's
you
a
can go
man.
check.
That's
What's
a man
the best
that
way
runs
to find
deep.
out?
He runs deep.
Oh man, he's one of my favorite people to play poker with. He's so polarizing. That, like, if you're not in a good mood, him being at a table with you can, I think, be harder for some players. I find him hilarious. He's so fun to play with. Very, very interesting here. Ace Queen suited, 60 bigs, 2 talented players, blind versus blind. Note the large sizing from Brian. You want to use a large sizing, small to big here, disincentivize the other deep player to continue with you.
Also because they're very deep, I imagine, right? If they were playing towards 20, he wouldn't be using this big.
Yep, that's correct. I think you can still find some. You can use like a 2 sizing opening strategy. Like you can have like a 2.4x and a 3.5 strategy if you want to build that. Like that's a thing that happens at shorter stacks as well. But it just depends on how complicated you want to get with your opening strategies.
Not as chatty as it was yesterday, is it, Randy?
It's the serious part of the tournament. 31 remaining, $5 million for first. It makes sense. Ace Queen again from Brian Kim.
Such good posture.
I was saying that when he was winning, when he won event number 1. I think he has the best posture of the whole tournament.
I think Bonomo also was up there with good posture for a long time. Still has good posture, but Brian really, he's got like chest up. Makes me want to sit higher in my seat too. This is the situation we talked about a little bit earlier in the tournament. I think that we'll probably see a very high frequency, small sizing from Brian here. And King 9-0 with King of Clubs is probably a continue to B25. Just having the King of Clubs as a backdoor straight draws. If you're folding this combo, you probably are slightly over folding. But this is we talked about a little bit in terms of invitees versus professionals, but really, really nice find here by Konstantin. Just making this call, even if it looks bad, this is going to turn out really poor for him now. But just making calls like this makes it harder for you to play against.
You don't want to be too exploitable.
Exactly right. You have to look for reasons to call when they're betting 25% of the pot. Brian hates this card because now he's chopping with all the other ace-x combos.
Let's see how he proceeds on this King of Hearts turn. He's really getting value from exactly this type of holding a hand like King Queen, King 10, King 9.
Yeah, King of Clubs is available, and so all the King X suiteds exist still. Like just because you're chopping with the other ace-x's doesn't mean that you don't have more equity than them, right? Because if they have ace 5, you can still spike a 10, so you're still kind of free rolling all the other ace-x combinations with ace-queen specifically. It's a really tough spot now, and really disciplined fold here from Konstantin.
Yeah, well played, sir. Probably comes as no surprise that he can find those types of folds, given that he invited Artur Martirosyan to this event.
Who's coming up?
So Chris Brewer, the Brewdog. Wow, Patrick Antonius has had the swingiest. Like, without exaggerating, the last 10 hands, he was top 10 stack, then lost half of his stack to Artur Martirosyan, dropped all the way down to 670k, and now he's back up to second in chips with 2.3 million. I mean, insane. Insane little spin back in the space of 10 hands.
Brewer is bringing in a lot of chips. 74 bigs. Thereabouts 1.5 milli.
He's not my favorite person to see show up to my table with 75 bigs in a 2-card tournament. He plays very, very, very well.
He attacks hard from what I've seen.
Yep. Attacks hard, also understands like discipline well. He's just one of those players who's a student of the game, makes really good choices.
And he's always willing to play big pots from what I've observed, which is always uncomfortable at this stage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like if you're gonna show up and play on this stage though, like just show up to Triton and you're scared of playing big pots, you're not in the right place.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna be forced to. You have no choice. Like the game of poker is a game of collisions, and when played at the highest level, you have to just like sit back and not be afraid to die sometimes. And that's I think what both the invitees and the professionals in this 200K, what they have in common. Like no one's afraid to die really here.
Brewer has had a rough series so far, 0 for 6. A very healthy stack here. The biggest buy-in tournament of the series. He's got 2 titles, 1 in PLO, 1 in short deck. No Hold'em title, which is quite surprising.
I think he was mixing 3-bet there with King 4-0 versus cutoff.
Yeah, I've seen players use like King small offsuit as a 3-bet from the blinds.
Yep.
Could you maybe give more insight to that?
Generally speaking, when you're 3-betting from the big blind specifically, you have a polar 3-betting range, which means that you have just like really good hands, really bad hands, versus in the small blind, you have more of like a linear 3-betting range, where you'll have some of the middling suited combinations that will get into 3-bet. Or that's one example. But so from the big blind, when you have a polar range, you want your bluffs to look like your value hands. And so your bluffs, a lot of the time, like an ace will just be good enough to call a lot of the time, just like to click defend. And so you need to find other combinations to click 3-bet with. And a king is the second best blocker to an ace to make it so that your opponent doesn't continue. So you use the king because it mirrors your value combinations like ace, king, or kings, or things like that. And then also if they call, it's an overcard to like pocket 10s, pocket 9s, pocket 8s. So it'll immediately have equity as well.
Sure. Sounds good.
The quizzing is great. This is perfect. Forces me to describe things that I think I know.
Yeah, that's good.
Please in the chat if I'm wrong, let me know. I could get this stuff wrong.
We don't ask chat if you're wrong. Hey.
But I thought chat knew everything.
Wait, they don't?
Yeah, that
they
was
know everything, but the thing is, everyone has a different answer, so how can everyone be right?
You've been dialed in though today, man. Like there have been a couple of times where you and Rasty were kind of breaking down some intricate parts of the game tree, and you've just called out a bet size, and then boom, like 5 seconds later, the players have gone for exactly that. So I feel like you've warmed up the wheels enough, mate.
Yeah, I've also been watching pretty much every single hand of Triton and sitting in Solver Dungeon, but my Solver Dungeon was, a villain niece. I'm just kidding. Not actually a villain, but not actually a villain. But you know what I'm saying. Like, it's helpful to, like, when you sit here, you can just glean so much information, and then the tools are publicly available to, like, watch these players play, go put them into GTO Wizard, that's the sponsor that we use, right? Put them into the tool, and then kind of just learn and deconstruct what they're doing. Then you can reconstruct it yourself when you're trying to execute.
I honestly think
110?
for ICM specifically, that Triton streams are perhaps some of the best publicly available ICM study streams out there, man. Like,
not even close. Not even remotely close.
especially when the Brazilians are here. They can't come to certain stops because of like tax implications. It's my understanding. But when the Brazilians are in town, man, you just watch them like final 2 tables. They're just nutted.
Yeah. It's so fun. Well, they have unique ideas too. Like they're not just using exactly what the solver is saying to do. The Brazilians, they have like their own specific spice, like their no deluxe or whatever. Like that's the coolest. I think that's one of the coolest parts of poker right now is that you can find the correct answer, but we aren't. When I say correct, I mean like GTO, it can't lose answer. But you can make more money by finding an answer that exploits the population better or exploits individuals better. And I think that that's something that the Brazilian contingency is a big fan of. Just like trying to get the absolute maximum in every spot.
They're breathless sometimes.
Fun to play. You just got to be comfortable ripping it against them. That's kind of the answer.
Someone saying Kyan Mockery looks like a young Bill Murray. I can see it. I can see it. I'll let him know.
You think so?
A little bit, yeah. I can see it. Not much, but he certainly acts like Bill Murray sometimes. It's an absolute weapon. I'm trying to think like the deadliest combo for a night out at Triton. Mockery's in the top 5, man. I mean, Hecklin comes to mind. Mockery, Punat. I'm putting some friends on blast here.
So just your whole squad.
Mate, I'm telling you now. Yeah, those lads know how to get after it. Some fatigue, perhaps, kicking in.
This is the sleepy time of the day.
It is.
It's really like when you kind of get a second wind after like 8-9 p.m. But the 6 to 9 for a lot of people, that's their kind of sleepy time.
Yeah, it makes sense that the dinner break is after this frame, because you can tell that this really is where, you know, we're coming up to 6 hours of play. At this stage of the tournament, there's more and more ICM coming into the situation in the equation. More and more brain power. It's not easy, man.
Well, Ferdinand Putra, businessman from Indonesia, he's in there.
He's buttoned up today. Usually when I see him play, he's a little more free-flowing, not in the hoodie. But today he's very much in grind mode.
Yeah, Ponokov's was deep in the hoodie as well, which is something that you don't see that often. He was like leaning on the rail, almost half asleep.
Yeah, this would be a board that I'd expect Kyan, if he does bet, to use a larger sizing on 40 big blinds deep.
He's gone 1/3. Bit of clearance,
yeah,
bit of protection.
That's the bigger of his smaller sizings. People use anywhere from like B18 to B33 in their small sizing category. No club in hand is not great for Kyan, but Queen Jack O, yeah, no club, pitch it.
Back-to-back pickups for the Norwegian. So now we've got a bit of breathing room with 35 bigs. Current top 5. Artur Martirosyan in pole position, Patrick Antonius in second, Tan Xuan in third, Anson Yu in fourth, Espen Jorstad in fifth. That could be an explosive run towards the money here. Some of these guys with big stacks. Alex Kulev in 11th, Linus in 10th, Ponokov's in 6th. I mean, enjoy the show.
There's nothing more than that I would love than Tan Xuan making a deep run here in this 200K. He's just the most, for me, my favorite player to watch on stream.
I enjoy it as long as there's his equal at the table, because we've seen it already this series where you have someone like Aussie, for example, at a final table, and then what ends up happening is everyone else knits it up, and it becomes really tight. So I don't mind it as long as there's someone else like Andy Nee in the 100K. It's like, yeah, guys, ICM's for poor people. Like, you know, I'm running it. 35 bigs, let's go.
It's hard for the professionals to burn money.
It's true.
It's like you're at the final table
Well,
of a
you're a
Triton,
professional for a reason.
and you have someone there just like blasting as hard as Ozzy was. You know, I'm just gonna play correctly. Like, it's, you know, you got backers, you got makeup. You gotta get the money when it's there. When you have someone like that at a final table who is incredibly entertaining to play with, like the amount of interesting hands goes up by so much, and you gotta get the money while it's there.
100%. You know, that annoying aunt and uncle that call you out for being a professional poker player every Christmas dinner. They're watching the stream.
No, 100.
They're asking you why you punted.
Yeah, exactly. And I thought you meant to be good at this game.
Oh,
that's PTSD on my part.
Why didn't you just cash out? you had 3 million in front of you. You should have just left. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, but how much did you lose, Dylan?
It's been a while since I've gotten those, which I'm grateful. I've literally just been playing poker since I was, 13. And so my family, like, I got all those out when I was an adolescent. So
yeah, same.
Same.
Yeah, my parents are now my biggest fans, but there was a rough patch for a while when I'd have to sneak out, pretend I was going to work to grind 1-2 down the local, you know. So yeah, Mum, I'm going to work.
You were.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, you were.
Yours third in the cutoff. Ace Jack O and 75 bigs.
Patrick's just been around forever and still can do it. It's so impressive to have longevity in this game, and it really goes to show how much of the intangibles are important. Someone like him or someone like Phil, even if their game theory, quote unquote, is not as good as some of the younger professionals, they just make good decisions. Like when you're in a river spot and you're playing against Antonius, you're playing against Ivy or some of these kind of older school guys, even if they are so quote unquote supposed to do something, they just feel so comfortable not doing what they're supposed to do.
It's very true.
Because in that moment they're making the right choice, and they're okay if that makes it seem like they can get exploited in one way, because they're comfortable just making the right choice again in the future. And it gives me a lot of hope for just poker as a game type, right? Because like obviously they've gotten better at game theory playing against all the solver wizards for the last decade, but they're not just sitting in there crunching sims. They're just showing up and playing good poker in the way that they know how.
Yeah, I hear you on that. Patrick actually cashed 8 out of 11 vents in Montenegro last stop.
8 out of 11.
No, that's pretty insane.
That's actually wild.
There we go. Punat Punstri all in the cutoff. Jack 8 suited against Makita, snapping off Ace 10 for 11 bigs.
For 11, I think that's the bottom for Punat from the cutoff. Is that one pip too wide? I'm not sure. It's really close. Jack 8 suit for 11 from the cutoff. From the hijack, it'd be a fold.
Well, you went for it.
Yeah.
Need some help from the deck.
This is why you shove a combo like this, though. You get called by ace high and still have 40%. Spice.
He's saying there's a chance.
7. 7. Just not hard. Fly pretend spinner here.
I mean, this is perfect.
Oh, what is this? Turn card still has 39% equity. Needs a Jack, 8, 7, or a heart.
Oh, he's good.
There's too many outs.
Yeah.
It is. Deuce of clubs completes the run out. Makita holds
to be unbiased, but
and eliminates a
No,
very tough opponent in Punat Punstri.
Finish. Fast.
I can't think of a poker trope that's more used than this is too many outs. It's or maybe, I don't know. Can you think of one? I'm not saying that you did it here. It's just like, I'm not saying you, but at almost every poker table ever. It's like, no, you have too much. Maybe it's a PLO player thing because you always have too many outs, but like I see it so often.
Yeah, too many outs. I'm trying to think of some other ones. What are some other popular ones?
I'm thinking too.
I think too many outs is just the main one.
It's the norm.
I'm trying to think.
Default.
Do you have them bring a food menu? Thank you.
Oh, the other one is when somebody forgets to post their ante or something, or messes up coloring up somebody, and it's like, well, that's how you win all these tournaments. That gets said every single time.
Oh, I mean, there's another tournament running, but yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, that's true.
Just pretend like I know I'm gonna double up.
There's got to be some more, man.
That spins in again, ace-9.
It's going to fold all the way around. Wow. The old raise and take. Moves up into fourth.
Almost 6 a hand. Thank you. Thank you.
Norwegian Pro, 2022 WSOP main event champion. Knows a thing or two about taking down a Triton event. Picked up his first in London in the Mystery Bounty, beating Phil Ivey heads up. And he's going to be involved once more.
Well, if he isn't getting much resistance from the blinds, why not?
I feel like this is the hand where someone wags the finger.
This is a flatting combo, not a wag the finger combo. I guess Patrick's looking around and seeing how many people behind him are likely to squeeze.
The flat certainly does open the door for a squeeze, but not coming.
Sixes are a unique hand in Hold'em because it unblocks all of the ace wheel bluffs, so that you get some just weird outcomes if you look in solver land with pocket sixes, just because it does things that other hands don't. By the way, really disciplined fold by Leon Sturm there with the offsuit ace-x.
Sturm, for me personally, is one of the best up-and-coming players of recent times. Just really impressive stuff from him. This board all Patrick. Complete whiff for Espen. Correctly recognizing that. Checks it on over to the red sixes.
Shorter's visions of the 5 to really get value out of early position ace X's, although it's clearly not an Espen's hand.
Patrick going small, 40 into 130, just looking to deny equity against top exactly these types of hands.
Yeah.
Pull out some overcards, avoid playing a guessing game.
Patrick just has all the middling pocket pairs too. We'll have suited wheels as well. He'll have like ace-5 suited specifically in that spot. A lot of the suited wheel aces will just play flat.
Is closing the gap on the chip leader. Patrick, that is. He's second in chips with 2.3 million. Artur has 2.4. But we came back to the break desk with 36 players. We're down to 29. About 12 off the money now. Eliminations from the outer table. Sam Greenwood, Maher Noira, Phil Nagy, and of course we just saw Punat Punsri bust out.
Punat still is under the invitee side, correct?
No, it's pro side.
He's pro side. All right. He was for like a second.
He was.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would have been. Yeah, he just plays really good. He's a very good poker player.
It was like the first or second.
Got it. That makes more sense to me.
Sturm, 9-5 of clubs.
Snippy snap.
Oh, I think so.
Yep.
Cards on their backs.
Not so good for Sturm.
35% equity. 5 cards to come to get back in this fight.
What were you saying about Sturm in terms of you just see him as one of the top players currently?
I think he's really good, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Really impressive.
He has a phenomenal table presence for as young as he is. Not dead. That's nice. Queen in the window, not drawing dead in this spot feels really good.
Still live on the 7 of hearts turn. 9 or a 5 needed for the young German phenom. Can't find it after a couple of brutal setups throughout day 1 and the start of day 2. Kings against aces of Linus Love and ace king against Patrick Antonis' aces. Getting his final 10 bigs in, blind v blind. Saya Ono sending him to the rail. And with that, 28 left. Damn.
They're eliminating fast.
What's going on, man? I mean, we're close to final 3 table redraw.
You deserve to play.
You can see it slowing down at final 3 tables also.
Yeah, I told, yeah.
Was it 8-handed? 9-handed?
Yeah.
Was that when I 6-bet shoved the ace 3 or something for like 350? Yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it.
No ante?
No, it was ante. 3-1 ante. Come on, you gotta fight.
10-handed, no ante. You're definitely VIP, right?
10-handed, no ante.
Kind mockery, 6-bet shove, ace 3 suited for 350 big blinds. Sounds about right.
Well, probably all 3 of us will playing some 25-50 game at HD together at some point, though.
Oh, this could be showers for mockery, you know. Could certainly see him back jam this for, what is this, 33 bigs?
33 seems like a lot to back jam Jack 10 suited.
Yeah, I guess we are, what, 11 away from the money, and it's a sizable min cash. I mean,
it also just plays clean as a flat to have a combination this strong. I'd be more inclined to just even open shove it even at a shorter stack depth versus like it will trap at super short. It'll maybe shove in the 20-ish range, but wow, look at this flop for that hand.
Queen 8 deuce with the Queen 8 of diamonds on board. Mockery with an inside straight flush draw. Jack or a 10 would do it for him as well.
I like checking this one back as David having the ace of diamonds in hand. The check calling range really hits the Queen 8 deuce board, and you're...
Oh,
wow.
Is that what I think it is?
Hello.
The word I was about to say is that you're protected on a diamond, so that when Kyan does bet this turn card, David can call, which is why we want to check back this specific combo of ace-king, but he's very, very much hoping now to break the diamond on the river.
So we've had a royal flush against the full house. Are we about to see a straight flush against the nut flush? David does not want to see a 4th diamond roll off. 270 in the middle. Fortunately for Jan, it's the Jack of spades, meaning that he shouldn't really be losing more money in this pot.
It's probably the best river card for David if Kyan bets. If he checks, this might be a candidate to bluff the ace of diamonds, king of hearts, just mirroring our king 10 combos and things like that. I could see Kyan playing check here when he has the jack as well, blocking all the 2-pair combos, but just decides to go small. I like this too. It's really nice to go small with your mega nutted combos that also block your opponents from having value, because it's so hard for them to call, and it allows you to not get exploited when they use like a big raise sizing. But this is like, David might have a combo to click bluff raise here with ace of diamonds, king of hearts. Like unblocking all the pairs. Kyan has a small sizing, so he's kind of representing 2-pair, maybe some of his 10x combos. And I think David's just choosing whether or not to...
Is David ever raising a 10 in this spot, or is it only a flush?
He's raising king 10 specifically, and he has king heart in hand. And so I think that that's the intention. And also he will check back some like suited ace off while he's clicking call. Wow. Just calls with ace high.
Straight flush shown.
I think it's good, Randy. I think the straight flush is good.
Wow.
Can you beat that?
Mockery's mum, who flew over a couple of days ago on the rail there, giving him the good old thumbs up as he scoops in a pot.
Straight flushes on.
That's high morale, that is. Your mum watching you play a 200K tournament. Love to see it. And Mockery up to 905,000, good for 45 bigs. Brewer and the USA still ruling the roost here over on this feature table. Brewer with 72 bigs, Kim with 70, then a bit of a drop off to Nikki P. Still has a very healthy 53 big blinds, as does everyone at this table. I mean, even Jan, bottom of the chip counts, 36 bigs. Big blind 20k, tournament average 55 big blinds. We find ourselves just 11 spots off the money.
I'm still a little bit in shock by the call from Yan. I guess Ace of Diamonds blocks his nut flushes, which are the limp calling combos, so that's like the polar part of the small sizing, and then the king is blocking, I guess he's not betting one pair combos for beat 33 or whatever he did on the river. That's wild. Like,
I mean, what is he trying to pick off? Like 6-7?
He's literally trying to pick off, yeah, 6-7 or see, he doesn't even have a lot of like Ace of Diamonds low wheel card, because David has Ace of Diamonds in hand, so it literally just feels like 6-7, 7-5, those combinations. Or if he somehow is turning like an Ace-6 offsuit into a bluff, an Ace-5 offsuit with like 6 of diamonds or 5 of diamonds. Those are the other combos that are going to show up there as a bluff. And
seemed loose.
Yeah, but he's getting a very good odds, and he's assuming Mockery is going to show up with all of his bluffs there, which means he's giving him credit. But it does seem very interesting. I can formulate in my brain where it came from, but I would not have clicked call on my end. I would have been more likely to raise.
What's happening here, Henry?
Well, we're back over to the outer feature table. It's the Estonian businessman Korzinin squaring off against Roman, who just flat out the small the king queen and check called a bet of 35,000. He's now checked it on over once more to Korzinin on the 6 of hearts turn.
Bet 55,000.
And Korzinin's not slowing down.
It seems like he's realized he's got the best hand still.
Double barreling for 25% pot. Sizing doesn't scream strength. Let's see if Roman picks up on that.
I actually really like this sizing on the top pair 6 here as Korzinin, just because he's the least likely to have 6x combinations. Wow, he's getting value here. This is sick. This is some magic for sure. Some deep voodoo.
I think Roman's floating here with plans to do something OOL. I mean,
he's out of position, right? He played small blind flat, so I don't think you can... There's not going to be a lot of river cards on board text exchanges that you get to lead. Like, if this would be one of them, but he doesn't even have a heart in his hand. So I don't think he's allowed to lead this river card. But allowed to is a strong word when you're playing against... What would you call him?
Gambledore.
Gambledore, just because we're so far in YOLO Valley playing against this gentleman that I could totally see Roman just saying, we ball, which looks like he's literally just using a big sizing too. That's sick. Yeah.
That's pretty gangster. The check call, lead half pot with king, queen high.
It looks like Roman led flop on the 6-4-3 and then check called turn.
Yeah, you're right about that.
That's a very unique line. I guess he's just saying he has all the pocket pairs, so he plays lead. Wow, well played. Roman really has been executing well in pretty much every frame that we've seen him in.
The 2-time Triton champion, the most winningest poker player on GG Poker in 2022.
No, just balancing that.
So, online crusher, showing us that he knows how to get it done on the live tour as well.
Didn't he also win that mystery bounty? And he collected, let me see, how many bounties did he get? He won the 40k mystery bounty for 622,000 earlier, and he got 560,000 in bounty pulls.
Oh, he's loving it, mate.
He's having a good week.
He is absolutely loving his time here in Monte-Carlo. 28 players remain. It's Patrick Antonius who takes the chip lead after Artur Martirosyan lost a sizable pot against none other than Linus Love. So Linus Bollinger has moved up to second in chips. How about this for a top four? Patrick Antonius in first, Linus Love in second, Ponokov's in third, Artur Martiroshin in fourth. I mean,
it's a strong top four. Anson Yu defending the VIP side in fifth.
Discipline laydown by Mokri there. King 10 out. Definitely a combination you could choose to 3-bet as a bluff if you'd like to on the button versus UTG. Just blocking some of their best combinations. Just see a defend here by Poocher with a suited jack.
It always feels a little tricky to play these kind of big pairs when the ace shows up. What's your kind of approach in these spots?
As UTG, you're just going to be playing a small range bet here. You're just winning. You have a advantage in all of range. You have the most. You have the most of the best hands, the most of the middle hands, that kind of a thing. So when that's the case, you just play a small bet with range. There are different situations, like if it goes open under the gun and like hijack flat, then I'm not going to be range betting ace high boards because they're going to be flatting so many of the ace X combos. But when you have such a large range advantage, you just want to bet small because you want to force your continue. Like when you have queens, you want your opponent to call it like an 8x combo or a 4x combo or 5-6 offsuit. So the small bet allows them to continue wider. It just kind of makes it easy to operate.
If you get it crazy,
I mean, it's like, it would be a funny joke though.
I mean, it's amazing. I love it.
I mean, it would be a good joke.
Do you feel like you're still learning poker, Randy, after all this time? Like
me?
Yeah. Like, are you actively wanting to learn, get better, all those things? Like, is it still interesting, engaging for you?
Of course. Yeah, I'm still very involved. I just don't play 25K, 50, 100Ks, and 200K Invitational.
I'm not. You don't need you to be stoked on poker. I was more just interested in like if you still have the spark. You've been playing for so long.
Yeah, not as much as my prime, of course, but I'm definitely still following it quite heavily.
What do you play nowadays when you do play poker?
I'm still a cash game player.
Just cash games?
Yeah.
You ever gonna hop into the Triton Invitational cash games?
Invitational?
Or whatever the cash, like the cash games.
It's a big game, my friend.
It is.
I'm sure you know that.
Yeah, but Bitcoin's at an all-time high, Randy.
It is.
So if there's ever a time to shot take.
Still can go bust in that game at any moment.
That's why I'm playing the 125K. Bitcoin's really big. Like other people showing up.
That's why I think it's going to be so big as well.
No,
like,
that's a real thing.
Yeah, it really is.
The fact that crypto spiked during a Triton series is kind of like we've seen some insane field compositions. I think the PLOs specifically, those humans love crypto and they love to gamble. So
I'll tell you what's insane: a four-way affair, just 11 off the money, 200K buy-in tournament. King Jack 3, Brian Kim flopping best with top pair, David Yan with an open-ender, Brewer the pre-flop aggressive ace high backdoor clubs.
Really nice combo to check and have turns that you can continue on. And then, interesting idea for David. Ooh, new table. I wanted to see what David did.
We'll get back to that. We head on over, see Morton in trouble with the king queen, but he's flopped best. And Korzinin is down to 10 big blinds. Getting it in with the ace queen against Klein's king queen. Morton back up to 30 bigs. And the wizard. Perhaps the spell
Henry,
not going his way.
Did you have breakfast with Morton today?
Did.
No wonder.
And Ponokov's as well.
He's running good. You
Ponokov's
said it last night, right? You're like, hey, Morton, what did Morton say to you? He said, so I guess I have to have breakfast with you to run good?
Yeah, people that have been having breakfast with me have been cashing big buy. I'm not trying to take credit for it. It was Ponokov's that said it, actually.
So this is what I was interested in seeing. Small bet from David here, about 25%, which he should be doing at a very high frequency with his combination. And then Brian finding a very clean check raise. His king is going to be beating a lot of the king X's that David's finding as his flop bet. Also generating a lot of value from these queen 10 suited combos, things of that nature. David won't have pocket jacks. He'll have king jack, which is Brian's main worry, but we can't play with fear. Wow, SPR 0.8 or so. Brian still having all the other King X's dominated, right? Very close, in my opinion, between small size. Actually, all three are on the table, right? When you have the King of Hearts in your hand, he can click check, he can click small size, he can click all in.
Jan with 23 big blinds back.
David shouldn't have a lot of 3x combos. Brian will have more 3x combos from the big blind, and some of those will choose to be bluffs. He also will have like Jack 3 suited, King 3 suited that David won't have. I can see Brian using a smaller sizing on this turn because the 3 is just so much better for him than for David. It's like betting 100K here and trying to force continues. David would love to see that. He just uses all in. Interesting.
It's disgusting for Jan.
Yeah, it is. He has to just fold.
How painful is that?
Yeah.
Rabbit hunt one time?
I'm not sure. I'd love to. This is probably one to go look up later because I could totally see small sizing being the thing here, even though SPR is 0.8 on the board pair.
Brian Kim moves up to 5th in chips. So picking up his first title, the Triton Series, in event number 1, the 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam. Joined us for the first time in Vietnam. Beginning of last year, had so many crossbars over the last year and a half. Ultimately had to wait until the start of this series to finally get that piece of gold. And he's looking pretty good here.
Is Vietnam ever happening again as a Triton stop?
I'm not sure, man. I'd love to because I know that the players really enjoyed it.
So good. That's before they had 4 card, so I couldn't justify it.
Butcher on the button just as the blinds go up.
Should probably make it a little bit bigger than min raise here. Maybe like 55, 60K as an overall strategy. Nice. 55.
He knows it.
When you have the invitees finding the little nuances like this, you know that there's some sharpness going on. Like,
yeah, I was about to say, I mean,
yeah.
Butcher's on the invitee side, but again, he's one of those that...
he's one of the stronger ones,
for sure.
Very solid.
See him in the $1 million cash games and nosebleed cash games that we do.
Whopping. Amazing. Top pair, top kicker.
Yeah. See him coming up for a small sizing here. Queen high board, button versus big blind. Nice little 35K bet. Oh, he wants big. Being greedy. Oh no, that is B33.
Yeah.
I just can't do math.
About 33%.
Yeah. I just can't do math.
What's Nicky P dreaming up out of the big?
King 7 of spades is a spicy choice, right? Overcard to the queen, backdoor spades. This sizing is a little bit bigger than the min sizing, and so I can, yeah, he's more likely to, like, if Ferdinand used his smallest sizing, I could see Nick maybe calling this combo, but it's a very clean check-raising candidate. You're blocking king, queen. You're even blocking things like 9-7 of spades, which can play bet call as well. And you're unblocking a lot of like the ace-high combos or just the garbage combos that might be just betting to bet fold. It cannot be understated how nice it is to have the overcard to the queen as well, so that when Putra does have like his queen 10s, his queen 8s, his ace queens, for example, that we have equity against those combos.
Inflated pot.
Yeah.
As a byproduct of Nicky P raising. Putra was just north of pot behind. 8 of hearts changes nothing.
Button big blind, you see a decent amount of big blind check raise flop check turn, especially on cards like this. There are just so many combos that we're going to have that want to click check raise to fold out a lot of buttons, just standard c betting range. So you, with range, will just play a lot of checks on turns, and this is one that I would expect Nick to check as well.
With north of 1 SPR, it feels like we need to just protect what's in there now.
It's just really hard to get called by a worse hand in the check raise check line. Very hard. This is one of those. This might be one of those situations. I'd have to look it up, but the computer does this weird thing where it doesn't care about going geo. It like won't use a small sizing. It'll just bet like 230K or 240K and have a quarter of the pot left on the
Hold
river.
on, because we're going to get back to it. Yeah, so this went Artur open, Roman flat the ace-queen, Kulev 3-bet. Oh, from the cutoff with the jacks. Artur called, and then Roman jammed the ace-queen, and he's one card away from doubling up to 2.6 million, taking the tournament chip lead, and Kulev is down to 4.5 bigs.
Roman's gonna do it again, isn't he? Huge flip. Tournament chip leader. Right
good
there.
One, good.
Good luck calculating how much that one's worth in EV.
Yeah. Looks like Putra just bet turn, Nick folded, but it is really hard when someone as good as Roman is playing well and sun running. Just, it's a hard combo to beat, really is.
It's a hard combo, but yeah, he plays amazing. Willingness to get there. I mean, obviously that was tournament defining for both of him and Kulev. Kulev down to just 4 bigs.
Tournament poker is a fickle beast, right? Kulev plays so well for an entire tournament. You get in as a flip against another very good player in a spot where both played the hand correctly. Like Roman's supposed to play flat with ace-queen off at a frequency, and then when the squeeze happens, it's one of his main back jamming combinations. Kulev has jacks, knows he just needs to call because he's playing against a good player, and then they flip for whatever, $2 million worth of equity, see what happens.
See Brian flatting queen 10 offsuit on the button versus the cutoff open of Putra. Is this a standard call or is this more player dependent?
This seems fine to me. The two Broadway offsuit candidates in the 40 big blind range tend to function pretty well as a flat on the button. It's queen 10 is kind of the worst of the Broadway combinations generally.
Yeah,
like,
I usually always see queen jack.
Yeah.
And queen 10 I wasn't so sure about.
Yeah, queen 10's close. It doesn't have the same blocker properties to 3-bet as a bluff as like a king 10. King 10 is a better bluffing candidate than queen 10 because you block ace king. You care about that a lot more than blocking ace queen. Interesting spot. This should be a spot where Putra's like just checking a ton, maybe even check. This is the board for the button flatting range, cutoff versus button. So, I mean, I can see why Putra would want to bet having the 9 block, but with that being said, this feels dicey immediately because Brian has a hand that can immediately apply pressure if he wants to.
Well, Putra is going to try and hopefully take it down flop, half the pot. Brian Kim's got a pretty nutted draw here. Looking for that 9, 1 over to the jack. Gonna try to maneuver with a flat in position. Darn card is the 7.
This one's hard for Putra to navigate when he plays the flop bet, which is why I think the check in general is gonna be a lot easier to navigate as we get to later streets because he was already feeling uncomfortable with the flop call by Brian Kim, and now he's out of position on a card that doesn't hit either of them too much. Brian shouldn't have too much 7x outside of like ace 7 suited, king 7 suited possibly in his button flattening range. So the check I think makes a lot of sense here, and I think that Brian's going to find aggression, yeah, as he should. Note that he's not using a large sizing. He's just using kind of the third pot, specifically because he doesn't have polarity. Like, he doesn't have the overpair advantage, whereas Putra, I think, will have, like, aces and kings. So Brian's kind of just got to use a small sizing here. This will be a very spicy choice as a check raise candidate for Ferdinand, because he has the overcards to the jack and the 8. And then the 9 block for the straight, but he just likes to give it away.
Brian Kim just chipping up over and over again. He's sitting on 2 million now.
I'm starting to get really excited about the players left in this field, guys. For those of you that are watching that haven't already downloaded the Triton Poker Plus app, please do. It's so easy to download, takes a couple of seconds, it's completely free. And if you're watching along on the stream, it just makes so much sense. You get to see every hand played from every table. And not only in this tournament, we've got the 50K running on the side. That's currently got 66 runners in it. Santosh Savannah is chip leading that. But I understand that most of you only care about this one for now. But yeah, you just get to scroll through the leaderboard. Every hand that passes, some huge names. Patrick Antonius, Linus Love, Ponakovs, Martirosian, Brewer, Espen, Makita Bazikowski, Ike Haxton, Nikki P, Elton Tsang, Jonathan Jaffe.
Yeah,
I mean, Roberto Perez. I mean, come on, man. Download the damn app, okay?
Looking at the app too, earlier I said that 3 of the top 10 were VIPs. Now it's just 2 of the top 10. So really the pros are really smashing at this point.
Y'all are making Henry borderline flustered. Not downloading this app. Do you really like this man is a cool, comprised human being, and he's getting heated. Can you help him? Maybe also hit the like button, the subscribe button. What metrics do? Like, I think these guys get a bonus depending on how many likes you have.
Well, Randy doesn't answer the phone.
I don't get invited back when the threshold isn't met.
Well, please use your votes.
How about this as a threshold for an opening? Kim, who's just been mashing away, looking down at the blades.
Should get resistance from Petrangelo. Pocket 7s. 32 bigs for him. Plays as a flat. Ace Jack. Is this dicey?
Hijack open, cut off flat. Maslak with how many bigs? 27?
This would be a very good squeezing candidate, which it looks like he's finding. So this is a really good play by Konstantin. This just shows that he's a learned poker player. You don't want a flat ace-jack offsuit here. It functions much better as a bluff, quote unquote, because you can still get called by combinations that like king-queen suited, for example, that you're ahead of, and then you block a lot of your opponent's best continues. And so I really like this play by Konstantin. I'd be much more likely to flat if I had ace-jack suited, but the offsuit variant functions really well as a bluff. Brian, I can totally see just clicking call here, which I love. And I think we're going to also get Nikki P now because he has pretty sick implied odds in this spot.
Just leaning over to see how much Maslak's playing with. We're going to have a 3-way affair in the 3-bet pot. Just 10 off the money in a $200,000 buy-in with $5 million for first. Let's see 3, dealer. 555K out there. King Jack Deuce Rainbow. Nikki P not finding the red 7 he was looking for. Maslak connecting that middle pair.
I'm really torn here between small bet and check. The king is a really central card in both players' flatting ranges. Like as I said, the king-queen suiteds of the world. Alexis will find a bet here, which I think is fine. Very, very small. If I'm Brian, I think I like continuing to just slow play. But with that being said, we need to have check raise bluffs on this board, and we unblock the king and the jack by having 2 aces in our hand. So
don't we want Petrangelo to come along with like, and not hero fold like a king X or jack X if you check raise?
Yeah, exactly. That's it. You want to allow Nikki P to continue as well. So I think that the flat here looks really good by Brian. Thankfully, there's only one real death card for Konstantin. Brian does not like to see this card.
Yeah, not really beating much now, right? Unless you're up against the ace-king.
Yeah, I mean, ace-king is the primary candidate that we're getting value from still, and that's a very large part of Konstantin's range. But the 10 of spades is not the card you're looking for with pocket aces here.
Does check through. 4 diamonds on the river. BK with the check mark. SPR around 0.6.
Konstantin's definitely checking back a lot of traps here. I would be, like, we have 2 aces. We still beat ace-jack. We still beat ace-king. beat ace 10, all those which we block, unfortunately. When you kind of drill into it, there's not a lot of combinations for us to get value from. Ace king being it, but is ace king checking back the turn? Like, that's not one of the traps that check back. I think ace king just shoves the turn at a high frequency. And so I can see why Brian is feeling precarious here.
So very hard for him to rep a bluff himself.
It is. It really is. It's a great point, Randy.
I guess also maybe like if we check, does my opponent ever make a tight check back of like king, queen, ace, king ever, or do they just value jam themselves for us?
So you just brought up a very good point. King, queen offsuit is a hand class that I hadn't put enough thought into, but that one I think is enough of a boon here. Like, there's enough king, queen offsuits that will check back turn, as you were saying, to generate value from. So like that combo completely missed my mind, so a really good call out by you there. And I think that specific hand being such a large part of the 3-bet squeezing range, the king queen off, allows you to value jam pocket aces. This is a tough one, but I think we gotta just pitch the H-Jack-O. As you said, so hard to find bluffs, right?
Yeah, so hard to find bluffs. I can't really imagine this being a call.
Doesn't waste much time in pitching it. Brian Kim extracting the max by slow playing the aces pre, and he's now up to 2.4 million.
Yeah, he got a 80K C-bet on the flop and another 115 from Nicky P, overcalling the 3-bet.
It's so funny because I think that there was a meme for a long time where it's like, don't trap pocket aces because it'll get cracked. Right?
Yeah, right.
Everyone was so scared of getting their aces cracked. And the more we learn about poker, the more that you just always trap pocket aces. And every node that's supposed to have flats in it end up having pocket aces as like the main trapping combo.
Brian Kim moves up into third as we move up to over 10,000 viewers on YouTube, and we've hit the 282,000 subscribers mark. So massive shout out to each and every one of you that continues to show up and support the Triton Poker Series. If you haven't already taken a couple of seconds out of your day to just click that like button, it is truly appreciated. It means the world to all of us here in the break desk and of course the production crew. It's your way of showing support as Triton continue to go from strength to strength, from series to series, growing the game that we all love and putting on world-class poker production free of charge for your viewing pleasure, as Nicky P squares off against David Yan, hijack v big blind on a potential kind of spicy one. I mean, 9-7, 5-2 diamonds, 1 heart.
Nicky P having one of his combos that interact with the middling board texture. It's kind of nice to trap these sometimes on this board. The 5-7-9 does really well for David. Yep. Nicky finds the check back. Having the, oof, what a clean turn. Having the backdoor hearts in your check back range is really nice as well, because it means that you can absorb aggression at a higher frequency from the big blind, because the big blind's going to want to attack the in-position check back at a pretty high frequency.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just like a very clean, well-understood check back by Nicky P. And then the David, I think, is just going to probably be checking here as well. The king is one of like the main features of in-position check back range, but decides to go big.
That's near pot.
Ooh, that's mega spice. I guess David is using his ace specifically to block ace king, which is the main value combination in King X that's checking back here. So he's like, that's I think the main property outside of having the 6 as well, which is obviously very clean in terms of just having equity and blocking his opponent from having. We wouldn't have a6 suited, so it's like it's just additional equity.
Well, 3-8-5 out there. Yan with 3-2-5 back as he bricks on the 3 of clubs river. Does he empty the clip now?
This is a combo that would do it.
King X is a decent part of Petrangelo's check back call range, I would think, on the turn.
Which is why Yan is using a full pot sizing on the turn, it sets up like GO2 pretty much for this river jam. But elects to go with check, which I think is really sharp.
Feels like King 8 is always the best hand here.
Kind of feels like close to the top of range.
Yeah,
Just hard to get called by worse. It's because remember, Yan used full pot on the turn, so he's not representing like his 9x combos or 7x combos. But
It's just like, you know what? I don't know what's going to call me, but you
Yeah.
figure out David Yan.
yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where Brian said it really well on the previous previous portion of this cast. Nicky P is an aggressive player. You know, he gon' bluff. And so if you're going to bluff, you have to just jam. Because you might get called by ace-6 offsuit, literally. Like this, I can totally see. I'm not saying David Yan will call here, but it's a combo that could call.
I mean, we've seen him call
Yeah.
Ace King High earlier on
Yeah.
a very nasty board texture.
Yeah, 100%. David's not a folder, nor should he be against players of this caliber. So it's not like he's playing poorly by being sticky. It's always very weird when you're in this kind of polar spot, because when David bets so big on the turn, it culls a lot of Nicky P's range, specifically like the Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10 combos. Like those are that's the main class of hand I think that David is trying to target with the call if he were to make it, because he blocks 6-4. So well, it doesn't matter because
Hijack open.
Yeah, hijack open. So it's like, what are the value combos? Ace King is real. He can be checking back sets, so pocket 9s, pocket 7s, both of those. Like I don't think pocket 5s get in, but it's like close. No, Nicky's kind of short. So like pocket 5's not real. 9s and 7s are real. 9-7 suited, not real either. Is he checking back 10-9 suited, calling turn, and then jamming river for value? Probably not. It really is just a kind of a counting exercise between the Ace King, King Queen, possibly King Jack combos. Some of those bet flop when they have diamonds, for example. So I think that David's really just trying to do a math problem here to say, okay, are there more King X combos in range? Or are there more Queen Jack, Jack 10, Queen 10 combos in range?
Right.
Or like also like theoretically some of his checked back diamonds, like maybe, does he have, yeah, like Queen 8 of diamonds doesn't open, no, doesn't, it might get into the hijack, it's really close. That one I'm not sure. But for those of you at home being like, why is David Yan debating calling with ace high here? It's because it's a legitimate decision when you're literally sitting there and counting card combinations.
Absolute world-class breakdown from our guest commentator here, Dylan Weissman. This is a genuine tank from Yan. He's not posturing for all the reasons Dylan just mentioned. Really just trying to solve this one, think it through. Also, the longer he tanks, man, I thought he was close to just doing like the no-look call there.
Seen him do that motion before.
This also just to show how much of a beast Nicky P is, right? Like the fact that we're getting a tank here for an ace high call, not even like a good ace high, like a bad ace high, ace 6, that theoretically could lose to like Nicky P valued. Like I guess he's not jamming ace 10 diamonds on this river.
I wouldn't think so.
Because it was full pot sizing on turn, right? So it really is just like those Queen 10, Jack 10, Queen Jack combos, even like all those offsuit variants.
Yan is pained by this.
I love poker.
1 in the chat if you think he's going to call, 2 if you think he's going to fold.
This is one of the coolest hands I think we've seen all day,
It
actually.
really is.
It's super, super intricate and fascinating.
I wish Brian was in it because I'd be able to get some action down.
When you have a sucker like Brian in the booth, what are you gonna do, right? Like you can't hurt.
I feel like Yan's going to flick it in, man. I mean,
He really wants to. We are close to the bubble of a 200K. Let's also talk about the macro considerations as well, right? He folds here, he has 16 bigs, he's not dead. Calls here is right, has a legitimate stack to contend for the bubble. And so he also is aware that Nicky P knows these things too. Like we've now entered the stage of the tournament where it's 9 away from the money, that you're in future game territory. You're not just in ICM territory. You need to think about generating a stack at this exact stage of the tournament in order to contest the bubble or just get through the bubble, right? And so this is all things that someone as talented as David is going through his head. He's not just thinking about the individual combos, but he is literally probably counting combos in his head. He's also thinking about like the macro considerations of what this does for him in the tournament.
He's used about 15 time banks and eventually folds. Huge pot.
That was so cool.
Going Nicky P's way, it really was. Love the fact that you were in here with us for that one, mate.
King 10.
What did Nicky P just say? King 10?
I thought he said King 10.
No King 10?
Wow. I mean, I feel like if he had King 10 based on that tank, he would have been taking just a split second to make the call. Shout out to our official timekeeper, Jacob & Co., official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series. Make these incredible timepieces, and they're not just about the diamonds, the sapphires, and the rubies. We're also going to be awarding a special collaboration timepiece to our main event champion, Dylan, mate. You fire in the main, the 125k main. The champion's going to get a custom Jacob & Co. Triton timepiece. A little bit more of an incentive for you to fire that one.
My wife, when I chopped the 100k PLO, she's like, she was the most upset that we didn't get the watch. She wanted the watch, and I respect her for it. By the way, the reason why Nicky said King 10 specifically is because King 10 blocks all the bluffing combinations that he's supposed to have. Like if Yan would maybe rather call Ace-6 offsuit than King 10 because the 10 is the main bluffing candidate card, and so
that makes sense.
And so it's like you'd rather call King 6 or King 8. But King 10 specifically is such a bad card because it interacts with every single bluff that Nick is supposed to have. So like if you're counting combinations, even though Ace-6 off is lower in absolute hand strength, King 10 off might be a worse call. Theoretically, I'm not sure. But like if he's value jamming King 8, then King 10 is probably a fine call. But that's the reason why Nick chose that specific combination to like ask him if he had. It's because it's like it just blocks literally every single bluff.
No, it does make sense, my man.
Yeah.
Oh, spot here for Yan. Just folded the Ace-6. Does take the rejam spot. This is close for Kyan. What's this? 13 bigs. Oh, wow. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Does not matter.
Not close for Putra.
I think Mokri would have clicked call for 13. King 10 just it beats the 9-10 suiteds, the Jack 10 suiteds, all those combos. But yeah, it doesn't matter now.
Fold from Mokri. Yan in rough shape.
Great outcome for him, though. He'd much rather be up against Ace-Queen off than King 10 off.
No, the Ace-Queen.
730,000 out there.
Have a completely live cards.
30 big blind pot. All in brought to you by BetACR. Yan at risk for his tournament life. Just 9 off the money and the ace in the window. Making it more likely that he's going to be bowing out on the soft bubble. Queen on the turn seals it. Putra eliminating David Yan, finishing off the work of Nicky P from the previous hand. And we're down to 25. Final 3-table bubble. So we've had a flurry of bust outs on the outer tables. Leon Sturm out in 29th, Mario Mospok out in 28th, getting queens in against the pocket nines of Mikolaj Vaskobojnikau. 9 high flop, sending Mospok to the showers, and now Kulev and David Yan eliminated.
Man, Brian, stop with the American voodoo. Just play. Don't listen to this guy. He's trying to trick you.
Kyan does that quite a lot.
On stream anyway. I can't say.
He's a funny dude to be at a poker table with.
You will, right?
Brings a good energy.
American voodoo.
Add a hand to continue betting.
I do love the like international half spice that shows up. Like everyone respects each other, but then it's like, you know, Americans kind of bad, or like Europeans think that Americans kind of think some of the Europeans are a little too like off in some spots. It's very fun how the metagame has evolved over time, where it's like people are still salty across international lines, but then also still have respect for each other simultaneously. I love it.
I don't know if that's a thing at Triton though.
That's
Maybe it is behind closed doors.
Yeah.
It seems like, I mean, I haven't been on Twitter for a long time, but I do recall, you know, like during the WSOP, I don't want to call anyone out in particular because I don't want to put them on blast on stream, but there's always the same guys every summer that pipe up like, oh, the effing Euros are doing this, or oh, the damn Americans, you know, can't do this. Like, guys, come on, like, we all love the same game. Like, doesn't matter where you're from, just come on, man.
It's so fun. I love it. It's so funny.
But yeah, just at least you don't hear that at Tritons. You never like hear a Euro say, oh, these damn American regs, or an American say, God, these Euros. But I know what you mean, man. I know what you mean.
It's funny. No, Chris using a larger opening sizing here, opening into a bigger stack. That's just good game theory by Chris.
Not much for Brian. For a little gut shot. Guess this hand is gonna be over once he drops in some chips. How much is the question?
Yeah, it seems like the Brewdog's going to get it done here.
Here we go. Love to see it.
So you arrived today?
Yep.
Yesterday?
Yep.
Today.
I got into Nice 2 days ago.
Oh, okay.
To get over jet lag. Yeah, I'm pretty stable on my jet lag cycle now.
What we got going on here? Got an under the gun open from second in chips in the entire tournament. Patrick Antonius, and a big blind defend from Linus. Came 10 deuce deuce 2 diamonds. Patrick continued for 1/3 thereabouts. Linus called.
I like this bet by Patrick.
Looking to shake out like ace high.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I'd be more likely to check back like the ace high flush draw as well. King high flush draw could be losing to a lot of just ace X combinations that are floating the flop. Like ace, all the suited ace wheel combinations are check calling the flop as well, so you kind of got to get those out of there.
It's obviously nice that you're not holding ace when you're trying to bluff out an ace.
Exactly.
Linus really dressed for Monte-Carlo, isn't he? I mean,
he's
the
looking sharp.
velvet jacket, the gold chain.
He's got the swag for sure. Very tough river card for Patrick to bluff. Having the 7 in his hand is very nice. Blocking if Linus were to have, let's say, the 9-7 of diamonds combination. There's not really, I guess Linus can have 9-7 of clubs as well, but that doesn't matter with the 7 of diamonds.
Feels like as played, Linus's range is very 10x heavy.
It really does. It's like, I think if Patrick's going for a bluff, he's going to have to go for the gusto.
Do it, Patrick. Piece them up, bro. Show these young online kids what's up. Let's hit him with the B150. Come on, Pat. Stick it in his eye.
He's reaching for chips.
Stick it in his eye, Pat.
How much we stacking?
Great sizing.
Patrick came to play.
I like this one. The 10-5 of suited is actually a really nice combo to call with.
It feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's really clean. The 5 of hearts just unblocks all of Patrick's overcard bluffs. Like, Patrick can definitely have the ace-7 King 10 suiteds of the world play it this way. He'll even have King 10 suited from under the gun as a chip leader.
What's the worst 10 we value bet in the spot for Patrick, you think?
Well, we show up with all, I guess when we're the chip leader, we'll show up with all the suited 10s, like 10-9, Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10, Ace 10. Some of them should probably be checking back the turn, like the 10-9s of the world would maybe check back the turn. I don't know if I like using, like, queen 10 would maybe be my bottom, but I also could just be missing value.
Wow.
Wow.
Patrick.
Old school v new school.
Too
Old
good.
school drawing a line in the sand, showing the boys what's up. Patrick Antonius taking the chip lead, I believe, in the entire tournament with 25 left.
Very clean execution from Patrick in that hand.
Well, well, well. $18 minutes left. Level 16. Question is, will we get down to the final 3 tables? Or will we reach the end of the level, which will be a dinner break first? Maslak with the ladies.
Ace-Jack suited for Burr. My first intuition is flat in this spot. Ace-Jack seems a lot of playability.
I agree. Though we have somebody opening up off of the shorter stack depth. So opening off of 17 bigs. Chris, like this is, I don't know the answer to this one.
But he's contemplating 3-bet
Yeah,
fold,
he is.
right?
Yeah, he'd either make it like 120 or click call. I like flat as well in this spot. It's nice to have some stronger suited ace-x combos in the flatting range, UTG as hijack. He was deciding whether or not ace-jack suited, like I think ace-queen suited is playing 3-bet, calling the stack off of 17, and ace-jack suited's not quite enough.
Crucial pot for the Russian as he flops middle set.
I can see a check here from Konstantin.
I feel like there's not that many king X's besides king jack in Burr's range, right? You blocking king queen.
Yes, king 10
ace
suited.
king 3-bets you pre. King 10, king jack, that's it?
Yeah. This, like, but we don't know that, like, we, with our specific combination, yes, we're blocking king queen. With range, I think that there's a lot of king queen in the flatting range. Right, so that's my general idea.
Turns Brewer dead.
If we didn't check flop, I really like checking turn now. A lot of the combinations that are continuing that were value, let's say like pocket 9s, pocket 8s, are not calling a 2-barrel. King X is, you're probably going to get a full stack from King X anyways. Like, I don't think King X is checking back, and you want to allow Chris to get there. Yeah, really clean check here.
Love this.
Yeah, really well played.
You want Chris to lean on you, maybe get there with like this ace-jack, ace-10 stuff.
Exactly.
Jack 10, you want those to continue.
Yep. Jack 10 suited, I'm not sure if was playing call pre-flop against the 17 big blind open.
Brewer mulling over his decision here. Maybe try and fold out some smaller pocket pairs.
Well, he's taking the bait.
Music to the ears of Maslak. Sat here. Queen's full.
I love this bet from Chris. Doesn't seem great, you know, when we're looking at Queen's full, but we block the ace-king suiteds of the world and the ace-king offsuits of the world. We block the king-jack suiteds of the world, like king-jack of clubs specifically. So I think that as a combination, this feels good from Chris.
Yeah, we're not results orientated.
I mean,
in the booth.
I mean, he played it badly because he has a full house. You know?
Bad hand, Brewer.
Yeah, he just didn't play it good. Note that Chris is not Ike Haxton and that Konstantin doesn't have exactly half pot left in the river. If Chris was Ike, it'd be exactly correct, as we saw earlier today.
Players in the invitational, please make your way back to the table. We have less than a minute to the restart, and either if you have total
To follow through once more? Is that a thing?
We're not winning at Showdown. I guess we don't have diamonds in our hands, so but ace, yeah.
He's going to go for it.
Yeah.
Snap.
Yeah.
Maslak with the trap. Just extending the rope to Brewer, and Brewer taking the bait.
Is Constantine on our invitee side also?
He is. Yeah, he invited.
He's been playing clean. He's been playing very clean.
Really solid, actually, from what I've seen.
I haven't really seen, like, there may be been a couple things that I would mix differently, but I have not seen anything remotely close to a blunder from him in the time that we've gotten to watch today. Just goes to show the level of poker that we're playing at here at Triton.
The Brewer down to $1 million. Oh, boys, getting old. Turning 30 in 9 days.
How's it feel?
Feels great, man. I feel like I'm entering my prime.
Dude, I'm 30. I'm about to turn 33. I've never loved my life more than I do right now.
I honestly feel that.
Yeah.
I do feel that.
You guys are young. Jeez. All right.
Yeah, but Randy, you look the youngest out of all of us, okay, right? So, look.
Thank you.
You know?
Nice save.
You also have you also feel the youngest in spirit. There's no
That's true.
There's no decrepitness or salt. I don't feel any of that coming off of you. Just pure joy and bliss.
Oh no, there's some shade and saltiness that gets thrown sometimes.
That was kind of what I was saying.
Henry knows. Let's go set mining.
Yeah, back-to-back hands between these two. Opening up front with the ace, king of clubs.
Chris finds c-bet. I would not mind a check raise from Constantine. Like these low pocket pairs can function very nicely as a check raise sometimes, especially having the deuce of diamonds in hand.
Very frustrating for Brewer should he face a check raise. But it doesn't. Gets it through.
Not saying he needs to check raise deuces every time, just maybe a low frequency thing.
Well, I don't know who had the over-unders on the line of whether or not we would get down to the final 3-table redraw at the end of this level first. There's only 10 minutes left before everyone goes away for a 75-minute dinner break. And this is really shaping up to be a classic and an absolute banger. Patrick Antonius leading the field, but some huge names from both the VIP side and the pro side of the bracket. Tan Xuan in there, Linislav, Ponakovs, Ansanyu. Let's go. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gents. It's going to be a long night of high stakes poker.
Can I just say, the Triton set is so aesthetically pleasing.
It's cool.
It's so clean.
Yeah.
And obviously it's shot very well. The team here does a great job. But love to see how it feels so nice to be on that stage.
Listen, I don't bring the velvet jackets out for nothing, okay?
It does look good.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, it does look good.
Oh, no.
Decision time.
Also worth mentioning that the break won't be 75 minutes long for, you know, the old powers that be, production side of things. We will splice the delay It's Brewer. I'll look to splice Kim's stack.
44 bigs effective here. I don't see a way that this doesn't go all in. These two are also very good friends. Understand, like I think they come from kind of the same school of poker.
Brewer,
especially against the big sizing, right?
It's a good sizing against the chip leader out of position. 40, like plus 40 bigs. We really want to disincentivize continues. Our 3-bets are very polar, so we want to use a large sizing.
This is grim for BK because of the reasons you just mentioned. He knows Brewer's good enough to have 3-bet folds here out the small.
You could also, like, 10s is just, I think, a little too good. I don't think 10's flat either. I think they just play jam, would be my assumption.
Well, he agrees with you.
Yeah.
Brewer snaps.
Oh, man, look at this pot.
Yeah, this isn't just a cooler.
Coldest of decks in Brewer's favor. See, it heads to the flop at 4-1 favorite. Has diamonds covered. Kim in need of some straightiness, or some spades, or a 10. Doesn't find it on the ace, jack 4. 2 outs twice. As he now looks for a king. The old set reverse. The shower Brewer doesn't find it. Brewer with a huge double. That double alone moves him up to 3rd in chips. Brian Kim with a sizable dent to his stack, but drops down to 10th. Still has above average. A byproduct of bossing the table around for the last couple of levels, building up a healthy stack. Tournament poker, eh, lads?
It is what it is. Cooler.
It is what it is. Randy, you're fired.
What's happening here?
Looks like an all-in for Makita.
Okay.
225.
9 big blinds.
He's put in 2 already.
Yeah, this is grim for Patrick. Because Makita off of 9 is finding shoves with all the higher pocket pairs. But still clicks call.
It's been a rough 10 hands or so for Makita.
It's about as bad of a flop as it's going to get outside of a 3.
Six outs twice for the 5-time Triton champ. And arguably one of the greatest No Limit Hold'em tournament players of recent memory. Feels like Patrick's day. Six outs once, just 8 off the money. Can Bads find it?
Oh, yes he can.
You hit him with the caster curse.
King of spades, corner pocket. I did, Dylan. I did, man. I mean, it just felt like Patrick's in the zone. You know, it calls Monaco home. It's been bullying Linus off of top pair. You know, there aren't many people that run bluffs like that and live to tell the tale.
The second you said it, my body was just like, wow, McGee's going to get there. I haven't, it's wild.
I mean, he needed it. Look at this graph. He was up to around 1.2 million, very healthy, and then just a couple of big pots not going his way. Saw him all the way down to 9 bigs, but winning that flip against Patrick, giving him a bit of a lifeline, back up to 21 big blinds as Roberto Perez takes the role of short stack duties. I can't believe we're this close to the money, you know.
This went by very fast.
It really did.
Was not what I was expecting.
We came back from the last break with 36 left, and we've lost 11 of the 36 players in the last 2 levels.
He probably would have gotten Rasty for another unit. He thought it was going to slow down a lot.
Damn, man.
You're really missing out on an hourly whenever he's not in the booth.
I really am.
You're going to request Rasty all the time just to increase your hourly.
You know, sometimes you come back to poker commentary, you got to get the win rate where it exists, right?
It's true, man.
Yeah.
It is true.
Taking money from your friends.
I'm doing well against Brian. Lifetime. I don't think many people can say that as well.
That's true. Brian's a very sharp gambler. I like the check back here. Don't really see a need to turn ace-9 into a bluff. You want to be able to call aggression on like a river 7 sometimes. Could just have the best hand.
Don't try to rep that king, it seems.
He does. It's hard not having a heart in your hand. It makes it more likely that a hand like Patrick's will continue, even if you have like 9-8 offsuit, Jack-8 offsuit with Jack of Hearts, things of that nature.
Players got invited.
Also goes with a very small sizing.
Patrick calls.
Patrick's got the check mark. He's going to cross the 3 million chip territory. The conclusion of this hand, unless Sinan gets him to fold. It feels unlikely on that river.
Patrick just time banking here because he would have leads on a river 10 at a frequency. So just making sure that he balances his timing tells.
Yeah, it's also a card that Unlu likely isn't going to want to bet.
Oh wow, he just lead
value.
Wow.
How does he know?
That's insane.
Is he turning his hand into a bluff?
No, he's value betting. He's value betting against like ace, jack, ace, queen, 1 heart, combos like that.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's a great read by Patrick.
Patrick Antonius. Up to 3 million chips. That's good for 10 starting stacks. So it has, well, an average stack for 10 players left. About 1 minute left of the level. Probably be able to squeeze one more hand in before the players do go on their dinner break. Just want to remind you again, 75-minute dinner break for the players. For you viewers, we're just going to be stepping away about 10 minutes time. Dylan and I are going to be stepping out. Arlene Najjar's going to be jumping in alongside Nanonoko.
Couple 8s for Saya Ono. Min raise. Patrick in the small blind. He's been playing a lot of pots lately.
Patrick woke up and chose violence today.
He's in there.
Yeah.
How do we proceed with 8s now?
We do not fold. You click the call button. 40 effective.
It's always call. It's never jam, I assume.
I don't believe we jam 8s for 40. I could be wrong, but I believe that we call.
I mean, if there's ever a time I would forgive a fold, it would be 8 off the money in a 200k buy-in tournament. You've got 40 bigs. Do you want to play a 3-bet pot against someone like Patrick who can really put it to us? And we don't flop a set. She is going to play defense.
I think this is Saya is a sharp poker player. I know that she's not as experienced in the tournament streets, but you get a board like this, and you get to absorb aggression very well with 2 8s. Patrick having the backdoor flush draw wants to fold out probably some better ace-x combos that didn't want to shove pre. I definitely see at least one c-bet coming in here with the ace-3. Clear out equity from like the king-queen suiteds, jack-10 suiteds of the world. This is one of the main reasons we do call pocket eights in this spot, is that these middling boards are ones that we want to be able to absorb aggression on, as I said.
Absorb, she does. 600k out there. Oh,
Spike.
Man. Patrick Antonius on home territory. Going to be moving up into pole position with 25 left as we head into dinner break.
Kind of feel like Patrick wants to check this turn, as weird as that sounds. I'm not sure he will. But if you kind of think through size range, a lot of continues. I guess she's shoving 10s, she's shoving jacks, she's shoving queens, shoving kings.
175.
But she pretty much has like the only combination that he's getting value from. Maybe she doesn't shove 10s. Everything else is getting in there pre, and then she has a lot of like king high stuff, and then her ace-x stuff beats Patrick's ace. All the flatting that she does with those ace-x combos. This is literally Patrick just thinking she has her exact hand. Is what this feels like.
Also, is his type of card. Maybe it's a bit suspicious if he checks.
Yeah. You do need to check the ace at a frequency, though.
You would, yeah, and if you do, you usually want to use these weakest ones.
Yeah.
You're going to show up with all the better big ones, ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack, etc.
Yep.
But there we go. Another pot for Patrick.
She gets out of the way, preserving that 30 big blind stack. Although having said that, the blinds will be going up to 15k, 30k when we return from dinner break. Look at this. How about this for a lineup? Patrick Antonius, chip leader on the red table. Chris Brewer, chip leading the blue table. Roman Hrabets, chip leader of the entire tournament. 3.7 million chips as we welcome you back to the break desk. An action-packed frame there. Dylan, I just want to say on behalf of the team and from us here in the booth how much of an absolute pleasure it's been having you alongside us. And I know your wife's trying to, keep you out of the booth. She wants you out there making money for the family. But just from me and the rest of the team, if you ever have got a spare hour or two, the door is always open. We'd love to have you back, man. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. This is always super fun. I really appreciate it. And thank you to everyone in the chat.
So Dylan and I are going to be jumping out. Randy's going to be staying in, locked in as we work our way down to the money. Arlene Najjar's going to be picking up coverage of the 200K Triton Invitational when we return from break in about 8 minutes' time. We'll see you very shortly.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code TRITON and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code TRITON for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention, the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
What is Igor's background? I know that he's been playing Tritons for a little bit. Was he an online player? I wasn't aware of him.
I personally wasn't too familiar with him. I saw him out in Merit in Cyprus before joining the Triton series. He was playing some of like the 5Ks and 10Ks out there. And I think he was doing pretty well. And then, yeah, then ended up joining us over here. And he's kind of been coming to these ever since.
Yeah, I think he won. I think he won something in Montenegro, if I remember correctly.
He did. Picked up his first title in the 50K Bounty Quattro for $1 million and change. He's had some impressive results. Came 5th in the 125K main there as well for 1.4 million.
He had a great stop in Montenegro. He had 3 final tables and a win. Picked up, I mean, almost 3 million in total winnings. Not too shabby.
Playing a mystery hand with Ike as the mystery is fun because we get to see how good we are against the solver. Like there's not someone I know in poker that obviously he has exploits and things, but he tries to find the optimal answer at a higher frequency than almost anyone else that I know, both in 2-card and 4-card. He's just so well studied.
How about the check back on the flop from Yaroshevsky?
I can see it. He's trying to gate aggression. Low paired boards are pretty good for the big blind defender because Ike is going to have all the suited 4x variants, whereas Yaroshevsky only has the ace-4 suiteds of the world.
Second check from Ike. Surely now on a 2-tone turn texture. Yaroshevsky wants to put some money in the middle.
Yeah, and I think he needs to go bigger. I think he needs to use like a B75 here.
That big?
I do think so. Interesting. He's going with smaller. He's going with half pot. I think I would have.
No, less than half.
I would have picked larger personally. Ike will still like when Ike check raises here. He's going to make it like 250K. He's going to use a very large sizing because he's going polar. But I do think that there's enough combinations now in the calling range of Ike. But I also could be wrong about how this spot operates. I would have used a larger sizing.
Let's see how Ike responds with his mystery hand. 185.
Yeah, big sizing when you check raise. I chose slightly bigger, but the check raise just feels like it has to be big.
Well, yeah, you're also trying to get the pot big enough to have like a nice river. I mean, you put another 150 in here, and we're basically talking pot size river jam. There's double flush draw, so a large check raise here makes a lot of sense.
Like making it so that SPR will be exactly 1, by the way.
I mean, this seems
on
like
the river.
Only call. It calls the only option.
Just for those unaware, literally, if you call here, SPR will be 455, and Yaroshevsky will have 456 in his stack.
Yeah.
It's things like that where it just is so subtle, but Ike is literally just picking the exact sizing for SPR1 as his turn raise sizing. That is not an accident.
Well, we know Yaroshevsky won't be going anywhere on the turn. Big river incoming. Especially if it's like a brick.
I mean, I think Ike's value hands are kind of 4x, and he can have a bunch of super high equity draws and some like kind of bluffs. Maybe even a hand like 10 jack with a spade and a diamond that would like now bluff this.
I don't know if you pick 10 jack with 1 spade, 1 diamond. I mean, he'll also have pocket 3s. He'll also have pocket 9s. Both of those combinations will check, and they don't have to 3-bet pre-flop. King of Spades becomes a highly relevant card here. Although Yaroshevsky used a very small turn sizing, which disincentivizes Ike from needing to check raise like King 5 suited, King 6 suited, King 7 suited, excuse me. So the King of Spades isn't actually as relevant as it would normally be due to the fact that Igor used the small turn sizing because those combos just don't need a check raise. They have enough immediate value to just click check call and could even be beating some like random Jack 10 diamond combinations that exist. So I think this is kind of like one of those, you see the King of Spades so it looks like you're blocking flushes, but in reality, if you were to think of the combinations that Ike will have that have spades in them, I think the king of spades doesn't show up that often. And so it's kind of like a fake blocker to flushes specifically. Although you do unblock diamonds, right? When you have the king of hearts and the king of spades, you make it the most likely that Ike has a diamond flush draw.
So the question, I mean, Ike's still shoving 4x for value, right?
Yeah.
If he hit obviously a full house, or if he made a flush. But I think is going to try. Well, Ike is a person who does this better than almost anyone, but tried to get to the river with hands with one spade in them, and those are always bluffing. So that's why I postulated a hand like that. Another one that makes more sense might be something like ace-5 with the ace of spades, or 5 of spades, ace of diamonds. Like both of those would bluff now.
Yep, I agree.
At 1-1, Ike should be setting it up so he has value. What, like, is it 2/3 of the time, right?
This is Ike's favorite thing to do. When all in, he literally just sits back, puts his hands. And I saw him rip the nastiest bluff on the bubble of the 50K PLO recently. This last WSOP did the exact same thing, got 4 time banked and called and lost. Not to say that he's bluffing here, but more so that this is a very common occurrence where Ike has just check raised you and now sat back and has his hands by his side.
Oh, easy there, Yaroshevsky.
If the chip flew into the middle, I don't think it would be
What
considered a call,
flush
would it?
combos do you think he takes this line with if he has spades? Like, what are the flush combos?
Ace-5 suit.
Yeah.
No, I don't even think so, right? Because it was small turn sizing. I guess.
No, I think
yeah.
it's more likely to be ace-5 suited than like ace-jack, right? Because he has the additional gutter equity, and ace-5 suited might not be good.
Yeah, ace-5 suited check call.
No, I mean it's more likely to check raise than say
sorry.
ace-10 of spades.
Excuse me, ace-jack suited. Excuse me, check call.
Yeah.
Ace-10 suited check call. King-queen suited blocked, but also wouldn't have to check raise turn. Like king-queen suit, king-jack suit.
He's trying to get a read from Ike, man. I mean, how about it?
5 of diamonds.
How about it? Ike Haxton, you sick human being. Check raise it.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series $200,000 Invitational. Ali Najad in for Henry Kilbane. Randy Liu back on the desk as well. And Randy, I'm looking at these chip counts, and I'm not seeing names that were familiar from the top of the day. There's been a changing of the guard, and most recently, it is Roman Hrabec who has planted his flag up at the top. 3.7 million in chips. Antonius behind him, Brewer not far from those guys, and these are names that were not up there to start the day. There's been a lot of shuffling ever since we mixed fields.
And there's been a lot of big pots with those 3 top names. Roman won a huge flip against Alex Kulev, a 2.4 million chip pot. Coin flip there. Patrick Antonius has been bossing. He bluffed Linus off of top pair with just king 7 against 10 deuce deuce board. It's been a lot of fun to watch. From the pro side, they're holding on to top 3, and then we got invitee Tan Xuan right behind him, and we know he likes to stir things up.
Yeah, shame on me for not bringing him up. As I mentioned, the top 3, and in 4th lurking is Tan Xuan. So much mischief surrounding that man right there. Mikolai Vaskoboynikov rounding things out in 5th. Chip leader coming into the day was Linus Laliger. He now sits in 6th. Blinds will be 15, 30, and 30. 25 players remain. We're 1 away from a 3-table redraw. So if you don't like how things are stacking up right now, if you're out there, fear not. We're not too far from you, maybe getting some fresh faces to contend with. We are, however, some distance from the money. 17 places will be paid. A little north of $300,000 will be the min cash, but it's that delicious over $5 million of the prize pool that's going to go to our eventual champion that we are marching toward here today. And that march resumes from Sporting Monte-Carlo, brought to you by Bet ACR. We continue our coverage. Most recent elimination, by the way, was David Yan, Alex Kulev, Mosbach, Leon Sturm. Prior to that, to get a look at such a pretty addition to any poker player's trophy case. So much pride If you can earn yourself one of those. And a look then at the chip counts across our 3 current feature tables. Antonius, as mentioned, second in chips overall, behind Hrabets, who's over on the orange table. Chris Brewer, 82 bigs in third place. Tan Xuan in fourth overall, not at one of our features. Laliger there a good ways behind Antonius, who really has a nice sort of setup for himself over at that red table, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Patrick is in great shape. Linus was doing very well until Patrick kind of got the best of him, but over there, you know, things are looking pretty smooth. But like you mentioned, just one more elimination, so
yeah, Roman.
Like things.
Until that elimination, Roman Hrabets also has a nice little setup for himself. As you see, the distance between he and the second place stack at the orange table. Now then, cards back in the air. Sinan Unlu folds under the gun. Saya Ono, who plays a mean nosebleed cash game PLO.
But he can get his hands back.
Of course, you don't need to come, Patrick.
Opens for the minimum.
Yep. Just go sleep. Aces go.
Yeah, Ono opening Jack 7 of clubs from +1.
We'll put you on the final table, don't worry.
There was some issue with the elevator.
Off of a 24 big blind stack coming in, this open is fairly liberal from early position. Not sure Bads will allow it. Dominating with King Jack of Spades. We await his approach.
In with the call.
Queen 7-4, and Ono fortunate to find second pair.
Comes out immediately with a 40K C-bet, 25% pot. Oh, Makita's hand has got a lot of backdoor potential. The only problem, though, is that he's playing just a 14 big blind stack, so there's not much to maneuver with.
2 and fruit.
8 from the money.
2 meals and that's Patrick.
Comes in with call. Feels like check raise was a potential option, but off of that stack, not so much.
Oh, wow.
Binky.
Binky indeed. Bads peeling, looking for backdoor equity, and instead hitting top pair for the lead. 245,000 in the middle.
Rarely do you get a better hand to fold in this spot.
75,000, the bet from Ono. You surprised that she's barreling one more time here?
I am, but I feel like Ono thinks that the king is more in her range, which is true. You know, she's got all days king, king jacks, OC bet, king tens. As played, Makita should be calling and check calling off river if necessary to kind of just let hands with very little equity just try to move you off of a perceived weak range. Because Makita shouldn't hit the king too often. It should usually be queen x, 7x in his check call flop.
Board's relatively dry here. There's no flush draw to worry about. You do block some of the Broadway combos, ace-jack and jack-10.
Yeah, it's so hard for him to ref a bluff, but he doesn't want Saya to just get a free card. Perhaps from like ace-jack, ace-10, jack-10, these types of holdings.
Check raising to 200,000 is Bads, and of course this is not what Saya was hoping to see.
Yeah, this is one of the issues with betting turn very small, is you might get blown off your equity. There really isn't that much she's beating. Even though Mikita's capable of having bluffs in all spots, it's very dicey off of his stack and 8 away from the main cache. I would think he would tone it down a little bit.
This hand does feel like it lacks future. And yet Ono hasn't binned it yet. Surely she isn't thinking about something heroic here, is she?
I think she just finds it odd that Mikita is check raising this turn card. If Mikita had a big hand, they likely would just continue to trap.
This is my last hand bank, so I don't have any more time banks. Okay.
Well, she's burned a lot of time banks in this spot. Oh my gosh. She does jam.
After 3 time banks, I have to call.
Wow. And Mikita saying after you use 3 time banks, I need to call. Just putting a live read on Salle.
Fair.
If we were to take him at his word, and now Ono deflated by hearing that, maybe if this raise comes in a little quicker, then Bads is going to give it some more credibility, but he did not hesitate whatsoever to plunk in the extra 190, and he does hold.
I used one as well.
Salle looks a little bit surprised.
Yeah, you hear her talking. There's like, what am I doing? Like, it's a misstep, misread. You know, afterthought, realizing what has just transpired.
I mean, hindsight is, of course, 2020. This much we know.
It's a big one.
And Ono still getting her feet wet at these Triton Super High Roller Series, getting familiarized with some of the gladiators in the Coliseum. First festival for her. She's 1 for 2 coming in, having cashed the 30K 8 max and 13th for $73,000. Now we flip back over and take a look at Brian Kim, who won the very first event of this festival, the WPT Global Ultimate Slam, one that's going to be a fixture for the near future here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, and one that's going to be available for you to qualify into. So certainly don't miss those opportunities to join us. Maslak won't be joining, despite having that suited combo. Brewer, much better suited combo. Plus button equals raise.
King 5 offsuit in the big blind for a min raise. Could see him definitely defend this one. Gets a button open. More likely to consider folding if it was up front. Putra though, no slouch. Plays a really solid game on our invitee side. However, on this flop, not much he's going to be able to do against Brewer's top pair, top kicker with the 4s.
Well, Ferdy was well served not to get over ambitious, because we have seen especially the king small card 3-bet when it's a late opener from the big blind pushing back.
We have, and it's funny because a situation came up and Dylan kind of spoke about King Little offsuit being a candidate from the big blind, the 3-bet bluff. So he's check calling here, King High. Perhaps he just believes King High is good and that Brewer's just going to see a bit of his whole range on this board texture given how many chips Brewer's got. Shouldn't fear the 4. A lot of players would consider check raising the flop of a 4 in the big blind. Brewer can really just go bet, bet, bet for value with ace-jack. As long as a king or queen doesn't fall.
It is interesting, though, because obviously the board being as dry as it is, you do have some concerns from time to time about Ferdy lying in wait. I think Pucher was maybe floating to see whether or not that second barrel would be inbound, and then if it wasn't, river we lead and try to win. Instead, once Brewer announces himself in a meaningful way, Ferdy steps aside. And Brewer does have kind of the chips to comfortably fire that turn. You know, if you're shallower in your stack, maybe you take a little bit of a different line. And he's really been on the ascent, too. The big boost coming pocket kings versus pocket tens against Brian Kim. They got it in pre. Kings held all the way down, and Brewer really hasn't looked back since. Pocket queens now for Konstantin Maslach.
Maslach from the invitee side has been playing a comfy, solid game. Haven't seen any missteps. Got a pretty nice stack, 900K.
14th overall right now in chips coming into this one with those 30 bigs, 2 of which have been delivered out of the hijack. Now, Brian contemplates 5-4 off. Defense yields a gut shot straight draw, and the pesky ace on the board here.
Kim's got a little gut shot with a diamond. It should be enough equity against a 50K bet. Also with expectations of Maslach c-betting this flop at a very high frequency, given it's just ace high. You check call. You can represent ace yourself in case you don't hit and checks through on the turn. You can just steal it double gutter now.
So the check call of 50K does add another path for Brian. Deuce or a 6 would do the trick. 265 in the middle, and Maslach, despite the check call, a lot of times you'll see people respect the presence of that ace, Randy. He barrels once more, 110K.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of times we see a check back on the turn. So the idea here with this 110,000 chip bet is value bet against the flush draw, straight draws, 8x, 7x, and just check back river, set my own price. And against the hand he's up against, this is actually really nice. Fine from Maslach. Kim made the check call. Gonna try to spike it.
Oh, and instead it's a set of queens for Maslach in inconvenient fashion, considering front door flush has arrived, but obviously with the check in front of us, we feel a little bit more comfortable. You surprised that Brian pursued glory at that price on the turn?
No, I think it's all right. You know, he's getting a... It wasn't a huge bet on the turn, plus he can win a really big pot. If he happens to make a straight, and it'll be very disguised. I'd be surprised if it was, like, closer to 75% plus.
240K third and final barrel. Maslach takes a nice one. Flipping back over to Saya Ono. She's got all of her chips in the middle. It's an ace-6 suited that did it. Small blind jam. Sinan Unlu covering, but behind with this queen-10 offsuit. He opened to 60,000, called the extra 120. Turn is safe, and Saya looking to bounce off of the low point. Can she fade the 6-outer? Yeah, she sure can. 420,000 back in front of her.
Some breathing room.
Yeah.
180.
Good for 14 bigs.
And for Unlu, that's a pricey one. 180 of 740 coming in. Over 20% of his stack. Lost in that one.
Thank you.
There's Espen Jorstad. Sort of an uncharacteristic look on him.
Trying to make a fool of myself on TV.
As Laliger continues to have the appearance of a man from whom I can buy weapons if I had to be honest. Menacing little look on him. We do want to remind you guys that if you like all of the swag that many of our players do wear at these festivals, you can have it too. Latest Triton Poker merch is available on our store. We've got stylish apparel and exclusive accessories that allow you to help show your support in style. Plus, get a 10% discount with promo code TRITON10 during the Monte-Carlo event period only, so don't hesitate. Grab your Triton gear today and join the Triton community. I got some throwback Triton stuff.
From way back when?
Like London 2019, the white hoodie with the red
deep breath.
print, Chinese characters on the front of it.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about whether or not I should break it out. Because, you know, it was like version 1.0 type gear. But now it's vintage. You know what I mean?
Which one of us is going to bust out the Teddy KGB one?
I'm not wearing the Teddy KGB one, man. That red tracksuit with the yellow.
I remember, what's his name, won the tournament.
Chris Frank?
Okay,
Yeah, Chris Frank.
Yeah.
He was rocking that one hard.
Well, Saya's rocking these two queens, jamming over the top of a 60K Open once more. This time it was Wai Kin Yang. Now he seems like he's struggling with this 10-9 suited. I mean, it's not really a decision, so into the bin it goes, and back-to-back pickups for Saya. That's an important couple of pots that she picks up, not just for the obvious uptick in chips, Randy, but as you pointed out, she was sort of openly questioning herself, maybe beating herself up a bit for the 3-time banks jam, thinking you're going to get a little respect. You get snap called by bads. You feel like you've been owned a little bit, maybe a little embarrassed, damaged table image. Then you pick up a couple pots, exhale, recenter, and fight on.
Yeah, and she's pretty close to where she was after losing those chips. So it's like, all right, no more mistakes from here on out. Let's go and try to get that $5 million top prize. Hard to make a mistake with this hand. 2 kings for Badziakowski.
The rich part of the deck.
Started with 1 million.
Pays a visit once more. Antonius. King, Jack of diamonds. He's not going to be stepping aside. Plenty of chips with which to fight.
It's going to be difficult to win with King Jack suit against 2 kings.
Sure is, especially on that board. 2 clubs, 2 sixes, and a 7. 165 in the middle. Bads with options.
Checks it back. Realizes that he's often unpaired. Wants to protect his ace-high check-back range. Plus, nut advantage in terms of trips plus is more so in Antonius's range in this spot, given the positions. Three clubs out there. Another check from Makita.
You surprised at all?
A little bit, but I feel like he thinks that Antonius might go after him, and he doesn't want to be put in a tough spot on the turn if he faces a check raise and another bet on the river. So it seems like he's going for a one-street game. He might try and size even close to pot in this spot. Maybe make up for some of the chips he could have accrued if he had bet the turn, but allows him to kind of play it as a one-street game for defense.
200,000.
And that one street comes on the river as he barrels 200 over betting. And you know what's interesting about this one for Antonius? You remove ace high from the equation. And when you do that, you start to wonder, what the heck opened, check back twice, and then all of a sudden activates on the river? It's polar.
Yeah, it is polar. It's never like a, not never, but usually not a extremely strong hand like a flush or a full house. But then again, you can't just attack every single time someone takes range where a line where their range is a bit capped.
Even with all those chips, of course.
Can I get service, please?
But 75,000.
Working our way to the orange table where Habits and company are rumbling. We find Martirosian, pre-flop raiser to 60K, squaring off against Haxton, who defended his big 6-6 queen board. Haxton check raised from 30 to 80,000 on Artur C-bet. Artur called the extra 50, and then when Haxton checked this turn, having picked up the open-ender, Artur decided that he wanted to fire 75, and the downsides to this are being made apparent courtesy of a Haxton check double raise now. 2 straight streets.
I'm breathless.
Yeah.
How often do you go for double check raise, not all in?
Yeah, this is gnarly here.
I mean, Archer's got the best hand. Can he actually call here? He can. What do we have going on? Bet call against 2 check raises on this texture with 2 jacks.
Got a non-believer on our hands, and now we have a second overcard out there. The 4 of the 9 that were needed did not show up. Haxton, with no showdown value, leans over to see just how much Artur's got back. Haxton covers by about 40K.
It kind of feels like Haxton needs to just go for it. I mean, he's repping that 6 hard, and plus, if he thinks his opponent is bet calling and floating and bet calling the turn again, it could be some clubs, and he doesn't have a club in hand, and he is going to go for it, Ollie.
All in with 8 high, and Martirosian's been placed in the blender. I mean, Haxton's hand could so easily be 6x.
And that's what he's repping.
We may have thought Artur wouldn't have bet turn, and when he did, that he may not have called the extra 100. But he's done both of those things and now finds himself here with a chance to click call, Randy, and haul in this $1 million plus.
Or he's thinking, if I call and I'm wrong, I'm out of this tournament.
Tough place to find yourself, but credit to him for thinking it over. And by the way, the fact that he's thinking it over is also, in a strange way, a lot of respect being shown for Ike, saying, I know you're capable of not beating jacks as played. I mean, let this pot serve as an example to anybody who should want to be brave enough to enter the shark-infested waters of the pro side of an invitational bracket.
This hand is
5 seconds.
It's crazy. Oh, wow. That was a work of art by Haxton.
Take a bow, Ike. You know, I'm going to be dating myself when I bring up this particular character. I feel like you may remember him from early televised poker. Passed away many, many years ago. Amir Vahidi. And what he always used to say is, in order to live, you got to be willing to die. And he was talking about it in terms of the way that you play a hand. And right there, Haxton showed a willingness to meet his maker. It was coverage by 40K, let's call it, versus Artur.
You have a Turkish flag.
Effectively for his tournament life.
That was an achievement unlock that not many players can achieve.
The double check raise. The triple is...
He didn't have enough stack to go for a triple check raise, but still. Double check raise with that hand on that board. Well deserved.
Are we catching up or something?
For your gut.
But they're waiting, you know.
Like butter.
Like butter, that's not
Like,
bad.
like butter, yeah. Different type of butter.
Okay.
Fold it around to the fin.
10 deuce suited. He's got the stack.
60K with the Brunson. Bigger clubs into the bin for Wykin. Now bads. Queen 10 suited. Settling in. Oh, he calls and flops top two versus second pair. Checking over to Patrick.
He doesn't have a good kicker to go along with his 10, so just tends to go as a check back.
Now an interesting card on the river after that check back, because while Patrick's range is wide, he could choose to rep this ace as played.
He shouldn't need to with his hand, given how strong a 10 would just win by checking down. I think
good
the
point.
decision here, though, is more for Baziakowski on whether to bet out or check to the ace, which is supposed to hit that button range.
110.
Seems like Bads doesn't want kind of some tight pot control to happen on the turn from like a weak ace or some kind of Jack 10 type holding, looking to get value 2 streets.
$110K being considered.
Good fold.
Yeah.
Lost the minimum.
You know, oftentimes I wonder whether or not players don't feel additionally compelled to call when you open a pot and you check back flop, because that lead could just be pouncing on what seems like disinterest on the part of the opposition. But good discipline release there from Antonius.
Right, I hear you. Haxton versus Roman.
6 is ahead here. This one came down as a Hrabets open to 60,000. Haxton set mining from the small. Big blind of Morton Klein was in there once upon a time, but after both blinds checked to Roman and he fired the C-bet with Jack 9 of 110,000, only Haxton would continue, and upon the arrival of this ace, he checks, and this feels like a nice opportunity for Roman to fire again.
Yeah, the ace is more so in his range, and he would still C-bet those on this texture. Plus, Haxton flatting from the small blind doesn't have a lot of ace-X. They often would just 3-bet, like ace-king, ace-queen. He's going to check, but he might even fire the river if it gets back to Roman once more, as played.
You surprised that Roman didn't barrel there? Or maybe he had that front row seat to the double check raise moments ago and he didn't want to be on the receiving end of something savage.
But yeah, it might be the Haxton factor.
I mean, Roman's got heaps of chips. I mean, that
yes
bet
and
is
no.
affordable.
I would think he's going to bet the river if it gets to him once more. So more of like a delayed kind of turn barrel, double barrel. Because Haxton shouldn't have too many ace-X. Like, some of these ace-X's will just 3-bet bluff from the small blind. The best ones will be 3-betting all the time, especially ace-king, of course. If Haxton checks here, it feels like his range is what you see. A bet of 140, though, is unheard of. I believe this has to be a bluff.
I mean, what calls you that you beat?
Exactly. It's just, an odd hand to bluff with for me.
5 seconds.
But, man, Haxton is... He really just visits all parts of the game tree that others dare not venture to.
When you get into private conversations with other Triton regs, Randy, and you ask about, well, who's the best? You know, sometimes after play ends or people are hanging out in the lounge, Ike's name just comes up more often than almost anyone's. And even though he doesn't have a Triton title, for that to be the case really sheds light on kind of the amount of respect that he has amongst his peers and how good he is.
The few hands we've seen recently just shows why he's one of the best, because he's so hard to play against, because he's fighting for every single pot.
Yep.
Where you're thinking, oh, I can just see bet and he won't mess around,
Yep.
you know. And these are the players that just make it very rocky as you try to get deep in tournaments.
Tough customer. I would imagine everybody at this table is looking forward to that redraw, hoping to maybe escape.
We're going to have a all in the call coming up.
Hrabic, ace-5, under the gun open, a little liberal, 2.5x. Perez pouncing with this king-9 suited. Korzanen is going to owe us these 15 to 20 seconds back, I think. All right, he's utilized a time bank, and don't ask me to explain it. Man has Jack-6 offsuit. This isn't a bounty tournament.
Look, he's a lot of time banks. He can use it however he wants to.
5 seconds. Hold. Hold.
Do you think Vladimir just uses time banks as a snooze button?
His snooze button is what, 30-second snooze
I mean,
button?
Jack-6 just offsuit.
Here we go.
Hrabic, as you suspected, plenty of chips in front of him. Leading the field overall, will try to bring us down to 3 tables. I imagine you're okay with Roberto's decision, given that he's going to have to take a trip through the blinds for 75K. And this is pretty up there, and obviously he can try to nab a weak open from Hrabic. Instead, it is Hrabic who looks to nab Perez's future and throw it in the bin in this invitational.
GG.
Perez draws dead with no prospects for a hard draw or Broadway. And that's pretty crushing. To be 25th out with 17th paid after
also had
a full day and a half plus of effort.
Yeah.
This was your second hand, right?
Yeah, it was done.
It was full
Spaniard does bow out.
Yeah, that's going to be disappointing. I'm sure he had a short stack, but to get this far, feeling like there was a chance, he'll just have to wait for the next event.
Shortest stack in the room now belongs to Kaihan Mokri, 190,000 in front of him. So down to 24 players. As we mentioned at the onset of the frame, it is time for the redraw. That means we're going to take a little break here, and while we do, we're going to bring you back to the desk. And while it was a short-lived frame, Randy, I don't think anybody would argue that the moment of that frame was the Ike Haxton double check raise against Martirosyan.
I mean, it was such a sick hand, I just couldn't speak for a second, because I was like, really? He's going to go for the double check raise? And you got to give credit to Archer for even making that call on the turn, right? Like, he knew where he was then. He just didn't expect Haxton to follow through with one more bet, ripping that trip sixes, and he did it with just 8-5 high.
And listen, I mean, you know, for Haxton, effectively for his tournament life, this deep into this one, for him to come with that particular line, hats off. You know what I mean? Take a bow, as we said. It's Hrabets, Antonius, Brewer, and Vasco Boinicao in the top 4. Tan Xuan has slipped into 5th place. Alex Ponikov's in 6th. Jorstad, Lolliger, Haxton rounding out the 9 players of the remaining field who are ahead of the average stack, which is currently 1.3 million and 43 bigs. We touched briefly on Kaihan Mokri down there at the bottom. He won a title already here at this particular Monte-Carlo festival, as did Martirosyan, and yet they find themselves the 2 shortest men coming forward. So Randy and I are going to step aside briefly. We've got just a few minutes of administrative duties to take care of from here in Monte Carlo, but we're going to come back and we're going to do it with 3 fresh feature tables, as we're going to try to get down to 9 tonight from here at Sporting. Keep it close.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
As promised, just a handful of minutes of no action, and we're right back here in Monte Carlo. Ali alongside Randy, and 24 men and a woman in Saya Ono who are out here trying desperately to work their way into the money. I want to give you a look at the payouts here in the Triton Poker Plus app. As you can see, 17 will be paid, $320,000 the minimum, and you see that the payouts stay flat in dual bands as we work our way up. And up at the top, ever so slowly, you see 6 7-figure paydays, and then a squeeze until we see the champion payout, $5.13 million of the total prize pool of an astounding $20.4 million. That is 40 pairs, 80 in total, and then of course we had 22 players plunk in an extra $200K. I would imagine plenty of those players currently are on the outside of this one, $400,000 lighter in their pockets, as one of the most expensive events here at this festival is well on its way. Now, Randy, we always go to the Triton Poker Plus app. We always plug it. People might be thinking, okay, guys, stop, right? I'm not paying to download this thing. I don't know what you're selling me. We don't want a nickel. We want nothing whatsoever. All we want is for you to scan that QR code right down there. And if you're not already in this app, get involved. I promise you, streaming these events on YouTube, watching them back, however it is that you do it, it's just not the same without it. Don't believe me? Consult the fact that Randy and I are sitting here right now with the app up on these iPads, and it's exactly how it is that we're able to sink our teeth into all of the information available in the Triton ecosystem. I mean, you talk about titles, highlights, archives, Ivan Leal Player of the Year Award. It's all in there.
And my favorite part is following the action of other tables while watching the stream of your favorite players. So you can always just keep an eye on all 3 of the tables happening with these final 24.
You could keep your eye on all 20 of the tables happening if it's one of our bigger fields. I mean, truly, you know, sometimes you hear these people in the chat that are like, oh, show me this table. Well, we can. Simply download the app, and you can watch it hand for hand, track hand histories, you know, chip graphs. It's also being used by all the players in the field as well, just to give you a sense of how useful it is. And it delineates this Triton Super High Roller Series from any other high roller series or poker tournament circuit out there, and we absolutely mean that. So join us in the Triton Poker Plus app, and join us as we send it back down into the arena with continuing coverage. 24 players remaining, and we're going to get a look at how the deck has been shuffled by Luca and company. All 3 feature tables will have RFID active, so you won't miss a beat. This one could go a while, Randy, as you look at kind of the size of the stacks that remain. Not impossible that we find ourselves burning midnight oil. Wouldn't be the first nor the last time at a Triton that happens, and not one of these folks is complaining. Where would you rather be than sitting with a shot at 5.1? Antonius, mayor at the red table. Hrabic, mayor of Blueville, and then Chris Brewer up top at the orange table. Fortunate that Brewer didn't find himself, by the way, at either of those other 2 tables of Hrabic and Antonius, who also are enjoying not being at one another's tables, Randy. Very much a lucky outcome for the top 3 stacks.
Yeah, very good for Brewer, because those guys are willing to fight for every single pot. Also, Brewer's got a lot of invitees at his table, so in terms of table draw, I'd be pretty happy with it.
Yeah, no complaints. He definitely has an invitee-rich environment that surrounds him.
Yeah, 5 of the 8 players at his table are invitees.
I mean, Hrabic is rolling his eyes going again with this Haxton guy, and then add Bads and Brian Kim to the mix. What are you doing to me?
Yeah, good news for him is he's got 3x the stack, so they can't mess around too much. Although Haxton, he's going to find ways to just bluff you.
Good bit of separation between Antonius and Ponikovs, by the way, over there at that red table, not to be overlooked, but that's a tough one too.
Yeah, and it has 2 invitees, but Saya Ono and Elton Sang, they really got a lot of game, but not so many chips at the moment.
And there is the aforementioned Elton Sang. Maybe not a lot of chips, but a lot of hand. Ace, King of Hearts.
Can I have a chamomile tea? No, I don't need this. Chamomile tea and sparkling water.
Raises to 60,000. Saya in the big blind with King 4. You know, I don't want to make too much of it, Randy, but when I observe her in these spots, she feels as though she's exuding a sense of unfamiliarity and discomfort with her environment. You know what I mean?
So
It's not that she doesn't know the game. She knows the game. But she's out here, man, and it's something different than when you're watching at home. To come out here, you know, feel it for the first time, get surrounded by the best in class?
I see where you're coming from, yeah.
Do we get reload time breaks on the final table? Oh, long way to go.
I'm sure I believe you guys said that she comes
don't
from
care if I donate too?
more of a cash background too.
Yeah.
Deeper stacks.
Yeah, I don't think she's all about the tournaments, but she feels like there's a good spot. She's going to be right there for it.
Actually get it through. I'll give you.
And listen, $200,000, I don't care who you are as a professional poker player, that's
other
a
than
very
the
respectable
floor.
buy-in. And if you're on 2 bullets, it's even more so, you know. It's very real out there. Espen Jorstad. Looking very comfortable in his surroundings. Why wouldn't he be? Triton veteran at this point. World Series of Poker main event champion. Queen Jack suited beckons. No takers.
Yeah, we're at this stage of the tournament where players will defend the big blind a little bit less.
Looking at Jorstad's festival thus far, he bricked out the first 5 efforts, and then he final tabled the 30K Bounty Quattro Turbo event yesterday, where Martirosian mowed down the entire final table for 9 bounties, finishing 8th for 71,000 and a single 40K bounty. One-time Triton title winner with 10 cashes and 4.6 million in earnings is Jorstad, as we flip back over to Ferdinand Putra and company. Believe Brian Kim opened this King Jack suited.
Oh, Kim's on the other table, so seems like it's Putra opening.
Forgive me. Didn't want to doubt this. The graphics team.
Don't doubt the graphics, but the app's great.
Didn't feel right when I said it, but you know. It's like the guys that were playing the music on the Titanic as it went down. They knew it wasn't a great idea, but they were there for it.
And this is the third table.
There's Waikin Young, who's moved all in for 470,000, and he's got himself 7s on a Jack 6-3 board. Things were looking a lot cozier before that turn. Deuce of Hearts giving Ensign Yu the 2 overs and the backdoor flush draw. Instead, 10 of diamonds on the end, and Waikin is going to enjoy himself a double here. Late day 2.
470,000.
470.
我也是 AP， 我准备 call 他的，我一看是他算了，哎。
Hansen, by the way, was sitting up there among the chip leaders once upon a time. Now just 15 bigs, Randy. Things have
fallen
not
apart.
gone his way, yeah. Picking it back up where Putra had opened. Flops himself an open ender versus Hrabitz, who defended his big. 9-7 Dusty, checking, facing 40K follow through.
Good for a win. Average stack is still quite healthy at 1.3 million, good for 43 bigs. Could take a while to burst our bubble.
Well, we're going to bring it to you. Straight down to the bubble and ideally down to the FT of 9. So grab a Red Bull, grab a coffee, grab whatever you need.
I need a brown bowl. Do they have those here?
Now, before you start asking yourself, what the heck is Randy talking about? If you've been streaming Triton events long enough, you may remember the infamous brown bull from our Vietnam festival. This was Vietnamese iced coffee that was so strong it actually sent a member of the team to the emergency room.
Why are you laughing? That is terrible.
He didn't die, that's why. So it's still funny. He drank so many of them that he had heart palpitations. All right, I'm sorry. I know. It probably wasn't that funny for him.
I have an idea.
What?
I'm going to make a makeshift one. Get a Red Bull and espresso.
Randy, I swear, if you drink that, we're going to send you to the ER. I promise you, you'll be in worse shape than our man in Vietnam. By the way, no longer with the team. That young man, he decided. After that experience, things were too dramatic. Ace King 7 here. Hobbits and Klein. Roman showing a little friskiness. Hanging in there from the small versus Morton's open.
Yeah, basically, when you have that huge stack over 100 big blinds, you're going to flat and defend the big blind a lot more, as well as even small blind in positions. Realizing that you are just going to get a lot more free turn cards and things as players are going to be less willing to try and attack you.
Ace King for Haxton. Makes it 70. Pocket sevens now for Hrabic, and this assignment, of course, is a bit difficult for Ike. Direct right of Hrabic.
Ike's going to expect Hrabic to just flat a lot in position, but I think the way this is shaping out is an all-in confrontation with Putra and Haxton.
On the topic of expectations, Randy, I tend to align with yours that Putra's last 1.1 is going to have a chunky portion of it delivered forward.
He's playing pretty deep, right? 37 big blinds or so. Probably squeeze up to like 300. We're just going to outright rip it. Keep it simple.
1.2.
All in. And while we like Ace King for its sheer power, when we have to call another almost million in chips, Randy?
You still have to go with it because Putra could easily be doing this with like ace queen suited, just thinking like Roman's money's dead. You need to protect your opening range, otherwise you're not calling anything if you're not calling ace king.
Protecting the chips, huh?
All in.
Oh, and Haxton does make the call. So Hrabic bows out, and Putra, he's going to be kind of relieved because a man willing to get it all in there doesn't have ace-queen, Randy. So
you're right.
Kind of a best-case scenario, I suppose.
Only hard.
Now we got free roll checking.
This ace of spades is so pretty. Yeah. It's got to be a favorite.
No one will be making a flush on that board, so 2.4 million will get carved up. Turn and river of no consequence.
Look at Roman looking around like, I would have won that pot.
He could have showered both of those guys
Yeah,
if all of a sudden he lost his mind and decided to YOLO that one. In a bounty tournament, maybe we do something different. Here, Antonius has an ace-king, and he's been jammed on for far less. Martirosian picking a horrific time to put in 290 as Jonathan Jaffe wakes up with queens behind him.
Ready for a three-way all in? Oh, Martha Rose is in terrible shape.
Yeah, he knows as soon as Jaffe jams and Patrick quickly calls, Ace-10 is dust.
He's just trying to turn his cards as a muck.
Wow, wow, and then muck.
3 clubs.
900K in the main. Artur fighting for it, but with just a skosh of equity at 8%. 790 in the side between the ace-king and the queens.
10 deuces.
The classic. Jaffe loves that these two guys are blocking one another's aces. Maybe a little bit more worried about a king. Does have lion's share of the equity at 56%. 8-7 tray board, monotone, and he's not up against a flush draw anywhere. Good news for the queens. Martirosyan needs a 10 or a draw to a straight.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Opportunity?
It up?
I mean, they're all unblocking the hearts.
Artur could stay if he can find a heart.
So nasty, Randy. Is it there?
Oh.
No. Jaffe, for good measure, with the set of queens, and Martirosyan ends his participation in this invitational.
Be so cool, man. If you were online, you would be fucking. Right? Online poker.
There was some violence there.
A needle from Brian Kim, and I think he might have paid the price for it. Sounded like a smack.
Don't worry, Jaffe and Kim are pretty good friends.
Ace-King once again. Back at Maslach's table. Under the gun open. Hobbits. Jack-7 suited.
I know what you're thinking. Roman's really getting in there.
I saw him do it from the small blind against that Morton Klein open with similar kit. You know, he could just be thinking to himself, I want to take flops and put people in a bit of a blender as we kind of creep closer to the money bubble, which is a thick one.
It's exactly that. He also just believes that players are squeezing him a lot less at this stage of the tournament, even though they might think they should, just because maybe we squeeze into the money first, and then we start squeezing with our weaker holdings.
Bads able to close the action out of the big. King-Queen dominated. 2 1/4 out there, and it's King-Jack-Deuce and a bunch of problems for Makita. Top pair, out-kicked. Hobbits with a little tickle. Very comfortable follow-through for Constantine. Ace of spades aiding things nicely. 75, designed to retain the opposition.
He's likely to get called in 2 spots.
Well, I guess we're going to have to come back to that one as we've got ourselves a Tan Schwen hand, Queen-Jack versus King-8. Vladimir Korzanin down to 265K. He was up there as one of the bigger stacks in the room. The start of the day, 605 in the middle, and a king-high board. Korzanin always ahead. Now could easily ice it. And that's exactly what he does on the turn. Tan drawing dead.
You lose. I lose. You call? No, you don't call. I have 350. You don't know. Oh. 350. No. You don't call. No. Yeah. You fold. Yeah.
You never fold.
Yeah, he folds. Against me, he folds. I play fight.
Korzanin just relishing this moment.
What would you do there?
Warmth in his eyes, a big smile on his face.
How can he not? Deep in the 200K Invitational. First Triton.
Who loves it more than him?
I'm happy to see him double. I'm not happy to see Tan Xuan lose chips, but if it's going to be someone who's going to give it over to Corson, that's all right.
Well, those two guys are cut from a very similar cloth, and I kind of touched on it earlier as we repay a visit to the developments on the turn here. But Korsinen kind of carrying the torch now that KCG's been showered and JNT didn't enter this event in terms of a seat out of which we can expect excitement. And the seat out of which we expected this second barrel is that of Maslach. This time, more sizable 225K after both Rabbits and Bads called 75 on the flop.
Wow, nice fold from Bads. I'm surprised by Roman's call, but actually saves Bads because I don't think Bads would have folded.
Oh my gosh, and you know, if you're Bads right now, you may be regretting the muck. Granted, front door flush has arrived. Little does he know it, but Maslach would have had him in an awful way. And it's kind of a bad card for Roman, too.
It's a bad card for Roman. The flushes do get there, which is why he called on the turn.
Meaning in case he was up against a flush draw that was barreling twice?
Yeah.
Wow, and Constantine checking. I mean, 900 in the middle, that's plenty, is it not? Are we really looking to try to cobble value at Jack 7?
He's not cobbling value if he bets. It's more turn into bluff, but it feels like he still wins against Ace Queen and Queen 10 and Ace 10. Don't really expect him to bet.
I mean, realistically...
Oh my, did he say all in?
Wow.
Roman had a plan.
Putting Maslach to a test for all 685.
Calls.
No hesitation. Ace of spades in hand, obviously, very much helping Constantine to make that decision. And credit Maslach, by the way, because I'm not so sure if he barrels, he earns all those chips.
Yeah, if he checks it on the turn, Roman probably just checks it back.
Right.
You know.
But I mean, if he bets for value
on
the
river,
river,
you mean? Yes.
Roman could easily fold.
Yeah, I don't think
click call.
I don't think Roman's calling if Maslach bets. So nice check there. Expecting like King Queen to still shove, and then you can induce from bluffs.
Should have thought more.
I don't really know how to play this game.
Doesn't matter. You're clearly figuring it out.
Not really. You should see my Jack 7 hand against...
I saw it, yeah.
You already saw it?
It was a little crazy.
Well, listen, we told you about that Triton Poker Plus app. How else would Brian Kim know what was going on prior to the redraw if he wasn't grinding those hand histories? And it, you know, it's definitely an assistant. Uh-oh.
What
Looks
a
like
spot.
Patrick has taken solver bait. Poison apple here versus the two kings of Jorstad, which opened to 60,000. Antonius 3xing Jaffe. Cut off King Jack suited. I'm not so sure we like this with an under the gun +1 opener and then a 3-better in front of us.
If he plays it, it's going to be 4-bet or fold. I know Jaffe really likes to kind of get involved when these bigger stacks are attacking each other because their nut range kind of shrinks a little bit given how deep they are. You might just think Patrick is just going for it. And he is right that Patrick doesn't have the goods. The problem is Espen woke up with it
Yeah,
first race.
You kind of got to give Jaffe props for finding this because he's right about Antonius, as you mentioned. The trouble is that Jorstad has it. It's Ponikov's ace-8 suited.
You're like, this is supposed to be a fold, and then like he's going to click it. But even he knows. Sometimes you just got to cool down.
Listen, yesterday, Ponikov's and Igor Yaroshevsky
I was there.
Played that 5-bet pot with ace-9 suited versus 2 8s early, by the way.
Level 1.
On the pro side, didn't expect to see those sorts of fireworks. And as we can see, pyrotechnics will be afoot here. Espen playing 1.5 back.
Very nice.
I mean, Espen's going to pick up like 700,000 without having to fade any cards. Really only one play I would think is just jam now, given the heavy action behind. I wouldn't really see much merit in clicking off of 50 bigs.
Espen looks like he produces skateboard videos. Like Rob Dyrdek's, you know, partner in the Ridiculousness franchise.
Did click it. I mean, same difference, though. It's just still insanely strong.
Yeah. 690's not being plunked out there light. Ace 4 shrivels. King Jack will be doing the same, I would imagine, here shortly. You hate to say goodbye to 390 if you're Jaffe.
We've got to save a little bit of face.
You know, Randy, there's just that weird... We've done it to ourselves so many times here in the booth where we just think there's no way, and then it happens.
There's got to be no way. I mean, it's
Randy, I promise
min raise 5 bet.
I'm jumping into the Mediterranean if Jaffe jams. Okay. And by the way, it's cold outside right now, and it's not that close for me to get into the water, but I would have done it. When Jaffe watches back the stream, he's going to be thinking, man, I should have just jammed to get Ali into the ocean. No, he's not going to think that. The sea, rather.
If you had to stay in there for like 10 hours, and yeah, he'd probably do it.
Well, listen, we're heading to the Bahamas, and many moons ago, there were plenty of prop bets that went down at that Atlantis property involving people standing in the ocean. In fact, there may or may not have been a part of a prop bet for somebody to dive into the shark exhibit and then fetch a pebble from the bottom of it.
Whew. He got it?
With all limbs intact. Blinds up to 20 and 40,000. We're going to find some trouble there, Randy. We're going to get a little trouble in the Bahamas.
Yeah, okay, just leave me out of it.
No.
I'll
Randy.
Observe.
You know that
safe from the back.
I'm here as the Minister of Mischief. I'm here to drag you into these hijinks and shenanigans.
Yeah, that'll be a great series coming up.
You know, I watched Locked Up Abroad on Nat Geo, and I'm pretty sure the Bahamian jails, I don't know what the hell you call it, but...
The Bohemian.
Is it?
Okay, but go on.
Bahamian? I don't know. You just don't want to be there. I mean...
Yeah, I've heard this too, actually.
To be fair, like if I got thrown in jail in Norway, they like give you PlayStations and you can walk out when you want, so it's not that bad up there. But like, yeah, the Bahamas, no bueno. Meanwhile, Jaffe losing 390 was no bueno, but he's back at it, opening to 85,000 with 8s.
What about the Monte-Carlo jails?
I bet they're pristine. Yeah. Great butter at the mess hall. That's my guess. By the way, Randy's still tilted that I took us out to a €600 a person dinner last year at the former #1 restaurant in the world, and it was kind of dusty.
Yeah, I'm still upset about that. Thank God you didn't
there
ask
was
me to go.
There was a few dishes that were great, Randy.
Yeah, because of how many dishes were offered by statistical probability. Of course, 1 or 2 is going to be decent.
I remember we got the stunt duck. That was no good. Oh, handshakes pre-flop. This is risky business for Anson. Korzinen, remember, there's 5 to come here, bud. Ace-Queen's showered more than a few Ace-Kings in its life. And here we go. Maybe mystic powers on display. Anson, Broadway draw, could find a king or a 10. 9 on the turn. Can Korzinen hang on and haul in 900? He does cover Anson. And he's going to shower him.
Brutal for Anson. He had a huge stack at one point. Just lost every single pot.
Now that I think about it, maybe given that he covered slightly, he was shaking his hand in that kind of needly like, hey, GG, bud. Sorry that I did it to you this way. Ace Queen versus Ace King. We all know what's coming.
Yeah, I can't read Korzinen. Is he genuinely thinking not rooting for himself? I'm not it's unclear.
You know, my read is, let's say I got lost in the forest on a hike with Vladimir. He's a dude that's going to know which mushrooms are safe to eat and which ones aren't. You know what I mean? He seems like a survivalist, resourceful.
So you're just saying he's not going to bust out his technology and just use the
No,
GPS
dude.
to get out?
I
Google
mean,
Maps.
don't get me wrong. He's from the invitee side. He could just be like, bring the helicopter and, you know, we're just out of there in style. But anyway, Petrangelo jamming from the button.
Man, your mind is very adventurous today.
Yeah, and I don't even need to eat the wrong mushrooms for that.
Look at Morton Klein. Still in it. He's got that single tower whites.
Mm-hmm. Single tower configuration in front of Putra as well.
It's an invitee thing.
Normally they break it up, though, if they're not going to keep them in stacks of 20s, you know what I mean, into like 5, 5, 5, so, or 4s, you know, I don't know.
They're
exactly.
invited to do whatever they please.
Good answer, Randy. 7-8 suited, not hopping in there, by the way. Pocket aces right behind, so a good decision. As Maslach going to work. Hobbit's not going to get frisky this time. And Unlu out of there as well.
Can I get the change?
Looking at Constantine's resume, by the way, Randy, you know, lesser known to Triton, courtesy of the fact that this is just his second ever festival. First one was in Jeju earlier this year. He bricked out the first 3 events there, and then placed 10th and 32nd in the 50K Turbo Bounty and the 100K Main. Here in Monte-Carlo, he's 2 for 4 with a 19th in the 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam, and then 17th in the 40K Mystery Bounty. So seems like he's found his stride.
Yeah, he came and warmed up and performing excellent here in the 200K. Great shape. Currently in 5th for Constantine.
Talked about the fact that of our champs already here in Monte-Carlo, of which there are 6, 4 of them are first-timers. Brian Kim, Kaihan Mokri.
Send the aces over to Petrangelo.
Alex Foxen. And Artur Martirosian.
Roman might be feeling frisky as he's taking his time. Ace-9 offsuit. This would be a bad time to 3-bet given he's up against the needles.
185.
Uh-oh. And this is where sometimes that big stack swag gets us in trouble. Roman targeting.
You know, I think Petrangelo might just call this 3-bet. They're very shallow. He knows that Roman is more than capable of 3-bet folding in this spot. If he's up against a big pair, he'll stack it anyways, given how shallow the stack to pot ratio is. Love this call.
So the flat, as Count Trapula assumes his position. King 9-6, rainbow texture. Petrangelo hoping that some King X is over there looking for trouble.
A little bit of a problematic flop for Roman. It's his type of board, and he actually has a decent piece with the 9. He's expected to c-bet on this flop, so he's definitely going to lose some chips.
And there is that c-bet. How chunky is it? 100,000 into 445, sub-quarter pot.
I mean, nothing to do but, I would think, check call phases. No, he's actually going to check jam this one. Interesting.
Wasting no time. Is Pietrangelo just, given the depth of his stack, I suppose he's saying, let's play it across one street?
Yeah, he doesn't want turn checkbacks.
Or complications.
Complications. He figures that Roman will bet call off any pair as played. We'll see if he will. Before we do have another all-in spot. Kaya Mockery, Queen Jack against Linus Love.
Advantage, Lawliger.
That would be very disgusting for Linus.
600K in the middle. 2 clean cards for the Norwegian. Dirty flop, though. Can Kaihan take his seat? It's going to require artwork.
Oh, Linus made 2
7 on the turn actually doesn't change anything, despite connecting with Linus.
Or a jack to hold from the river with the chalk.
And the river does not bring the queen or the jack, and in doing so does dispense with Mokri. Came close. 22nd place, the best that he can muster. And with his departure, Elton Sang is going to be inheriting short stack duties elsewhere in the room. We resume the Pietrangelo Hrabets showdown. It looks like Roman did dig in for the extra 3 1/4. What he was never going to do, though, is get there without hitting a 9. And the 2-outer didn't come in, so 1.32 officially passed along to Pietrangelo, and his patience being rewarded.
Yeah, Roman is free falling. High watermark was about 3.3 million in chips.
Yeah, now he's sitting just 1.8. Still good for second, though. At the blue table, behind Konstantin Maslach, back-to-back aces being dealt to Konstantin and Nikki P, who sits third over there. Unlu, 10 big blinds. Troubled waters. Apparently, he is even shorter than Elton, by the way. Named as the shortest stack in the room. No longer the case, but still very much down there on the leaderboard is Elton. Brian Kim not far off of his pace. We're going to be rebalancing a player from the blue table over to the orange table, given the departure of Kaihan Mokri, as we fight on with just 21.
Yeah, this one is shaping out really nicely. Gonna have a really nice final table. For now, though, who will it be?
Four away from the money. Ace-King suited. Maslach really has been heating up in this frame.
Deck's been rich for him. Also, of course, played that Ace-King against Roman's Jack-7 really nicely to get the full double with the trap on the river. Hands like this no longer become a call when you're this close to the money with a decent stack.
Agreement from Bads. Oh my God. Every time I see the Russian delegation making a run here at Triton, Randy, I ask myself if and when we'll get perhaps the most well-known and legendary member of that delegation out here at a Triton, a man who certainly loves himself some high stakes. I'm talking, of course, about True Teller, Timofey Kuznetsov.
He used to come in the beginning. What?
Maybe it's too small for him now.
I've heard that rumor.
Bitcoin 76,000. Randy Trudeau might just.
He's even more likely not to
He
go.
might have Putin money now. Who knows what's going on?
Yeah. I'd love to see him back.
I would too. He's a cool player to watch do his thing.
I've donked some money off to in my lifetime.
Yeah,
I've told you.
I've heard some of the stories about your contributions to the Kuznetsov Fund. Nikki P taking us up. Freshly minted, 7-figure stack. King, queen, motivating, holding. No takers. Let's get a look at Nikki P's festival so far, Randy. His is a name that we used to talk about so often as having had one of the longest dry spells in the history of the Triton Super High Roller Series. We're talking about 20 some odd events without a cash. 11, 16, 17. His first 17 events that he played, he didn't cash. I think it was Davies.
Davies was worse.
Who blanked out. But since then, Petrangelo cashing in every single festival at least once. Broke the seal. I'm going to take that back. He actually got blanked in Cyprus in 2023 after the Vietnam festival. But facts remain, 17 cashes, almost $6 million in career Triton earnings for Nikki P.
But since Montenegro, it's been pretty good. Montenegro was nice for him. Like, he won a trophy, multiple final tables, a lot of cashes.
Ace-10 is going to have some problems here if it gets frisky as Sinan Unlu jams. But for just $375,000, Putra bins 4s. Bads will do the same with deuces momentarily.
Feels like the downward spiral is just never ending for Roman.
Well, listen, we just watched Ace-Queen take down Ace-King to shower Anson Yu. Might there be an outpipped ace reigning supreme here? Boy, you know, the vibe on Roman right now is exactly what you just talked about. Not lost on him this downswing.
Is there enough pairs? He's going to go for it. Bad news incoming.
Yeah. Don't know if you caught that reaction, but Kravitz is really in a bad way here. Not just the cards, but a cold streak. And things stay frosty on the Queen 9-3 board. Diamond would provide some help. And there it is.
There you go.
Sinan with the textbook, it's never easy as he tries to hang on. And he does. Ace-Jack plays and hauls in 870 for a better than double up. Man, Kravitz. When the dust clears here, Randy, he's going to be down to 36 bigs, is it? 1.4?
0.4, 1.5, 1.45 to be precise.
Yuck.
It's even worse because he was a massive chip leader and he's thinking, all right, smooth sailing. I'm playing great. That $5 million is mine.
Looking up to the heavens as if to ask the poker gods why they teased him with that big stack. And they might be looking down and going, well, why'd you play ace-10? Granted,
they're like,
that
why'd
would
you
be an
bluff it
unfair
off
criticism.
against Maslach?
Yeah, a little bit of that too. But it's been spread out across multiple altercations, and do want to keep an eye on Roman, you know.
It's not stopping.
Yeah, King 10 offsuit under the gun.
This is not a mandatory open.
I was just thinking the same thing, and you wonder if he isn't trying to force it. And it's so funny because I've had it come loose you know, and come undone myself in the cash game streets where I'm like, okay, it's a science experiment. How many times are you going to pip me? How many times are you going to 3 or 4 bet me? Stack me.
And
He's
how's it
opening.
every time I get involved, someone's attacking me.
I mean, they've had hands, to be fair. It's not like people are picking on him and showing up light, but he's just running horrific here as Putra waking up with the ace-king, 3xing, Haxton with nickels, out of there. The trouble, too, is, Randy, you can start to level yourself psychologically. Granted, Putra's not supposed to be light here, 3-betting our under-the-gun raise, but we start to ask ourselves whether or not bruised table image is playing a part, maybe opening up Ferdy's range. He does lay it down, though. This is, if, you know, this were sports of a more conventional nature, this is where Hrabic would have called a timeout a while ago.
Yeah.
You know, let's just slow things down. Let's get a glass of Gatorade.
The coach is asking for a timeout right now. He's saying, no, continue on. Let me keep boxing.
Yeah, Roman just die hard right now. Pocket kings for Ferdy.
Cowboys. Trying to lasso a victim. Maybe he's 2 5s.
Yes.
Price is right.
Position's good. Button.
Petrangelo with the flat. Roman finally able to sit one out. Heads up and in trouble is Nikki P. Pretty straightforward if the board is 5 free, although when you find deuce, deuce, queen, sometimes you want to see a street.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect Petrangelo to fold for 1 bet. Definitely going to lose a little bit more.
$100K follow through.
Oh, nice.
Wow, very nice. Petrangelo, no heart in his hand. Perhaps lending to that choice.
Yeah, also maybe a little something that's time bank C-bet. Might be something there, not sure, not clear.
I hear you. That has become en vogue a little bit. Although remember, Saya Ono went with the 3-time bank jam, and that one didn't read credible to Bads. Ponakovs. Hijack. Suited king.
80.
Min raise open here. Almost home. Just got to get through the big of Patrick.
Monte-Carlo is poised to make another deep run this trip. Already has 2 final tables here in Monte-Carlo. Second, 922,000. 7th in the opening event, 459,000.
You know, chat, Randy, stepping in here, Billy Tormey asking whether or not you and I saw the pocket jacks fold.
I saw it.
For Nick Petrangelo? Was this something pre-flop that went down?
It was.
Maybe.
I saw it briefly, but I wasn't 100% sure I saw jacks. But it was the hand when Putra had 3-bet to 240 of Ace King against the Hrabich Undergun King 10.
I confess it
was
slipped me.
It was so fast, I wasn't sure if it was just jack something else.
ICM-driven standard procedure there?
I think, yeah, that's a good description.
Well, pocket tens for Bads. Opens, gets 3-bet by Nicky P with the Ace King. He's going to be off to the races. The covering stack here against the Belarusian. Bads on his feet, hoping to hold. 1.9 million chip pot. And an ace and king free flop, bringing him closer to a pivotal, critical double. Turn is safe. And what will the deck choose for Mikita? It will choose continue, sir, and do so with almost 2 million.
You felt the stress in that one as he was sweating it?
It's funny. I can't remember the last time I saw Mikita on his feet pre-flop. You know, this one hits different.
Mm-hmm. And it was pure coin flip pre.
That it was. Meanwhile, flipping back over to Ponikov's, a party starter with ace-10. Antonius, we saw him 3-bet a baby-suited ace earlier, choosing to flat this one out of position in the small blind, and that opened the door for Jaffe to take a squeeze. 350, courtesy of ace-queen, which is way the best of what's around.
Ponikov's, if he wants to continue, wants to bring in a 4-bet of ace-10 rather than call, I would think. If he does, he'll click it. Gonna stay out of the way.
Could Patrick stay curious here? I mean, this is a lot of chips. 270K.
Oh my gosh.
He chooses jam.
And it's snapped off.
Yeah, he sure is.
Wow.
And you don't feel great when Jaffe flicks it in that fast. Never a second thought. Unclear whether or not the commitment from Jaffe was such that he felt cozy getting away from it in terms of the math, but I guess that flat and then jam just didn't read credible to JJ.
Here we go.
Can Patrick find a diamond sweat, a wheel sweat, maybe a 3?
Oh.
There is the nut flush draw. Hold your breath, Jonathan Jaffe, as you're covered in the lead for now. Coin flip with 2 to come, and there's the diamond.
Good game, bro.
Brutality.
Man. By the way, no mercy from Patrick. Obviously, he's not going to hang that one in the trophy case. Stays off the highlight reel when take ace-3 up against ace-queen, and a guy snap called you. Yet you're the one who's collecting the pot.
GTO.
That was brutal. Patrick went with his read. He was wrong, but doesn't mean you can't get there sometimes.
That's just tournament poker. Everybody in this remaining field has been on both sides of those sorts of equations and exchanges. Really got a feel for Jonathan Jaffe.
Yeah, very sick.
And you gotta feel great if you're Patrick, because you got 4 million chips, 20 remaining. Second only has 2.6 million.
Yeah, that pot parking him way up top, ahead of Chris Brewer. Patrick calls Monaco home, by the way. Not sure whether or not there's any home court advantage.
Yeah. He was like, all right, I got a few extra percent in equity. Let me just go with this. Espen's been grinding
80.
the right way. Seems like smooth sailing.
Calmly announces 80.
Kim is short.
Mario.
Only got 425,000 chips.
Yeah, looking at Espen's chip graph in the Triton Poker Plus app, it is kind of a steady Eddie affair. Did have that opportunity to 5-bet his kings in that other pot where Patrick and Jaffe made a little noise. He quieted them quickly. That was the biggest recent boost, and how about this boost? The nuts on a Queen Jack 9 board where he was always a favorite against Kim's inferior king. Brian with the gut shot, no backdoor flush. Checks over.
I mean, it doesn't get better than this. Also the type of texture where a lot of times player in the big blind will have some kind of defense that has very little equity.
80. Call from small blind, squeeze from big blind.
What do you mean you would do the same?
Just a very standard 80K declared and delivered by Jorstad.
I folded. Yes.
Does it play the ace-3?
She thinks ace queen off.
Just not enough for Kim to continue.
It's tough too, man, because every one of those blinds is painful to give away as Kim is in that 10 big blind territory.
He had like 1.5 million, right? Huh? He had like 1.5 million.
No, he had less.
Are you sure?
He had more than he 4-bet to 390 one hand, then folded to a 5-bet. He lost a chunk of chips that hand. I think he had like 1.2, 1.3 total.
Spin it up. 1.4.
Okay.
Get 1.4.
Makes sense.
We're getting close to this bubble.
Yeah, and we're crashing down some big stacks as well. Jaffe.
Yeah.
Normally this would take a while to kind of burst that bubble, even get to that point, but they're flying right now.
Well, I mean, we still have multiple shorties in the field, 3 away from the money, 3 to be exact. We touched on Brian Kim at 10 bigs, but Nicky P sitting with 8 bigs. We saw the savage exchange he endured. And then Elton Sang, 5 bigs. Espen opens again. 5s this time. Ponakov says, let's see 3. Suited 1 gapper. Key 5 of clubs occupied. King 10 deuce board. Not much to take interest in for either player.
Espen is the pre-flop raiser. curious to see if he c-bets the 2 5s in the spot.
55.
55 for pocket 5s. Bet size tells? Just kidding, obviously.
You know, that reminds me of producer James when we do commentary out at Merit Poker in Cyprus has this lunatic idea that if you wear clothes in the same color of the big denomination chip, those chips gravitate toward you.
No way he says that.
I promise you, he's that insane.
215.
He calls it
I'm telling you,
theory
it's a
optimal.
bet size tell. Look at this. Check raise 6-4 clubs.
I mean, this is wild. Ponikov's not afraid to get his hands dirty.
This is very wild. Ponikov's really just prides himself in his post-flop abilities, looking for opportunities against players who c-bet a very wide range, and nicely done.
Boy, I'll tell you what. He is absolutely in his element out here.
Only king queen.
Is Ponikov's. Granted, so is your stat, but those are the kinds of moves. You know, it's like if I blocked out the characters involved in a particular pot and then asked you, when you're looking at a hand history, who did this? There are names that we think about more than others.
Yeah, Ponikov's and Haxton.
Yeah, Haxton. You know, I confess, I don't think Haxton usually, but the double check raise merit badge was acquired at camp against Martirosian. And to be fair, Martirosian, a couple of jacks called. Flop and turn, but just couldn't find it on the river.
There's been some amazing hands this tournament so far. Snug operations there, Queen 10 in the cutoff, but makes sense given where we are. Lay out the land, 3 from the money.
Maslock surveys and then rips over Nikki P, one of those sub 10 big blind stacks. Baby suited ace. It's time. Take a spin, Nikki P. See if you can come up on the right end of it. Almost a 3-2 favorite.
Let's see. Nikki P gonna hold?
Ace
Sure
King
looks like
3,
it.
top pair. It's a club, isn't it? No, it's a king, and it's safe. And Nick can get behind that.
You believe that stuff? There's always a sweat.
It does feel disproportionately like there is a sweat, but that's confirmation bias, of course. Psychologically, we remember the sweats and we don't remember the dust where somebody draws dead.
Time's running out for Kim. Sitting on 9 bigs. He's got an ace. He also sees that Elton in the big blind.
Fold.
He's got 5 big blinds. Elton might just have to call anything at this point. Especially
Jack
this.
9, and yeah, he says, let's take a peek. 2 clean cards is a good place to find ourselves. Being
I mean, did we
covered
not
is
just see this? Ace 3 versus Jack 9? Or
You're
Ace
right.
Deuce it was.
It was pretty much the same situation. Worked out for Petrangelo, but he was the covered stack. Here,
I have a horrible feeling.
it is Jack 9 that's covered and in need of help. Not getting it on an ace-high board. And Elton could find himself drawing dead on the turn and being showered.
GG.
And that's exactly
Easy out.
how it comes down. GG's to the great and legendary Elton Sang. Invitational. Not going to be where he makes his mark here at this festival in terms of a cash. Did finish 9th in the 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam, and it's been Officially 0 for 3 since then, breaking the 50K, 100K, and now this 200K. Well, if you watch these streams and you think to yourself, man, I'd love to be out there. A, you're delusional because it's not a dream, it's a nightmare. But I get where you're coming from, and now we're going to offer you a chance, courtesy of our brand new title sponsors here at the Triton Poker Series, to do just that. WPT Global is providing qualifiers for Triton events. They want to see you at a WPT Global Slam at a future festival. Win your way in online by downloading WPT Global with code Triton for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. That's Club WPT Global. Now, paying a visit to Roman Hrabets. Lugnuts, we're getting loose on his stack. Seems like he's found a new direction, northbound, but still just a little over half of his high water mark at present, sitting 1.8. Bads. Hijack activation. Brought to you by Ace-9.
Suited connector in position. Hanging tight, comes in. Sevens for Roman. Closes it out.
Happy to do so. And hunt a hockey stick here in a three-way affair. Bats behind the lenses. Burn down, and the flop is 2 spades. Constantine with the flush draw, swing and a miss for the opener.
Opener does have that ace of spades. King high texture, which is a little bit more favorable for him. To see bet or not. It is tempting with the ace of spades. It has reasonable equity on turn. You can multi-barrel on. Get some weak hands to fold like the sevens on his texture.
$60K follow through. Flatted by Constantine. The sevens were technically the best hand, but 2 overcards out there. Bet and call in front of us. Out we go. Neither party improves on this 4 of clubs turn.
Wasn't the turn card Makita was looking for? If he bets again, I suppose he's trying to shake out everything that is in a King X.
Moving on to the number 19 in the invitational, 25,000, 50,000 leaders, please begin to deal.
So he does give up. Maslak's turn to speak. Makita's range should be pretty weak, actually, to bet 60K and check this turn.
Feels honest?
Yeah, feels honest to me. There's not a lot of reason for Makita to check like King Queen plus on the turn as played.
So Maslak does pounce and doesn't put any added pressure on himself to get there. As the Russian Federation making a move. Late day 2 here in Monte-Carlo, approaching 11 p.m. local time.
Looks like Sinan Unlu's getting moved.
Got to keep things balanced out there. 2 away from the money. 19 remaining after that Elton bust. By the way, Brian's got himself up to 15 big blinds, as has Petrangelo. We saw his double. Saya Ono, 16 bigs. As those three find themselves with eyes upon them. Both Saya and Brian at the red table, which will be receiving a player here. Glimpse at the entire field brought to you by GTO Wizard. Pocket sevens paying Constantine a visit as he opens. Axton, fives on the button, just steps aside. ICM beginning to show itself. Pocket nines for Hrabets. I don't know if he'll have similar ideas.
I don't think he's going to fold, but he's going to not want to play this one aggressively. Flat call. ICM is very real at this point. 2 away from a big payday.
$320,000 bubble.
Ferdy's pretty good at staying out of trouble.
Hrabets way ahead here, 240 in the middle. But unfortunately for him, an ace-queen high board, and Constantine can very well lean on Roman, leveraging that ICM and the bigger stack, the presence of a smaller stack like Nicky P's at this table, and elsewhere in the room, others.
Yeah, he actually might get a better hand to fold right here, right now.
I mean, where are we trying to go? If we call the 80, we pray for a 9.
And the 9 only comes with 2 outs.
Yep. And when we don't hit the 9, we're just praying that Constantine gives us a check back and maybe a free showdown. So yeah, right on out of there goes Hrabets, and right on up goes Constantine as we continue to observe chips trending in his direction.
It's been a one-way street.
Now, Ponikov's. He's kind of one of those crumple the ICM up and throw it out the window, but do it embracing and understanding and appreciating the variance of it kind of guys from time to time.
He steps out because he feels like he can get away with so much damage against everyone else. He understands the concept.
Yeah.
It's just I'm willing to have a little bit more risk as he flops a beautiful hand in this spot.
Yeah, a double gutter versus a single gutter as his Queen 10 dominated pre has the action checked over after Jorstad defended his big.
Jorstad has a gut shot of his own with a king high. Against a small bet, I would think he's going to continue.
$70,000, and the thing is, granted cutoff open, maybe a little bit wider range for Ponikov's, but this board texture is supposed to favor Espen, isn't it?
It is. And I think there's a decent chance he would have check raised the flop, but at the moment it's just not worth the risk given his stack and where we are.
Both players making the 10 high straight. Free roll for Ponikov's now.
Now there's this option again. It's okay for you?
Because Ponikov's has that free roll, he should still be betting rather than trapping and checking back in position. But he might not even get that chance to do so because Espen's leading. But he's leading just 40,000 into 360.
I mean, this is super awkward in terms of the sizing. He's breaking with game flow, and then he's coming with something so small, it's almost as though it begs to be raised.
And he's going to get raised.
Yeah.
Because he's got that redraw with the queen. And Ponticos might also expect Espen to maybe take a different line or bet size with like Jack 10,
195.
the nuts. And he also wants to charge a little bit just in case Espen was making some odd play of like 2 pair or some kind of gut shot.
Now look, not lost on Espen is the fact that this bet sizing could very much induce a raise from hands that aren't beating us. And so, does he ever think to himself, I can 3-bet?
No, there's no other play but call in this spot because he needs to protect himself from getting stacked by the
ICM.
nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Go.
Oh.
$750 in the middle now after the Jorstad call, and the dreaded jack that would have ruined his day keeps clear of this river.
Now, the standard play, the main thing you're getting called by that's worse is 5x. 10x, of course, never folding.
Okay, 10x never folding, but if Pontikov says all in here, 1.6 into 750, and you think to yourself bottom of range is a 10, and sometimes it is 10 jack, it's going to be a really gross feeling this close to the bubble, Randy.
I was about to get to that. I was like, if I don't think Espen ever has jack 10 given the line he took on the turn,
Alpha million.
you could consider just trying to rep and blow your opponent off of a chop.
Well, Ponikov's instead does come with 500, so Espen doesn't waste any time. Flats, and then exhales, as it wasn't the jack 10. Nervy moment.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious. If he had just jam with Espen call
That would have been very sad.
10x.
No, very. I'm okay with that.
Take a chop and be happy,
I
dude.
prefer fold. I prefer fold.
Let's swap back over to our blue featured table.
Maslach going to give Nikki P a walk.
That's great news if you're Nikki P given his stack.
For sure. You remember the movie Anchorman, right, Randy?
I know the movie. Did I watch
Randy?
it? Okay,
Randy?
just tell you whatever you want to say and pretend I watched it.
Randy, take your headset off, okay? Go to a corner close by, watch Anchorman, then come back to the booth.
You want me to skip a whole frame?
Randy, I mean, the urgency of getting yourself caught up in terms of pop culture, you know, classics. Ron Burgundy? Randy, you didn't?
Is this the one where he eats the bat chicken wings? So, if so, I've seen the movie.
I don't remember any bat chicken wings in that one, Randy.
Okay, never
your
mind.
signals are crossed here as Putra takes us to 80,000. The problem is Randy hasn't seen the movie, so I can't.
Well, the chat has.
Make yeah, but it's not the same, Randy.
I'm sorry.
Ooh, and on the topic of not the same, not all pocket pairs are created equal. Maslach, 10-8 suited, got in there in the form of a flat, and the trouble may be for Putra. Granted, the ICM is really going to help usher nines out of there if Haxton comes with anything sizable, but that it could look squeezy.
Yeah, it definitely invites players to try and take the pot, which makes it harder to fold your hand. Nines is just, it's a very strong hand.
Nines is kind of cuspy in this situation, isn't it?
It's cuspy because of the configuration right now, too, from the money. He's got a very healthy stack of 1.3 million. I wouldn't fault him if he got away. Also, don't fault him for sticking around and seeing what's up on the flop.
So the extra 200K plunked out there. Constantine giving way, heads up, 700 in the middle, 2 away from the money. Ace is full on the flop for Haxton. The whole wide world playing 1 SPR, Randy, when you got this much hand. Certainly it feels like, you know, playing possum is favorable.
I think I'm checking this one. It's just so good. And you don't want your opponent to hero fold like a pocket pair against even like a very tiny bet. You want them to hopefully catch up or try to move you off of what is perceived to be like kings or queens because there's ace on the board.
And as you mentioned, given the configuration, you know, the setup, this check feels honest.
It does feel honest. It feels like I'm a little bit worried because of the ace, or he flop, ace is full. He's attacking those pocket pairs right now. Kings and queens and jacks.
125K isn't a lot, but it is the binary act of betting and designed to just help Ike find an exit, which is, of course, not where he's going to be headed.
I'm curious to see if Putra bets once more. Because he bets so small, maybe kings or queens hang tight for one street. He might feel compelled to bet again. But we'll see.
Mercifully, a 9 steers clear of the turn as Haxton just continues to extend rope. When you get check called on that board texture, Randy, you got some real questions about what's lurking.
Yeah, is it aces? Is it kings? Is it queens? It's unclear. He checks it.
Third 4 rolls off. Doesn't change a thing.
I feel like you have to check aces in this spot. Your opponent will bet the ace if they've got it to target your kings and queens and just keep your range looking weak. Unless you really thought that if I bet small, my opponent will still call with a full house that isn't an ace. If that's the case, then yeah, sure, bet out a little bit. He is just going to go for it.
Yeah. I got to credit Ike, even though, of course, Putra was looking for nowhere to go but out. In terms of salesmanship, I kind of bought the idea that he wasn't nutted, but
thought there was a chance.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, 9's just, what are we trying to do? No need to be a hero. With shorties still remaining in the field and $320,000, the mission. So, giving you a glimpse now at the chip counts as we're headed to a scheduled break. Players going to step aside, which means we'll be doing the same as we bring you back to the desk here inside Sporting Monte-Carlo. Ali and Randy with you, and we will continue to be with you as we work our way down to hopefully the final table. Obviously, if it starts taking a little bit too long to get there, we will revisit that decision with tournament director Luca Vivaldi. And a lot of times, Randy, it's getting down to those 17, you know, from here to there that starts to get really grindy. Once we get into the money, chips start to flow.
Yeah, generally that is the case with big tournaments like this. Although at the Triton Series, we've seen bubbles burst pretty quickly at times.
Fair.
I would say in this Invitational, it's interesting because it's a huge buy-in. It's a 200K buy-in with a big bubble, so things should tighten up. But then again, we have still a lot of invitees in there who may have different ranges and approaches, which, you know, we could just bust it like that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Could happen at any given moment. By the way, many of you in the chat asking about who has become a fan favorite. Vladimir Korzinin, 14th right now with 19 remaining. So then we're going to step aside just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Triton Super High Roller Series coverage of the $200,000 Invitational after this.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Attention MTT players. We're excited to announce the most significant advancement in ICM solving history. Now, with GTO Wizard AI, you can study post-flop ICM strategies with unparalleled speed and precision. Whether you're competing in classic MTTs, satellites, PKOs, or mystery bounties, this upgrade lets you simulate any payout structure, bounty format, and stack sizes. Get ready to dominate with GTO Wizard AI.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Ace King for Haxton.
$70.
Makes it 70. Pocket sevens now for Hrabec, and this assignment, of course, is a bit difficult for Ike. Direct right of Hrabec.
Ike's going to expect Hrabec to just flat a lot in position, but I think the way this is shaping out is an all-in confrontation with Putra and Haxton.
On the topic of expectations, Randy, I tend to align with yours that Putra's last 1.1 is going to have a chunky portion of it delivered forward.
He's playing pretty deep, right? 37 big blinds or so. Probably squeeze up to like 300. I'm just going to outright rip it. Keep it simple.
1.2.
All in. And while we like Ace-King for its sheer power, when we have to call another almost million in chips, Randy?
You still have to go with it because Putra could easily be doing this with like Ace-Queen suited, just thinking like Roman's money's dead. You need to protect your opening range, otherwise you're not calling anything if you're not calling Ace-King.
Protecting the chips, huh?
All in.
Oh, and Haxton does make the call. So Hrabec bows out, and Putra, he's going to be kind of relieved because a man willing to get it all in there doesn't have Ace-Queen, Randy. So
you're right.
Kind of a best-case scenario, I suppose.
Only heart.
Now we got free roll checking.
This ace of spades is so pretty.
Yeah.
It's got to be a favorite.
No one will be making a flush on that board, so 2.4 million will get carved up. Turn and river of no consequence.
So bad.
Look at Roman looking around like, I would have won that pot.
He could have showered both of those guys
Yeah,
if all of a sudden he lost his mind and decided to YOLO that one. In a bounty tournament, maybe we do something different. Here, Antonius has an Ace-King, and he's been jammed on for far less. Martirosian picking a horrific time to put in 290 as Jonathan Jaffe wakes up with queens behind him.
Ready for a three-way all-in? Oh, Martirosian's in terrible shape.
Yeah, he knows as soon as Jaffe jams and Patrick quickly calls, Ace-10 is dust.
He's just trying to turn his cards as a muck.
Wow, wow, and then muck.
3 clubs.
900K in the main. Artur fighting for it, but with just a skosh of equity at 8%. 790 in the side between the Ace-King and the queens.
10 deuces.
The classic. Jaffe loves that these two guys are blocking one another's aces. Maybe a little bit more worried about a king. Does have lion's share of the equity at 56%. 8-7 tray board, monotone, and he's not up against a flush draw anywhere. Good news for the queens. Martirosian needs a 10 or a draw to a straight.
Oh my god.
Oh my. Can we just
Opportunity?
cup it up?
I mean, they're all unblocking the hearts.
Artur could stay if he can
This
find a
would be
heart.
So nasty, Randy. Is it there?
Oh.
No. Jaffe, for good measure, with the set of queens, and Martirosian ends his participation in this invitational.
He's so cool, man. If you were online, you would be fucking.
And welcome back to the $200,000 Invitational late day 2 action in a merged field. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Lewin. We've seen some savagery. We've seen many fall by the wayside, but now we seem to have slowed down the pace a little bit, in no small part thanks to the fact that there is a thick bubble upon us of $320,000. Let's take a dive right in to the Triton Poker Plus app. I've got it up toward the bottom part of the remaining stacks. Patrick Antonius, the only man with over 4 million, far and away ahead, Randy. But as you look at things here, if I made you put a line on it and say, hey, are we going to get there in a hurry? Are we going to sit here and really grind away for the next few levels? Where are you placing your bet?
I would think it would take some time, just because there's 110 big blind stack. The 15, 16s, they can kind of just hang in there a bit. So it might take like a level at least. It's my first thought.
It's kind of going to be a war of attrition down there at the bottom part of the leaderboard, is my guess, with Brian Kim sitting 10 big blinds deep, Nick Petrangelo there 12 bigs deep, Saya Ono 15. When you start to get into the 18 to 20-ish big blind range, these guys have some playability to their stack, but they also have every excuse in the world not to tussle with so many bigger stacks out there and all of the ICM pressure you could ever hope to have placed upon you.
Yeah, you're completely right about that. The thing is, though, these are some world-class players,
Sure.
and they don't really want to pass up on what they believe is worth the risk of busting if they can accrue a lot of chips at a very high frequency. So perhaps on table where the chip leaders are opening, like Chris Brewer at his table, Patrick with 4 million chips, these 20 big blind stacks might still reshove on those players, but they'll be more selective if it's like a 20, 30 big blind stack opening.
And then, of course, you have different risk appetites out there. The likes of Alex Ponikov's lurking. We know that he's capable of, finding his way into a little bit of a jam if he deems the situation to warrant it. Tan Xuan also cut from that kind of high variance cloth, Randy. He's sitting second in chips, but he's sitting a good bit away from Patrick Antonius. And granted, Antonius is the chip leader, but he got there in a nasty way.
He got there very nasty, right? He flatted the small blind, Jaffe squeeze, ace queen, and then we would think Patrick wasn't looking to play this pot out of position from the small, and he just said, I don't believe you, Jaffe. I'm all in. Snapped off by the ace queen, and he hit the nut flush. And Patrick is our tournament chip leader.
Yeah, oftentimes I would hear in the poker room growing up, I'd rather be lucky than good, and that was a situation where, as good as Patrick is, it was a luck factor that put him into this situation. But a big responsibility, obviously, on his hands with this chip lead, and apparently, given, the layout, a really nice opportunity for him to extend that lead.
And now's the time to do so, to extend it without that much resistance. Everyone's supposed to try and sneak into the money, even the 40 big blinds and stuff like this. So a lot of raise and takes should be coming.
All right, blinds, 25, 50,000 with the 50K big blind ante as we send you back down into the arena here at Sporting Monte-Carlo. Brought to you by GTO Wizard, continuing coverage of the $200,000 Invitational event. 19 remain, 17 paid. Not the direct bubble, but certainly close enough to it. And you might have gotten a glimpse there of the new fan favorite playing under the Estonian banner, but doing so with just 20 big blinds at our blue feature table, Vladimir Korzinin. 985,000. So many beloved nicknames that he's gotten already. Gambledore, Gandalf.
Love Gambledore.
Gambledore is very, very good. Merlin. His crew calls him Santa. And he's here for all of it.
That's a fun table there. Tan Xuan, ball stack. So if they want to kind of splash around a bit, that's a table to do so.
Ponikov's, by the way, over at that Antonius table, 42 bigs deep. I would imagine situations in which Patrick declines to get involved, Alex might find himself V-pipping.
Min raise from Brewer. UTG. I love this look for Linus.
He's stone cold out there. This is drippy. No one can pull off a gold chain like Linus.
Mm-hmm.
And is he going to try to pull something off with King 10 of clubs? The answer is no. Stepping aside in spite of the fact that he dominated. Note, by the way, that Brewer is flexing his will with 10-8 of hearts up front.
Unfazed by Tan Chuan's presence.
Vladimir has an ace.
I'm curious to see his appetite to get involved right now. 19 bigs.
Keeps it tidy. Although if he had said, "Thou shalt not cross," he would have earned it.
I would love for him to reach jam and say that. Just plunk down chips. No, shall not cross.
No, he has to jam on someone, and then when he showers them on the river, on the bubble, he has to look up and tell them that while they're walking out. Oh, it'd be so savage. And you probably couldn't even get mad at him. Brewer snatching that one.
Something out here.
What have we? Ooh, pocket kings for Hrabets.
Oh, man.
Covering Haxton. How did we arrive at this point? It was an open from the small to 175,000 out of Ike. That's north of 3x. Then Roman leaned back, courtesy of the Cowboys, to 400. And Ike decided to blast. You know, the double check raise pot against Martirosyan exhibited some of this willingness to kind of live and die by the sword. And here it is on display, and in a very bad way on a King 8-7 board. But 10 dangler, diamond coverage. Can Haxton find an escape? He can't, as he gets iced out on the turn. And Ike. A little glimpse of some ICM be damned.
ICM be damned. You're right. Big pot. He lost 1.5 million chips.
And listen, before any keyboard jockeys get emboldened to take a critical stance on Ike, which, by the way, wouldn't bother him one bit, recognize that that is one of the most respected world-class pros who just embraced a moment and unfortunately came out on the wrong side of it. Hrabets the beneficiary. Now we come back to another altercation. This is a big collision. We talked about Ponikov's risk appetite. Ace King of clubs, let's go. Against Patrick, who opened to 100,000. Ponikov's 3-bet. Antonius jammed over the top of him. We're playing for $4.25 million, Randy.
Yeah, Patrick did not believe. Went all in. Got snapped by Ace King suited. Antonius is the favorite. Banker versus player.
Randy, did you just give us a Baccarat analogy?
Slide edge, slide edge.
I'm a little worried about you, man. I know there's casinos in Monte Carlo. Randy, have you been to the casino here in Monte Carlo yet?
Yeah. Let's go. Flop incoming.
Oh, and that flop is a teaser. Top set, you think you're sitting so pretty, and yet your opponent still has 25% equity, courtesy of the Nut Club draw. Ponikov's wants to see a puppy foot. Instead, it's a deuce. At least the board didn't pair like it did moments ago to ice him out of his draw. Can he find the flush and stay seated? He cannot. And if I told you when we came back with 19 left that the two people on the outside of the money would be Ike Haxton sitting $1.5 million and Alex Ponikov sitting $2.1 million in 19th and 18th respectively, Randy, you would have told me I was smoking the good stuff.
And I would have gave you odds.
Yep.
And I would be broke. Wow.
Far from broke is Antonius now as he hauls in $2 million plus. And nobody in the room happier than the likes of Saya Ono at the bottom of the board. Petrangelo and Brian Kim, who never would have imagined pots of this magnitude would have been played and been played in short order on the back end of this break.
When you play main event of EPT, it's much more stressful than this one.
For sure.
This one is just like immediately bubble burst.
Yep.
We're in the money.
What you play?
Just like that.
$320,000 locked up.
Every time I update when there's a stream, people message me tilted because I told it. So yeah, tune into the stream if you want to see what's going on, and I'll update after we finish playing tonight.
Ja napsu.
Did Ossi Katola just deliver?
Tiedätkö, ne fiksaa mulle sitä paitaa, kun se oli niin huono. Mä muuten pitäisin, mutta se oli ihan... ne fiksaa sen logon mun omaan paitaan johonkin huomenna.
Patrick looks like he's wearing a marshmallow.
Marshmallow.
I swear to God, I want to run out there and put a graham cracker on the top of his head and put some chocolate
a little
sauce.
Hershey bar.
Yep. Listen, he's feeling nice and toasty, and it has little to do with the headwear. 126 bigs, 17 remaining in this 200K, where over 5 million is coming your way, along with a title, if you can outlast 16 others. And Antonius rates to be in the hunt to do just that. 6.3 million chips deep. Second in the room, Hrabets, who showered Haxton, Kings versus Ace-10. 3.26 million. And by the way, Hrabets now back up to the stack that he had before things started coming undone for him.
Yeah, he's feeling great about that. He's definitely not going to let this one go. Looking to get to that final table. I just can't believe that we're in the money. And if we were, I was expecting the short stacks to have busted. Not the players with 2 million and 1.5 million. They usually would hang tight, but sometimes the cards deal that way.
Do they use them so that people don't stall to get to the redraw at 16?
Blind versus blind. Roman. Limps king eight off. Free flop incoming for Ferdinand Putra. 8-6 of hearts in the big.
Dominated. 150 in the middle. This is all Hrabets, although Putra does flop the gutter.
Given Roman's got the bigger stack, and he doesn't have as much pressure, he's just going to come out firing. There's more reason to check if you were kind of a short stack that can't afford the opportunity to just splash around a bit.
Yeah, they don't let you just redraw, right? Yeah.
As played, this 8-6 of hearts, 2 overs to the middling cards, which is nice. Clean outs to the nuts.
75 a man. Front door flush arrives. Hrabets does have a club dangler.
Could see some little bit of pot control from Roman on this card. He's got a 8 of club for backup in case he's behind. He'd been deuced from a hand that doesn't have that much equity, like 6-7.
Check.
Or even like 8-6 like what we see. Also him having the 8 of clubs like just really drastically reduces outs from those hands. And no fear of a bigger club usually.
Hrabets checking. Birdie checking back. A free pull. Fourth club out there. So Roman's going to turn top pair into a medium flush.
Could be value in... I mean, there's definitely value in betting. But it kind of depends on how light Putra will call. Does Putra call non-flush hands for river bet? If he does, it's usually King X, but he has a king in his hand, so that's not so good in terms of blocking. Check into induce. Looks like he puts in min bet. So this is just pure crying call against any pair. And there's not that many worse flushes, I suppose, with 5-4-3 of clubs out there.
Pure crying call, Randy, for
against a crank call out of like a 5x, 4x, just some random pair.
Right, if that's where Putra found himself. you mean.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, he got baited.
3175.
Well, listen.
He's
Another
not-
125K. He's not folding
He's
ever?
not folding. No. He knows that min bet invites induction. Just heroic bluffs. I'd be shocked if he was to fold here.
Well, some of it is going to have to do with his perceptions of Ferdinand Putra's range in a spot such as this and whether or not it includes bluffs. But he does make the call, and he will continue to ascend. Credit to Putra, by the way, because that was a decent chunk of his stack that he fought for there, but obviously a move made far easier by the fact that there is no direct money jump from 17 to 16, and he finds himself on the inside of the bubble.
Roman got a lot of value with that King 8 on that hand, given what he was
turnaround.
up against. Dan Smith seems a little tired. In the background just did a big yawn and left.
Hello, sir.
What a turnaround for Hrabets. I'm just marveling at how less than an hour ago we were looking at our screens, this man rolling his eyes, losing pot after pot after pot, getting 3-bet over and over again.
Anything else? Thank you.
Now,
Yeah.
sitting
That
second
was a
in
hilarious.
chips
No, the funniest thing
behind
is
Antonius.
before the tournament started, because it was his like first time playing one of these. I was like, hey man, like everyone gets really excited. Like they come out like they did a line of coke. Just like stay relaxed. Like don't like freak out and play some like massive hand for no reason. And I just look at the updates. He's like, oh, I have chip lead. I look at the hand. I was like, all right, that one was not in the game plan.
A walk for Linus.
He plays a lot better now, actually.
Oh,
Aces for Nikolai Vaskobojnikal. Putra ripping it from the small blind here. Nikolai, of course, snap call. Top pair, though. Putra has outs. Only 5 of them. And it comes undone in a hurry for Ferdy. At least it does so on the inside of the bubble, but he will claim the first payout here in this $200,000 invitational. Failed bluff, and then just ran into it. Back-to-back pots. Putra out of here. Now flipping back over to Antonius and company. Blind versus blind. Jorstad, ace-5, dominating. This one was limped pre. It goes check, check.
And ace high still has showdown value. No reason to bet with this texture.
We are 16.
So fast.
Yeah, but it's, you see everyone has 10 big blinds, 12 big blinds.
No, I mean, I thought the average stack is
Maybe Patrick
stack isn't
stabs if he
much,
gets checked to him in
there
this
is,
spot.
like
This
Patrick
run out.
has twice average, 3 times average, and someone else, many short stacks.
That's true.
Full shutdown across 3 streets, and Espen Rolls over the ace high. And takes it.
So this hat thing is common in Finland?
I don't really know. I know the sauna thing is common, so maybe when the sauna's unavailable, you just put on one of those and sweat it out that way. Well, no more sweat for the 16 remaining players here as two very improbable characters found their way to the exit, playing massive pots. Saying ICM be damned. Two-table redraw time here in Monte-Carlo. Quick glimpse at the chip counts brought to you by BetACR. And we're back here, Ali and Randy with you. And Randy, we're going to say goodbye to you. We're going to bring in Brian Rast, and as we do, and you reflect upon all of the carnage that was condensed into such a short period of time here on the money bubble, what stood out more? Was it Ponikov's pot or Haxton's?
Well, I think Ponikov's spot's a bit more standard. He 3-bet the ace-king, and he got ripped on by the nines. There's nothing he really has to commit at that point. On the other hand, the other pot, Haxton opened the small blind into Roman, who 3-bet, and he opted to 4-bet rip 1.5 million, where he, against other players, maybe he can find a fold, or maybe call a 3-bet, who knows. But against Roman, it feels like it's printing, because Roman really likes to take like King X offsuits and stuff like this to 3-bet bluff in a spot where Haxton can't do too much, and Haxton just took the spot, and unfortunately he's out.
Sounds to me like you think there was some character-specific ingredients involved in what ultimately was a very spoiled soup here in the Invitational for Ike Haxton. So we're going to step aside for a handful of minutes, and we're going to have two featured tables and a shuffling of the deck. We'll see how everything lines up when we come back. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of the 200K in just a few.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code TRITON and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code TRITON for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Back here in the 200K Invitational in Monte-Carlo. Ali Najat joined now by the czar, Brian Rast. And Rasty, we love to pick your brain when it comes to situations like this. Randy already weighed in on it. The two of you during the break discussing both Ponikov's busting on the outside of the bubble versus Patrick Antonius. And then you had Ike Haxton taking a spot that some may be arguing that he didn't need to. I want to unpack both of them. We've got the hands here. If you want to look at them in the Triton Poker Plus app, this was the Ike hand, ace-10, leading to his elimination, blind versus blind against Roman Hrabec. He opened 175, Hrabec 400, and then Ike with the jam to $1.5 million. And of course, Roman with the two kings made the call, iced him out on the turn with a boat.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely didn't have to take that spot, but Ike is a guy who, you know, I think we've discussed this quite a bit on this program. Like when it comes to spots, you know, he has his style where he wants to kind of always have a chance of taking a line, even if it's really tough, even if it's unnecessary, just so, you know, he's not a guy who you can just rule out, oh, like Ike's going to knit it up here and try to make the money bubble. No, you know, he probably rolled it, gotten a really aggressive number, and just went for it. And, you know, I'm just guessing, but maybe it was a low probability spot, but just Ike is that guy.
And quickly, want to get your thoughts. Randy obviously zeroed in on that one as being the more interesting of the altercations. This was Ponikov's against Antonius, ace-king suited against 2 nines, an open from Patrick to 100,000, 3-bet out of the small blind with the ace-king to 400. Patrick then choosing to jam the nines. Ponikov's calling it off. It was a $4.25 million chip pot out of nowhere. Top set had to fade the flush and did just that, giving Patrick the whopping chip lead.
I mean, I would say choosing to jam the nines there in a super high ICM spot is kind of gangster. You know, that said, Patrick still had $2 million more should he lose that pot. Yeah. But just like really putting the heat on Ponikov's, I mean, some people would even consider flatting. So it's just, you know, Patrick just went for it also.
Well, that's sometimes how the cookie crumbles in terms of you having the chip lead. Sometimes it leads to you being on the outside in the cold. As 16 remains spread across 2 new feature tables here at Sporting Monte-Carlo. Back inside the arena. And moments away from giving you a glimpse.
Patrick's the chip leader.
Oh, yeah. And it's not close, Rasty. Get a look. Blue table, 6.2. That's where he finds himself. And unfortunately for Tan Xuan and Chris Brewer, who are also up toward the top of the leaderboard, they find themselves alongside him. Other order of business is the red table. Roman Hrabec, second in chips overall. Fortunate not to have drawn Patrick at his table, allowing him to be the mayor with far fewer chips and a good bit of runway between him and second place. So we'll begin at Camp Patrick.
Oh, he's got his partner's hat on.
Yeah,
Aussie's
Aussie
hat.
Giving him the good luck. You know,
Dude, he's had the good luck so far. You didn't bring it up, but this ace-3 suited back jam. He was the small blind when he flatted too.
That was against Jonathan Jaffe, who snapped him, by the way. It was a raise, then a flat in the small by Patrick. Jaffe put in the 3-bet. Patrick decided he would get heroic as he jammed and got snapped and, yeah, found himself the nut flush and showered Jonathan Jaffe. Meanwhile, Bads, blind versus blind here against Konstantin Maslach, who's performed very well in that last frame. Got his stack up and over 2 million. Dominated here, but finds the 3 versus Bads for the lead. Nikita checks.
Nikita in an interesting spot here. A pretty decent queen high. Definitely might be good right now. Seems pretty reasonable to stick around. You know, the effective stacks in this preflop was just under, looks like 30 bigs, so you can discount some ace-X from Maslach's check-back range, certainly.
So the check call of 50K from Makita is then followed through on with a check fold versus 150. And Maslach's a guy who's shown the willingness to fire that second barrel. You know, that's one of the little forks in the road. I think some like to play the check back pot control. Granted, there's many other variables that go into it, but then you have those that maybe skew a bit more toward the, okay, I'm going to keep the heat on. You know, always have their thumb just pressed down on you.
Yeah, the turn barrel there with Queen 3 is reasonable, but definitely on the lightish side. So that lines up. BK just made the money here. Looks like that's 12 blinds. About to take the big. Oh, there's Tan Xuan, our man. That's a pretty decent stack. 2.7 probably puts him in, yeah, fourth.
Well, Tan, Rasty, we watched him in the Jeju Cash Game Festival, which preceded this Triton Super High Roller Series. And he showed us his risk appetite. And I think on the inside of the bubble, not that he lacked it on the outside of it, we're going to see even more of these sorts of procedures, which are higher variance in nature. Constantine, pocket fives.
Getting 3-1 immediately, and perhaps even better than that if the big blind comes along for a call.
Opportunity to close the action for your stats suited jack.
Yeah, I like call.
Take the price, 350 in the middle now. Ace Jack 5, a couple of clubs, top pair for Tan against middle pair, and guess who? Maslach, bottom set, buckle up.
Earlier today, there was a multi-way pot where I believe Tan had ace-6 of clubs. Bet flop got called in 2 spots and then just fired the turn again. So a light barrel. See how Maslach decides to play, but I'm bringing that up because if that hand has any indication, Tan might be inclined to fire this turn again on a blank.
I mean, a club would influence another barrel potentially as well, would it not? Instead, it's the jack. And oddly enough, Espen might be thinking, what have I done? Granted, the fold was cozy on the flop, but he would have had Trip Jackson been cooked by a boat. Tan actually now drawing live to an ace or a jack. Second check in front of him as Constantine is in the tall grass.
Tan needs to be a little concerned at this point because Constantine can have a jack. And his kicker with his ace isn't great. And we can see Tan is betting here, but he's doing one of these kind of like setting the price bets where you can see he's bet quite small, 175 into 580. That's like less than third pot, which is, in my opinion, almost a suspiciously small sizing. And Maslach calls here, but he's definitely hoping that Tan bets river, but I just don't see that happening. And Tan might have ended up getting away cheap. And when we say setting the price, if Maslach were to check and Tan checks back, Tan only lost 175 with the turn bet, as opposed to he checks back, then Maslach, let's say he bets 400,000 on the river, right?
Tan playing the 9 kicker on the board.
Yeah, he's checking this back. He just likes taking his time.
Rast. Never count Tan out. He does end up checking back.
Tan's too good to bet there. That was, I'm telling you, that's exactly what he did on the turn.
Yeah.
That's why he kind of bet small. I mean, because his turn bet from a theoretical standpoint really makes little sense in terms of the sizing. It's, let's call it an exploit. And I guess it worked.
Well, it worked, but at the end of the day, Don's chips heading in the wrong direction there as Constantine continues to perform incredibly well here in the late stages of day one. Pocket nines now for Chris Brewer. $110K, just north of the minimum, and Maslach, pocket queens. Rast, this guy's on fire.
Yes, he is.
Saving money.
And this is a pretty nice little spot here. Because Brewer probably will not fold to a 3-bet, and almost certainly not for one that small. Remember, we've just entered the money, so ICM considerations are much less in these guys' eyes. Not that they're trying to go out, but we're back to let's win some chips, not worry too much about tournament survival. Although it's a consideration, I'm not saying it's gone.
3-bet to 275,000. Call from Chris, and now that pesky ace on the board. No diamond in hand for Constantine. Action checked over. And he dips his feather into the ink.
I think with the 9 of diamonds, Chris is always continuing here. Not sure if he doesn't have the diamond, but with the diamond, I'm fully expecting call.
That's exactly what Brewer comes with. North of $1 million in the middle now. Second overcard to both the 9s and the queens, for that matter, rolling off. And it's a bad one for Brewer if Maslach bets, which he doesn't. A free pull.
Yeah, pretty sure Brewer is folding the turn to a bet. Versus check back on the turn, I think Brewer can have the best hand, but it's still pretty unlikely. I mean, Constantine can have a bunch of ace, something like ace-5 suited, potentially even something like king X suited. All of those hands might check back. Queens, jacks, 10s. A lot of value hands that are beating him but aren't very strong. And let's see if that incentivizes Brewer to bluff. And it does. 650. This is a bluff to try to get hands like 10s, jacks, queens, maybe king X to fold.
This is 7.
No.
You can give me.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Brewer identified that his 9s actually had very little showdown there and turned them into a bluff and got queens to fold.
650K. Forcing queens into the bin, and that gives you a glimpse into just how much heart there is beating in the chest of Chris Brewer, who knows a thing or two about downswings and having to persevere. His was a name that we talked about quite a bit. In fact, it was in an invitational in Cyprus. If I'm not mistaken, we're on the direct money bubble. Brewer having already run so horrendously, misclicked a spot And marched himself right out of that one. A painful thing to bear witness to. And since then, he really has recouped and done just incredibly. And it's been wonderful to see his resurgence. As even more wonderful is the sight of 2 aces. Bads.
Did you notice what hat he's wearing?
Clicks.
You're a big clothing guy.
Bads?
No,
Or Brewer?
Brewer.
You know, I didn't really pay attention. I will, though, when it gets back.
He's wearing a hat. I'm pretty sure it's of Bob's soccer team.
FC Castellón.
Castellón.
CD.
Or whatever.
Castellón.
Yeah.
8-9 suited. Flatting. Jack 5 out of the way. What's Patrick working with? A suited king. Hops aboard. And flops a king for some trouble. This one's zesty, Rast.
Yeah, everybody has a little something, huh?
Overpair for Bads. The flush draw for Espen. Patrick checks the king over.
See how Makita navigates this. Don't think he has to bet here. His hand works pretty well in check lines on the flop, 3 ways.
Bads. Checking it. Now Espen with the flush draw, and perhaps the sense that a barrel here gets the job done, fires 95,000. Cheap investment.
It looks like he's mostly trying to get some clearance from hands like, let's say, just ace-8 suited, ace-5 suited, etc. Obviously not with clubs. Maybe even a hand like 5s or 6s. But with very small bet. And Patrick's going to find a raise. Trying to put pressure on some of Makita's holdings. Perhaps stuff like ace-queen, ace-10, queen-10, queen-9 suited. But I don't think Makita can fold at this point. His hand's much too much.
It is so weird, though, because we know that some Jack X could be lurking in that flatting range for Jorstad. Patrick could have taken a prize with all manner of hands that included Jack. But like you said, Rast, ace is just too strong here with the club in particular, so Makita does flat. And Espen, who barreled the flush draw, just bows right on out as a result. And ace is full on the turn for Bads, just to relieve any of the concerns about Jacob lurking.
And that card, I mean, Patrick is already has alarm bells going off when Makita calls his raise as the only person at that point who hadn't put any money in the pot on the flop. And now with an ace on the turn, it's starting to really stretch incredulity as to hands Makita can have here that Patrick is beating. Like queens. But he does Makita even call queens on the flop to the bet and check raise? Right? Any kind of ace-x of clubs. Maybe even like ace-queen, ace-queen, potentially. All these hands just got there. Queen-10.
I mean, it's a horrific arrival when you've check-raised the board and then been flatted in terms of Patrick's viewpoint. Hence the check, and Makita, with the whole wide world, does check back, praying that maybe a jack is emboldened by that very dusty river.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the only couple hands that maybe Patrick is beating would be something like queen-9 or 10-9 of clubs. I don't even know if lower flush draws like Makita's just folding, right? Like if Makita has 8-7 of clubs, he's not calling that raise cold. I think maybe just a straight and flush draw, other than nut clubs. So you can come out with bluffs here, but I just don't think it's enough. I kind of have it as like 2 hands. So to me, this is actually a pretty easy fold for Patrick. He put in enough money on the flop to basically tighten up Mikita's range, and then one of the worst cards in the deck came. So at this point, just king deuce is, yeah, very easy muck.
Yeah.
For me also, please. And
Not that Patrick was going to go sailing off if the ace didn't find its way to the board as played, but it wasn't a bad card for his purposes in terms of saving chips, as Saya Ono is trying to save her tournament. Queen Jack suited and finds top pair against Wai Kin Yang, who doesn't cover by much. This one came down as an open from Laliger pre-flop. Hrabets flatted, Saya flatted, then Wai Kin decided to take the high variance spot and jam. Saya didn't have a whole lot left and decided she wanted to take a spin for 1.4. Wai Kin doesn't find the nickel on the turn, nor does he find it
You cover me. Don't leave it. You cover me.
on the river, as Saya does tell him to keep his seat, but it is a bit of a tortuous assignment with just 65K left. And that was pretty ambitious on Saya's part, was it not? 475 more?
Someone, where was the opener from? Who opened?
It was Laliger who opened to 100. Hrabets called. It was late position, cut off, hijack cut off. But then Saya flats and decides, let's gamble after Wai Kin jams. So
And they fold. She's getting such a good price, though, at that point.
maybe the math was mathin'. As we see Tan Xuan taking it up, ace-jack suited. Fails to connect on the 10-5-4 board. Brewer has backdoor diamonds into gutter, knuckles over.
I mean, I kind of feel like Wai Kin's jam was sort of just as ambitious as her call.
Yeah, I mean, Wai Kin was begging for just the pot to end right then and there.
Yeah.
Now I see the CD Castellon hat. That is the Spanish football club that enjoyed promotion under the ownership of Haralabos Vulgaris, who was playing in this one. Bob's run came to an end earlier today. 53rd place finish for him as Tan follows through for 85,000 here. And Brewer will take a peek at the turn. Another 170 into
Out
the
of
center.
position. He could have potentially raised the flop, but Tan's a tough guy to take those aggressive lines with. He's sticky, doesn't like to fold. And on this king of spades, it's a card that's much better for Tan, having a smaller range than Brewer's big blind flat, a lot more high card, heavy. All kinds of cards now interact with that king on the turn, such as the hand Tan has, and you can come up with other ones like Queen Jack, Queen 9 suited, Ace Queen, etc., and not to mention King X. So very natural for Tan to bet again, and that'll just get it done.
Yeah, 280,000, and he can exhale.
On a different card. No king. No king. Different card.
We were not too slow, they were too fast.
That makes sense.
Here's Sinan Unlu. Setting this one out. Unlu playing under the Turkish banner. Only ever joined us in North Cyprus, which is the Turkish side of the island. Never cashed before this. Played invitationals on both occasions in Cyprus. A little 30K as well, first time. But doesn't miss these things. And here he is. Looking for a deep run beyond just the minimum. Antonius activating from the button. Plenty of chips with which to do things such as this. King 7 for Tan. He'll defend. The extra 75K not yielding fruit. Queen 9-5. Patrick just backdoor diamonds. The Jack dangles.
So I was just doing some accounting with the 16 players that are left. It looks like, is it 8 and 8? 8 pros and 8 invitees?
Interesting.
I think so.
I didn't clock it, but that would be a wonderful development.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that Konstantin Maslak, he's an invitee, right? As well as Sinan Unlu.
Unlu is,
yeah,
100%. Maslak is as well.
Yeah, so it's 8 and 8. Although Wykin is desperately short.
So 65K sitting in front of Wykin and $5 million sitting in an invitational free roll in Las Vegas this December. Calling your name courtesy of Club WPT Gold, who are bringing online sweepstakes poker back to the US and Canada. That invitational, their celebration, and they want you in on it. Free to enter with $1 million up top. Sign up at clubwptgold.com with the promo code Triton to win your seat today. Must be 21 and up to enter. Void where prohibited. No purchase necessary.
Brewer lets it go. Kind of thought he was going to raise that one up. I guess he's going to be glad he didn't.
Well, Tan has limped in the 9-8, and Unlu rips sub 20 bigs. Tan never interested. Baby suited ace. Earning Sinan some tokens.
Happy to take them. Continue yet?
Payout right now for 16th is 320K. There is a 16K jump from 16th to 15th, although in a 200K buy-in, I'm not so sure how much of that is on folks' minds.
This one is difficult to motivate yourself. Yeah.
The new chat favorite,
Yeah,
Gambledor, as they like to call him, Vladimir Korzinin. Sitting this one out, Morton Klein, the two of them on the invitee side. Linus Love takes a pass. Rabic, hijack. Resists any temptations. Chip leading here by a wide margin.
You can fold this, Nick. That's enough to fold.
Wykin wakes up with ace king Petrangelo.
Strong.
It's a very famous hand from my online poker days.
With 10-3.
10-3? Didn't matter what stakes in 2006 to 2010. No matter what stakes you're at final table, if they pick that, they'd 3-bet it and show it. Could be $1 million for first in a $200 tournament.
10-3?
Yeah. No bounty or anything. Just a joke in the community. Called kitchens. Can't do that stuff these days. Games are too tough.
Yeah.
Queen 9
A
deuce
lot of the
board
guys
safe.
Wouldn't understand the joke nowadays. They didn't play this.
Oh boy. Well, perhaps whatever the mystic lore was that Petrangelo was alluding to with regard to 10-3 still lingers, as Wykin needed the ace or the king, and
yes,
instead
it does. Look at the kitchens, 2 pair.
in the back door. You know about this, the 10-3? Did you ever get that
I
one
didn't
shown?
actually know about that. I didn't really play online tournaments back in the day. Only a brief period, a couple months I played them, and then I was back to cash.
7-deuce game by himself.
So Wykin will collect the second of the $320,000 payouts. Everybody getting a modest jump that we alluded to
And it
moments
was
ago.
like how big he beat Brewer. It was how big the pot was huge.
336
It's like
now
$1 million.
locked up.
It's like $1 million pot.
15
No one's playing
remain.
7-deuce. Victor 4-bet 7-deuce.
No, he 3-bet and called the 4-bet.
3-bet and called the 4-bet at playing 500 1K.
No,
And
1K, 2K.
And won $1 million pot. Oh yeah, it was 1K, 2K. He made a straight, I think.
Wow, that's some sick high-stakes degeneracy. Just saying, I think Victor Blom, apparently, Isildur, 3-bet and then called the 4-bet with 7-deuce and like maybe it was 1K, 2K. I don't, might have been heads up, might not have been, and then just won like $1 million pot. They weren't playing the 7-deuce game. Just like.
I mean, I'm just shaking my head. Honestly, when you end up on the receiving end of those exchanges, you're just like, so you just tried to give money away and the deck didn't comply?
Yeah.
Is that what happened here? What possessed you? As we can see, what's possessed Petrangelo here, it's an ace-8 suited. He rips small blind, Korzanin Rast, ace-10 offsuit, does cover by 150. I mean,
It's actually a very easy call. Let's see if...
Oh, I'm covering you. I'm covering you.
At this point, Nicky P probably doesn't think he's dominated very often, since most hands that dominate him, it's a pretty easy call for 19 blinds.
Okay, I will wait a little bit.
Oh my goodness. Nicky P probably had no idea how good he just ran there.
Is a good call.
well, listen.
In this situation, maybe it's okay. Yeah, but
You see, Vladimir.
you can call. Yeah. Huh? You can call. Yeah, I feel that I can call, but I didn't.
Looking for some positive reinforcement. Look at the little smirk on Pravitz's face as he looks back at Nicky P.
Ace-10.
I had a good hand.
Diplomatic response as he realizes what he got away with.
I did.
By the way, did Nicky P take a spill of some sort?
I am pussy.
He's all roughed up on that left forearm.
I'm a pussy.
I know he likes to play golf. I don't think it's a contact sport. I guess it depends who you golf with.
Don't tell it to the guys, they will exploit it.
If I can go with 9-6, it doesn't matter. If its signal comes, I go with anything. But it didn't come.
Vladimir just said, if the signal comes, I can go with anything, but it didn't come. Now listen, I don't know what bandwidth or frequency he's dialed into, but apparently some extraterrestrial communiques are guiding the decisions in that seat. And by the way, makes me love the dude even more. Ace-6
Listen,
suited.
in a different context, you'd be like, what, from your phone? Do you have cheating or something? But clearly not, because he just folded ace-10 off versus ace-8 of diamonds. So he's just, yeah, ETs.
Love it. Morton Klein defends.
No.
And
That's
flops
sorry,
top
yes.
pair here on a diamond-free rainbow texture. Likes the look of things, but we'll check over and see if Linus wants to slip more forward.
They banned poker players like this year. They were quite some decent online players, like 3 or 4 pretty good, but then they restricted the market, so they only
These cards could not interact any less with Linus's hand, but does have the range advantage. It's big cards on the board. He's going to find the C-bet, and really the opposite is true for Morton Klein. This is just an amazing flop for King-Queen. He doesn't have very many chips, and his only decision now is whether to play his hand aggressively or just call. Having watched Morton Klein play, I feel like he's probably taking the aggressive line. Yeah. He doesn't really like to mess around.
Can I ask someone for a battery pack, please? Or
I have residence in Austria.
So the check raise from 150 up to 400. Morton keeps things uncomplicated. Keeps himself
Where do you live?
in the 7-figure club.
Yeah, I forgot. Do you live south? In Larnaca?
Okay. You know, I was sitting there thinking right before he did this, people were saying this guy plays crazy, but so far I have seen the exact opposite. That was literally what I was thinking in my head, and then he just ripped in 10-4 for...
And by the way, he bullies King-Queen off of its hand and moves King-4 suited out as well.
10-4. 10-4. 10-4 off. No, you can calculate. Oh, you can show them.
No, I believe you.
This dude's a legend,
stealing
man.
it. He's the
How do you
player.
not love this
I
event?
told you. He doesn't call the ace-10, but then he's gonna shove the 10.
Yeah.
I believe you.
I apologized for 10 that I didn't call last time. I had to...
to make it up.
To make it up with a 10.
You know, Rasty.
This guy's awesome.
But why are we flipping back to this table, man? I don't care who's here. It ain't better than that guy.
I want to hear his explanation. I love it. You know?
You know what? I don't think he needs to explain himself. Just do what you do. You got yourself here, 15 remaining in this invitational, your first ever Triton Super High Roller Series.
Listen, everybody at that table was very interested as to whatever he was going to say as his explanation.
You know, it's funny. Somebody did advise him not to be giving away so much
Yes.
information because obviously these data points are getting logged and it could prove costly. But, you know, he must have got the signal in that one.
Exactly.
It's not too many guys that can make Tan Xuan look tame. Vladimir's a candidate. 9-7 suited. Going to work.
Wow, Brian Kim has gotten really short. Oh, he lets this go. A pretty light Sorry, pretty strong big blind, no defense. Are we on a... No, we're not on a pay jump.
Static 336 across the next two payouts.
You have 3 million.
Yes.
Rast, you handle the comms here. I'm just going to grind the Triton Poker Plus app for that other table to see what
You got
Corson is doing. Oh, man.
Oh, suited king folded from the cutoff. All right.
No disrespect to these guys, Rast, but even they would probably flip the channel to Corson Unstable if given the option.
Of course they would. Pretty sure BK is going to go with this. I think any queen is a jam, including the worst one, for what looks like 7 to 8 blinds. Oh, my.
Oh, and this is no laughing matter now, as Brian's tournament life is one that hangs in the balance with just 28% equity. You talked about any queen, king, worthy of a rip and try to win those 2 big blinds that are hanging out there. And instead, Antonius with other ideas. Boss stack, 2 7s. 820 in the middle, but no queen. Ace, ace, 9, counterfeit ability, adding outs.
Not the worst flop.
Patrick realizing it could have been worse for Brian. Would have preferred an overcard to the 7s for another path to counterfeiting Patrick, but instead, as it stands, he's got himself 6 outs. And now none. As Brian Kim can do no better than 15th here after having won the kickoff event at this Monte-Carlo festival. $336,000 richer will be Kim as we fight on 14 remaining.
Oh, my.
This should be a bounty.
Talk to me.
Linus just...
Yeah, if it's bounty, how many
He's
bounties
now
you will
the
have?
shortest stack with 865K. It's just... Wow, looking at his chip graph here on the app, it's just been down only. Bear,
Yeah, that's true.
Linus is in a chip bear market. Just down and to the right.
Makes sense.
Red candles.
What is the Wi-Fi saying, Vladimir? Nope. See? His Wi-Fi is just really strong.
You know, you say that, but I'm guessing that's like wireless B protocol. I don't think he's on that AC bandwidth. You know what I mean? That he might be on dial-up, my man. I'm just saying. Lolliger, 2 queens. And obviously it's brutal when you can't get any action. Short stacked. Every little chip counts though. On a pay jump.
Right.
Next tournament.
Next ladder. 31K.
Yeah, but one can get chips, so it's okay. It's a different story.
You see the damage there? You know, Nicky P sustaining some sort of
He's just minding his own business.
road rash or whatever.
It's like one of these things in tournaments. You're just sitting around, cruising on by, people flying out, everything seems good. Then all of a sudden, you just get in a car crash, and you're just out of there. What happened? Take him out on a stretcher.
You know, it's crazy because sometimes I'll walk in to come to the booth,
Yeah.
And you know it's not a break. And there's like one person walking out.
Yeah.
And the timing's a little weird. And you look at the look on their face. And you're like, oh, something bad happened to you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Shell shock look. Then you go back in the app and you look at the hand. You're like, oh, yeah, okay. I see
That
what
makes
happened.
sense.
Yeah. Ace-8 suited makes sense. And it's looking to make some dollars as Hrabets opens from the button. Nikolai flatting King 10, recognizing that Roman could be dancing. Maybe lighten his loafers.
Then we can.
Ace, King 10 board, top pair against bottom 2.
And this pot will display some of the advantages of position, because this is a spot where Nikolai can win a bigger pot in position, right? Roman at some point probably ends up checking his hand back, whether it's on the flop or the turn. There we are. Nikolai likely doesn't check. Whoa.
This thing gets knuckled, and then 8 looks innocent, and yet it puts Vaska Boynikau behind as Hrabets hits aces up. Two-tone texture, and he faces a lead of 220.
Yeah, not insignificant. I mean, 300 in the pot. So we're talking about, I mean, kind of like B70, 70% pot. And Roman has an interesting decision here whether to call or raise. Kind of just not really sure what he's going to pick. He's coming for raise.
Boy, this one's weird now, all of a sudden, for kings and 10s.
Yeah, very weird. You're thinking, I mean, the number one you're thinking is, did the 8 really help you? Like, you have a set of 8s, something like that. There is a double flush draw on the board. So you can definitely come out with some, like, semi-bluffs, like 9-7 of clubs or hearts, 9-6 of clubs or hearts.
Well, time banks are being pushed forward over here, Rasty, and I question
8 jack of clubs.
Is this a very ICM-rich part of the program?
No, I mean, not very ICM rich.
Okay.
Not to deny that there is, but not rich.
There was a lot more on the outside of the bubble.
Yeah.
Than currently with these pay jumps that are
But in
not huge.
smaller field tournaments, it's not as stark. In a 1,000-person tournament, you know, 150 people make the money. After you make the money, ICM just bottoms out and then just like very slowly builds. But in a small field like this, you don't have as long to, you know, many people to go out between 150 and final table, right?
Well, small field, but big pot. As Nikolai hangs in there for the extra 480. There's a lot of cards he doesn't want to see on the end. Hearts, clubs, queen or a jack. And there is the aforementioned heart. Oh, and Roman snap checking back. And that's a bit demoralizing for Nikolai. Hobbits up to 4.6.
Yeah, nice pickup for him. 700 went in on the turn.
Good river. Good river.
Nikolai's like,
Too much.
You know what? I can think of some better rivers,
Friend.
but
yeah.
All right, kid.
Next time 150.
150. I always think to myself, listen, would you mind just quietly winning my chips? Is that all right?
Good river.
Yeah.
Yeah, what about a king or a 10 there, big guy?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you think this was a good river? I'll show you. That Adam Sandler,
How about
Billy
that turn,
Madison.
huh? You like that turn? Good turn for you?
Yeah. How about the turn? Was the turn good? Did you like that? Yeah. Queen Jack suited. Constantine taking us up. Unlu with a little something. A7 off suit. Just bins it. Trying to keep things clean. I'm not sure that immediate pay jump of 31,000 is that which guides him. Defendable, of course, that hand, but I think I heard a cheer come in through the internet from everybody streaming us live right now as we decide to flip back over to this feature.
I'm thinking if I play this hand bet or not. What? I'm thinking if I play this hand bet or not.
But what can you do?
Are any pairings still in? Do you know?
I was actually just looking at our printouts myself to try to determine that. I'm going to leave it to producer James while we focus in here on Vasco Boynicao opening to 120,000. Petrangelo with a candidate on his hands here. Rast, small blind, king, queen suited. Yeah, he does rip it.
Wow.
930,000.
This could be one of those moments where just you're cruising along, everything's going well, and here comes the car crash.
Please. It's not the signal you're looking for with Jack 3. Okay. Vladimir does bow out, and perhaps Petrangelo will be as well in a different way. Almost 2 million in the middle. %30 equity. Can the great Nicky P get lucky? He can if he finds a jack or a king on this 10 high rainbow board. No club out there.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah. But that chance wanes from 27% to 16%. And now 0.
Thank you.
Petrangelo.
Come back, Roma.
Out of here.
Come back.
14th place finish. Behind Brian Kim, getting some respect from his fellow gladiators.
There is one. I found it.
Talk to me.
It's Espen Jorstad and Morten Klein.
Okay.
It's a countryman from, is it Norway?
That it is, by the way, as we are now trying to catch up to a big one brewing. Antonius made it 125. Chris Brewer's Ace King suited made it 500. Antonius decided to take the 4-bet line to 1.1. Brewer jams. Patrick asking for a count here. Another 1.6 to call. Now, he can afford to make the call, Rast, but how well does Ace Queen perform in this spot?
I mean, hijack cutoff. How deep are these guys? They're like over 40 blinds. Wow. 44 blinds. It was an adventuresome 4-bet by Patrick. He's in a bit of a pickle now. What, 1.5? Oh, he's already called?
Apparently.
1.5 to win. Yeah.
He does indeed.
To win 4. Wow.
Take a bite out of this Vinegar-laced cucumber. Oh, wow. Top pair, but hang on.
Wait.
2 spades on board. 5.5 million chip pot.
Patrick is just kind of in a zero fucks given kind of mode in this, isn't he? I mean, he's just going for it pre-flop, dude.
Listen, your words, my thoughts, though, if I'm being fair. Now, on the turn, Brewer adds outs. Needs the king, needs the jack, needs a spade. And instead, it's the ace for top 2 against just top pair. And
that was a big pot, 5.5 million. I mean, Brewer wins that, and he's the chip leader. Patrick wins it now, and he's mashing like 2x second place stack.
By the way, I wouldn't go dropping a thermometer under Chris's tongue right about now.
Yeah.
Mercury would just fly right out of that thing.
Unlucky?
Gamble unlucky.
You
What else
fight
you want?
for virtually 2 full days.
I was going to gamble with you.
You managed to avoid all of the landmines.
Let's put the camera over Chris's shoulder
But he
and see what he's
doesn't remember
messaging
last
right
time
now.
Main event in what happened with him and
Could be scalding hot words coming out from furious typing.
Oh, yeah.
This idiot.
You know, I don't know, but it's just
every time. Every time.
It's so interesting because I just feel like those are the moments where, in spite of the fact that you know better than to just regard poker as stupid, those are the moments where you're just like, this is dumb.
Bro, that's a moment where, I mean, it's pretty natural even for stone cold killers to get a little like 12 people left chip lead pot in a 200K. I mean,
if I needed to cook an egg right about now, I know the forehead I'd be looking for.
Ooh, get it in as a 3-to-1 favorite.
Well, Patrick vaulting even further to almost 9 million, but we've got something else brewing here, and it started courtesy of an ace-8 suited open from the cutoff by Mikolai. He showered Nikki P.
Okay, last time.
Got 3-bet by Salle, shows the ace and the ace-6 suited button.
I had a
Flexing
reason
its
to
will.
3-bet at least.
What?
I had a reason to 3-bet at least.
See, Saya's good though. She doesn't give away. She's not going to tell him her hand exactly. I played poker with her.
I was not so weak, but not.
She knows the game. She knows not to just tell these guys. Always fishing for information. Good on you, Saya. Listen, they ask, but they don't tell.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, you're allowed to ask, and I'm allowed to
Of
diplomatically avoid giving you.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
like
going to
it. I
just
just like
shower
seeing it.
saying something or responding,
Yeah.
but I'm also just not going to give you anything. She said I had a reason to 3-bet.
Yeah. I like it. That's giving away as little as possible. I mean, the reason could be the vibes that my man Korzanen across the table was feeling. I knew he was getting vibes, so I knew this was the one.
She's like, I had to make a 12:30 a.m. dinner reservation before the kitchen closes. That's why I 3-bet. No, not the case. Says the little ducks in the hijack decide to play as an open limp. Saya limps as well, and Vladimir baby suited ace. This is looking awfully professional.
But I mean,
rips in 17 bigs.
All right, this is probably getting through.
Well, hang on a second, because remember,
no
10-4. Okay. I mean, Saya's just thinking to herself, it's not impossible for King 10 to be good.
Let me just go back and just put this in perspective.
You're the only one I might have called it off with my hand once, to be honest.
He doesn't want to put it there.
Okay, guys. Brewer just went out.
Did you look at
in
your hand before you
13th
go
place,
in?
he got 367K.
Only on one.
Not a runaway, but
Might be enough.
5.5 million with the it's more than double average stack, chip lead.
Became very powerful.
Easily worth more than $1 million.
Okay.
Than
You're like a number.
367K Probably pushing 2.
And only one? There's no only
Maybe
one?
not quite that much. That's just my rough
6 or
estimate right
9
now.
all in?
That pot was probably a $1.5 million swing in equity for Brewer, where he was a 3-to-1 favorite. Like, if you saw that, I mean, let's just say it like it is. Like, if you saw Brewer all in for $750K with someone, and it was a 1.5 million all-in pot, real money in a cash game, and he had ace king and the other guy had ace queen, and he took it. You know, that's what you just saw, kind of. I mean, it's not always going to play out like that, but you know, it's probably worth around 1.5 million.
Listen, there is no always something's going to play out in any way when it comes to Vladimir Korzinin as he continues to walk a tightrope, jamming 1.3. Hrabets, ace 10 in the small.
Linus doesn't even have 20 blinds, and he's seen Vladimir shove some weak hands.
Forgive me, I thought it was Hrabets that had the ace 10. It was indeed Linus. And he does dig in. Good news for Korzinin is he covers. He's got
That's the flip.
2 clean cards.
King 10.
Do you like your odds?
It's over half my stack.
100%?
That's great.
I don't like to hear that.
I think you're in trouble, Ines.
He's already at 100%.
1.9 million. Roughly in the middle. 443. So far, so good for Linus. Largely uninvolved. We talked about his stack just dwindling. Oh my goodness.
There it
could
is.
be vanquished.
GG.
He did say 100%.
He's not drawn dead. 6 outs to stay alive. And it's 7's full. Runner for Korzinin.
Rub it in, why don't you?
You just know.
Just know.
He claims the pelt of one of the greats.
It's funny. Before you had.
Take care of it. Thank you. I'm playing with it.
It's Christmas.
Before you had ace queen versus Morten's king queen, and you were so sure that you're losing.
Yeah, against me.
Against him, and now you're just so sure you're winning.
Yeah, you know
Just
exactly
like,
what's
no,
going on.
He just knows.
Don't joke with Santa.
Ladies and gentlemen,
When
we
you
give
know,
you
know.
the
I know
Triton
it, I sometimes
Invitational.
have it too. Sometimes I just know.
White Christmas.
Yeah.
And we give Linus $367,000 for his 12th place finish. Everybody that remains guaranteed $418K. Korzinin 5th in chips now, by the way. Overall, as the man to his left, Morten Klein, is the shortest stack in the room, 13 bigs deep. As we play 5 and 6, 2 away from the final table. Patrick Antonius continuing to take the worst of it and come out smelling like roses. Ace Queen versus Ace King, and before that, an Ace 3
Versus Ace Queen.
Yeah, what can we say? It's allowed.
Yeah.
You pointed out that it felt as though there was maybe a little bit of a 0F's given gear in the transmission that he shifted into.
I mean, the 9s versus Ace King hand as well. Just 4-bet ripped it. I mean, he is a slight favorite there, so it's not, but it is also a just SFG moment. Or ZFG.
Yeah.
ZFG, sorry.
Although the Nordic pronunciation of 0, as Eric123 sometimes pronounces it, Cito. Like, so I could see why you said the SFG. You rumbled with 123 a little bit.
Yeah,
from Sweden.
123 is great.
Eric Sagström, the guy we're referring to, legendary limit hold'em player from the online streets, and now plays Mix in Vegas.
My UTH buddy. Sometimes after the session, we go over to the UTH tables, and
he loves to grind it as a decompressor. Hrabets, limps, dominated by Mikolai, as both share a 3, but no interest in playing for more. Ace-6 deuce, no pair anywhere.
See if Roberts just comes out betting. 7 of spades, just immediately trying to win the pot with 7 high. This is a spot where king high and a spade, I think it's a forced continue, but sometimes you might see less studied players overfold, but not Mikolaj.
60K lead and appeal on the strength of king high. Now a little spade draw, which is dominated for Mikolaj. See if there's further appetite for Hrabets.
He definitely might bet again here. He does have the 7 of spades. He does want to try to get hands like a pair of deuces, pair of 6s to fold. He has no showdown. Let's see if he takes that line. So he doesn't. King high seems less incentivized to bluff. A lot more showdown.
He agrees. Checking back. Board pairs. Nice run out for the king high. Let's see with 0 showdown whether or not Roman's going to lean.
He definitely can. This is a spot where the bet check bet line is believable. You know, playing some pot control on flushes, flush runouts. You know, you're not really repping a flush if you bet. You'd be more like an ace or a deuce. So this is a bet he's just targeting hands like king high. And let's see if it works. Queen high.
60K does get picked off. Nice procedures there from the invitee side of the bracket for Vasco Boinacao.
Snapped him.
Yeah, he did. Granted, it was a modest bet.
Yeah, no.
Looking at Mikolaj's Triton resume, this is the first event that he's played here in Monte-Carlo. Last festival in Montenegro, he went 3 for 5 with 3 final tables. 7th in the 50K 8 max. He won the 125K main and then placed 2nd in the 25K PLO. 5.6 million plus in career Triton earnings across just 5 cashes.
Well, I think it was 7 and 7, but now 3 straight pros have busted. So I believe it's 4 pros to 7 non-pros. Invitees.
Love to see it.
Although, you know, the top 2 chip stacks have 13 million between them, and they're both pros, which would be Antonius and Hrabets.
Story checks out. Morton does need to get something going sooner than later. I don't know if Queen 3 offsuit is the one.
I agree with you. And so does Morton. But maybe that is showing a little bit of impatience on Morton's part. I mean, to just sit there and think about Queen 3 off as if it's a decision. Because, I mean, you can gamble your money however you want, but it's obviously not a play. So, just maybe trying to get in his headspace. But yeah, looking at that, I'm thinking, okay, he might do something rash in the next little bit.
Well, no matter what Roman Hrabets chooses to do from this point forward, no one is going to regard it as rash, as he has flopped the nuts versus top pair for Salle, who defended for just an extra big.
Yeah, and this is a pretty bad spot. A really bad spot for Salle. I mean, Roman is in position, so he's going to be able to bet every street. And Salle just, like, has a pretty good hand that, barring, you know, spade, straightening, runouts, is going to need to play defense. So, you know, calling flop, but on a brick, she's likely calling the turn as well. And she's going to need some help from the deck.
So 175K ahead brings us to a turn which could save Salle some chips. 4-liner and 3 spades out there.
I mean, it definitely should. Her hand has just really gone down in value at this point. You know, all kinds of 2 pairs, you know, 1 card straight, flushes there. So top pair is just worth a lot less. And she doesn't really have a way to improve. Doesn't have a spade, doesn't have an ace. If Roman bets, and he might not bet the turn anymore, Salle might fold.
Does go check, check. Dry river.
Salle's going to be happy to show down. Don't think there's any value. Likely ends up checking here. I think I like that more than a block. And at this point, Roman has a pretty clear value bet. Should she check, which I am expecting to come, but she hasn't done it yet. So
325.
Oh my goodness. Oh, she did
325,000 smoldering in front of Salle.
It's
Habish
fine.
doesn't have fold on his mind.
Oh,
He may not be
first
looking
stop,
to
okay.
raise versus that
First stop,
sizing, though,
okay.
given the 3 spades on board, Rast.
I mean, this is big enough that, like, maybe she actually thinks she's bluffing, like trying to get 2 pair to fold. I mean, a straight's not folding to this bet, but maybe like 2 pair would, or a hand like ace king.
Roman does call and shows the flopped nuts. Gets a chuckle out of Salle. Yeah, unclear to you whether or not she was going for some mergy. Like, is this maybe I'm turning my hand into a bluff? Maybe from time to time I end up with some value?
I mean, to me, that strikes me as a bluff. I don't think worse is really ever calling.
Felt
With
that
any
way to me.
frequency.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure what she was thinking, just based on the way she acted after the pot. Like, she didn't do like a wrap the table or you're good, or I don't know.
You know, sometimes thought gives way to reflex out there. And especially if you're a cash game player, Rast, where you know, like, things feel a bit more automated at times, we can observe maybe that disposition leaching in a costly manner.
It is possible for a worst hand to call her. For example, if Hrabets has a hand like, I don't know, let's say ace king, or no, that's a better hand. I don't know, ace queen with the ace of spades, right? Just off the strength of the spade blocker. Like, maybe he decides to call there. But it is really a stretch to find worst hands that call her, and they might not.
账户了5万回去。刚刚不是多少账户了6万过去，60万，这个多少？60万。
Nikolai
对，账户了60万。
treading into dangerous waters here as he opens into Vladimir's big. And look at Korzen, and he had him dominated. The Jack-8 rips.
Oh, my. Give this man some chips, and he just turns into an animal.
Give this man his own TV show. Give this man his own podcast.
Yeah.
We should be able to have Vladcam in the app where you just click a button and it's just his procedures at all times with audio. He got the signal, Rast.
Signal coming in loud and clear.
You know, we're having fun with it, but if we're being honest, I think it is a little bit important to point out that this is all fine and dandy and it's all fun and games when it's working, but it only has to not work once.
I mean, yeah, if you're covered. But if you know you cover the guy you're messing around with, then you just you know, need to get lucky, and when you don't, most of the time, you know, move on. Huge chunk taken out of your stack.
I don't think he's going to be bothered at all, regardless of outcome from this point forward. Tabic.
This would just really send a message.
Raising.
I mean, he's not going to do it, right? Just again, and it just gets through. Okay.
I don't know what the signals are, man. I don't have a decoder ring. King 4 in the muck. Now, Morton Klein will pay the price to C3. And it's an expensive one when you consider how shallow he is. Call it in the territory of 10% of his stack. Required to look up at trip 3s.
Morton shouldn't fold to this. It's much too small. It's King 8, and he doesn't. The turn is where this pot will get interesting. Mostly in Roman, what will seem to be Roman's decision whether to keep bluffing or not.
Here's the thing, against Klein's stack depth, Ras, do we not need to be a little bit wary of range?
I mean, not really. Morton probably has a hand like he has right now. He didn't reshove pre-flop, so he doesn't have a pair. He probably doesn't have a good ace. So he probably has maybe a weak ace, maybe king high, queen high. Roman knows he's not good, and Morton's got that stack. You're like, I'm going to make him ask questions for all of his chips while I'm just risking some tiny portion of mine.
1/3 pot bet on the turn, and look at this, Rast. Morton doesn't look convinced. He grabbed the whole stack. I wonder whether or not this is old school live maneuvering. He is check jamming for his tournament life. Ladies and gentlemen, Morton Klein.
Yeah, he doesn't like messing around.
What a gangster move that was off of a nub. I'll tell you what. You talked about the breakdown in terms of invitees rather and pros. These invitees have earned their way.
Oh, they have, yeah.
Into this deep finish.
They're showing some aggression, which is necessary. What you really can't do at some point when you're sitting here playing with these just killer ninja samurai warriors is just let them slice you up with like little cuts, hand after hand, just eating away, waiting to make a hand. You know, you can't let them do that. Steal the spot here a little bit. You have nothing. Fold. Right, the ante. We're only playing 5-6 handed. It just adds up. You can't win unless you just run like God.
Well, Saya Ono has a godly ace-king in front of her. And I couldn't agree with you more, Raston. Limiting decision points is also kind of a favorable thing to do when you're playing against the world's best often from the pro side. And the easiest way to do that is just get all of the chips forward at some point or another in the hand. Korzinen wakes up with an ace-king of his own.
Death
and by the way,
1,000 cuts.
Saya's fist pump calling here, thinking for sure I've got this guy cooked.
Yeah.
Is this the 69? Is it the 69?
Surprise, real hand.
Boring.
Look how pleased he looks. Like, yeah, you thought I had a bad hand? No. Good hands only, bro.
He immediately scanned the table for everyone's stare. Oh, love this man.
Uh-oh.
Oh, a free roll for the wizard. Merlin needs hearts. And instead it's a 5 of clubs. So we carve it up. Saya said boring, but for a second it got interesting. the look on Vlad's face, man, after he rolled the ace king. Oh, it was so pure. He's
It
like,
took him and he's like, anybody else want to guess my hand? 6-9?
Yeah.
No, not this time.
He really has made fans of every
Was that not
single
scary?
person.
You mean the hearts? Which part was that scary?
In the YouTube chat right now.
Oh, no, I wanted to hear that discussion play out.
Yeah, me too. But we do need to cut away and take a peek at what's going on at the only other table in the room. This one involves Bads from the button, open to 120. Maslach flatted from the small, mind you, with these 2 4s. Out flop by Makita. The 2 checked it. And here with top 2 pair, Makita faces a lead from Maslach. He's just going to flat it. And let's see if this was one and done from Constantine. I would imagine it is.
I don't know about that. I mean, Maslach kind of is doing some nonsense on the turn, just like betting 4s into that versus the check back for a small size. Like, that's never really getting through. If somehow his 4s are good right now, he's going to end up getting bluffed a lot when he checks. So, in a certain sense, once he bets the turn, it's actually not ridiculous, in my opinion, to then bluff the river. I just think betting the turn there for like less than half the pot, then checking river on a brick is not a good strategy for this hand, because if your hand is good, you get bluffed a bunch, and if your hand is bad, you never win. Is really how that breaks down. But, you know, he's taking a unique line.
Shuts it down.
500,000.
And value available. Makita sticks a little less than half of his chips in there. Should be all done. And it is. A little lick of the lips there out of Bads as he hauls in tokens.
So the name, he's Gambledore? That's his nickname?
Chat has christened him this, yes.
Yeah. It's like a Harry Potter reference, right?
Yes.
I don't know. It's like, I'm not sure who, it's like Dumbledore or whatever. Does he look like that guy? He looks like Gandalf to me.
Yeah, that would be the Lord of the Rings crew.
Yeah.
I don't know whether or not you have to choose Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings if you're a sci-fi fan, but there's all manner. Merlin, Wizard, Gambledore.
The thing is, Gambledore is really smooth as a name. I'm not sure how you incorporate Gandalf and Gamble to make a name.
I think Gambledore might stink.
Yeah, Gambledore.
And I think 2 aces are going to be 3-betting here. As
Producer
Tom Schwen
James is showing me Dumbledore, and he does look. I mean, that works also. Yes. So that works, definitely.
The King-Queen does not work. And Aspen doesn't make me a lot of things. Uh-oh. 2 queens, and Patrick's taking the worst of it. Come out smelling like roses on multiple occasions. This occasion, however, he rates to be in a very bad way.
Patrick is like, he's thinking to himself, I've just been being aggro pre-flop with so many bad hands. I finally have it. I've got him. I got the queens. But little does he know that, yeah, Makita can beat that hand right now, at least.
800K, the 4-bet. Now for Bads with 1.5 back, we're never sticking a third of our stack out there and trying to play it across some streets? Or
No, you just go all in, I think. I mean, I don't think once Patrick goes this big, he can fold.
And so we ask him for the rest. And, of course, Patrick, with these 2 queens, prepared to flick it in, which he does. What he wasn't prepared for was to run into a real hand better than queens.
Maybe this is the end. That one. No flash.
Let's hope together.
No flash. Just a lot of red cards. A lot of red pictures.
Cool. Olha.
That doesn't hurt you, Patrick, even if you lose.
To the flop we go. And I had a little heart attack there when I saw paint. Rast, I thought for a second Patrick's going to do it again. If he is, it's going to have to happen on the turn or the river.
Not on the turn.
So just 2 outs to fade for Mikita to haul in 3.85 and loosen his collar with 11 left. And he does just that. Just see his compatriot Vasco Boinicau there for the run out.
Lucky. 120.
How much?
Interestingly enough, by the way, given that they're both Belarusian, Vasco Boinicau partnered with Viktor Malinowski of Poland in this one. Could have been the product of a lack of availability in terms of Mikita already having been paired up with Ramin Hajiev of Azerbaijan, who has won an invitational. And that's exactly what Mikita's hoping to do here.
Mikita vaults into third. That's a threat right there. Mikita third in chips, 64 blinds.
Well, here the threat is a heart to the 10 high straight of Hrabec. Let me unpack this one. It was a raise to 120 from the button. Salle defended the big
200
with the ace-10. She check-raised flop from 100, which was the c-bet from the opener, Hrabec, to 275. Roman made the call with the open ender in spite of the fact that he didn't have a heart. Now, Salle following up with a bet of 200 into 880. Sub-quarter pot follow-through on the flop check raise. Does Hrabec have the option? Or would it be reckless? 7:15 back for Salle.
Oops. Salle check raised. Yeah, he definitely has the option to go all in. Salle just doesn't have that much back.
All in.
So
Yeah.
he asks for the rest, and I think Ono with the ace of hearts and the 10 for a gut shot. Doesn't like finding herself here, but she's made a significant investment.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what her turn bet is a very strange one in a way. It's like giving her the option to fold, kind of, which I'm not sure I would
How much time?
be super happy to do that.
Probably.
Right,
She
because after
lays it down.
120, 240, there's like 300 in pre-flop. And they put in 550. There's like 900 in there, and she bet 200. Very small bet on the turn. But in this case, that small bet kind of ended up saving her tournament life. A larger bet and she would have had to call off. Or just, I mean, she could have
You had no time.
sort of could have just
Were you
gone all
going to
in. She
call
only
if
had a
you more
pot-sized
time?
bet.
Huh?
Were you going to call if you had more time? Did you know that you had no time?
I think I might have still folded because I have a lot behind.
Sorry, what? You might have called me because you have a lot behind?
I might have folded. I think I might.
I might have folded.
If I went all in pre-flop, would you have called?
I don't know.
Well, the answer is no with 10-7 offsuit, but Roman keeping it tight-lipped. As Salle recognizing that perhaps an opportunity to approach things differently pre-flop would have yielded a different outcome.
Moment of truth.
You were like joking and then... No, I can't.
Thank you.
He's like, you're just going to raise bad hands, man? I'm just going to come after you, buddy.
Your favorite move now, huh? Like it.
Yeah, no pressure at all.
You know, I hope we get the opportunity to hang out with that guy before this festival's done, and I absolutely mean it. Vladimir Korzanin, is just taking this tournament by storm. Some folks christening him GTO Wizard. But of course, as we know, that is one of the best solvers in the game, here to help you make optimal decisions in high-pressure spots. The GTO Wizard AI has you covered. Study any situation using any bet size and put the ultimate tool to work to prepare yourself for critical moments at the table. Check them out at GTOWizard.com.
Listen, Ollie, Gambledore is just doing what everybody dreams about. Here we are, 11 people left. It's like, you know, you go out, you only get 418K, 5 million up top. A lot of pressure. It's like, I should stay alive. I've got a middle stack. And then here's Roman just raising away, Jack 4 suited, raising every hand. And he's like, you know what? Screw it. I'm all in, buddy. What you going to do? Oh, you got a bad hand? I take it down. No pressure at all. And that's what everybody dreams about doing in Gambledore spot. But it doesn't. But then it's just so refreshing to just see Gambledore do it for you, you know?
Well,
and you can live vicariously through him.
Saya's trying to refresh her stack as she squeezes the Vasco Boinicau flat of the Hrabic Open. VPIP has been high out of Roman, understandably, as the ICM slowly begins to creep back further into the equation, and his stack has far from crept up. It has just launched up to 5 million. And the other ace-4 off is asking questions.
See, this is not a table where it feels like people really, really care about ICM.
Well, the more invitee-laden the remaining field is, the presumption would be that the less ICM would be a factor in the decisions on display. As we see Vasco Boinicau squaring off with the fellow invitee here. Almost 1.7 in the middle. 164 to be exact. Saya's chip graph has been schizophrenic. And she finds a nice board here. Still just trying to fade a queen or a jack. Nervy moments for the Triton first-timer. Vasco Boinicau looks unbothered. Covers by a good margin. Could bring us to 10-handed with a queen or jack. Instead, the 9 of clubs will send chips to Saya.
Yeah, we're going to keep Saya around.
At this point, yeah. Oh, too much dead money.
I mean, that was a pretty light shove by Saya versus raise and call with ace-4 off.
Very good hand.
Like and all I'm saying is, like, if I'm Roman and I'm thinking, hey, approaching the final table, I'm going to start pushing these guys around, and you see a hand like that, just you open next Vasco Boinicau flats. Saya's next just rips in 13 bigs with ace-4 off. You start thinking, you know what? This really might not be the table where I just get to don the ICM Thor hammer and just take it to him, because
Maybe, yeah.
what happens is ICM's a game that only works if everyone's playing it, If they're not playing it, then you're just punting. You're just putting in money with bad hands, and your opponents aren't folding.
Yeah.
So,
That's an excellent point, Rast, and one that I feel like isn't made often enough. You know, hang on a sec.
dude, I mean, he's got like over 40 blinds now.
He might have
You don't
40
need to go all
zeros
in
in his
every
bank
hand.
account, is what he might have.
Every second.
You can also raise. And play post flop. Have fun. No?
Yeah. Give me more decision points.
Why
Let
not?
me outmaneuver you. Roman jockey.
He's like, I don't play post flop.
Yeah.
That's what he just said. Dude, he just open ripped over 40, like 44 blinds.
What's it to you, Rast?
I haven't really seen that before.
I can understand that.
Yeah.
Expect the unexpected. Well, Salle puts that
Oh my goodness.
newly minted stack to work, opening to 120, and listen, the jam with King 10 off.
It's like the more they talk about it, the more he's spurned to do it.
He's going to get ace-8 out of there.
Oh, this is... I mean, Salle normally has a pretty easy fold, but Vladimir has just been doing this a lot.
Did you look?
Yeah, she lets it go. Don't
You
show him,
always look,
Vladimir.
though. I know you. I know you.
You see everything. No, I like to play actually blindly all in. For me, that's the best game I like. Sometimes on all table, I declare I'm going all in blindly for people calling and magic happens.
You have 3 outs. Life outs.
All hail Gambledore.
He's really doing it right now. I mean, I think he's over 3 million. Yeah.
Don't jinx it, Rast.
I'm not jinxing anything.
Okay,
He's
just
going
making sure.
higher.
Up only?
Up and to the right.
120.
Green candles.
Oh my God, did he just min raise open? I don't even know what to do with myself.
What happened?
I miss to play post flop.
Morton thinks he's glitching.
I can collect more money. All in, I only collect.
Oh, garbage.
Here comes the 3-bet. I would think. Oh, wow. He's just kind of smooth.
Yeah.
You know,
Let's enjoy.
I don't know, man. Against this guy, I think I'm just 3-betting and see what happens.
Yeah, I guess if he jams over the top, you cover by 2.1.
No, not
You
jamming.
No.
Oh, if he jams.
Rabic
Oh,
3 bets
yeah,
and
you're
all of a
just
sudden
calling.
Vladimir jams, you just, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Saya squeezed an ace-4 earlier off of, granted,
400.
a lighter stack, and she announces 400 here. Rasty's eyes just
So
got
I made it
big
just
here in
in
the
time.
booth.
My hand would have been dead in 2 more seconds.
Yeah.
Saya doesn't have any time banks left, Rast.
I don't pay
Something to
attention
think about.
I don't get this either.
Well, this pot could get wild. If
Well,
Vladimir
I'm thinking it's hard for me to realize exactly where time is.
Vladimir flats this,
100,000?
Roman might back shove. I mean, he has a pretty big hand, and you've got to think if Vladimir flats, he doesn't have queens, kings, or aces now. So...
Yeah, so the time ran out and she said 400 and I did not realize it. That time and I did not think like that.
How long after?
Like immediately.
Immediately. Okay. If it's like 5, 10 seconds after.
No, it was
immediately.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, so by 400.
400.
See what Vladimir does. I mean, I would think Roman, after kind of slow playing his hand pre, is sort of happy getting it in versus Saya. She only has like 25 blinds.
Okay.
Well, Vladimir steps aside. Hrabic deeply under-repped as a flat caller on the button. You could see Salle perceiving the flat as just the desire to play post-flop given the opportunity, which is rare, against Korznanen with wide range. So you kind of understand where she's coming from. She's halfway home, but she's not going to get there. The question that remains is how Roman will proceed. He's looking over at 1.1 million back for her.
Couldn't have broke it down better, but I just think...
Well, final table gonna be...
I mean, Saya's not a nit,
8.
and Jacks is a very good hand. And, I mean, he can actually be ahead of hands that she's doing this for value with. Like, she could have 10s.
Sure.
You know, she can have... What about bluffs? I mean, like she has, and it's less than a third of Roman's chips. I mean, there is a decision between flat and jam for what it's worth. So... fold would be insane, in my opinion.
Hrabic didn't have designs on playing this one against Salle all alone and in position, but that's where he finds himself as Vladimir bowed out. Salle has grown this pot to 1 million, and what she hasn't done is grown ace-6 offsuit into anything better.
Yeah, this is a really bad-looking flop for the ace-6 off, no club.
175.
And yet she c-bets. 175.
Very small c-bet.
Sort of a desperate request to be given these chips, which Roman rates to be non-compliant.
She actually looks more nervous than usual to me right there. I don't think Roman was really looking at her, but the way her eyes were darting around and her facial expressions, which is not surprising that she's nervous given this is a pretty big pot and she has nothing. But I think Roman kind of has an easy call as played. I mean...
He does make the call, and now third club on the turn. Salle checks.
Again, I don't think there's much value here. Kind of like worst case scenario is our opponent has ace-king and we're just letting them draw at 6 outs when we're ahead. She could have a hand like this where it only has 3 outs. I don't know how much value there is in betting. Again, maybe she can have 10s. But check seems the most natural as played. Oh my. There's the 3-outer.
Ace of clubs on the river, as the logic is sage in terms of how you unpacked it for Roman to be checking back. What's not sage is this river card. But Salle doesn't have a club.
No.
So will she bet?
No.
Or will she check and potentially face Roman converting his hand into a bluff?
That's possible. I mean, at this point, Roman doesn't have a ton of showdown, and he kind of has one of the weaker hands that he can have, all things considered. I'm not saying he can't have worse, but there aren't that many worse hands that probably wouldn't have bet by now, especially. You know, can we get one pair of aces to fold? One pair of aces is a tough call.
Wow. Hrabic recognizing the need to convert these red jacks into a bluff.
Salle doesn't have time banks here, by the way. That is brutal. I actually tried to bluff her in a PLO pot, and she took like 3 minutes and called me in the game at Resorts World. But she has like 30 seconds here.
This would be crazy.
I only have 4 seconds. Oh my God. What the
Hrabic.
I do not have a club.
Bluffs and then has the gall to ask what she had, given that he gave her nothing when she
Yeah.
inquired. It's a little cheeky.
Oh my God.
And the lack
Listen,
of time banks,
she is very
Because I
thoughtful,
think you
and I'm just telling you,
I honestly could not possibly make.
she could have maybe thought through that and made a call, but I think she just ran out of time,
and
which
I
is
think
understandable.
she was just about to express that I think she embarked on the sentence, I honestly couldn't, and I think it's, make a decision in that span of time,
Yeah. No, remember the previous pot where she ran out of time and it was like, oh, I think I was going to fold. She didn't have that vibe in this one. Her vibe was like, oh, no, I'm out of time, fold. And then right after, she's like, I'm not sure about that one. So honestly, it's, yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you run out of time banks. But that was a really interesting pot. Roman's decision to bluff the river was a good one. I can really get behind it. And it puts a hand just like that, the one pair of aces with no club, in jail. And when your opponent doesn't have a time bank, it's like that much better, right? You got 30 seconds to figure that out.
Listen, it really gets no better than these final few busts that we're seeking to get down to this final table. I mean, this invitational has given us everything we could have hoped for. If you're enjoying it, mash that like button, YouTube. Don't hesitate, and of course, make sure to click subscribe so when we come back tomorrow at the final table, you won't miss a beat. But we're not done yet. We're simply stepping aside for a scheduled break. Rasty and I are going to be back in just moments, and we're going to work our way, fingers crossed, down to a final table here in this 200K. Stay close.
Thank goodness. I was getting done
Exciting
vibes.
news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code TRITON and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action. Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code TRITON for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Triton Poker Plus app for that other table to see what
You got it.
Korzen's doing. Oh, man.
Oh, suited king folded from the cutoff. All right.
No disrespect to these guys, Ras, but even they would probably flip the channel to Korzen's table if given the option.
Of course they would. pretty sure BK is going to go with this. I think any queen is a jam, including the worst one, for what looks like 7 to 8 blinds. Oh my.
Oh, and this is no laughing matter now, as Brian's tournament life is one that hangs in the balance with just 28% equity. You talked about any queen, king, worthy of a rip and try to win those 2 big blinds that are hanging out there. And instead, Antonius with other ideas. Ball stack, 2 7s. 820 in the middle, but no queen. Ace, ace, 9. Counterfeit ability, adding outs.
Not the worst flip.
Patrick realizing it could have been worse for Brian. Would have preferred an overcard to the 7s for another path to counterfeiting Patrick, but instead, as it stands, he's got himself 6 outs. And now none. As Brian Kim can do no better than 15th here after having won the kickoff event at this Monte-Carlo festival. $336,000 richer will be Kim.
What can you do?
Are any pairings still in? Do you know?
I was actually just looking at our printouts myself to try to determine that. I'm going to leave it to producer James while we focus in here on Vasco Boynicao opening to 120,000. Petrangelo with a candidate on his hands here. Rast, small blind, king, queen suited. Yeah, he does rip it.
Wow.
930,000.
This could be one of those moments where just you're cruising along, everything's going well, and here comes the car crash.
Please. It's not the signal you're looking for with Jack 3. Okay. Vladimir does bow out, and perhaps Petrangelo will be as well in a different way. Almost 2 million in the middle. %30 equity. Can the great Nicky P get lucky? He can if he finds a jack or a king on this 10 high rainbow board. No club out there.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah. But that chance wanes from 27% to 16%. And now 0.
Thank you.
Petrangelo, out of here. 14th place finish. Behind Brian Kim, getting some respect from his fellow gladiators.
There is one. I found it.
Talk to me.
It's Espen Jorstad and Morten Klein.
Okay.
It's a countryman from, is it Norway?
That it is, by the way, as we are now trying to catch up to a big one brewing. Antonius made it 125. Chris Brewer's ace-king suited made it 500. Antonius decided to take the 4-bet line to 1.1. Brewer jams. Patrick asking for a count here. Another 1.6 to call. Now, he can afford to make the call, Rast, but how well does ace-queen perform in this spot?
I mean, hijack cutoff. How deep are these guys? They're like over 40 blinds. Wow. 44 blinds. It was an adventuresome 4-bet by Patrick. He's in a bit of a pickle now. What, 1.5? Oh, he's already called?
Apparently.
1.5 to win. Yeah.
He does indeed.
To win 4. Wow.
Take a bite out of this vinegar-laced cucumber.
Whoa.
Oh, wow. Top pair, but hang on.
Wait.
2 spades on board. 5.5 million chip pot.
Patrick is just kind of in a zero fucks given kind of mode in this, isn't he? I mean, he's just going for it pre-flop, dude.
Listen, your words, my thoughts, though, if I'm being fair. Now, on the turn, Brewer adds outs. Needs the king, needs the jack, needs a spade. And instead, it's the ace for top 2 against just top pair. And
that was a big pot, 5.5 million. I mean, Brewer wins that, and he's the chip leader. Patrick wins it now, and he's...
Welcome back to this action-packed $200,000 invitational, part of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Monte-Carlo. Ali Nejad alongside Czar Rast and 11 remaining players, and it breaks down not in a 50-50 manner here in terms of invitees and pros, but the invitees outnumbering the pros, Rast.
Yeah, 7-4, in fact.
But in terms of chips, it's a bit of a different story, isn't it?
No, sorry, yes, it is a different story. I didn't do the exact math, but I'm pretty sure with 3 of the 5 above average stacks, the runaway chip leader being Patrick, they actually have more, those 4 players have more than half of the chips.
Yeah, as you look at the Triton Poker Plus app, ever so briefly, you'll find that in the top 5, you have Antonius, Hrabec, and Bads all above the average stack, and that is already a very chunky 16.5-ish million in chips. Espen Jorstad, the only other pro sitting in 8th who's below the average stack. So, without further ado, let's get you right back to the action as we try to work our way to a final 9 here in Monaco. Brought to you by Jacob & Co. 2 must fall for the final table to be set going into tomorrow. We play 6 and 5, and there is Gambledore and company. We are referring, of course, to the man who has captivated the hearts and the keyboards of everyone soaking up this stream, Vladimir Korzanin of Estonia, here at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series Festival. And I don't know about you, Rasty, but I sure hope it isn't his last.
Likewise, 100%. He's so entertaining.
2.9 million in front of him, trailing Hrabec. Saya Ono found herself in a difficult situation just before the break there. All out of time banks, something to keep an eye on. She had the best hand with an ace. Board was 4 flushed. Hrabec turned red jacks into a bluff and earned it.
That's mine, right?
I mean, listen, this table, someone can just go out any hand. I mean, Saya's been taking some chances. The ace-4 off shove over raise call. Yeah, Vladimir's just ripping every other hand, even over a raise sometimes. So Vasca Boynicow just doesn't care. He's just going to raise his big blind.
Careful what you wish for, Mikolai.
Lets it go.
Oh.
Is that a balk?
If he all ends now, oh my God. That would be heroic. He does lay it down though.
What I made here? Sweat? No.
Listen, as entertaining as it is for us, it is also incredibly challenging for those that are tasked with tackling it. And if you like action and the challenge of making picks as you watch these Triton streams, why not do it with a little bit of Lucchini on the line? Check out the all-new BetACR Sportsbook, which is the exclusive destination for live betting options And wagers on players in Triton events receive a 15% free play up to $250 on your first deposit. It all happens at BetACR. Sportsbook, of course.
One six.
Raise to 160,000.
Hrabec, Jack 10 offsuit, opens. Same kit gets binned from the button.
You just never know what he's going to do.
He might never know what he's going to do.
5 seconds.
Call.
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 Plays it as a call. And for better or for worse, this is sort of a situation that Hrabec has been looking for. Post-flop play in position against Vladimir.
Yeah, Roman's pretty happy with this. Maybe not anymore, though.
King 8-3, top pair. For Korzinin, he just open rips into Hrabec, and that is very risky business. Ill-advised, of course.
That was not,
Good,
not a great way to play that hand, objectively
A
speaking.
flush draw. That's a good strategy. Just call and you just can shove every flop or you just flop.
Roman giving him the goo.
Sorry.
A little bit there, Rasty.
Important, yeah.
Not sure Hrabec regards it as a good strategy, genuinely. But again, he was fishing for intel.
Yeah, he does a lot of that, doesn't he?
I like to, you know, I never knew him to be that guy, but, you know, here we are, 200K Invitational, $5 million up top. He's going to do what he needs to. It's in bounds.
Oh, here it is.
Might this
Oh
be the
my.
moment Korzinin is awakened by jacks?
845.
This might be the biggest hand Dumbledore's ever seen. Sorry, Gambledore.
Call.
Yet, he plays it as a flat in lieu of re-raising. Nobody finds trouble behind him. But oh no, she's in trouble.
A real hand, finally.
Well, finally, when it's needed, it comes.
That's true. When it's needed.
Saya's breathless, by the way, that Gambledore, he'll show up with the 10-3, 10-4, whatever.
I wish you ace anyway.
To be fair, though, he's jamming those.
If
He's
you
not
get an
calling.
ace?
But
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
I will be happy.
Oh, wow. That's terrible flop for ace 3 of diamonds.
Oh, I have a draw.
You don't need the draw,
Very
Vladimir.
powerful.
GG's.
Yeah.
Well,
Now
okay.
it's no need, but
Yeah.
Saya on her feet. Premature GGs? No. GGs that were warranted. So Gambledore claiming a pelt, Rasty, and continuing to work his way up the leaderboard. It comes at the expense of Saya Ono. She will finish
chipping up
in 11th. $418,000 go her way. Another 418 on tap to whomever ends up in the final table bubble.
Wait for a player.
you see, I'm doing big job for you today, eh? Yeah.
You know,
That's right, Vladimir. You're doing God's work over
you know
there,
what
buddy.
we're looking at right here, Rast? We're looking at 40 years down the line, Andrew Lichtenberger. This is Lucky Chewy 4 decades from now.
Yeah.
If a
I don't
butterfly flew in here, Vlad would just walk away from the table and just kind of, you know, entertain it as a sign from the heavens. Maybe I'm making too much of it. Maybe I'm overselling it, Rest.
I mean, nah, Chewy's... He's gonna be different.
I don't know if this guy has the same happy vibes that Chewy always has.
No, the happy quotient's pretty similar. This guy seems pretty happy, and so does Chewy, but that's not really why.
Well, they don't play the same poker. I can
No.
tell you that much.
I'll take how Chewy plays in 30 years or 40 years or whatever. 50 years maybe. I don't know. Chewy's not in his 30s, I would guess.
Patrick will take ace-queen suited. Min raise on the button. Little suited connector here for Tan. 2.1 million. Not nearly as many chips as it once was. Well, it felt like it took a little bit of restraint. Now Sinan Unlu with far fewer chips than Tan Xuan. 685 back in. He is going to deliver the full payload. Antonius never folding. And Unlu's got himself a little problem.
Yeah, so you're saying we're gonna have to play one more hand, even if we get to 9.
1.65 million chip pot. Antonius has really reigned supreme in these spots with the exception of pocket queens versus pocket aces. He's taken the best of it here, and it's showers for Unlu. 2 spades on board. Maybe.
Oh, he has 5% actually. That seems high.
Backdoor straightiness was a prospect, but not on the turn.